Emma Wudao huddled in the corner, put his head in his hands, and howled miserably, "What a fart. Old man, do you know that if you don't call me back, I will be able to become a ghost king in a short time?" "Cultivate into a ghost king? Ha ha, I can believe this." Taoist Jiangjin sneered, "However, there is no sky over there, there is no difference between day and night, and you don't count time. By the time you become the ghost king, your body will have already turned into a pile of bones." Emma Wudao immediately became quiet and stopped pretending to be in pain. He immediately turned his head and asked, "Master, how long have I been asleep?" "The number of Dian, a full 49 days. And there are 2 more hours." Taoist Jiangjin still has lingering fears at this moment, and he is doubly pleased because his disciple Inshan has achieved great success. It is really mixed. "Oh, Master, why is your face so ugly?" "Old man, did you use the Beta Tian gang you stepped just now?" Emma Wudao suddenly noticed that Taoist Jiangjin looked exhausted, and was startled. He didn't care about much fun, and flew out of bed directly, and supported Taoist Jiangjin. Taoist Jiangjin slowly sat on the edge of the bed, and waved his hands gently. "Don't worry about me, you must have been stiff after sleeping for 49 days, you need to move your body well first, and then take a bath when your body relaxes. Change clothes." While speaking, Taoist Jiangjin raised his finger and pointed to a brand new Taoist robe and other close-fitting clothes that had been prepared for Emma Wudao a long time ago. They were neatly folded and placed on the bedside. "Hitting isn't real hitting, kicking isn't real kicking, it's just to relax the muscles and bones of my disciples." "Hey, did you sleep for 49 days at a stretch?" I said, "Why am I so energetic? But I think I am a genius, and it only took me 49 days to cultivate into a ghost commander, a Yin god. Go take a shower." "Hey!" Emma Wudao resolutely shut up, and with a movement of his divine sense, 2 more medicine bottles appeared in his hands, containing the Dragon Tiger pill and the Great Return pill, and stuffed them into the hands of Taoist Jiangjin. "I'm going to take a shower first, old man. This is the Dragon Tiger pill and the Great Return pill I got. You can eat whatever you want. If it's not enough, I'll find Ling Yan to go." Emma Wudao ordered, picked up the clothes on the bed and left, although it was an unfamiliar environment, but with his current tyrannical spirit. "As soon as I woke up, I knew the bathroom was in the house." "Oh, that's right. I've been sleeping for so long, and that guy Ling Yan isn't here to take care of me. Where did he go? He's really not enough brothers." Emma Wudao just started, suddenly stopped and turned his head to ask. Jiangjin Dao said with a long smile, "Finally remembered someone else?" "It's okay, it means you haven't forgotten anything. But you lie like a dead pig all day long, and it's enough for me to take care of you as a teacher. How can you be embarrassed? Trouble others? Go take a shower, and talk about it after you have something to say." Emma Wudao nodded and went straight to take a shower. After sleeping for so long, it is naturally the happiest thing to see the person closest to me when I open my eyes. "Good boy, I have raised you so much, I finally know how to be filial as a teacher." Taoist Jiangjin opened the medicine bottle, took out a big red pill, took it for himself first, then sat cross-legged, meditated, and recovered his body. It took Emma Wudao more than an hour to take a bath. He carefully cleaned his body inside and out, then put on brand new clothes, dressed neatly, and then came out of the bathroom, and came to Taoist Jiangjin. "Kneel down and kowtow respectfully. Disciple pays homage to master." It was the disciple who disregarded the teachings of the master and used methods blindly. As a result, disaster was imminent. The master who killed me, you, the old man, went down the mountain to save me. The disciple is blaming himself very much now. Taoist Jiangjin slowly opened his eyes. After taking a large pill and more than an hour of meditation, his body has almost recovered. "Get up." Taoist Jiangjin showed a smile on his face, nodded his head and said, "What disaster is approaching? this is obviously your chance. And I have calculated it for my teacher. Although you survived this catastrophe, with the help of noble people, you will be able to avert the disaster. For Master, going down the mountain is just unnecessary worry. Emma Wudao stood up, and heard the Master say again, if you don't return tonight, even if you don't come as a teacher, Ling Yin will rescue you, the same. He? Emma Wudao was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and laughed. Ling Yin has not even reached the late stage of qi training, he can't get out of his body, how can he go there to save me? And I am now the commander of ghosts, commanding thousands of troops Wanma, there are many ghost soldiers and ghost generals under him, even if he can leave his body, he will be just a lonely ghost there, useless at all. Taoist Jiangjin smiled without saying a word. It's just that you have cultivated into a handsome ghost, it's just that the Yin spirit has achieved great success, and the realm of the physical body has not moved at all, it seems that you will be stunned. Of course, Emma Wudao is a psychic body, he can see ghosts and ghosts since he was a child, and he can even communicate with them. Now, with this opportunity, he is really proud of his great success. Therefore, Taoist Jiangjin didn't want to hit his apprentice too much at this time, he didn't want to break Ling Yan's current state, and let him be embarrassed for a while. At this time, Emma Wudao suddenly twisted his body uncomfortably, covered the top of his head with his hands, frowned and said, Master, why do I feel so uncomfortable after my soul returns to my body? Yo, did you just feel it now? Taoist Jiangjin smiled narrowly, you don't have to worry, it's because you are now at the height of the Yin God, and the realm of the Yin God has far surpassed the physical body, so this uncomfortable situation occurs, which is what our Taoists say that the soul and the body cannot be combined. 1. It's like putting new wine in an old bottle. But after becoming a Yin God, he will automatically absorb the Yin Qi energy between heaven and earth in the future, and then feed back to your physical body. Your own realm will definitely improve rapidly. Within 3 months, you can achieve foundation building, and then you won't have this awkward feeling. Are you hungry now? After Taoist Jiangjin explained Emma Wudao's physical condition, he immediately changed the subject. Oh. I'm starving. Hearing the master's question, Emma Wudao suddenly felt that his stomach began to growl. He was not only hungry, he was so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back, and he was crazy hungry. Eat, I want to eat. Okay, I have prepared for the teacher, so I will do it for you. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yin withdrew his Yin God, rushed out from the ground, and suddenly appeared in the valley. After hunting in the middle of the night, Ling Yin used the method of carpet search to wipe out all the ghosts floating around the roots of Buzhou Mountain. His ghost has swallowed at least 100 ghosts, and his soul body has become extremely solid, growing into a very terrifying degree. In the late stage of underground hunting, Ling Yin can already control the ghost to appear at will, and his deity can see the manifested ghost without using Yin-Yang Divine Eye or Celestial Eye. Ling Yin can see it, and ordinary people can naturally see it, as long as he wants to show it. Ghosts can appear, which means they must have power, they can pick up things like people, that is, they can drive things away. Repelling things to appear is a sign of Yin Hun becoming Yinshen. Ling Yan's Yin spirit has grown so fast, from the first time he floated out of the body, he couldn't even withstand the slightest breeze between the sky and the earth, and now he can manifest and drive things away, and it only took less than 6 hours. Appearing in the valley, the sky is already twilight. This time is often the time for Ling Yin to fly high in the sky, absorb the great sun's essence fire, and practice the great expansion gathering star's secret art. But this time, Ling Yin didn't go to the sky, but took a look at the sky, and immediately let his Yin spirit come out of his body. The mountain wind here is relatively strong, blowing the leaves in the forest rattling. However, after the Yin spirit came out of the body, not only did he no longer feel uncomfortable in the face of the mountain wind, but he could already face the mountain wind and fly against the wind. Moreover, the sky was twilight, and Ling Yan's god was in the furnace of heaven and earth, but he felt a little hot and bored, and he didn't feel like being scorched by a furnace of raging fire. Very good. From this point of view, as long as I'm not under the scorching sun at noon, I can already wander around and travel freely between the heaven and the earth. This is Ling Yan's god talking to himself against the wind. Of course it's just a thought, and it can't make a real sound yet. Try to drive things again. With a thought in his mind, Ling Yan immediately leaned over and rushed down, choosing a stone the size of a football, probably weighing more than 30 kilograms, he rushed over and grabbed it casually. The stone rose from the ground out of thin air. It's at your fingertips. Ling Yan held the stone in his hand, felt the weight, threw it into the air, and then reached out to catch it, having a great time playing. Being able to drive things is naturally like a human being. You can move things and use weapons, which gives you combat effectiveness. Moreover, the god is invisible, as if he is always hidden. He can use sharp objects, or simply weapons such as swords, to violently kill people without knowing how they died. But these are just trails, as long as it grows for a while, and the god's spiritual sense is not inferior to the deity, then the god has become great, can condense the Dharma body, and possess mana. Hey, ancient soul body is complete, this is another me. As long as some time passes, I will not only be able to travel in the human world, but also explore the ghost world. This will be of great help to my true self. But even now, if he meets Mo Wudao, the guy who specializes in hunting ghosts, it will be enough for him to drink a pot. Thinking of Mo Wudao, Ling Yan suddenly slapped his forehead. Oops. Ling Yan secretly thought it was not good. This night, he was so busy cultivating his god that he even forgot about that guy Mo Wudao. According to Ling Yan's calculation, Mo Wudao should wake up by midnight last night at the latest. If he still doesn't wake up, then he will really be in big trouble. That guy should wake up, right? Even if he really can't wake up at that time, after all, there is still an enlightened Maoshan sect head guarding him. It is impossible that there is no way to bring his soul back. Ling Yan immediately found the source of his relaxation of vigilance. Taoist Jiang Zhen, the head of the Maoshan sect, a rare consecrated person, it was his calmness that made Ling Yan focus on cultivating the god, forgetting about Mo Wudao. However, even if this guy really doesn't wake up, it's okay. Ling Yan looked at the ancient in front of Xian, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. What are you afraid of if you can't wake up? At worst, your own spirit will come out, go over there and catch this kid back. Even though he thought so, Ling Yan took the god away in an instant, disappeared in place, and rushed back to Guqin village as fast as he could. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. It turns out that this guy Mo Wudao has woken up, and it made me worry for nothing. Ling Yan rushed back quickly, and at the same time, put his extremely strong divine sense to the farthest point. 300 miles away from Guqin village, his divine sense had already flooded over Guqin village, like a flood, overwhelming the entire village. Completely shrouded. Then he saw that Mo Wudao was sitting in the courtyard on a futon, meditating with his eyes closed. Just when Ling Yan's divine thoughts passed over him, Mo Wudao seemed to have sensed it, and suddenly opened his eyes, looking around suspiciously. It's so strange, why do you feel like you're being watched all of a sudden? But he felt it carefully for a while, but found nothing, and was shocked. This is the world. Although my divine sense is not as strong as that of Guishui over there, the range of perception is not small, and I can't feel the other party's origin? Immediately afterwards, Mo Wudao suddenly felt that subconscious mind recede like a tide, disappeared, and could no longer perceive it. This is so embarrassing. Mo Wudao felt that he was like a peeled egg, under the divine thoughts of others. He was watched completely without saying anything, but he couldn't find the other party, and he felt extremely depressed. It's fine if someone doesn't know about being probed by someone's divine sense, but if you know something, the feeling is no different from being peeped by someone. This guy is so tyrannical now. The spiritual sense is also extremely sharp, not inferior to the Foundation establishment realm. Ling Yan suddenly stopped in midair and stopped moving forward. Obviously, Mo Wudao guessed the secrets, and the soul of the beaten came out of his body, but in the end he saved the danger and gained a lot. This opportunity is really not small. Ling Yan nodded with a smile. Naturally he was happy for his good brother, but just now when he inspected the small courtyard with his spiritual sense, he also noticed that Taoist Zheng was resting, so he immediately dismissed the idea of showing up. After all, it was only after 5 o'clock, maybe Taoist Zheng had just fallen asleep, and the look of exhaustion on his brows could not be concealed. The apprentice woke up, but the master fell asleep. It seems that Taoist Zheng spent a lot last night. For Ling Yan, it was enough to know that Mo Wudao was safe and sound. It didn't matter whether the two of them spoke sooner or later. So Ling Yan went straight into the sky. He came directly to the height of 20,000 meters above the Qinling Mountains, took a golden dragon pill and a blood fiend pill one after another, and began to refine the medicinal power, frantically absorbing the great Sun Jinghua, and practicing the great evolution gathering star's secret art. It has to be said that before reaching the Foundation establishment realm, Ling Yan was extremely cautious about taking various pills. Even if they were refined by himself, he rarely took them. This is because the body training period, the qi training period, and the two realms are the real stage of laying the foundation for himself. He doesn't want to rely too much on external forces to improve the realm, but repeatedly polishes the body and tempers the soul. But now, after passing through the fusion realm, the void pill is complete, and the Yin God is out of the body. No matter what pill he takes, it will only benefit him. A little bit of medicinal power is not suitable for him. He only needs to use yin yang and 5 elements fire to completely refine it and throw it out of the body. So now, Ling Yan, no matter what kind of elixir, as long as it is useful for his own cultivation, he can eat it whenever he wants, without any scruples. Only for Jingdan Avenue. One day early to form the golden core, one day early to enter Kunlun. If you can't become a golden elixir, you can't enter Kunlun. This is what Ling Yan is thinking now. Golden dragon pill, blood fiend pill. Take it now, at the right time. I can't eat Shanin pill anymore, because after the Yin God has achieved great success, it is included in the body, making Ling Yan's soul extremely powerful, far surpassing the physical body. Although this is a very normal phenomenon in the heartbeat period of a cultivator, Ling Yan still doesn't want his spirit to surpass his physical body too much. Because the soul is too strong, the physical body becomes relatively weak, just like raising a big fish in a wash basin, or raising a dragon in a pool. It can't hold it at all. How can it be safe? If the soul is stronger, it will be invaded by the demons at any time. Once it can't be controlled, the Yin God will be controlled by the demons. From then on, the demonic thoughts will arise. Not only will it no longer be controlled by the deity, but it will directly stand on the opposite side of the deity. To dislike the deity, one step further, can directly devour the deity's soul, occupy the deity's body, and become a complete devil. This is the most dangerous part of the heartbeat period. Golden dragon pill. Ling Yan practiced all the way. He really absorbed too much dragon energy. The bones all over his body were shining golden, and the golden dragon was flying around in his dantian. It is no exaggeration to say that he has a great dragon body. Taking the golden dragon pill at this moment will naturally have miraculous effects. Blood fiend Dan. It is made from the fresh blood of monks above the Jingdan stage and above, plus purine and evil spirits. Ling Yan's current state is the most suitable to take. It can not only provide him with powerful blood energy to suppress the Yin God, but also greatly speed up his life. His alchemy speed. At this height, facing the sun and the sun, Ling Yan will naturally not release the Yin God to practice together, but let the yin yang and 5 elements fire cover the entire body of the void core, which not only tempers the body, but also tempers the Yin god after devouring those Yin spirits, together with the negative energy obtained together with the energy. Those Yin spirits near the root of Buzhou mountain, after all, were once influenced by the Gonggong demon god Yuanling. Although they have weakened too much now, they have little influence on the Yin god in a short period of time, but after a long time, they will still turn into demons and counterattack Yin god. With the help of the terrifying medicinal power of the 2 elixirs, Ling Yan focused on practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju, after 2 full hours. Boom! Ling Yan's whole body shines brightly. Dian Gathering Star Treasure Ju, the 4th largest realm, Vidra Glazed realm, has successfully broken through. The flesh body is transformed into diamond-colored glaze. King Kong refers to the degree of hardness, and colored glaze refers to the color. Under the sunlight, Ling Yan's body can reflect colorful rays of light. From then on, Ling Yan's body is neither corrupt nor bad. Even if he goes to space, he doesn't need any protection. He is not afraid of the extremely low temperature of space, let alone the high temperature of thousands of degrees of baking, and can ignore all kinds of terrifying rays in space. Ling Yan practiced into the body of Vedra glass, and immediately received his skills. At the same time, he clearly felt that the Yin god, who had been a little bit off just now, was obedient in his body at this moment, and became extremely quiet. Well, that's right. Your uncle is still your uncle. Ling Yan stared at the distant sun without blinking his eyes. The dazzling light had become extremely soft to him now. He smiled freely, and went directly to the sky, returning to Guqin village invisibly. Boom boom boom. Ling Yan appeared at the door of Mo Wudao's yard, gently raised his hand and knocked on the door. Is anyone home? At home at home. Mo Wudao rushed to the door, by jumping high. He opened the door suddenly, and immediately saw Ling Yun with a smile on his face. Wow! Ling Yun! You are here. Do you know that I miss you so much? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Mo Wudao was so excited. After opening the door, he threw himself on Ling Yun directly, and took the initiative to give him a big bear hug. Caught off guard, Ling Yun took half a step back after being hit by Mo Wudao, and then stabilized his body, only smiling wryly. How decent! Daoist Jiangzhen's stern words came from behind him. You come down first. Ling Yan had no choice but to pat the back of Mo Wudao, who was hanging on his body. He really wanted to blow this kid away. Hey, sorry, I'm too excited. Mo Wudao landed on both feet, took 2 steps back, scratched his head embarrassingly, and looked Ling Yan up and down carefully for a long time. Ling Yan, tell me quickly, what state are you in now? Have you entered the late stage of Qi training? According to your cultivation speed, you should be building your foundation soon, right? Ha 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 ha. You should also be building your foundation. It's really embarrassing. Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to him, stepped into the courtyard, and greeted the Taoist Jiangzhen in the courtyard. I have seen you, senior. Daoist Jiangzhen had been staring at Ling Yun for a long time. A look of shock flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head slightly to glance at his apprentice next to him, sighing helplessly in his heart. If you compare people, you will die. If you compare goods, you will throw them away. There is no comparison at all. In the world, there is no master who does not hope that his proud disciple will be far superior to his peers. Daoist Jiangzhen naturally thinks so, but the one standing in front of him is Ling Yun. My apprentice has such a nature, and he also speaks freely to me, big or small, offended. Daoist Jiangzhen nodded slightly to Ling Yun, expressing his apology. Ling Yun laughed aloud. Senior, don't worry too much, this is my brother, a family, anything is fine. A word of brother and a word of family already explained everything, so there is no need to say more. Daoist Jiangzhen nodded in relief. In any case, Ling Yun was the first to come over this morning. Moreover, at around 5 o'clock, even though Taoist Zheng was already asleep, he still felt a tyrannical spirit enveloping the small courtyard. Naturally, he knew it. Ling Yan's concern for Mo Wudao is not fake, that's enough. So Taoist Zheng's gaze became much more kind, and he asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet, I came here just to grab a meal with Senior." Ling Yan replied with a smile, but he couldn't help looking at the 7 footprints in the courtyard. The footprints are extremely deep, and the toes of each step have an extremely twisted and exaggerated direction. There are 7 steps in total, and the spoon of the Big Dipper is finally formed. Shape. Ling Yan was so obsessed with cultivation last night that he forgot the time, and the Senior who caused him toiled and suffered so much, he really deserved a fight. Ling Yan did not hesitate to express his apology frankly. Taoist Zheng laughed when he heard this. "I am saving my apprentice, what's the hard work? You don't need to blame yourself, you came here last night, when the time is up, I will still use my method, wake him up. Because of your method, I am worried. Senior has always been cold and unsmiling to me, so it turns out that he has already made up his mind and is afraid that I will make trouble. Hey, you two, do we still have breakfast? It's almost 8 o'clock. It's useless to say something here, shouldn't the protagonist now be me, a patient who survived a catastrophe?" Mo Wudao stood there and waited for a long time, but found that the 2 of them had no intention of entering the house, so he shouted anxiously. So the 3 of them laughed and entered the room. Naturally, the breakfast was specially prepared and delivered by the servants of the Qin family. The portion was extremely large, enough for the 3 of them to eat. It's just that Taoist Zheng didn't eat much, and Ling Yan ate a little symbolically. The rest was still Mo Wudao, who was reincarnated like a starved ghost, and the wind swept away. Not long after the 3 finished their breakfast, someone knocked on the door again. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. This time it was Qin Qiuyue who came with Ning Lingyu. In fact, after Ling Yun entered, the gate was not closed, but Mo Wudao's master and apprentice lived here for the time being. Qin Qiuyue had to knock on the door first when he came to visit. "Oh, my aunt is here, I'll go to greet her." When Mo Wudao heard the knock on the door, he stood up immediately. "Let me go." Taoist Zheng also got up, winked at Mo Wudao, and signaled him to follow behind him and go back and forth to the gate. Ling Yan didn't need to ask at all, of course he was going too. Qin Qiuyue has met Taoist Zheng. Ning Lingyu pays respects to Senior. Immeasurable heavenly venerable. Benefactor Qin has already visited the young apprentice yesterday, why bother to come here in person today? Taoist Zheng came to the door and slapped the mother and daughter outside the door, feeling a little embarrassed. "My master and apprentice have stayed here for a long time, and they have already disturbed the Qin family a lot. The benefactor Qin misses the little apprentice so much, Zheng is very grateful." Qin Qiuyue smiled and nodded. Zheng Taoist's words are serious. "I came here to visit yesterday. I figured that the child Wudao should wake up, so I came to see if I can help you a little, and I will do my duty. I came here today, but I know that Taoist Zheng has great powers and has successfully awakened Wudao. I have waited for many days, so naturally I have to come here to express my gratitude to Wudao." The first half of Qin Qiuyue's sentence was naturally addressed to Taoist Zheng, but when she spoke the second half of the sentence, she looked behind Taoist Zheng and said it directly to Mo Wudao. Ahem. Mo Wudao was greatly embarrassed, and he came to the master in a flash, put away his oily look, and gave Qin Qiuyue a respectful slap. "Mo Wudao, a little Taoist from Maoshan, pay my respects to Aunt Qin." "Good boy, don't be too polite." Qin Qiuyue raised her hand to give him a little support, signaling Mo Wudao to get up. "Aunt Qin, you don't need to thank me. On the contrary, I am not capable enough," which almost delayed Brother Yun's rush to Tianshan to rescue you. After waking up, I already felt deeply guilty in my heart. If you still thank me, then I am really sorry. Find a crack in the ground and get in. It is impossible for Mo Wudao to claim credit. Tell the truth. Unexpectedly, Qin Qiuyue shook her head. Wudao, what you said is wrong. Yuner told me that it was because you disregarded your life and calculated my life and death. The way of heaven is back, but for Yuner, he has roughly judged the accurate result through the situation that occurred during your calculation, so he can arrive in time and save me from the sea of suffering. You are already my benefactor if you are willing to risk your life to calculate for me. What's more, you have slept for 49 days this time. If I don't come to thank you, how can I feel at ease? Mo Wudao was speechless for a while, so he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Mom, Lingyu, since you're here, I think you shouldn't stand at the door, thanking each other. It's better for everyone to come in and sit down and talk together. Ling Yun deliberately slowed down, and was the last one to come to the door, just to let both sides finish what they had to say. It doesn't matter if it's someone else who came, but it's the first time the two parties met in the true sense. One elder was busy expressing his gratitude, but the other junior really didn't dare to take credit for it, so the two parties got stuck at the door, and Ling Yun had to wait. They were almost polite, so they came over to smooth things over. Yes, everyone still enters the room to talk. Daoist Jiangjin also followed suit, and then pressed Mo Wudao's shoulder. The elder is here, why don't you go back to the house and make tea? Hey, I'm going right now. Mo Wudao was worried that he couldn't escape, so he quickly agreed, leaving a sentence of Aunt Qin, please come in, and immediately turned and ran back. When I ran to the door, I remembered, making tea? I also need to know where you put the tea, master. Give. At this moment, Ling Yun suddenly raised his hand, took out a bag of spiritual tea, and threw it to Mo Wudao. Those who know me, Brother Yun. At this time, Ling Yun became the Brother Yun that Mo Wudao was talking about. He took the tea, smiled, and rushed into the room immediately. Daoist Zheng is really good at teaching disciples. Qin Qiuyue stepped into the door generously, and said admiringly as she walked into the house. Where, benefactor Qin is making absurd praise. Jiang Zhendao jumped up and blushed. He first glanced at Ling Yun, then at Ning Lingyu, who was beside Qin Qiuyue, and said embarrassingly, if you want to talk about cultivating juniors, I look at the whole world. Among them, no one can match Qin's benefactor. Qin Qiuyue. Daoist Jiang praised the three of them in one sentence. Even Qin Qiuyue didn't know how to humble himself all of a sudden. There is no one to worry about. While talking, the two had already entered the house one after another. Sister, how do you feel now? Can you still feel, However, Ling Yun grabbed Ning Lingyu, used the technique of sound transmission, and asked in his heart. Ning Lingyu's pretty face blushed suddenly, and she shook her head immediately. I can't feel it anymore, I'm just like, well, the same as before I crossed the catastrophe. Then after you woke up, did you try to practice? Of course there is. It's just that I'm at the peak of the consecration realm. I don't know what to practice, let alone how to break through to the next level. So I don't know what to practice. You ran away all day yesterday, and you didn't see anything. People asked, so I had no choice but to stay with my mother and stop practicing carelessly. After Ling Yun heard it, he immediately felt relieved. You are right, the most important thing for you now is to stabilize your mind, try to seal up those bad memories of the past, or even forget them altogether. Don't let that memory affect you, otherwise, this matter will eventually become your demon. After Ning Lingyu listened, the eyes in her beautiful eyes dimmed immediately. Obviously, she was caught by what Ling Yun said. With my own body, I have done so many things to be sorry for Ling Yun and my parents. My own body has killed so many people. And from the beginning to the end, she saw, heard, and did all the process with her own eyes. The only difference is that all those bad things were done by the soul of the female fairy emperor in her body, no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless, and she couldn't stop the other party at all. Lingyu, there are some things that you don't have to worry about at all. This path of cultivation is against the sky. No matter how strange, and incredible things you encounter, they are all doomed by you, and you need to go on your own. Faced and endured. Do you understand what I mean? Ninglingyu stood there, biting her lips lightly, wanting to nod and shake her head, but she still couldn't give Lingyan an accurate answer. The reasoning is naturally understandable, but psychologically, it is impossible to accept that period of the past calmly. Brother has also killed many people, much more than that female fairy emperor who borrowed your body with her soul. Among those people, most of them are bad people, but there are also a few people who may not be bad, but they stand on the opposite side of me and block my way. I have no other choice but to kill a bloody road. Then what else can I do but kill them? Lingyan knew that Ninglingyu's current psychological burden was actually extremely heavy, but she couldn't tell these things in front of Qin Qiuyue. She could only pretend to be nonchalant and forced to smile. The truth is easy to tell, but the heart is sad. Otherwise, there would be no demons in this world. Cultivation is not in a hurry. You have a lot of thoughts in your mind now, which is normal. After all, your current mentality is still the mentality you had when you crossed the catastrophe. In other words, your physical state has reached the peak of the true enlightenment state, but your spirit is relatively weak, and you need to start from scratch step by step, so don't rush for success. Regarding Ninglingyu's mood, Lingyan knew that it would be useless even if he said too much, so she could only slowly resolve it, and in the end, she had to rely on her own strength. Frankly speaking, Ninglingyu and Mo Wudao. The situation they are facing at the moment is exactly the opposite. One's soul was completely suppressed, causing her physical realm to skyrocket. At the same time, her spiritual cultivation failed to keep up in time, and her body was strong and her soul was weak. The other was simply backlashed by heaven, lost its soul, and completely lost consciousness. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. The power of the soul soared, and it had already surpassed the foundation building stage. However, the physical body stagnated for a full 49 days. The realm is still standing still, the soul is strong and the body is weak. For example, of these two people, one of the bottles is too big and there is too little water, the other is too small and there is too much water. If they don't solve it as soon as possible and let their bodies regain balance as soon as possible, they will be waiting for the invasion of inner demons in their future cultivation. Looking at these two people now, Lingyan's head is already as big as a bucket, and his head hurts. Of course, Lingyan didn't need to worry too much about Mo Wudao. After all, that guy's master was by his side, and I believe he knew his current situation well, so he would give him careful guidance, so Lingyan didn't need to get involved too much. But Ninglingyu's problem can only be solved by him. Lingyu, what are your plans for the future? Lingyan suddenly changed the subject, and said with a smile, your past experience, as long as you can face it calmly, it will be an incomparable wealth for you, but the next road, how to go, everything depends on yourself's choice. Brother, I actually want to go back to school to study. That is the place I am most familiar with. With my current spiritual sense, it may not be long before I can finish all the university courses. However, as long as I stay here in school, I can especially calm down and become focused, so I won't think about those things in the past. Good, very good. When Lingyan heard this, he immediately nodded happily, then go back to school and study. You don't have to be limited to your major. You can just look for whatever you want to learn, and go learn it. Sharpening a knife is not the same as chopping firewood. Seeing that Lingyan agreed with her idea, Ninglingyu also smiled and became inexplicably happy. Suspend practice. To heal. School is naturally her best choice. Let's go into the house and chat with them for a while, just wait for this matter, I just have to go home, and then we will go back to the capital together. Anyway, the soul of the female fairy emperor in Ning Lingyu's body has been completely suppressed. Mo Wudao has also awakened and returned to normal, and his strength has increased dramatically due to a blessing in disguise. These are all good things, not bad things. So, Ling Yun wanted to go home. To be exact, Ling Yun wanted to go to the main altar of the demon sect to pick up his biological mother, and Yin Qingxian went home. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. When Ling Yun entered the room, Daoist Jiang Zhen and Qin Qiuyue were chatting, and Mo Wudao was standing beside him serving tea and pouring water courteously, calling Aunt Qin one by one, very sweetly. Seeing Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu coming in, Daoist Jiang Zhen suddenly looked serious, and said seriously, "Benefactor Qin, for my apprentice's calculation for you, it is enough for you to thank him in person. From now on, please don't bring up the word benefactor again, my little apprentice really can't bear it." Qin Qiuyue suddenly felt surprised, and frowned and asked, "Jiang Daochang, didn't you just explain this matter clearly outside the door just now? The child Wudao calculated for me and almost lost his life because of it. And now, I am indeed the same. Sitting here safe and sound, the facts are the facts, the benefactor is the benefactor, who cares about the age? No and no." After listening, Daoist Jiangzhen smiled and shook his head. "We don't tell lies in front of real people." He stared intently at Qin Qiuyue, took a closer look, and then said with a smile, "The benefactor Qin may not be able to know himself, but from what I see in the benefactor's weather, he really has great luck, a great opportunity, and a rare blessing in the world. People, others, I dare not speak nonsense." Qin Qiuyue pursed her lips and smiled. "If Daoist Jiang speaks like this elsewhere, I'm afraid people will think you are the kind of charlatan who only knows how to talk and cheat everywhere." She responded in this way not only for self-effacing, but also as a joke, cleverly avoiding this topic. Daoist Jiangzhen didn't take it seriously, and continued to talk eloquently. "The monks don't lie, but as long as I am a Maoshan Taoist priest, as long as I am successful in cultivation, I will definitely go down the mountain and enter the world. I will come to this world of mortals, to catch ghosts and demons, and do justice for the heavens. My close disciple, Mo Wudao, started going down the mountain to practice half a year ago. It is precisely because Pindao had a sudden whim one day, and he calculated that this trip down the mountain will not only meet the noble person of his life, but also get a great fortune. Because of the opportunity, that's why I was willing to drive him down the mountain. But I didn't expect that this noble man, Mo Wudao, and this great opportunity should be on your mother and son." Speaking of this, Daoist Jiangzhen glanced at Ling Yun first, and then at Qin Qiuyue. The meaning was self-evident. Mo Wudao's nobleman was Ling Yun, and the chance should be on Qin Qiuyue. So, Mo Wudao got this chance that others can't ask for without any danger. If you really count it, it should be me, the master and the apprentice, who thanked Qin's benefactor, mother and son. How can he be worthy of you? A benefactor? This. Qin Qiuyue smiled wryly. Taoist Jiang speaks like this. It really left me speechless. Mo Wudao, come here. Daoist Jiangzhen suddenly stood up and called Mo Wudao to his side. The two masters and apprentices stood side by side. Then Daoist Jiangzhen took the lead and bowed solemnly to Qin Qiuyue, the current head teacher of Maoshan sect. Jiangzhen, replace Maoshan sect for me. Thank you, Lord Qin. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Mo Wudao also looked solemn, following the example of his master. Qin Qiuyue didn't expect the other party to do such a thing, so she immediately got up and dodged. If your master and apprentice don't want to do this, I won't be able to stay here any longer. Suddenly I heard Ling Yun's voice transmission, Mom, what this Daoist Jiangzhen did has his own reasons. If he doesn't do this, I'm afraid he will feel uneasy. You don't have to worry too much, just accept it calmly. When Qin Chuyue heard this, her heart immediately calmed down, and she no longer dodged to the side. She reluctantly accepted Daoist Jiangjin's thanks. There is one more thing about Pindao, and while Qin's benefactor is here, let's talk about it by the way. Daoist Jiangjin straightened up, his expression obviously relaxed. Wu Dao got the chance, and he is safe and sound. His downhill training this time is considered to be over. So, today, Pindao is planning to bid farewell to the Qin family after breakfast, and I will take my disciples back to Maoshan. Now Mr. Qin is not here, so I have to tell Qin's benefactor, save me, I will go to the door to bother you. Hey, I said, old man, don't. I just woke up and haven't been able to say a few words to Ling Yun yet. Are you going to take me away? Hearing Taoist Jiangjin's offer of farewell, before Ling Yun and Qin Chuyue could respond, Mo Wu Dao next to him became anxious and said anxiously. Old man, let me tell you, if you want to go, go, I won't go. Mo Wu Dao was categorical, really impatient, and at the same time he kept winking at Ling Yun, wanting Ling Yun to help him speak and persuade his master. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ling Yun had already cast his gaze out of the window, as if he had nothing to do with him. Nonsense. Daoist Jiangjin turned his head, and stopped his beloved disciple in a deep voice, no way, as a teacher, you can let you do whatever you want. It's to keep your true feelings and authenticity, but this time, you can't do anything wrong. What is the condition of your own body now? Do you still need to explain it again as a teacher? You immediately go back to the mountain with me, and retreat for at least 3 months, and at most half a year. You can only go down the mountain again after you successfully build a foundation one day. Mo Wu Dao. Of course he is aware of his physical condition, his soul is too strong, and his realm is too low. If he doesn't solve this problem as soon as possible, he will be invaded by demons at any time. And it's not that Mo Wu Dao really doesn't want to go back to the mountain with his master, but that he has become so strong now. Guishui, the Yin god has already achieved great success, but he hasn't had time to show off his powerful skills to Ling Yun. That's all, let's go, it's just a night walk in Genie. You know how difficult it is to beat Ling Yun once? That's why he was so anxious. No way. Ling Yun suddenly turned around and spoke with a smile. Mo Wu Dao was overjoyed immediately, thinking that Ling Yun must have come up with a reason to keep him. But I heard Ling Yun say, I think you should listen to your master this time, go back and retreat carefully, and come to me after you break through the foundation building realm. Anyway, it's only a few months. At that time, I must have not reached the golden core yet. Environment, take it easy. Seeing Mo Wu Dao's appearance, Ling Yun knew what was going on in his heart, so he simply extinguished the little flame in his heart. It saved him from thinking wildly after he went back, and felt like he had lost money all day long, and he couldn't meditate. What? Jin, golden core? After listening to Mo Wu Dao, he was almost stunned on the spot, and just stood there stupidly. When Daoist Jiangjin heard this, he was naturally extremely shocked. He knew that Ling Yun's realm was already extremely high, but he didn't expect that Ling Yun's realm had already reached such a high level. Can't reach the golden core state for a few months, that is to say. Ling Yun will soon form a core? How can that be? However, while being shocked in his heart, Daoist Jiangjin could understand what Ling Yun meant by saying that, so he smiled and nodded to Ling Yun to express his gratitude. Brother Yun, what do you mean by saying that you won't be able to reach the golden core realm in a few months? Mo Wu Dao was confused for a long time, and finally came back to his senses. He suddenly became extremely articulate, and asked anxiously. The kid still didn't believe it. Ling Yun could only helplessly shake his head. It means that I can't break through the golden core realm in just a few months. Then he said lightly, I have already passed through the establishment of the foundation, the consecration, and the integration of the 3 realms. Now, I have barely reached the initial stage of the heartbeat. My God can only manifest and drive things at present, and has not yet condensed into a Dharma body, cannot use mana, and of course it has not reached the stage of possession. What? There was a bang. Emma Wudao sat down on the ground, dumbstruck. In just 49 days, Ling Yun has reached the late stage of qi training at most? How could Ling Yun go to the ghost world to save me if I couldn't cultivate Inshan? I'm handsome, and I'm a god, so I can finally beat Ling Yun once? What a fart to win. The ancient Zheng that I obtained over there was greatly restricted after waking up, and it was not at the same level as Ling Yun, who was really in the heartbeat period. Emma Wudao fell to the ground, no one pulled him, and after a while, Emma Wudao stood up silently, patted his butt. Master, I will go back to the mountain retreat with you today. Okay. Daoist Zheng suppressed his laughter, snorted as seriously as possible, and said no more. Boy, do you now know that the pot is made of iron? Ling Yin also took a step forward with a smile, and with a movement of his divine sense, 2 bottles of pills floated in the air and slowly floated in front of Emma Wudao. I'll give you 2 more bottles of Dawandan and Long Huden. Plus your original ones, should be enough for you to reach the peak of the 9th level of qi training. Immediately afterwards, another bottle of pills flew out, and there were only 2 pills in it. These are the 2 foundation pills I prepared for you a long time ago. After the peak of the 9th level, just take it directly. This. When he saw the first 2 bottles of pills, Daoist Zheng was still smiling and nodding, letting Emma Wudao put away the 2 bottles of pills, but when he saw the 2 pills of foundation building, his expression changed immediately. He is a man of knowledge. Just by looking at the light of those 2 foundation establishment pills, he knows that the grade of these 2 foundation establishment pills is not what Ling Yin said is okay, but the grade is extremely high. There is no need for 2 pills like this. As long as one is taken, Emma Wudao can directly reach the peak of enlightenment state. However, Daoist Zheng's shock was only just beginning. Either Ling Yun didn't make a move, or he kept making a move. This is a mysterious pill, which is of great benefit to you in cultivating the God, but remember, you must not take it before breaking through the foundation establishment. This is a blood demon elixir. I forgot that you are a psychic body. This elixir is probably not suitable for you, but Daoist Zheng should just need it now, so I will give it to Daoist Zheng as a parting gift. Brush. The next moment, a black flying sword with a very dark air appeared out of thin air, floating in front of everyone's eyes. This is a flying sword that I specially refined for you. It can be regarded as a top-grade treasure, which is very suitable for your psychic physique. After you build your foundation, it should be able to be used normally. After taking out the flying sword, Ling Yin spread his hands and sighed. Hey, that's all. I was really busy during the time you were sleeping, so I only prepared a few things for you, but don't think too little. At this time, Emma Wudao, as well as his master Zheng Dao, have long been stupid. How can they care about talking? Building foundation pill, Xianin pill, Shuasha pill, and the ultimate treasure, the flying sword. All are floating in front of the eyes, each exuding a unique light, shining the brilliance of the whole room. Brother Yun, it's too much. It's too much. He 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 he. My dear brother, why do you treat me so well? Hey, I'm so embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. The foolish master and apprentice, this time it was Emma Wudao, who came back to his senses first. He took the baby without politeness, almost going crazy with joy. Wudao, you can't just do this, casually. Oh, you have to put 2 magic symbols on the Xianin pill and Shuasha pill first, so as not to lose the aura. Don't be too busy dripping blood on this flying sword. Recognize the Lord, your realm is still low now. After Taoist Zheng came back to his senses, he was already in a state of confusion. Seeing that Emma Wudao put the treasure in the space ring casually, he was in a hurry, but he didn't have the magic weapon of space, so he couldn't use it even if he tried. In the end, he didn't bother to worry anymore. He simply turned his head to look at Ling Yun, after thinking twice, he was about to speak. He knew that Ling Yun was Mo Wudao's nobleman, but he never thought that this nobleman was such a nobleman. Senior, you don't need to say much. What you just said is good. My mother really doesn't need to thank Mo Wudao. But I have to thank my brother. This is what I specially prepared for him, so it's none of Senior's business. Ling Yun raised his hand and interrupted what Jiang Zhen was about to say with a smile. Daoist Jiang Zhen hesitated and said, but, that blood demon pill? Senior took action for me last night, and the loss must be a lot. No matter what, I should show something. Senior, just accept it. Ling Yun casually gave a reason. The dialogue between Daoist Jiang Zhen and Qin Qiuyue often left Qin Qiuyue speechless. However, when Ling Yun talked to Daoist Jiang Zhen was left speechless one after another. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the entrance of Guqin village. Brother Yun, when you are free, don't forget to find me in Maoshan. Don't worry. After you return to the mountain, don't think about it. You should practice with peace of mind and strive to build a foundation as soon as possible. Then I'm really leaving. Get out. The ink smudges were endless, Ling Yun simply scolded with a smile. Goodbye, Aunt Qin, goodbye Ling Yu. After saying hello for the last time, Mo Wudao suddenly turned around first, and strode away with red eyes, even ignoring his master. This kid. Daoist Jiang Zhen, who was thrown on the spot, sighed helplessly, then raised his head and looked at Ling Yun. Let's leave now. He really didn't know what to say to Ling Yun, saying anything was superfluous. Taoist, go slowly. Farewell. The last sentence, Jiang Zhen naturally said it to the three people in front of him. Daoist Jiang Zhen, Mo Wudao, the master, and the apprentice left. After sending them off, Ling Yun spent a day with Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. After dinner that day, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu also bid farewell to Qin Qiuyue and left Guqin village. At around 9:30 in the evening, Ling Yun returned to the capital. He first sent Ning Lingyu back to school, settled her properly, and then returned to the Ling family's ancestral house alone at midnight. At 11:30. The fifth courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence. Brush. In the night, a slender and elegant figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of the yard, under the huge willow tree of ghosts and gods. It was Ling Yun. Because it was too late to return home, Ling Yun didn't show up with much fanfare this time, but appeared quietly, not wanting to disturb others' rest or cultivation. However, things backfired. The moment Ling Yun appeared, two golden rays of light shot out from the dense tree canopy, staring at him fiercely, and then, flapping, a big black bird rushed out of the dense tree canopy like lightning. He pecked fiercely at Ling Yun's head. The sun is blazing, and the wind is blowing. Dejin, it's me. Ling Yun had no choice but to drink in a low voice, and made his own voice. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab it, and pinched the golden-threaded crow's neck, and held it in his hand. The golden-threaded crow has grown extremely fast. Now its body is nearly 1 meter long, its wingspan exceeds 2 meters, and its weight is close to 100 caddies. Who? Swipe, swipe, swipe. Hearing the commotion here, there were more than a dozen figures flying over from the various courtyards of the Ling family. Some fell straight into the courtyard, and some stood on the wall, and instantly surrounded the fifth courtyard of the Ling family. Watertight. The ones in the courtyard were Ling Xiao, Ling Lai, and Wang Chongxiao. They came the fastest. Almost the moment Ling Yun grabbed the golden-threaded crow, the three of them appeared. Standing on the top of the wall were Edward, Paul, Jester, and other 5 blood clans, as well as Ling Yi and Ling Qi, the dead man of the Ling family headed by them. Those who came a little slower than them were Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Shui, etc., the descendants of the Ling family. More than a dozen people exuded an extremely domineering aura, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone, don't be nervous, it's me, I'm back. Seeing the battle, Ling Yin could only greet everyone with a wry smile, and then pinched the bird's neck. It's all because of you, idiot. I've only been away from home for a month. I can't even recognize my breath. The golden-threaded crow only recognized Ling Yin at this moment, and had given up struggling long ago, but was pinched by Ling Yin and let out a wail. It turns out that Yuner has returned. Ling Xiao smiled and said, after successfully crossing the tribulation, now he has broken through 2 realms in a row, and he is already at the 8th level of Qi training. Ha 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 ha, it turned out that it was Yuner who came back. I thought it was some blind person who dared to break into my Ling's house at night, making me happy for nothing. Ling Lai was originally full of fighting spirit, but when he saw clearly that it was Ling Yun who had returned home, he immediately took his breath away, and said with joy and regret at the same time. Ling Lai also broke through a stage, entered the late stage of Qi training, and stayed in the middle stage of the 7th level of Qi training. See young master. Boss. Meet the patriarch. Younger brother. Elder brother. After the 2 opened their mouths, the others naturally also greeted Ling Yun immediately, chattering all over the place, calling them anything. Ling Yun had no choice but to answer one by one, and greeted everyone with a smile, then looked at the bird pretending to be dead in his hand, and said with a gratified smile, everyone is very vigilant. I didn't expect this bird to learn to guard the house. It's really good, it's not in vain. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun casually threw the golden thread crow into the air. Quack, quack, quack. The golden-threaded crow immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air, circling rapidly above Ling Yun's head, chirping excitedly, but the sound of this chirping was really unbearable to the ear. Ling Yun naturally knew why it was barking. It was asking him to eat, so without any delay, as soon as his divine sense moved, a ball of pure yang light the size of a football appeared in his hand, and he shot it directly into the air and fed it to the golden crow. Sure enough, the golden-threaded crow stopped calling immediately, and rushed towards the blazing light ball of pure yang energy, pecked 3 times, but could only eat most of it, and the remaining half was held by it, and it snapped like lightning. He rushed into the huge canopy of the ghost willow, as if he was afraid that others would snatch it from him. Such a glutton, I can't hold you to death. Ling Yun cursed with a smile, then turned his head and said to everyone, okay, it's really too late today, everyone should practice and practice, rest when you have to rest, no matter what you have, let's talk about it in the daytime tomorrow. Su Lingyun asked Wang Chongxiao and the 5 major blood clans to return home early, and told about his main experience outside during this period. Everyone here knows it well, so this time, no one asked Ling Yun immediately when he came up. Gee. Especially Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, etc., these brothers and sisters who are of the same generation as Ling Yun, have all changed from the normal rule. After all, it was erected by the second Bo Lingyue. It's just that Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts are shrouded, and it has already been discovered that Ling Yu and Tang Meng are not in the Ling family's ancestral house at this moment. Chao Shanshan was not there either. Then we'll let you go tonight, brat. You're not allowed to go anywhere until tomorrow day. I have something to tell you. The eldest sister, Ling Xiu, showed her demeanor and spoke on behalf of the younger generation of the Ling family. She winked at Ling Yun with a smile, then dragged Ling Shui, who hadn't had time to speak to Ling Yun, and went back to the room first. Ling Xiu has long known that according to the usual practice, after Ling Yun returns home, he must first discuss important family matters with his grandfather and other elders in the family, and then it will be the turn of others to talk to him about miscellaneous things, so he will not stay long and waste Ling Yun's time. Ling Xiu set an example, and the others naturally followed suit. After greeting Ling Yun, they went back and forth, but these people couldn't rest, and they all went back to practice hard. So in the 5th courtyard, it quickly became quiet, only Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yun, grandparent and grandson, were left. Ling Yan stepped forward and said with a little apology, "Grandpa, Father, I didn't expect to disturb your rest when I returned home this time. Take a break." Ling Lai waved his hand. Now in the Ling family, how can anyone who is cultivating have time to rest? Everyone is cultivating desperately. You two come with me. After finishing speaking, Ling Lai's figure disappeared in place and went back to his small courtyard. Ling Xiao and Ling Yan looked at each other, nodded, and followed immediately. Arriving at Ling Lai's small courtyard, Ling Yan moved his mind, and first set up a small imperial formation in the courtyard, and then greeted Ling Lai and Ling Xiao again. "It's just us, and the three of you, where do we get so many etiquettes?" Ling Lai came to Ling Yan's side in a flash, pulled Ling Yan's arm to make him sit beside him, and at the same time signaled Ling Xiao to sit down and talk. Sitting down was sitting down, but Ling Lai still held Ling Yan's arm tightly and refused to let go. He didn't speak, and looked at Ling Yan carefully, and then the smile on his face became more and more difficult to hide, and finally he even laughed out loud. Ling Yan was very helpless. "Grandpa, what made your old man so happy?" "Don't worry about it, tell Grandpa first, what state are you in now?" After Ling Lai laughed, he had an extra bottle of old wine in his hand. He opened the bottle cap, raised his head and drank half of the bottle in one breath, then raised his hand to wipe the wine stains from his mouth with the back of his hand, and then asked Ling Yun. "At the beginning of the heartbeat." There is no need for Ling Yun to hide anything, he just talked about his own state very frankly. "Kindness." Ling Lai was not surprised by this answer, and then said, "I remember you once told us about the cultivation realm of a cultivator. After the heart-beating period, you will have to form a golden core, right?" "Indeed." Ling Yin smiled and nodded. "How long will it take?" the old man asked immediately. "If it is fast, it will only take half a year, but no matter how slow it is, another year will be enough." "Well." Ling Lai was slightly surprised, but immediately relieved. He turned his head and glanced at Ling Xiao, pondered for a while, and asked again, "Yuner, what is your real combat power now? You don't need any whole cards, you can kill nascent soul realm with bare hands." This. Ling Lai was finally moved. He suddenly got up, raised his head and looked at the night sky casually. He was lost in thought for a long time, but he thought hard for a long time, but he didn't understand how strong the fighting power of killing nascent soul with bare hands is. Just like a primary school student, no matter how he imagines, he can't imagine how much knowledge a doctoral student or professor possesses. But these are not important. Ling Lai suddenly lowered his head and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. "Third brother, you have heard about Yuner's current strength. It seems that the matter between you and Qing Xian should have a satisfactory result." Ling Xiao felt cramped for a while, and he didn't know where to put his hands. "Father, Yuner just got home, what are you talking about at this time?" Ling Lai stared sharply. "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" "Yuner went out for a month this time. First, he won a battle against Nanyang, solved a big problem for the country in Tianzhu, and established an immortal afterwards. I went to the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang, which laid a solid foundation for the relationship between our Ling family and Sanmiao. Finally, I went to Kunlun, where I saved the Kunlun 5 sects and 11 sects overnight, and even solved the problem. The body of that girl Ning Lingyu is in trouble. Now the capital is peaceful, our Ling family has nothing else to do, but everyone is cultivating desperately. What do you think everyone is doing?" After Ling Lai finished speaking, he no longer cared about Ling Xiao, but looked at Ling Yin again. "Yuner, tell yourself, what's the reason for coming back this time?" After hearing this, Ling Yin thought, well, it was what I should say, but the old man said it all for him in one breath, so he said calmly, "It's really just one thing. Go to the main altar of the demon sect, pick up my mother, and go back to Ling's house." Ha 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 ha. Ling Lai looked up to the sky with a long smile, and then spread his hands to Ling Xiao. "Look, I guessed right?" father said so. Ling Xiao had no choice but to nod. In fact, there was no need to guess at all, because Ling Yin had talked with Ling Xiao before leaving the Ling family for Nanyang. No matter how much the Ling family still has to deal with at that time, in front of this matter, other matters will stand behind. Ling Lai sat down again. Yuner, I haven't been idle for a month since you left home. I have already taken care of the big and small matters of the Ling family. When you return home this time, you don't have to worry about other things. Just talk about your plan. How to conquer the demon sect is to bring back your mother. After hearing what the old man said, Ling Yun couldn't help being slightly surprised. It's not because Ling Lai said that he wanted to attack the demon sect and taking Qingxian back, but because Ling Yun saw a kind of pride that he had never had before from Ling Lai's words, and even felt the current strength of the Ling family. Huge change. The current Ling family. Calm, yet vigilant. Everyone is united and upward, and they are all cultivating desperately. Breaking through the border is as fast as a sharp knife breaking through a bamboo. A month ago, at Ling Zhao's birthday party, Ling Yin announced that the Ling family had ascended to the top by himself, earning enough face and respect for the Ling family. But after Ling Yin left home, the Ling family did not continue to expand their momentum, but was almost silent, focusing on integrating resources, strengthening their strength, and silently improving the family's heritage. Grandfather Ling Lai, apart from his own cultivation, started to intervene in family affairs again, and took the initiative to share a lot of burdens for Ling Yu, allowing him to focus on the family's external affairs, and he can go out and run around with peace of mind. His father, Ling Xiao, not only entered the realm very quickly, but also took over all the cultivation matters of the Ling family. The ones who should be taught, the ones who should be instructed, this point only depends on the speed of the Ling family's breakthrough, and there is no one. When a person makes a mistake in his practice, he can see it. It is no exaggeration to say that the atmosphere of a century-old family has truly been displayed in the Ling family today. More importantly, when Ling Yun was not at home, Ling Lai had already started to reorganize the family, and everything was prepared for him. He only waited for him to come back and give an order, and he was fully prepared to wrestle with the Mazong. The demon sect, with the power of a single sect, has stood firm against the righteous way of the Chinese martial arts for thousands of years. What kind of background and strength is that? No matter how much Ling Lai knew about the demon sect, just relying on the passion of doing what should be done can fully reflect his current state of mind. For the current Ling family, the realm of cultivation is actually not that important. The family inheritance of the Ling family has already started. The Ling family has no shortage of cultivation methods, and their cultivation resources are uniquely abundant. The realm is only a matter of one day sooner or later. The state of mind is important, especially the state of mind of those who are in charge of family affairs. On this point, just think about Ling Lai's mentality when he faced the Long family and Long harem. Comparing the two, it can be clearly distinguished. Thinking of this, Ling Yin was happy, and said with a smile, "I never thought that Grandpa would be more impatient than me." "I'm afraid the old man will be disappointed again," Ling Yin said in his heart. Because this trip to the main altar of the demon sect, Ling Yin didn't want to bring too many people, and he didn't need to bring too many people, he alone was enough. Of course, there are two people that he must take with him, Ling Xiao and Blue Bird. "Grandpa, from what you said just now, it seems that you basically know about the major events I have experienced outside this month. However, I have some other important matters that I want to report to you, old man. I don't know if you don't want to hear it?" "Oh? It seems that there is something else we don't know about your travel experience." When Ling Lai heard this, he immediately became interested. He and Ling Xiao looked at each other, and then said with a smile, "Tell me and listen, don't say what is important or not. What does your kid do outside? Is it not important? No matter how big or small, your father, me, and your second uncle all want to know about it. Then I'll talk about it. But I won't talk about small things, only big things. Ling Yan glanced at his father, Ling Xiao, who was opposite him. He could feel the inquiry and concern from Ling Xiao, so he stopped procrastinating and began to tell about the important experiences during this period. He is speaking from his own point of view this time, which is naturally very different from what Wan Chongxiao and the 5 blood races saw or heard on the road, and Ling Yan also deliberately skipped the things they experienced together, so Ling Yan, the focus of the narration, naturally started after he separated from Paul. Get the roots of Buzhou Mountain. Miao Xiaomiao crosses the catastrophe. The Kunlun Ning family has undergone shocking changes, and the ins and outs of Ning Lingyu's accident. The Kunlun sword sect, outside of the mountain guard formation, fought against Ning Lingyu's soul. Shualu built the foundation and broke through 3 realms in a row. Until returning to the Qin family, suppressing the soul of Ning Lingyu's female fairy emperor, and her own god has achieved great success, Missouri Wudao wakes up and returns to the sect to retreat. And so on, all of them were told to the 2 of them. However, all of the above are just Ling Yan's own experience. He is willing to tell it not for showing off, but the main purpose is to broaden the horizons of both grandfather and father, and to improve their state of mind. After all, only by hearing and seeing them, when they break through every realm in the future of cultivation, can they be able to do a job with ease, feel at ease, and not panic. Grandpa, father, the last thing my son wants to say is the most important thing for our Ling family. After Ling Yan finished talking about everything, he said this sentence as an opening remark. Ling Lai and Ling Xiao had already been fascinated by what they had heard. They thought Ling Yan had finished speaking, but they didn't expect that he still had something big to say. Ling Lai immediately urged, "Speak quickly. It's a happy event." Ling Yan smiled slightly, and then said, "Grandfather, father, there is news for those elders of our Ling family who entered Kunlun 40 years ago." What? What? Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were shocked at the same time. They both got up abruptly, their faces full of excitement. Ling Yan deliberately paused, let the 2 of them digest it first, and after they finally calmed down, he gave them all the words that Qi Yunzi, the Kunlun Golden Alchemy swordsman, told him, word by word. Repeatedly. Cousin Ling Yi, it really is him. He entered Kunlun at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and now he has cultivated to the state of transforming gods. 1 at the God transformation realm, 2 at the nascent soul realm, and 3 at the peak of the golden core realm. This is simply. Ling Lai had already heard tears welling up in his eyes, and when Ling Yan was narrating, he kept clenching his fists tightly, wanting to scream up to the sky with excitement. Of course he was the most excited, because when the Ling family entered Kunlun 40 years ago, he was already 30 years old. The group of people he admired the most. Unexpectedly, Kunlun is such a place. It is really fascinating. After Ling Xiao heard it, although he wasn't touched as deeply as Ling Lai, his blood was already boiling. He never dreamed that those who entered Kunlun not only survived, but also cultivated to such a terrifying level. After the Ling family entered Kunlun, as the most talented member of the Ling family, Ling Xiao never thought that one day, he would enter Kunlun alone to follow their footsteps and find out their whereabouts. Ling Xiao never thought that all the catastrophes that the Ling family encountered on Earth, even the tragedies between him and Yin Qingxian, were closely related to the strong rise of the Ling family in Kunlun. In the small courtyard, after Ling Yan finished speaking, it was completely silent. At this moment, the 3 grandparents and grandchildren couldn't help looking at the front yard at the same time, staring at the huge ghost willow, and remained silent for a long time. Inherited by the Ling family, ghost willow. It's just 1 big, 2 small, and 3 pieces of dead wood. The Ling family's sons and grandparents have watered them with blood for generations, but hardly any changes can be seen. I don't know. The big piece of dead wood, as soon as it entered Kunlun, immediately took root and sprouted, began to protect the Ling family man, and finally grew into a tree that reaches the sky. And the two smaller ones, after being in Ling Yan's hands, immediately took root and sprouted, and now the branches are flourishing, and the men of the Ling family have been nourished by them, and everyone has progressed rapidly, practicing the ancestral Kung Fu xuanhuan Zheng. There is simply no such thing as a bottleneck. The most frightening thing is that the xuanhuan mantra is a cultivation method used to improve the realm. As long as the realm is reached, no matter what kind of combat skills you practice, there will be no obstacles, and the cultivation speed is far faster than others. The blood of the Ling family, the willows of ghosts and gods, and the scriptures of xuanhuan really complement each other. Then, where did the Ling family come from? The mysterious Dragon Emperor Palace, what exactly is it, and where is it? Yuner, after the matter here is almost settled, are you? Ling Xiao suddenly withdrew his gaze, and turned to look at Ling Yun. Report to father, the child does have this plan. Of course Ling Yun knew what Ling Xiao asked him, so he told him frankly, so that he could have a mental preparation in advance. Enter Kunlun. Then, when will we leave? Golden Core Realm. Ling Yun immediately added, our Ling family, no matter whether we are here or in Kunlun, we must not be bullied. Ling Yun explained his reasons for entering Kunlun. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The biggest reason is that Ling Yun wants to be in Kunlun, with the help of the spiritual energy that is 100 times denser than the earth, the natural materials and earth treasures that can be seen everywhere, and other cultivation resources. Quickly improve your own realm strength and strive to overcome the catastrophe as soon as possible. If it's at the Jindan stage, it must be very fast. There was a trace of reluctance in Ling Xiaohu's eyes, but he suppressed it quickly, and forced a smile. If you want to go to Kunlun to help our Ling family, or to seek your way, as a father, I will naturally not stop you, but your mother there. I'm afraid she will miss you. Father, you worry too much. Ling Yun was calm and breezy. I entered Kunlun, but I am different from those seniors in our family. Not only can I get into Kunlun, but I can also get out. That world of mountains and seas can't stop me. Those who suppress our Ling family can't stop me either. For this point, Ling Yun is very confident. Since Qi Yunzi can return to Earth from Kunlun, of course he can, and anyone who stops him at that time will be killed. What? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback, knowing that he had entered a misunderstanding just now, thinking that the Ling family from 40 years ago could not get out, and after Ling Yun entered, they would not be able to get out either. He laughed dumbly and said, in this case, it seems that you are worrying too much about your father. Humph. However, Ling Lai snorted coldly at his son, third son, I didn't mean you. You always like to think about things that haven't happened since you were a child. Didn't Yuner just say that it will take half a year for him to enter the Golden Core at the earliest? Environment, why are you thinking about these things now? Yuner has just come home now, so hurry up and tell him about some important affairs at home so that he can know what's going on in his mind, and then arrange it calmly. Next, our Ling family will work together to take over Yuner's mother first. Come back, it's business. Whether there is mutual exchange. After all, Ling Yun is the head of the Ling family. Every time he goes out, he loses contact with his family, so every time he comes back, in addition to telling his family about his main experience, he also listens to the important things at home, so as not to worry about the family affairs. I don't know anything, and I lose my position after going out. Usually, his second uncle Ling Yu would tell Ling Yun about this matter, but now that Ling Yu was not at home, this task naturally fell on Ling Zhao's head. So next, through Ling Zhao's narration, Ling Yun knew the progress of major events in the Ling family and the movements of some important people during this period of time. The second Bo Lingyue was invited by Miracle Dr. Shui to Miaojiang half a month ago. The purpose was to discuss and finalize the details of the plan that Ling Yun made at the beginning that was beneficial to the Ling family and Miaojiang, and strive to implement it as soon as possible. Tang Meng walked with Ling Yu, and also went to Miaojiang first, and after he had a general idea of Miaojiang's affairs, he rushed to Haojiang without stopping to meet He Yuqiong. This is of course striking, while the iron is hot. Ling Yan's trip this time first resolved the internal worries of the He family, and then took advantage of the victory to pursue the battle. He settled Nanyang in the first battle and eliminated the external troubles of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation alliance. Whether it's the He family in Haojiang, or the Ling family who just climbed to the top in Huaxia, it's impossible to miss it. Therefore, He Yuqiong and Tang Meng, two people who are extremely smart and have an equally keen sense of business, hit it off and prepared to take advantage of the victory to attack, in order to use the fastest speed to expand the business power to the place where Ling Yun had just smashed. As for the specific development, of course Ling Yu will lead the general direction, and for the others, we can only draw specific conclusions after Tang Meng has a detailed discussion with He Yuqiong. At the same time, considering Tang Meng's own safety, Ling Yu specially called back Tai Xiaohu, who was in closed-door training in Qinling, and asked him to accompany Tang Meng and be responsible for protecting Tang Meng's safety. This is also the reason why Ling Yun has never been able to see Tai Xiaohu in Guqin village during this period of time. What Ling Yun didn't expect the most was that Chao Shanshan, after hearing that Bai Xianer was cultivating in Huiyan Mountain a month ago, actually rushed to Huiyan Mountain alone after Ling Yun left home, and went there to retreat and practice hard. Elder Cui is currently stationed in the Ling Family Martial Arts School. Together with Ling Yong, he is responsible for training Ling Yun's 72 disciples. He works so hard that even the Ling family rarely comes back. The above-mentioned people were the reason why Ling Yun hadn't been able to see them when he came back this trip. Besides, the current major event of the Ling family. First of all, and most importantly, it was naturally the collection of accounts led by Ling Yun a month ago, and then at Ling Zhao's birthday banquet, the collection of the Ling family's property that the Long family and the Yi family had taken away. This industry is too huge, like an astronomical figure, and it not only involves major industries, but also involves many top figures, and it affects the whole body. It is absolutely impossible to transfer and integrate it. It can be done overnight, or even 2 or 3 months. And not only the 2 properties returned by the Long family and the Yi family, but also the 2 properties of the Sun and Chen families 3 months ago, which have not yet been integrated. No matter how exhaustive Yu's strategy is, no matter how well he manages, it is inevitable that he will be devastated. However, fortunately, the current Ling family is no longer what it used to be, and no outsiders dare to covet and cause trouble. With the help of the Chao family, the Li family, and the Yi family, it is only a matter of time before this huge property is integrated. That's all, so now Ling Yu can take it easy and unhurriedly, and can unravel and sort out slowly. Secondly, it is the Ling family's Guwu auction, or it can be called the Cultivation auction now. After more than 2 months of preparation, it is now ready, and it will open on the 18th in 3 days. For this matter, Ling Yun was quite concerned, so he asked a few more questions. The other things didn't matter, the main thing was the location. It's a 5-star hotel near the North 6th Ring Road. Now this hotel is completely owned by our Ling family. Your second uncle had someone redecorate and arrange all the staff. After that, it will no longer be open to the outside world. As it is exclusively for my Guwu auction house. Which hotel? Ling Yun asked, casually, and at the same time, he had let go of his tyrannical divine thoughts, spreading like a flood, covering a radius of 100 miles. Ling Yun Hotel. Ling Xiao suppressed a smile and told him. Ling Yun. In fact, there was no need for Ling Xiao to answer. Ling Yun had already seen the hotel. The location was secluded, it used to be a resort, it had obviously been completely remodeled, and there were already dead soldiers of the Ling family stationed there. Using my name, the second uncle will really save trouble. Ling Yun smiled helplessly, observed the internal facilities of the hotel's main building, and then asked, I think the auction house is very similar to the layout of the Yi family's auction. Did the Yi family help? The Yi family is very helpful, especially Yi Tianxue, the new owner of the Yi family, who can't wait to move his auction house there. This guy. Ling Yun shook his head, feeling a little emotional. Ling Lai couldn't help but interjected with a smile, well, Yi Tianxue is much more pleasing to the eye than Yi Qingfeng. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and added, Father, the one who is really powerful is actually Yi Qingfeng. After Yuna rose up, he tried repeatedly and decided to hand over the power, and then he took the initiative to return our Ling family's property, and then let the Yi family too. The most outstanding youngsters tried their best to befriend our Ling family, calculated every step of the way, and in the end, it will come to fruition, playing all the cards, but let our Ling family not have a trace of hostility towards the Yi family. It is really amazing. After hearing this, Ling Lai laughed. Third brother, you can tell that Yi Qingfeng's methods are not inferior to him. However, the reason why he did this is also because Qingxin has always had a special liking for you. Relationship. Ahem. Ling Xiao immediately blushed and coughed violently to hide his embarrassment. In front of his son, the old man teased like this, no matter how calm Ling Xiao was, he couldn't bear it. Ling Lai didn't take it seriously, he glanced at Ling Xiao. I can't stop you from pretending to be stupid, but I, an elder, have seen it clearly for so many years. It's a pity that you have always looked down on him in your heart, and then you went outdoor, brought Qingxian back. Ling Xiao scratched his head anxiously, and complained, Father, if you insist on making fun of me, I'll go to practice. You can just tell Yuner about the rest. Seeing that Ling Xiao was really impatient, Ling Lai decisively stopped the topic, and waved his hand to signal Ling Xiao to continue talking. The last thing Ling Xiao told Ling Yun was about Ning Lingyu's continuous massacre of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain, the impact it had on the capital, and the reactions of the major forces in the capital. The Huasha Dragon team watched coldly from the beginning to the end, as if nothing happened. The Huasha group was divided into 2 factions from the very beginning. One faction advocated immediately organizing manpower to rescue Kunlun Mountain, the other faction was naturally led by Zhou Wenyi. The elders of the Tian group in the mountain forcibly suppressed the matter until Ling Yun sent the news of Ning Lingyu's subjugation back to the capital. Later, Qin Chongqing, the patriarch of the Qin family, came to the capital in person in the identity of Ning Lingyu's grandfather, and gave all parties in the capital a reason that was not a reason, which was considered to be the end of the matter. Qin Chongqing's reason was very simple. Ning Lingyu had a problem with his cultivation, and his body was invaded by demons. Of course, this kind of reason is not convincing, but the group of Tianzu main fighters still have to hold their noses and admit it. Because there is another sentence behind Qin Chongqing's reason, that's what Ling Yun said. If anyone doesn't believe it, just wait for Ling Yun to return to the capital and ask. The old man's method is very simple, but absolutely effective. Of course, Ling Yun had already heard about the last matter from Qin Qiuyue, and he also knew that Ning Lingyu's massacre of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain went from erupting without warning to suddenly being silent. And finally, it has become a great secret in the Chinese cultivation world, which is the result of suppression and compromise by all parties. Here, there is only one thing Ling Yun didn't think of. Will the Long family help suppress the matter of Lingyu? Didn't they push it? He asked directly. Indeed. Ling Xiao nodded, and it wasn't after you suppressed Lingyu, but when the news first reached the capital, Long Tianqing had already specifically approached Zhou Wenyi, saying that the Long family firmly opposed the Tianzu's attack on Ning Lingyu. It's interesting. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. He didn't bother to guess what kind of medicine was sold in the Long family's gourd. It was impossible to explain more about Ning Lingyu, because the matter would become darker and darker, so he treated it so coldly. Best result. Yuner, that's all I need to tell you about the major family affairs during this time. Can you see if there is anything else that needs to be dealt with personally? After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he finally asked Ling Yun. There is none left. Ling Yun shook his head decisively. It sounded like a lot of things, but none of them needed his intervention. Sure enough, as Ling Lai said, he had already dealt with the family affairs. Then Ling Yun got up. Grandpa, father, it's getting late tonight, you should go to rest and have a good rest. Tomorrow I will stay at home during the day, or go around the capital. Tomorrow evening, I will go back to Qingshui City, bring Aunt Qing to the capital, and then. Speaking of this, Ling Yun deliberately paused, and winked at Ling Xiao. Tomorrow night, the three of us will go to the main altar of the demon sect and pick up my mother home. Wait. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to slip away, Ling Lai flew straight to grab his arm, and said angrily, Boy, did I hear you right? What did you just say? Just the three of you, go to the main altar of the demon sect and pick your mother back, family? Yes. Ling Yun couldn't escape, so he could only say innocently. What about me? Ling Lai couldn't help but get angry. You kid didn't plan to let me go for such a big matter? Grandfather. Ling Yun had no choice but to explain with a smile, going to the main altar of the demon sect to pick up my mother back home. In the past, it might have been a big event for our Ling family, but for me now, it's just a matter of going there. There will definitely not be a big battle, your seniority is there, of course you should sit at home, how can you come forward in person? Ling Yan's talk of seniority made Ling Lai speechless, but he was still unwilling, but. There's nothing but. Ling Yan continued, you are already very clear about my current strength. Even if you really go, there is no chance for you to make a move. You old man might as well sit at home, just like 18 years ago, waiting for my parents to join me, go home and come to see your old man. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned to look at Ling Xiao. Father, do you think so? Ling Xiao naturally smiled and nodded, that makes sense. Ling Lai was speechless immediately. Because Ling Yun's words are indeed reasonable, Ling Yun went to the demon sect to save her mother, Ling Xiao went to pick up his beloved one home, he is an elder, why should he join in the fun? Yuli disagrees. Alright. Ling Lai thought over and over again, finally compromised, he waved his hand, in that case, then I will sit at home and make all preparations, waiting for your family of three to come back. Then Ling Lai gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes were red, and said in a deep voice, this time, I want to see, after you return home this time, is there anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to attack my Ling family again? Just this one sentence exposed the old man's heart. It turned out that Ling Lai never forgot the bloody night of humiliation 18 years ago. Ling Xiao clenched his fist. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows. The three grandparents and grandchildren looked at each other. There was no need to speak, everything was kept silent. The next morning, Ling Yun formally met a group of brothers and sisters in his own yard, and everyone talked happily. After lunch, Ling Yun went out of the house alone and went directly to the headquarters of the Tianzu, where he met Zhou Wenyi, the great elder of the Tianzu, and Zhao Xingwu, the leader of the Longzhu. Naturally, he received two extremely generous rewards. At the same time, he also made a final explanation for Ning Lingyu's matter, and completely concluded the matter. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yun rushed to Qingshui to take the blue bird back to the Ling family's ancestral house. After dinner, Ling Yun, Ling Xiao, and Qing Yao packed their bags, Yukong went to Anyang, and came straight to the sky above the Yin ruins. Below is the Yin ruins, the former capital of the Shang dynasty. In the night, the three of them stopped in the air. Ling Yun let go of his tyrannical consciousness, and he had already touched a dark mountain protection formation. Unlike the mountain protection formations of most sects, this mountain protection formation was not that it is not a hemispherical mask, but layers upon layers, twists and turns. In Ling Yun's perception, it looks like a huge beehive growing on the ground. Space folds. This is an extremely powerful space formation. Ling Yun turned his head and asked with a smile, Aunt Qing, I don't know if you still remember, when you hugged me, where did you escape from? Wherever you escaped from back then, you will enter from wherever you escaped tonight. Hate back then, snow tonight. Hearing this, Qingniao frowned slightly, and said with a little embarrassment, I only remember that when I escaped from the inside, I passed through a forbidden secret passage opened for me by the lady. After rushing out of that secret passage, I appeared in a dense forest, and then I didn't even have time to distinguish the direction, so I stayed away from this place. Ling Yun understood. When Qingniao carried him to escape from the demon sect, she was in a panic, so how could she care about these things? In that case, it's fine. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled slightly, please trouble Aunt Qing and Father to stay away from here, I'll say hello to the people inside first. Ling Xiao and Qingniao nodded respectively, and fled away, going directly 1,000 meters away. After the two of them reached a safe position, Ling Yun's figure soared into the sky, and came to a very high place above the mountain protection formation of the demon sect's main altar. Swoop away. It's too late to say it. Brush. Ling Yun's slender figure was submerged in the raging black devil energy almost instantly, and he punched out immediately. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion sounded loudly. The turbulent demon energy that has enveloped the main altar of the demon sect for many years, centered on the place where Ling Yun's fist fell, was smashed like a tide, and quickly rolled away in all directions. After only a few breaths, Ling Yun stopped around, and the sky and earth within 10 miles were completely clear. Kacha, 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 kacha. Then, Ling Xiao and Qingniao in the distance could clearly hear the slight clicking sound from the bottom where the two stayed. There is no doubt that this is the sound of the broken walls of the Mazong General Altar's mountain protection array. This kid. Looking at the calm and composed Ling Yun ahead, Ling Xiao and Qingniao couldn't help but glance at each other. It's just a punch, and the mountain guard formation in the demon sect's main altar is about to be smashed to pieces. And the two can feel it. Although Ling Yun's movements were extremely violent and domineering, in fact, when he punched, he must have mastered the measure and reserved strength. Sure enough, after Ling Yun dispelled the turbulent demonic energy with one punch, he immediately withdrew his hands, took advantage of the momentum, stood up with his hands behind his back, cast his yin and yang eyes, and glanced at the situation inside the mountain protection formation. Inside the mountain protection formation, it is naturally the main altar of the demon sect. At this moment, under Ling Yun's yin and yang eyes, almost every detail is visible, and there is nothing to hide. Sure enough, it looks like an ancient capital, but it has been artificially divided into dozens of different small areas. Each area is protected by a space array, which becomes an array within an array, and finally becomes a continuous piece. A large formation made the mountain protecting formation of the demon sect's main altar manifest into this huge beehive. Before, when Ling Yun was parting from Yixingchen and Tianshan Mountain, he had already guessed that the place where the main altar of the demon sect was located was the Yin ruins, and he had been confirmed by Yixingchen. But he didn't ask too many questions, lest Yixingchen be embarrassed. At this moment, the internal situation of the Mazong General Altar has been fully seen. Ling Yun knew that the demon sect was originally called the Holy Sect. It has stood for thousands of years, but it has also kept pace with the times. Only by constantly accepting the support of the rising demon sect sects in this world, can it survive and continue in the confrontation with the righteous way of martial arts. The demon sect actually has many sects, big and small, and there are even vendettas and fights among them. For example, the Haisha demon sect where Sikon II belonged was able to move his own sect here, because it was not tolerated by the righteous way of martial arts, and its strength was recognized by the demon sect. Another example is that in Longmen Mountain, the Nether sect who participated in the siege of Lingyun was probably due to insufficient strength. If they had enough strength, they should also be able to get recruitment from the main altar of the demon sect, and they could move the sect here and get shelter. Or maybe they had colluded with the Chen family back then and led people to attack the blood demon sect at no. Have a place here. It is impossible for a group of such people to live together in such a lawless place with its own space, and it is impossible to truly unite. Only the jungle of the jungle is the eternal law. But fortunately, each generation of the demon sect has many heavenly saints, but there is always only one heavenly saintess of the demon sect, because only this line is the direct descendant of Yin Jiuyo's holy sect back then. Ling Yan's fist shook away the strong demonic energy covering the demon sect's mountain protection formation, and the world was cleared. It even shattered many small formations in the large formation, which allowed his yin and yang eyes to see clearly inside the formation. It's a pity that his divine sense still can't penetrate into it and find out what's going on. With naked eyes, Ling Yan didn't find Yin Qingxian and Yi Xingchen after a quick scan. But this sudden terrifying punch, of course, also alarmed the masters of the demon sect in the big formation. In an instant, people could be seen rushing out of the houses in every small area in the big formation, men, women, old and young. Yes, there are all kinds of costumes, and they are extremely fast. After rushing out of the room, they all do the same movement. Thousands of people raised their heads at the same time, looking at the night sky. In an instant, Ling Yan felt almost thousands of gazes, and even more than 100 powerful divine thoughts, locked on him at the same time. Ling Yan was very satisfied with this, because it would save him a lot of trouble. He put his hands behind his back, looked down, randomly scanned several crowded places, and shouted in a deep voice, "I am Ling Yan from the Ling family. Is there anyone in charge of the demon sect? Come up and talk. Shenlong Xiao. Report directly to your home." What? Ling Yan? Coming. He really came. He's really here. Although the strongest members of the demon sect live in seclusion here all year round and rarely go out, there is absolutely no one who is blind or deaf. After all, the main altar of the demon sect is just a secluded place for these strongest members of the demon sect. They also have a huge sky. Kill the organization and act outside. Man's name? The Shadow of the Tree. In the past 6 months, Ling Yan's reputation has already been heard throughout China's ancient martial arts and comprehension circles. Even those people in the demon sect general altar, it's hard to know. Especially in the last month or so, after Ling Yan destroyed the Heavenly Sword sect and rescued Qin Qiuyue in Tianshan Mountain, the elders and guardians of the demon sect immediately speculated that Ling Yan's next stop must be to come the Mazong General Altar saved her biological mother Yin Qingxian. Therefore, thousands of people in the mountain protection formation heard Ling Yan's voice, and although they panicked, they did not panic. Obviously, they had already responded. Swipe swipe. In that ancient capital city, there were dozens of figures crisscrossing at first, and they all gathered on a huge high platform in the middle of the capital. After a burst of exchange of spiritual thoughts, suddenly a majestic old man in white robe flew into the air, and instead of looking at Ling Yan, he looked down. Thousands of people in the entire capital. No matter what the reason is for the patriarch of the Ling family to visit the demon sect's main altar tonight, it has nothing to do with you, so you should retreat quickly. While speaking, the old man in white robe lightly waved a golden command flag in his hand. Yes. Those who did not fly up to the huge high platform, after hearing the order from the white-robed old man, immediately agreed at the same time, and then did not say much, only to see their figures flickering, and they went back to their houses in an instant, closed the door, quietly. It's gone. Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. The Mazong General Altar, which is the square ancient capital below, has a side length of at least 10 miles. The white-robed old man just said such a light sentence, and then waved a small command flag in his hand. Thousands of people in all directions below, just obediently hide back in the house? Ling Yan realized clearly in his heart that from this point of view, the people in the main altar of the demon sect, when it came to a critical moment, were not a mess, not a group of mobs as imagined. Therefore, in such a huge capital city, only those 50 or so people left on the huge high platform, Ling Yin could see that the lowest level among these people was actually above the foundation building level. There are even more than 20 of them, all of whom have reached the fusion stage without exception, and are masters of the fusion realm. This strength is much stronger than the overall strength of the 5 sects and 11 sects of Kunlun Mountain. No wonder for so many years, I have never heard of any martial arts orthodox sect that dared to attack the main altar of the demon sect. Seeing these moments, Ling Yin immediately understood the real reason why her mother, Yin Qingxian, had a way to leave the main altar of the demon sect to look for her after she became famous, but she still refused to show her face. She also understood why during the more than half a month she spent alone with Yi Xingchen, she always kept her mouth shut, and only repeatedly said that she would only disclose news about the demon sect general altar to him when her realm was higher. Because the overall strength of the Mazong is really strong, what they are afraid of is not the right way of the Chinese martial arts, but other people. Maybe Kunlun. Maybe Shushan. Or maybe it's Shuolu Yellow Emperor Spring, Yinglong's terrifying existence. Such a force or character, as long as one is provoked, and the other party comes to kill him, it will be a disaster of destruction. The so-called the older the Jianghu, the less courageous, it is so. The old man in white robe waved the golden command flag in his hand, and after drinking away everyone from the demon sect, he immediately turned his head and looked at the high platform. Kong Chui, Yu Gu, you two come up with me. Brush. Hearing what the white-robed old man said, 2 more people immediately flew up to the old man's side among the crowd on the high platform. One of them was slender, tall and thin, wearing a colorful robe, with long hair that reached his knees and was casually loose. The other person was tall and mighty, muscular, wearing a pitch-black robe, with piercing eyes, staring at Ling Yun outside the formation, silent. Ling Yun noticed that the 2 men held the same command flag as the old man in white robe, but the color was different, one side was red and the other was pitch black. Withdraw. When the 2 came to the side, the old man in white robe suddenly spoke again, and at the same time waved the golden command flag in his hand. At the same time, Kong Chui, Yu Gu, and 9 other masters on the high platform who held command flags waved their command flags at the same time. The great formation protecting the mountain of the demon sect's main altar sank into the ground at an extremely fast speed and disappeared without a trace. Swipe. The moment the formation disappeared, the old man in white robe, Kong Chui, and Yu Gu shot up to the sky at the same time, and soon came to Ling Yun. My subordinate, the great elder of the holy sect, Wen Mo. Subordinate Xingzong, great elder Kong Chui. My subordinate, the great elder of the holy sect, Yu Gu. The old man in white robes, the young man in colorful robes, and the tall and mighty middle-aged man in pitch black all bowed at the same time. Welcome to the Holy Lord. P.S. Cavan was stuck for 4 days. Is it because I haven't figured out what to do when Ling Yun came to the main altar of the demon sect? Should he write a brainless, hearty, and wonderful battle, or follow reasonable logic and follow the previous layout to understand the ins and outs of the demon sect? There was a conflict between the 2, and in the end Lao Bu decided to follow the logic. After all, Yin Qingxian and Yi Xingchen were both in the main altar of the demon sect, so it was meaningless to smash this place. Please be patient, everyone, there will definitely be a big war, don't worry everyone. There are 2 more chapters today. Greetings to the Lord? Ling Yun deliberately turned his head left and right, and even turned around to look behind him, but naturally, there was no one there. Then he turned his head, looked at the 3 people opposite, and pointed to himself, You guys, are you calling me? Holy Master was joking. Seeing Mo, the great elder in white robes had a rare smile on his majestic face. For thousands of years in our holy sect, since the former holy master Yin Jiuyo disappeared, no one is qualified to ascend to the throne of the Holy Master. Our congregation, there is no leader among the dragons, abide by the sacred teachings, wait for thousands of years, and finally wait for the presence of the Holy Master. Apart from you, who else here can afford us to pay homage like this? Kindness. Ling Yin nodded, and did not categorically reject the identity of the Holy Master given to him by the other party, but asked with a smile, in this case, then I, the Holy Master, can speak well in the main altar of your demon sect? Do you want to? When Mo immediately said seriously, the words of the Holy Master are the decree of our holy sect, and naturally they are like a mountain. Ling Yin laughed aloud, and asked back, aren't you being too hasty in doing this? Don't you even need to verify my identity? Let me remind you kindly, don't mistake me for someone? When Mo shook his head, since we have withdrawn from the formation and came to welcome the Holy Master, naturally, there is no need to do more verification. It is good. Ling Yin suddenly turned his expression back, and said coldly, in this case, the three of you should immediately kill yourself. This. When Mo, Kong Shui, and Yugu never dreamed that Ling Yin would directly make them commit suicide before he even said a few words, and they were all stunned. Ling Yin smiled disdainfully and said, why, this is what you said, the words of the Holy Master are the decree, and the order is like a mountain. It seems that my words are not very effective. Of course Ling Yin knew what he was doing, he was trying to make things difficult for others, he was purely looking for faults, he wanted to see how much he, the cheap lord, was worth in the hearts of these great elders of the demon sect. The two sides were strangers to each other, and as soon as they met, they asked the three of them to die for no reason. Such an unreasonable request, let alone a holy master, even the Emperor Lao Tzu, would not last long. Who knows? When Mo, the great elder in white robe, after listening to Ling Yin's unreasonable request, just froze for a moment, and his face immediately returned to normal. It is to wait for your appearance, since we are willing to honor you as the Holy Lord, we are naturally willing to serve your orders. The Holy Master asked the three of us to commit suicide for no reason. Although this is not in line with the rules of my holy sect, the three of us are willing to commit suicide in order to maintain the prestige of the new Holy Master. I only hope that after the new Holy Master enters our holy sect, he can abide by the hadith, lead our holy sect to flourish, and complete the great cause of our holy sect for thousands of years. After when Mo finished speaking, he turned his head left and right to look at Kong Shui and Yugu, and said in a deep voice, Kong Shui, Yugu, are you two willing to accompany me to die? The colorful, tall and thin young man shook his head casually, flung his long hair flying all over the sky, and said with a smile, after 100 years of hard work, there is no hope for the golden core, I have lived enough. The tall and mighty man in the pitch-black robe clenched his fists and sneered, I'm not afraid of death, but I didn't expect the new Holy Master were waiting for it to be such a thing. It's boring. While speaking, Yugu raised his aura to the peak in an instant, staring fixedly at Ling Yin with disappointment and disdain in his eyes. Ling Yin turned a blind eye to this, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, excited eyes, and an expression of waiting for a good show on his face. Hey! In fact, when Mo was talking just now, he had been watching Ling Yin's expression, but no matter how beautiful what he said just now, he saw that Ling Yin didn't mean to withdraw his life, he could only sigh deeply, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Go, old man. Do it. When Mo suddenly drank violently, and suddenly there was a golden dagger in his hand, aimed at his forehead, and stabbed like lightning. In Kong Shui's hand, there was an extra dark green long sword with a strong evil spirit, and he slayed himself with the horizontal sword. Yugu was holding a jet-black long knife in his backhand. The shape of the blade was very similar to that of the dark blood demon knife. He wiped the knife horizontally towards his neck. The three of them did it as soon as they said they would, and they did it together. With their speed of movement, even if Ling Yin spoke to stop it at this time, it would be too late. Three great elders. On the huge high platform below, seeing this scene, many people were heartbroken and exclaimed loudly. Most of the people even closed their eyes directly, not wanting to see the blood of these three people in the sky. But at this moment, everyone on the high platform felt a blur in front of him. Take a closer look. The three great elders froze as if they had been cast with a body-holding technique. They all maintained the suicidal posture, and their respective weapons were only a hair's breadth away from their own vital points. At that critical moment, Ling Yin restrained the three of them with his hand, and then with a movement of his divine sense, all three of them flew high into the sky with their weapons, and then he frowned. If you let you die, you will die? If you people here, they are all so stupid, I will die of exhaustion when I am your holy master. How tyrannical Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts are, and Tian Yen has reached the state of subtlety. He saw clearly whether the three elders in front of him were really dead or pretended to show him just now. It doesn't matter what the three elders think in their hearts, the important thing is that if Ling Yun didn't stop him just now, or if his own strength was slightly insufficient, the three elders would have died immediately on the spot. Because of these three elders, the suicide action just now was not sloppy, and there was no intention of stopping at all. With this verification, everything is enough. It seems that I am a cheap lord, and my words still carry quite a lot of weight. After complaining, Ling Yun raised his hand with a smile, flicked his fingers repeatedly, and released the imprisonment of the three elders. Thank you, Holy Lord, for saving my life. When Mo relaxed, and immediately bowed to Ling Yun. Master, Holy Master, good method. Kong Chui suppressed his shock and said in disbelief. Yugu raised his head, looked at Gao Kong's own weapon, with a complicated expression, and kept silent. The lives of the three great elders were saved by myself, and have nothing to do with me. Ling Yun stared deeply at the three people opposite, and said with a smile, then followed Kong Chui's words and added, the three great elders are the best means, and they must have investigated everything about me clearly. Bar? The scene just now. Ling Yun made unreasonable demands, and the three elders died generously. This is actually the most intense confrontation between the two sides. It's deadly. Feigned death must die. If one of the three great elders was just putting on a show, and when he was dying of despair, he stopped his momentum, or simply launched a violent attack on Ling Yun, then Ling Yun would definitely not be polite, and he would definitely kill the three of them instantly. Because of this, it is related to the tragedy of the Ling family 18 years ago. 18 years ago, both good and evil attacked the Ling family and forced Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian to separate. It had nothing to do with the three elders in front of him. Even if Ling Yun was killed, he would not believe it. At least, it was an order issued by one of the three great elders. How cold-blooded and cruel were the people who gave orders from the demon sect to Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao for the sake of the sacred teachings of the sacred sect. Since they strictly abide by the rules of the holy sect, now that Ling Yun is here, they are willing to respect Ling Yun as the holy master. The orders issued by Ling Yun are also cold-blooded and cruel to them. It depends on whether the three people in front of them listen or not. If you listen to it, you will die immediately. If you don't listen, it means that the elders of Mazong only follow the rules with Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao, and when things fall on their own heads, the rules will no longer be rules. Then Ling Yun naturally had a reason to kill them openly. Ling Yun is not the kind of person who would not save face and give up revenge for his parents for the sake of being a cheap lord of the demon sect. When they met for the first time, both sides didn't mention anything about what happened back then, but Ling Yun had already made a move, and when Mo dared to accept the move, completing a life-and-death confrontation. The bargaining chip in this game is naturally the lives of the three elders. The result is obvious, the three elders made the right bet. In fact, Ling Yun has already made it clear. This is because they have already investigated everything about Ling Yun very clearly in the past period of time. Otherwise, How could it be possible for the three elders to respect Yin Jiuyo as the Holy Master without looking at the most important things for the Mazong left behind by Yin Jiuyo under the Tianqing? It is precisely because of this that Ling Yan said that they saved the lives of the three great elders by themselves, and that they were the best means. Both sides are conspiracy. When Mo clasped his fists again, bowed and said solemnly, Holy Master is not willing to take the opportunity to take our lives in order to avenge the old man who ordered the princess to be placed under house arrest. You really have a kind heart. This is the blessing of my holy father. Ling Yun snorted coldly when he heard this, and said to himself that you are straightforward. Kong Chui and Yugu on both sides were obviously in a hurry, and said at the same time, Uncle Wen, the incident 18 years ago was the result of a joint discussion between me and the elders. You must not take all the responsibility on yourself, body. Ling Yun glanced at the three of them, knowing that the tragedy of the Ling family would soon come to light, and the three in front of him had died once, so they were not afraid of them escaping, so they didn't bother to pay attention to what they said. What he is most anxious about now is naturally wanting to see his mother Yin Qingxian as soon as possible. When the time comes, all right and wrong will be decided by her. So Ling Yan sent Ling Xiao and Qing Miao to come to him through voice transmission, and then looked at the white-robed Elder Wen Mo. Elder Wen, there are two people beside me, do you know each other? With Wen Mo's realm, even if they were 1,000 meters away just now, they would have already seen them. Now that the two of them came in front of them, Wen Mo looked at Ling Xiao with a very complicated expression. After half an hour, Wen Mo bowed and replied, this subordinate knows me. It's good to know. This was what Ling Yan wanted, and he asked again, if that's the case, do you know why we came here tonight? The subordinates know. Very good. Ling Yan nodded, and the tyrannical divine thoughts were released suddenly, covering a range of hundreds of miles in all directions. So now, where is my mother, and Yi Xingchen? At this moment, in Ling Yan's eyes, whether it is the three elders of the demon sect in front of him, the top experts of the demon sect on the huge platform below, or even the thousands of lives of the entire demon sect general altar, they are all just waiting to be slaughtered. Lamb. The life and death of everyone here is in his mind. If he really decides to kill, the entire demon sect general altar will immediately become a hell on earth, and no one here can escape. But of course Ling Yun would not do this, because he has a grievance and a debtor. After all, when he attacked the Ling family, forced Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian to separate, and the mastermind who hunted down the blue bird, Sikong too, had already been captured alive by him, and later beheaded by Ling Xiao himself. Killed. There were 4 people in total, Sikong Tu and his son, and only one Sikong Wuqing escaped in the end. Of course, Ling Yun would not let Sikong Wuqing slip through the net, but these people here, before Ling Yun saw his mother Yin Qingxian and sorted out the clues of everything, naturally they would not kill indiscriminately. Because he knew one thing, since he rescued his father Ling Xiao and captured Sikong Tu alive, no one in the entire demon sect came out to trouble him. Others are not mentioned for the time being. In the demon subduing conference, Ling Yun faced the world's righteous heroes alone, and everyone in the world knew that Yi Xingchen was present in person. It is impossible for the demon sect to not know about this, but the demon sect's people disappeared, and no one else showed up. On Ling Zhao's birthday, Ling Yun announced 5 major events in front of the top forces in China, including the Ling family ascending to the top, sheltering allies, regaining property, rectifying the name of his mother, and possessing a magic knife. Among these 5 events, at least 3, the case was related to the Mazong. As long as the Mazong still had some hostility towards Ling Yun and the Ling family, then after Ling Zhao's birthday, the Mazong would definitely send people to hunt down Ling Yun and target the Ling family. However, Ling Yun left home for Nanyang, more than a month away from home, but the Mazong didn't send anyone to deal with the Ling family, and the Mazong and the Ling family have always lived in peace. On these 2 major matters, the Mazong did not take any action, as if it did not exist in this world, but Ling Yun was not a fool. Although he is a family member, he can also feel the kindness shown by the entire demon sect towards him. Now that he has achieved success in cultivation and is extremely powerful, he came to pick up his birth mother home. After he came, he only looked at the strength of the people in the main altar of the demon sect, and he already knew that everything was as he guessed, and what Xingchen said, that the demon sect, it's not that they don't have the strength to attack the Ling family, they didn't attack just because they didn't want to. Right and wrong have axioms. Good and evil will be rewarded. The kindness of Mazong. Ling Yun has already sensed it, so now that he is here, he will naturally show extreme restraint. Ling Yun will not let off people who really deserve to die, but Ling Yun will not kill people who should not be killed indiscriminately. It is impossible to kill indiscriminately just because the other party has the word devil on it, and treat human life like nothing. Taking 10,000 steps back, my mother, Yin Qingxian, and my beloved, Yi Xingchen, are still 2 generations of demon sect saintesses. Therefore, after Ling Yun verified the mentality of the 3 chief elders of the demon sect with death threats, he stopped being embarrassed, and first met his biological mother before talking. Since the Holy Master has come to the main altar of our Holy Ancestor, the subordinates will naturally arrange for the princess to meet the Holy Master as soon as possible. When Mo calmly said, however, the main altar of our holy sect is, after all, an unknown and hidden place to the world. If this formation is withdrawn for too long, if the surrounding villagers see this place, I'm afraid there will be some unnecessary troubles. While speaking, when Mo turned his head and looked at several villages not far from Yin ruins. What he wanted to express was self-evident. Ling Yun had already noticed that the ancient capital city below, that is, the main altar of the demon sect, was not a huge formation like the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, but a huge city manifested by the formation, but actually built on the ground. A capital city, but it has been covered by space formations for many years, and ordinary people can't see it, let alone get in. Moreover, the main altar of the demon sect and the Yin ruins do not overlap in the same space. The Yin ruins are the Yin ruins, the main altar of the demon sect is the main altar of the demon sect, and the space formation is located 1 kilometer to the north of the Yin ruins. So he naturally understood the meaning of Wenmo's words. The space formation that hides the main altar of the demon sect should not be removed for too long, otherwise it would be too shocking to be discovered by mortals. So Ling Yin smiled indifferently, please ask Elder Wen to lead the way, we will go down. Ling Yin's divine sense is strong, and he has already felt that there is another extremely terrifying formation outside the north of this ancient capital city, which completely blocks his spiritual exploration. He has already guessed that within that formation, it should be the legendary forbidden area of the demon sect. If nothing else happened, Mother Yin Qingxian, Yi Xingchen, Qinghuan Qingfeng and the others were all there at the moment. Please. When Mo immediately made a gesture of invitation, and took the lead to fly into the ancient capital below with Ling Yun and the others. Kong Chui and Yugu also naturally retracted their weapons and flew back to the ground. Let's fight. As soon as the 6 of them came to the ground, when Mo and the other 2 elders waved the command flags in their hands at the same time, reactivated the formation, and the entire ancient capital disappeared into the world again. Ling Yun noticed that whether it was withdrawing the formation or activating the formation, these 3 elders were not the only ones who took action. On the huge high platform, the other 9 people holding the command flag also cooperated with each other. Elder Wen, you have such a large space array, why don't you stop me, so that I have a chance to make a move? Ling Yun shook his head and said with regret. Of course Ling Yun felt sorry for not being able to enjoy the fight. When Mo smiled knowingly after hearing this subordinate understands the meaning of the Holy Master, but we have already known that the Holy Master not only possesses the blood-melting sword, but also is proficient in various formations. With the current strength of the Holy Master, this large formation it is like paper in front of the Holy Lord, and it is too wasteful to spend resources to repair it if it is really broken. Kong Shui shook his head and said, "The power of the punch just now, Lord Holy Master, has actually shattered some small formations in the large formation. If you do this twice again, I am afraid that our capital will not be able to survive. There are no more places, how dare I let you fight again?" Ling Yun. Now that everyone has come in, it's meaningless to talk about it, so he said with a smile, "It seems that Xingchen told you a lot about me after he came back." The three of Mo heard the words, and immediately said solemnly, "Don't dare to lie to the Holy Master. Every time the Heavenly Saintess comes back, she always knows everything about the Holy Master, and she can't stop talking about it. So after I captured Sikong too, you issued an order to strictly forbid people from the demon sect to trouble me, right?" Old Godwin Mo was there, and said with a smile, "Since I have already confirmed at that time that the Holy Master is the Holy Master whom my holy sect has been praying for thousands of years, why is there any reason for subordinates to trouble the Holy Master?" After calmly answering Ling Yun's question, Elder Wen Mo suddenly said, "Holy Master, please wait a moment," then flew up into the air, and said to everyone on the high platform, "The Holy Master has come to the main altar of our holy sect. The matter of handling has nothing to do with you, you retreat quickly and go back to your own homes. No one is allowed to act without the order of the Holy Master, otherwise there will be no mercy." Yes. The masters of the demon sect on the huge high platform agreed at the same time, and then bowed to Ling Yun and others from a distance, and each flew away from the high platform and disappeared without a trace. Kong Shui, you go. After Wen Mo waited for the crowd to disperse, he turned his head and looked at the two elders beside him. "You two also step back for the time being, I will be alone in entertaining the Holy Master tonight." Kong Shui nodded, "All right." Yugu clasped his fists directly, "Farewell." The two quickly disappeared. At this moment, Ling Yun didn't understand why, although he came suddenly tonight, when Mo and the others already had a detailed reception plan for his arrival. No matter when he comes, what kind of posture he appears, or how many people he brings, the demon sect has a way to deal with it. The purpose is only one, to ensure that the two sides will not fight. This is called a slap in the face. It wasn't until this moment that the elder in white robe heard Mo, and then looked at Ling Xiao and Qingniao with extremely complicated expressions, which finally turned into deep guilt. The situation of our holy sect back then was turbulent and treacherous, and the forces in it were even more mixed, and because we have some extremely important secrets in China, so for the 1,000-year great cause of the holy sect, as the chief of our sect, great elder, I had to make some cruel decisions that people in the world could not understand, and because of this, I seriously hurt you two innocent people, and also caused you two to have deep-seated pain and deep-seated hatred for my holy sect. For the decision back then, I have always felt guilty for the past 18 years, and I have been ashamed to face the princess for so many years. The two of you came here with my holy master tonight. I know what happened. No matter how the two plan to take revenge, Wen Mo is willing to bear it all. After finishing speaking, Wen Mo looked solemn, fisted with both hands, and bowed to the ground to the two of them. Seeing this, Ling Xiao and Qingniao couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them had wry smiles on their faces, both of them were kind-hearted people, and when the other was so honest, they suddenly didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and was about to speak. But when Mo straightened up and waved his hand at him, when Mo knows exactly how much pain Mr. Ling has suffered in the past 18 years. Before meeting my princess, Mr. Ling must not say any words of forgiveness. Because no matter what, I heard that Mo was the one who broke up the marriage between the princess and Mr. Ling back then. Otherwise, I would talk about Sikong too, the Long family and the Yi family, or the two ways of good and evil. No matter who wants to jump, if you come out to make trouble, don't even try to bully my princess. Now that the Holy Lord has come to the holy sect, the family reunion between Mr. Ling and my princess is just around the corner. I heard that Mo is already a sinful body. Normally, he should apologize with death. However, the Holy Lord has just come here, and there are still many things to do here. I will handle it so that the Lord can take over the affairs here smoothly, so when Mo can't die for the time being. Holy Master, Mr. Ling, Miss Bluebird, please don't worry, just wait for Holy Master to pass the final assessment and take full control of the Holy Clan. I will definitely kill him willingly, and give it to Holy Master, Princess, and Mr. Ling, Miss Bluebird. As well as all those who died in vain in your Ling family, an account will be given. After finishing all this in one breath, when Mo said to Ling Yun, presumably just now, with the Holy Lord's spiritual thoughts, I have already discovered the forbidden area of my holy sect. That is where the princess lives. This subordinate will take you there, and the family will be reunited. Brush. When Mo took the lead to go north with Yakong. After hearing what Mo said, Ling Yun knew what happened 18 years ago. There are more secrets from the demon sect, and when Mo has a lot of unspeakable secrets, I went to see my mother first. Ling Xiao and Qing Yao nodded naturally. So the three of them also rose directly from the sky, followed when Mo in front of them, flew out of the capital, and came to the northern suburbs outside the city. Coming here, Ling Yun immediately felt a terrifying spatial fluctuation in front of him. The forbidden area of the demon sect, the formation within the formation. Ling Yun knew that his mother Yin Qing Xian was inside the space formation in front of him. He was excited, and turned to look at Ling Xiao and Qing Yao, and found that the two were already in a difficult relationship. Mother and child, husband and wife, sisters. They were separated for 18 years. Finally got to reunite tonight. At this time, when Mo, the great elder of the Mazong, had already knelt down on his knees, touched his forehead to the ground, trembling all over, and only heard him tremblingly said, Princess, the sinful minister when Mo, in order to send my holy master, Mr. Ling, and Miss Qingyao, bring them all to meet you, and invite the princess to show up. As when Mo's voice stopped, there was an indescribable silence in the surrounding air. Ling Yun saw that in the originally empty field of vision, there were water-like ripples appearing, the space was distorted for a while, and an invisible, but qualitative barrier was added. Before, it was this barrier that blocked Ling Yun's tyrannical divine sense. Brush. Silently, the barrier disappeared as soon as it appeared. Boom. Ling Yun's divine sense, like a river bursting its embankment, suddenly poured into the not-too-big barrier portal, drove straight in, and moved forward 30 miles in an instant. Have inside. Green mountains and green waters. Singing birds and fragrant flowers. Continuous palaces. Jiuzhong House. This is the general scene in the formation that Ling Yun saw with a glance, which shocked him. But at this moment, these distant scenery are not important. What is important is the people in front of you. A black dress, a red dress. Stand shoulder to shoulder. Yi Xingchen still looks like the two when they parted, with black gauze and black dress, barefoot stepping on the ground, carefully supporting the beautiful woman in red dress, her beautiful eyes glowing with hope, her expression is unspeakable. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, she glanced at Ling Yun opposite, without concealing her affection, but she didn't speak. Yi Xingchen's eyes were swept away, and he lowered his head slightly, and said in a voice of his heart, Master, he is Ling Yun. The beautiful woman in the red dress looked only in her 30s, and she was a bit taller than Yi Xingchen. She was already extremely regal just by her figure, and she actually wore a group of ordinary red dresses to look like a grand dress. She has thick black hair, her hair is pulled high in a bun, and her eyebrows and eyes are very similar to Ling Yun's. When her beautiful eyes flicker, there is no need to deliberately show a look of contempt for the world. In Ling Yun's memory, he dared to stand side by side with Yi Xingchen, and he was able to stand side by side with Yi Xingchen in every aspect, especially in the eyes. She has never seen a woman who will not be compared to her. Even Ming Lingyu can't be compared completely, because of the relationship between personality and temperament. In all fairness, Ming Lingyu is also slightly inferior. But now there is. Yin Qingxian. At this moment, she didn't blink her beautiful eyes, she didn't look at others, she just stared at Ling Yun in front of her, from head to toe, she couldn't get enough of it. Sister. Qingyao held her breath, and when she saw Yin Qingxuan's appearance, she was so excited that she almost cried out, but after she noticed Yin Qingxuan's gaze, she immediately shut her mouth tightly, not disturbing the recognition of mother and child in front of her. Ling Zhao's performance at this time was even worse. When Ling Yun punched the formation just now, Ling Xiao was already uneasy, and after entering the formation, he was already uneasy, and the feeling of being close to the hometown was vividly displayed by him. At this moment, the formation in the forbidden area of the demon sect was opened, and Yin Qingxian really appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao opened and closed his mouth several times, but the word Qingxian was stuck in his throat. I didn't know how to put my hands and feet, my arms were raised unconsciously, and then drooped down, and finally I put my hands in my sleeves, and I hunched my body unconsciously, staring at the mother and child in front of me. His Adam's apple twitched, and his whole body seemed to have drank 10 altars of alcohol in one breath, feeling dizzy, already drunk with happiness. Mother. After a while of silence in the air, finally, it was Ling Yun who called mother, breaking all the silence, and he stepped forward, the child is here. Boy, come back. Ling Yun didn't show his body skills, he strode forward step by step, walked up to Yin Qingxian and stood still, first smiled brightly, and then confirmed. After reaching the peak of the fusion realm, things like tears have long been something outside Ling Yun's body. Although a man does not flick his tears lightly, it is because he has not reached the sad place. But Ling Yun was only happy at this time, not sad at all. His heart and thoughts were in harmony, his essence and knowledge were in harmony. He was happy when he was happy, and he was happy when he was happy. There was no need to hide it, let alone express a few unnecessary tears. Yin Qingxian got rid of Yi Xingqian's support, stepped forward gently, without any barriers, stretched out her hands, and naturally grasped Ling Yun's hands, looked at Ling Yun again for a long time, and then pulled him into her arms forcefully. She gently patted Ling Yun's back with both hands. My good boy, I really have grown up, just come back, mother is very happy, very happy. Yin Qingxian lowered her voice, and her eyes gradually turned red. I've never been so happy. At this moment Ling Yun was shocked. How long has it been since he felt the feeling of being completely relaxed and his eyelids clenched? Just when Yin Qingxian held his hands, he felt the connection of blood. At the moment when Yin Qingxian embraced him, he felt the connection between mother and child, and this feeling was not just a simple rhetoric, but a real connection between mother and child, even their thoughts were connected. Being hugged by Yin Qingxian at this moment is completely different from when he was hugged by Qin Qiuyue. He has no grievances, let go of all defenses, just like returning to the state of innate fetal breath, which completely relaxes his mind and feels incomparable practical, actually drowsy. At this moment, Ling Yun's state of mind suddenly rose to a mysterious and indescribable level, completely complete. This is the mother's arms. Yin Qingxian hugged Ling Yun for a long time, as if she wanted to give back to Ling Yun the embrace that was owed to him in 18 years, and she was reluctant to let go for a long time, until she heard master behind her. Only then did Yin Qingxian regain her senses. She let go of Ling Yun with great reluctance, and took the initiative to take a step back. Her beautiful eyes were flushed, but she did not shed tears. She is also at the peak of the fusion realm now. Blue bird, come here. Only then did Yin Qingxian look at the blue bird, with a smile on her face, she waved to her. Elder sister. The blue bird came in a flash. Yin Qingxian grabbed Qingmiao's hands, looked at each other, her eyes were extremely apologetic, and her tone was extremely distressed. Qingmiao, you have suffered all these years. Just one sentence. Elder sister. With tears streaming down his face, Qingmiao threw himself into Yin Qingxuan's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Qingmiao is not bitter, it is because Qingyao is too stupid and failed to do what my sister told me to do, which made the young master suffer so much. Don't talk nonsense. Yin Qingxian patted Qingyao's back lightly. Didn't you send Yuner back to me well? You are my sister's great benefactor. Bluebird didn't care about it, and cried a lot, and finally stopped crying, but immediately burst into laughter. Sister, why did you and Xingchen come out? What about Qinghuan and Qingfeng? Yin Qingxian smiled and said, I knew you would ask them. They have no time to come out, they are busy cooking, it's in full swing. Huh? Then I'll help. Before the words were finished, the blue bird's figure disappeared in a flash, and it was directly submerged in the front of the formation, and it was very familiar with the road. Yin Qingxian laughed dumbfounded, shook her head, and had to let her go. Mother, I see that the scenery in your place is very good, and there is also a lot of aura in it. I'll ask Xingchen to take me in first to get familiar with the environment. Ling Yun also opened his mouth, finding any reason at random, and wanted to escape from this place. Go. Yin Qingxian smiled sweetly, agreed directly, and immediately added, the inside is your home, the place where you were born, you can stroll around as you please, but don't delay your meal. Hey! Ling Yun chuckled, nodded in agreement, and with a flash, grabbed Yi Xingchen's arm, and flew away invisibly. The next moment, Ling Yun stopped 1,000 meters away, still maintaining his invisible state, holding his breath and concentrating, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the formation without blinking, watching with gusto. Hey! Yi Xingchen's pretty face flushed, and she stomped her feet anxiously. What are you doing here? Hush. Ling Yun put an index finger in front of his lips, made a gesture of silencing, and said with a chuckle, what am I doing, can't you see it? Of course it's peeking. Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes at him, and said with an angry smile, Master and Uncle meet again after a long absence, what's there to peek at? Come with me. Nonsense. Ling Yin said confidently, that's my father and my mother, what do you think I have to peek at? Besides, I don't believe you really don't want to see it. If you want to see it, of course you want to see it. Yi Xingchen was clearly moved, but hesitantly said, but we are juniors, peeping is not appropriate. Shut up for me. Ling Yin had no intention of leaving at all. He said casually, do you dare to bet with me, what will be the first sentence my father will say? Dare. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen actually picked it up, and said directly, what's so difficult about this? I bet the first thing Uncle said was to call the master's name, and then he said something else. Humph. Ling Yin smiled disdainfully. What? Yi Xingchen asked in surprise. You overestimate my father. Ling Yin said with a smile, I bet, my father promised not to say a word before entering this big formation, do you believe it? Impossible? Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flashed, and he said suspiciously. The answer will be revealed soon, just look at it. Ling Yun said firmly. After Qingyao, Ling Yun, and Yi Xingchen left the gate of the formation, there were only 3 people left here. Yin Qingxian, Ling Xiao. There was also the great elder Wen Mo, who had been kneeling on the ground all this time, never getting up, and no one was paying attention to him. Yin Qingxian was staring at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's gaze wandered, and he never dared to make eye contact with Yin Qingxian, as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long time, Yin Qingxian suddenly chuckled. Fool! With just this sound, Ling Xiao felt a loud bang in his head. The world was a vast expanse of whiteness, he couldn't see anything, he couldn't hear anything. The appearance hasn't changed much, but the courage is far worse than our son's. What happened to your ability to chase me for hundreds of miles back then? Ling Xiao. Yin Qingxian sighed in her heart, stomped her feet lightly, walked to Ling Xiao's side, and took his hand. The big slender and dry hand in memory is actually full of sweat at this moment. Nervous. Yin Qingxian turned her head and gave the speechless Ling Xiao a blank look, then raised her breath, exhaled, and tried her best to stabilize her emotions. She finally lowered her head and looked at Wen Mo, who was kneeling on the ground next to her. "Uncle Wen, you once promised me that as long as I am willing to imprison myself here and don't take the initiative to go to Brother Xiao, and he can appear in front of my eyes, your elders will no longer care about the two of us, yes wrong?" "Right." Wen Mo replied immediately, but added, "Princess made a mistake in one point, we are not ignoring it, but will fully support it instead." "Humph." Yin Qingxian snorted coldly, "What will happen to us in the future? We don't need your support, nor are we afraid of your opposition." She casually refuted the other party, then turned her head and looked at the ancient capital with decisive eyes. "The Shang dynasty is dead, even if Chaoga is still there, what's the use? It's just a city that can't appear in the world. From now on, I, Yin Qingxian, will no longer be a subjugated princess of the Shang dynasty, and I will no longer have any relationship with your holy sect. Can you hear me clearly?" Wen Mo was shocked, and suddenly raised his head. "Princess? Absolutely impossible. Then, what should the holy sect do? What about the Holy One?" Yin Qingxian chuckled, "My son is your holy master, and the only apprentice is your holy daughter. Don't you think it's not enough?" Wen Mo was startled for a moment, but then he knew that this was the best result, and he immediately nodded his forehead, "Yes." Yin Qingxian sighed, with a trace of unbearable in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "Uncle Wen, you are getting old, the ground is cold, get up." "Hey." Wen Mo agreed, and finally stood up. When he looked at Yin Qingxian again, his eyes were complicated, as if he had 1,000 words, but he couldn't say a word. In the end, Wen Mo was relieved, and all his complicated eyes gradually turned into kind and gratified eyes, and turned into blessing eyes. "Uncle Wen, I know that you love me, and I also know that all your decisions are to protect the holy sect. I will explain all the ins and outs of what happened back then to Yuner. As for how he will deal with it, I will not interfere or ask. Now, I just hope that no one will disturb our family reunion these days." Wen Mo nodded. "Qingxian, don't worry, I know what to do." He no longer felt embarrassed, and took the initiative to change his address. He had obviously agreed with Yin Qingxuan's words, and his status had become an elder. He had watched Yin Qingxian grow up. "Wenbo, take care." Yin Qingxian bowed, said the last sentence to Wen Mo, and stopped staying any longer, holding Ling Zhao's hand and flying into the battle. The big array restarted immediately, separating the two worlds inside and outside. "Girl Qingxian, seeing your family reunion, I will have no regrets. You must be happy in the future." The moment the space formation was completely closed, Wen Mo sent out his own voice, which was his blessing as an old man. P.S. This chapter has been revised repeatedly, and it can only be written to this extent. The Lingyun family is finally reunited. This is the biggest event before Lingyun Jindan. I hope that there will be no more con. Just as Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao entered the forbidden area of the demon sect and closed the gate, Ling Yun decisively grabbed Yi Xingchen's hand, flew away, and went directly to the stretch of palaces. Yin Qingxian noticed something, but she just smiled at the place where Ling Yun was hiding, just now, her face full of doting. It's like a mother who has already seen a child playing hide-and-seek with her, but allows him to succeed, pretending not to know. As for his own family, Ling Yun naturally can do whatever he wants, and let him do whatever he wants. Brush. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen appeared, and they came to the center of the stretch of palaces, which was also the roof of the tallest palace. Ling Yun looked around. It is said that it is a stretch of palaces, but it is actually just some palace-like houses made of wood and stone. The so-called palace style is actually some buildings in the main positions, which have more hanging feet and cornices than ordinary buildings, so when viewed from a distance, they appear magnificent and have a little more ancient feeling. At the moment where Ling Yun is located, the position is already the highest, but there are only 3 floors, the total height is less than 20 meters, and the area is less than 1,000 square meters. Counting in detail, the large and small palaces in this palace add up to a total of 36 palaces, which coincides with the number of 36 heavenly gangs. The layout and location of each palace and house is extremely particular. It is different from the Forbidden City's left and right symmetry along a central axis, but it is hidden from each other and well proportioned. Therefore, there are not many houses, but it gives people a continuous and magnificent feeling. The spirit of Ling Yun enveloped all the palace houses, and found that most of the palace houses did not have any furniture on display at all, but in each house, there were at least 2 ancient bronze vessels, the most of which were ancient bronze vessels. There are more than 2 bronze oil lamps in almost every palace house, or bronze tripods of various shapes, bronze wine vases, bronze musical instruments, and so on. In addition, there are exquisite bronze beasts placed in some palaces, quite a few, complete oracle bone inscriptions, etc. Of course, the palace with the largest number of bronze vessels is the one at the foot of Ling Yun at this moment. This is the main hall, and there are various large bronze vessels and even ancient pottery on display inside, all of different sizes, but without exception. They are all very exquisite, and people are in it, as if they have traveled back to the ancient dynasty. This is. Ling Yun was dumbfounded. Looking at this extremely simple palace, and thinking about his mother's true identity, and considering that In Ruins is just outside the main altar of the demon sect, he had to come up with an extremely bold idea. How? Yi Xingchen stood shoulder to shoulder with him, knowing what Ling Yun had guessed, but he didn't point it out, just glanced at him with interest. If my guess is correct, this should be the palace of the Shang dynasty 3,000 years ago, the residence of the king of Shang, right? What's so polite about Yi Xingchen? Ling Yun said whatever came to his mind. Yi Xingchen chuckled. You really dare to guess. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes swept across, and he gave Ling Yun a white look, then nodded and smiled, but I didn't guess wrong. She raised her hand and pointed to the palace below, except that these palaces were rebuilt by the seniors of the holy sect thousands of years ago based on ancient books. All other items inside are genuine Shang dynasty items. Ling Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Bronze wares of more than 3,000 years, objects from the Shang dynasty, if you take out any one, it is a national treasure. And there are so many here, if this palace is directly moved out, it will be the unique Yinshang museum in the world. Hey, what's your expression? I was wondering how rich my mother is? Are you looking for a fight? Ahem. Ling Yan laughed, and smiled at Yi Xingchen. That's not true, I'm just thinking about it. But just thinking about it makes me very happy. The current Ling Yan has long dared to say that he is the richest in the world, so why do he need to make money with this little extravagance? Yi Xingchen pursed his lips and smiled, knowing his temper, and didn't bother arguing with Ling Yan. He suddenly took Ling Yan's hand, flew down, and went straight into the hall below. What is this? Ling Yan noticed that on the side near the center of the main hall, there was a half-person high bronze high platform, which was not small in size, at least 2 meters square, and hollow inside, as deep as an arm. It looked like a large bronze bathtub. It's just for you to guess, what's the point of saying it? Yi Xingchen tilted her head, her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she had the air of a naughty girl. Ling Yan had never seen such a night star before. He couldn't help but stare blankly, and casually guessed, could it be the bathing pool of King Zhou of Shang? Hey, you will take a bath in the meeting hall? Yi Xingchen flew up and kicked over. Well. Ling Yanbai earned a kick, and didn't care at all. His expression became serious, and he pondered, this can't be the legendary wine pool, right? Good. Yi Xingchen's pretty face was solemn for a moment, and she nodded solemnly. The wine pond meet forest, this is the legendary wine pond, it's only this big. Ling Yun immediately put away his playful expression, looking at the legendary wine pool. A sneer gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. The legend is unbelievable. Yi Xingchen also smiled coldly. Xin, the king of Shang, is the last human emperor in the world. He conquered Dongyi, swept all directions, and fought for years. Every time he wins, he will be rewarded for his merits. Let the soldiers have fun, so I simply built such a wine pool, just to get wine. Later generations say that Emperor Xin, the king of Shang, was addicted to wine and sex, resorted to military affairs, imposed heavy punishments, and refused to be advised to cover up his wrongdoing. These rhetoric are simply ridiculous. Yi Xingchen's pretty face had already become aggrieved, addicted to drinking? As long as he is a man who can drink, he can put such a hat on his head. It's even more nonsense to say that he is militaristic. Since ancient times, which emperor wanted to expand the territory and could not win it through war? Emperor Qin Hanwu, Tangzong Mingzu, which one's world was not achieved through years of fighting? Severe punishments are heavy. Since there is going to be a war, there is no strict military discipline and strict rewards and punishments. Before the two armies fight, who is willing to die? When a general dies in battle, he must be buried heavily. What is wrong with that? As for refusing advice and covering up wrongdoing, if an emperor listens to all kinds of advice and blames himself for any mistakes, what great things can he accomplish? At that time, the armies of the Shang dynasty were all expanding their territory outside, and the court songs were empty, so they were stolen by the Western Zhou dynasty. In the Battle of Mai, the king of Shang had no choice but to send slaves and prisoners to form an army to fight King Wu's army. Is there anyone who won't lose? The so-called crime of tyrant is just because of losing the war and the destruction of the dynasty. All the crimes that were made up by the Western Zhou dynasty in the 800-year-old later generations are all random charges. Ling Yun was dumbfounded and stunned, not because of Yi Xingchen's remarks, but because he didn't expect that Yi Xingchen would be filled with righteous indignation and emotion, and make such a fierce evaluation in front of a small wine pool. In fact, this time they met, Ling Yun could see that Yi Xingchen had changed a lot at a glance. It was not just that she had reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, but Yi Xingchen's overall temperament. Especially now, Yi Xingchen's views on the war to Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty, and because of it, the sharpness and look in her beautiful eyes, people can't help but think that she is a decisive emperor. The winner is a prince and the loser is a thief. Ling Yun naturally understands this truth. History is just a little girl who can be dressed up by others. He reunited after a long absence. He didn't want Yi Xingchen's emotions to become intense because of this. He asked, calmly, the wine pool is like this, but what about the meat forest? Meat forest? Yi Xingchen also seemed to feel that her emotions were a little too much. She smiled sweetly, and waved her arms. The wine pool is here, and the meat forest is naturally also in this hall. The meat forest in the legend, it is said that the king of Shang asked people to cut the meat of various animals into large pieces and hang them in the woods for people to play and eat and drink at will. Just listen to this kind of thing. As long as you have a little brain, no one will believe it. 3,000 years ago, people already knew how to dress, use fire, brew wine, and build palaces and houses. After having these conditions, how big a hole must be in their brains to hang roasted meat in the woods to eat? Yi Xingchen asked back with a smile, and then gave the answer, actually, at the banquet for meritorious deeds, there were too many slaves serving the meat, and they stood in rows next to the hall carrying the meat. That's why there was the theory of meat forest, but I didn't expect it to be passed around, or later generations deliberately smeared it, and it became the crime of licentiousness, corruption and extreme extravagance of the king of Shang. Ling Yun. It turned out to be such a wine pool and meat forest. Yi Xingchen turned around suddenly, looked at Ling Yun squarely, and smiled sweetly. These are actually what the master asked me to tell you. After all, you have the blood of the emperor in your body, so you must know some facts about the past, so that you can't be smeared and made up by the history books of later generations. Falsely fabricated and deceived. Ling Yan smiled brightly and nodded. The king of Zheng is licentious and innocent. I didn't believe the story of the wine pool and meat forest. In my opinion, he is just an emperor who lost the war. The Western Zhou dynasty tried to discredit him for 800 years. It's just finding these plausible rhetoric, which has proved from the negative side that he is actually a wise king. You're smart. Yi Xingchen didn't hide it, praised Ling Yun, stopped staying, turned around and walked out of the point. However, no matter how we perceive it, these truths are common people's arguments. I have another version here. Do some people want to hear it? Ling Yun immediately rolled his eyes, dodged to catch up to Yi Xingchen, and reached for her armpits with both hands. Since there is another version, don't follow the truth, or the family law will serve you. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, twisted her delicate body and flew out of the hall, dodging Ling Yun's sneak attack. Ling Yun naturally followed closely. The two chased and fled, their figures flickering, like butterflies wearing flowers. They quickly ran all over the 36 palaces and houses, and finally came to the air, standing side by side. The list of gods. Yi Xingchen turned his head casually, with long hair fluttering, beautiful eyes deep, looking at the night sky, full of stars. Shang Emperor Xian. The reason why he became the most famous emperor in the Shang dynasty is because of the spread of the list of gods. After the conferment of the gods, there will be no emperor in the world, only the emperor. Ling Yan's heart was shocked. God list. Managed by Jiang Zia, it is used to entrust the 365 righteous gods of the 8 divisions of the heavenly court. The Great War of conferring gods in ancient times was actually a battle between elucidating religion, cutting religion, human religion, and the 3 religions. Using heaven and earth as a chessboard, and using the king of martial arts to conquer merchants, it set off a worldwide massacre of the 4 races of immortals, demons, humans, and demons. In this terrifying massacre, the Shang and Zhou camps, the souls of the soldiers, immortals, and dead officials who died in battle will be guided by Bai Jian to the Fengshantai with bailing banners, and they will be named 8 righteous gods, and they will be separated. The divisions, according to the order of the week, pick at the good and evil in the world, and report the meritorious deeds of the 3 realms. After the great tribulation of the conferred gods, the heavenly court was restarted, and the Shang dynasty destroyed Zhou. Although the human race rose since then, China has also entered the Dharmanding age with the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Ling Yun already knew these things, and he also had his own thoughts and judgments, so he was not surprised. What he was most concerned about at the moment was actually Yi Xingchen's last sentence. After conferring the gods, there will be no emperor in the world, only the emperor. What Ling Yun got was the inheritance of the 3 emperors. Of course he cared about this sentence. The emperor is the emperor, and the son of heaven is the son of heaven. Although they are also the same rulers who rule the world without any distinction, these are completely different things. Ren Huang has the final say on everything. The son of heaven, as the name suggests, is the son of the emperor of heaven, and he wants to obey the heaven. The difference here is huge. But although Ling Yun agreed with Yi Xingchen's statement very much, he didn't take it seriously. Because now he is no longer the Xiaobai who just came to the earth. Now he travels across China, goes south to Miaojiang, has seen the statue of Qi Yu, destroyed Gonggang Yuanling, and has the roots of Buzhou Mountain. As far as Kunlun Mountain in the west, I learned a lot of Kunlun's secrets. I know that there is a big boundless world of mountains and seas in Kunlun, and even the great powers of the transcending tribulation period exist in Kunlun. I just went to Zhuolu, went to the mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor and the Yellow Emperor Spring, not only saw the legendary Yinglong, but also crossed 3 realms, and successfully upgraded the Dragon Emperor sword to the top-grade fairy sword. I even entered the real mausoleum protection formation of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Although I just entered the gate and didn't go deep into it, I also benefited a lot, knowing the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang. By the way, it is Qin Shi Huang. More than 4,000 years ago, Emperor Shun once said to the ancestors of the Qin state, "Your descendants will be born." Later, when Laozi entered Qinchi and left Henggu Pass, he also made a prophecy. Qin's national destiny merged with Zhou's separation. Zhou and Qin came from the same origin, joined together in the west, and Qin rescued Zhou, and began to be princes. Qin and Zhou separated from 5 for 100 years, the great union will be with Qin, and for 17 years, the overlord will come out. Facts have proved that Laozi's prophecy is exactly the same as the real historical trend of Qin. The person who achieved great harmony with Qin was Qin Shi Huang. After Qin Shi Huang destroyed the 6 kingdoms and unified the world, he declared to the heaven and earth, "I will rule the 6 kingdoms, and the world will be unified. I will build the Great Wall to town the dragon veins of Kyushu, defend my great Qin, and protect my community. I swear here in the name of the first emperor. I am here, when you defend the land and open up the frontiers, wipe out the barbarians, and establish the foundation of my great Qin for all eternity. If I die, I will also become a dragon soul, and protect my China forever." This oath, the sun and the moon are the witnesses, and the heavens and the earth will learn from each other, and the gods, devils and gods will listen together of. Listen. I swear in the name of the first emperor. This oath, the sun and the moon are the witnesses, the heaven and the earth share the lesson, so that the gods, devils and gods can listen to it. How domineering. After Zhou destroyed Shang, the monarch proclaimed himself the emperor, but after Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, he directly proclaimed himself the first emperor. It is precisely because of this that Qin Shi Huang was willingly regarded as the Chinese ancestor dragon by the Chinese nation. It's a pity that Lao Tzu's prophecy is correct. After 17 years, the overlord will emerge. The great Qin dynasty, the 2nd generation died, was destroyed by overlord Xiongnu and Han Gaozu Liu Bang. It is very strange that the demise of the Qin dynasty and the demise of the Shang dynasty have many mysterious similarities. For example, King Shangzhou was smeared as a tyrant by later dynasties, as was Qin Shi Huang, not to mention Qin Tu Huai. For example, Emperor Xian, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty fought for years, and the main force was fighting outside, resulting in an emptiness inside. Only then was King Wu of Zhou successfully crusade. In the Battle of Mai, he could only send slaves and prisoners out to meet the enemy, and the result was a disastrous defeat. The Qin dynasty was even more straightforward. After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 countries, he ordered 400,000 people to build the Great Wall to resist the Huns in the north. There was also a main force of 600,000 led by Wang Jian. The country of Yu was incorporated into the territory of the Great Qin, and Qin Shi Huang once strictly ordered that if there is a rebellion in the country, the million-strong army is not allowed to serve the king. This is why when Xiongnu and Liu Bang used Daqin as the battlefield and bet around Xianying who would attack first and who would be the emperor, Daqin's million iron troops disappeared. For another example, after the demise of the Shang dynasty, the deer platform built by Emperor Xian disappeared. The Abang Palace built by Qin Shi Huang also disappeared. Even the reasons for their disappearance are almost the same. Xian wore a treasured jade dress and went to the deer platform to set fire to himself. The Abang Palace was burned by Xiongnu. They were all burned by fire. And so on. These, if you have to let Ling Yun do an interpretation, in fact, the most important point is that these two are people who contempt the divine right and deny the destiny. There are poems to prove it. Fenghuan treasure tent is very beautiful, full of exquisite decorations of gilded gold. Xiuqiu distant mountains are flying emerald colors, dancing sleeves reflect xia clothes. Pear blossoms bring rain to compete for beauty, peony cages smoke and make up. But it is enchanting if you can move, marry back to Chang'e, to serve the king. This poem is the reason for the great catastrophe of conferring the gods. Whether it is true or not, it is enough to show how much Shang Emperor Xian despised the divine power. Worshipping the Nuwa Empress temple once, dared to marry the ancient god Nuwa Empress to Chang'e Palace. As for Yingzheng, who proclaimed himself the first emperor, it was even more fierce. He directly summoned him, and all the gods, devils, and gods listened to him. Such a fierce person, just ask who else. It is precisely because of this that Ling Yun visited the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor several times, just wandering around the door, just picking up some small bargains, and never thought of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor in his heart. Not because of fear, but because of respect. The two human emperors separated by thousands of years are actually people with great military exploits, who despise the divine right and are the only ones who respect themselves. The endings of the two were similar, they both died in the end, but Qin Shi Huang was better. After all, he was the ancestor dragon of China, no one dared to mess with him when he was alive, and after his death, everything was out of his control. It can only be said that Hu Hai is too stupid, Zhao Gao is too good, Xiang Yu is too fierce, Liu Bang is too strong. Dynasties in the world rise and fall, so there is nothing like it. But in any case, Qin Shi Huang finally completed the act of defying the sky, and he regarded himself as the first emperor, not the emperor. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen flew side by side. What are you thinking? Yi Xingchen didn't hear Ling Yun's echo for a long time, turned around and saw Ling Yun thoughtful, and asked with a smile. Human emperor. Ling Yun responded, I was thinking, how strong do you have to be to call yourself the emperor? You have the inheritance of the three emperors, and you are a person who is destined to be robbed. I should ask you this question. Yi Xingchen laughed and said teasingly. Have you already told my mother about this? Ling Yun suddenly remembered what Wen Mo had said to him outside, a little annoyed, and said fiercely, when you return to the demon sect, you will tell me everything, but you have sold me out completely. Come on, let's talk about this account. How should it be calculated? Yi Xingchen was amused by him and giggled. Soon she twisted her delicate body, came to the opposite of Ling Yun, and flew backwards, while explaining, it's not as serious as what Elder Wen said. I did talk a lot about things related to the demon sect, mainly about the heavenly pit, and things about the blood-transforming sword. After all, you have the blood-transforming sword, and you are the well-deserved holy master of the holy sect. These things are almost known in the world, and there is no need to hide them. Your matter has nothing to do with our demon sect. I haven't mentioned a word to Elder Wen. However, you asked me to bring back those top-grade spiritual weapon flying swords, as well as my realm, the practice of drawing stars from the void. These things must be explained clearly to the master, right? At the end of Yi Xingchen's speech, she looked aggrieved, and her beautiful eyes blinked, flickering, looking pitiful. Ling Yun stretched out his arms with a smirk. Come on, give me a hug, this matter will be over. How could he really care? With his current real strength, there is no need to deliberately hide anything, let alone what Yi Xingchen said and did. Everything is paving the way for him, in order to save him all kinds of troubles, all for his own good. You think beautifully. Yi Xingchen pursed his lips, accelerated to fly back, turned around, and flew in the same direction as Ling Yun again. Go, I'll take you to another place. Ling Yun accelerated suddenly, came to Yi Xingchen's side again, and asked with a smile, why, you just started the other version of the story, so you won't tell me? It's enough to start. You are so smart and your level is so high now. What else can you not think of? I'm very lazy now, I don't want to guess by myself, so you just say it. Not enough time tonight, I will tell you in detail later. Yi Xingchen suddenly lost interest, and then seemed to ask casually, by the way, what do you think of the demons? Demon sect? Didn't I come here? The main altar of the demon sect, I think that's the case, but the forbidden area of the demon sect where you live, this special space formation, makes me very interested. Ling Yan spoke casually, saying whatever came to his mind, and suddenly felt wrong after talking for a long time, suddenly turned his head and said, Xing Chen, you were asking me just now, the demon clan? Yi Xingchen remained silent, Wei Bucha nodded, and an unspeakable nervousness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan couldn't help laughing loudly. Mozu, I've never seen a Mozu. If you ask me for an opinion, who should I ask? Having said that, Ling Yan's heart suddenly tightened. Of course, he has seen real demon creatures, but not here, but in the big world of cultivation. The real demons are completely different from those monks who practice demons and heretics among humans. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen would suddenly ask him about this. Ling Yan's heart was pounding. Could it be that Xingchen had already noticed something and was beating me sideways? Others are okay, even if you kill him, you can't admit it. Ling Yan has made up his mind, he refuses to admit it, he has never seen it before. But Yi Xingchen said quietly, stupid. I know you haven't seen it, I mean, what do you think of the demons in your imagination? Imaginary? Ling Yan froze for a moment, and then blurted out, don't think about it, the demons must have strange shapes, they have all kinds of shapes, but they rarely have human shapes, their bodies are tyrannical, and they like to eat people most. They have no humanity. How evil. Ling Yan said hi, eloquently, turned his head suddenly, and found that Yi Xingchen beside him had disappeared. Boom. A large black star with a diameter of 1 foot suddenly appeared, hitting head-on. Oops. Ling Yan quickly raised his hand, and slapped the big black star into the air. He said angrily, Yi Xingchen, I think you've really drifted away. You just did it out of nowhere. You want to murder your husband, don't you? But Yi Xingchen suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away, suspended in the air, smiling. Ling Yan chased after him with a teleportation. Look. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and pointed to the ground below. In front of the green hills, on the bank of the Great Lake, surrounded by green water and shaded by green trees. There is a deep house compound. The courtyard is 9 layers deep, echoing the stretch of palaces to the east. It's exactly the same as the Ling family's ancestral house in the capital. Ling Yan just glanced at it, then fell silent for an instant. In fact, this forbidden area of the demon sect, that is, the formation within the formation, is extremely miraculous. It is said that it is a formation within a formation. It is only because Ling Yan first entered the large formation outside, and then entered this large formation, that's why he said so. But after Ling Yan came in, he discovered a lot of clues, and felt that this large space formation was not just a small formation within the large formation of the demon sect's main altar. I don't need too much evidence, just one point, the forbidden area where my mother is located is already more than 10 times the size of the ancient capital outside in terms of area. What is the concept of 10 times? You know, the capital called Chaoga outside is square and square, with a side length of 10 miles, that is, 5 kilometers. In terms of area, it is at least 25 square kilometers. This area, put outside, is already equivalent to the area of an ordinary county. As for the forbidden space of the demon sect that Ling Yan is currently in, although it is irregularly circular, it is roughly 300 square kilometers in size. The current Ling Yan is not only the master of formations, but also has built the foundation of the Tao of time and space, and has begun to re-understand the Tao of time and space. The understanding of time and space, especially space, has already reached a height beyond the reach of practitioners of the same realm. Although there is a saying in the world of comprehension that Nesumi is in mustard seed, according to Ling Yan's opinion, it is absolutely impossible to pretend to be the forbidden area of the demon sect based on the simple cover-up method and the mountain protecting array with a decent defense. Came in. Therefore, Ling Yan's judgment at the moment is that the space formation he is in now is an independent large formation, but the two formations were spliced together by someone with powerful means. Obviously, in terms of rank, this space formation in the Mazong Forbidden Area is at least 6 ranks higher than the Mountain Guard formation in the Mazong main altar. As far as Ling Yun knows, this space formation does not cover the sun, moon and stars, because after he enters, his De Yen gathering stars treasure will not be affected, and the speed of absorbing the power of moonlight and stars will be faster. A lot. This shows that the moon and stars in the night sky he saw are real. The aura in the formation is extremely strong. It is no exaggeration to say that the aura here is only stronger than the Ling family, who owns a ghost willow and a large spirit gathering formation. Since the sun, moon and stars are visible. Then Ling Yun boldly inferred that if he took out his communicator or mobile phone at this time, there might be a signal here. Another point is that within this large formation, Ling Yun's tyrannical divine sense is completely unimpeded, and can comfortably extend to all boundaries of the large formation space, but it only ends here. No matter how hard he exerts, can't break through the border barrier of the big formation. Therefore, when Ling Yun first joined the formation, he already had a clear picture of the situation in this large formation, and he didn't need anyone to point him out. He even knew that the real residence of his mother was not the palace or the mansion below, but a valley behind the 2 green hills behind him. Mother's long-term residence. As for why Yixingchen brought him here, this mansion is almost exactly the same as the Ling family's ancestral house. Everything is self-evident. 3 years after Aunt Qing took you away from here, this house was completed. This is the condition for Master, to be willing to imprison himself here, and it is also the compromise of Elder Wen Mo. It's a drawing from the heavenly killing organization of the demon sect, which belongs to the power of the 3 great elders, Wen Mo, Kong Chui, and Yu Gu. Before tonight, even until now, this matter is a top secret of the sacred sect. But after the completion of this house, the Master will often come to see it, but he has never lived in it. In my memory, it seems, she has never been in. Because Master, although he grew up here, he also understands the truth that good girls don't wear wedding clothes. Master said that although she only went to the Ling family for less than a day and a night, the blood and fighting spirit of your Ling family that night made her unforgettable for the rest of her life. That's why she asked to build this house, not only to enshrine the memory of her uncle, but also to commemorate everyone in the Ling family who died fighting for her that night. Because that night, when the Ling family faced a formidable enemy that they couldn't contend with, everyone fought to the death, but no one blamed her, complaining that it was her arrival that brought disaster to the Ling family. The Master said, she wants to practice hard, and let me practice hard. If I can't meet my uncle again in this life, just wait for uncle to go, and she will leave the holy sect, leave here, kill all the enemies, and then, let me bury her together with her uncle. Yixingchen's voice was low, like weeping, telling Ling Yun about Yin Qingshuan's past here, and when he talked about the sad part, he couldn't help but shed tears in the end. Brush. A green light suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's hand. He sacrificed the ghost willow, threw it into the 3rd courtyard of the mansion, took root in the courtyard, and suddenly turned into a towering willow tree. Boom! In an instant, the blazing wood aura and life essence gushed out from the huge tree, majestic and surging, spreading like a tide, rushing towards all directions of this space. After hearing Yixingchen's confession, Ling Yun instinctively wanted to do something, otherwise he would be depressed and depressed. He knew that in the Ling family's ancestral house, his father had always lived in the 3rd courtyard, so now, he would naturally plant this ghost plant. Willows are planted in the 3rd courtyard. What a coincidence. Ling Yun had expected the astonishing changes after planting the ghost willow, so he didn't care about it, but he suddenly noticed that this ghost willow was just given to his mother by his father as a token of love, and was later picked up by night. The stars were brought out from here, and finally reached the piece of dead wood in his hand, which was cultivated by himself. The 2 pieces of dead wood were originally about 1 meter long and the thickness of arms, but now they have grown into towering giant trees with different shapes and sizes. No one can tell which ghost willow is which part it was originally. But Ling Yun is not someone else. He cultivated 2 pieces of dead wood into 2 towering giant trees with his own hands, so he can tell the difference naturally. What? Yi Xingchen asked in surprise. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed. This ghost willow just happened to grow from that piece of dead wood that my father gave to my mother as a token of love back then. Yi Xingchen understood, and couldn't help but chuckle. The dead trees are in spring, already towering. When Ling Yun grew up, he was already able to shelter his parents from wind and rain. Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian, the 2 who were betrothed back then, have also reunited after 18 years apart. 1 drink and 1 peck, there is a fixed number. What? Ling Yun was suddenly surprised, and suddenly extended his tyrannical divine sense to all the boundary barriers of this mysterious space formation, with a solemn expression. Come with me. Then, Ling Yun couldn't help but grab Yi Xingchen's hand, and the figure suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again. What are you doing here? Yi Xingchen discovered that Ling Yun had taken him to a certain border of the forbidden area of the demon sect. There was a verdant and dense bamboo forest here, and further outside was the boundary barrier of the formation. Ling Yun didn't answer, but glanced left and right with his sharp eyes, and immediately noticed a blue stone outside the bamboo forest. He flew over and kicked the stone lightly. The stone was kicked away, hit the boundary barrier, and fell to the ground without a sound. Nervous you? Take me here suddenly to watch you kick a broken rock. Yi Xingchen's pretty face flushed, thinking that Ling Yun wanted to bring her here to make trouble, but seeing that Ling Yun had no intention of making a move at all, he suddenly felt a little helpless. Seeing that Ling Yun still didn't answer, he just beckoned to her, then squatted down, staring at the stone with an expression, as if the stone could grow gold. Yi Xingchen became even more strange, and didn't care too much, and immediately came to Ling Yun's side, and even knelt down to watch with him. Watching and watching, Yi Xingchen gradually opened his mouth, and finally he was dumbfounded. This. The blue stone that was kicked to the boundary by Ling Yun had an extra space outside. Obviously, the forbidden area of the Mazong, the boundary of the space formation, is slowly expanding outward. Ling Yun remained silent. He raised his hand, grabbed the blue stone directly, and pushed it hard until it touched the boundary of the space, and then let go. The result became even more obvious. The 2 of them watched helplessly. In less than a minute, there was an extra palm-sized area behind the blue stone. At this time, Ling Yun turned his head, looked at Yi Xingchen's perfect profile, eyes full of excitement, and said excitedly, How? The space in the forbidden area of our demon sect is getting bigger? How is this possible? Yi Xingchen was extremely shocked. What is the forbidden land of the demon sect? The forbidden land of the demon sect is just a name. If my judgment is correct, this space formation is not a formation at all, but... Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes blinked. What is it? It's a small world where you can grow. Small world? Yi Xingchen exclaimed, but quickly shook his head. How is it possible? You know, in the past so many years, although the environment inside this formation has changed in various ways, its size has never changed. Why is it impossible? It was because I didn't come before. If I had come, I would have changed a long time ago. Ling Yun was overjoyed, and said, Stinky fart, I can't be embarrassed, but I'm really happy, because this is definitely a shocking discovery. A small world that has such a large space, is extremely rich in aura, and can grow naturally. The value of it is beyond description. Ling Yun suddenly turned his head, and his spiritual thoughts locked on his ghost willow. He knew that this small world hadn't changed for so many years, and now it suddenly grew again, and the space became larger. This was related to the ghost willow he sacrificed. Ghost willow. It is also called Tongtian ghosts and God's willow. Taking root in the 9 Netherlands, feeding on the souls of ghosts and gods, what they release is pure wood aura, life essence, and mysterious and yellow fairy aura. After it truly grows up, the trunk of the tree can penetrate the sky and the earth, and communicate with any space in the three realms, making ghosts and gods unpredictable. This is the inheritance of the Ling family. If you can feed back, nourish a small world. Ling Yun himself couldn't believe it. Isn't this too strong? In the big world of comprehension, Ling Yun has also seen many mystical tree species with various powerful abilities. For example, if the body of a tree is so huge that it can cover the sky and the sun, a tree is equivalent to a small world. There are also gorgeous colors that can emit light, and the light of each color is a kind of pure aura. There are also tree spirits who can run, dance, and sing. There are tree demons who specialize in animal flesh and blood, tree demons. There is also a treasure tree that can continuously break through the realm of comprehension by eating one of its fruits. However, he had never seen such a tyrannical tree, Tong Tian Ghost Willow. A tree is already so against the sky, so what about the Ling family who own it and can make his dead tree bloom again? Ling Yan's thoughts drifted away, and he thought of the Ling family's family tree. On the first page of the Ling family tree, there are only 2 short lines. The Ling family comes from the Dragon Emperor Palace. War Clan. There are only 11 words in total, but it brings too much reverie to Ling Yun. These 2 lines are not difficult to understand. The Dragon Emperor Palace must be a place, and the Zheng clan is the name of the clan. But after careful scrutiny, where is the Dragon Emperor Palace? What kind of race is the Zhangzu? How could the inheritance of the Ling family be a tree? Do the Ling family need the protection of this tree, or are they simply planters and caretakers? Now Ling Yun already knew that the Ling family paid such a high price to enter Kunlun, not only to make the Ling family strong, and even to pray for longevity, but also to restart the family inheritance and embark on a journey of finding their roots. Find your roots. Obviously, apart from Ling Yun, the current head of the Ling family, the 2 lines on the first page of the Ling family's family tree will definitely arouse the curiosity of any generation of the Ling family. For Ling Yun, this kind of curiosity is naturally extremely strong. The Zhang clan is not important. What is important is the Dragon Emperor Palace. Ling Yun has feelings. This feeling is because after he came to Earth, although he took the path of comprehension again, his current path is completely different from the path of comprehension in the big world. Because from the beginning of his body training, there have always been 2 kinds of aura, which have been continuously shaping and changing his physique, making him now stronger than himself in the same realm of cultivation in the big world. Dragon Spirit and Imperial Spirit. Ordinary monks may not understand this, but Ling Yun absolutely understands it, and has always understood it. This is called the Avenue Fit. When he was cultivating the great world, Ling Yun naturally encountered various kinds of dragon energy and imperial energy, but he always regarded these 2 types of energy as ordinary spiritual energy, just 2 types of energy in the vitality of heaven and earth. Especially Dragon Qi, Ling Yun simply used them as Yang Qi. But Earth is different. In addition to Dragon Aura and Imperial Aura, Ling Yun and the various dragon descendants here, as well as everything related to dragons, have always been entangled together, constantly cutting and making chaos. From the very beginning of the Kowloon bodyguard, Xiao He of the Yin-Yang locking dragon formation, the real dragon corpse out of the green dragon, the jade pendant of the green dragon, the dark blood demon dragon, the red dragon Da Hong of Poyang Lake, the pilgrimage of Wanlong in the Forbidden City, the cultivation of dragons in Dantian, and later Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum dragon Emperor Liangqi, Huang Dikwen's Yinglong. All of this is always related to the dragon, and even the Gonggong demon god Yuan Ling, who has the head of a man and the body of a dragon, can't help but want to occupy his body. In the Dantian, there is a golden dragon, or a 5-clawed golden dragon, which can already be said to be a living creature. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Ling Yun, if someone says that he is a dragon in human form, he will not mind. All of the above, Ling Yan couldn't help thinking of the Dragon Emperor Palace. Because there are not so many coincidences in the world. If not, how could Ling Yan insist on visualizing the real dragon corpse before breaking through such a critical threshold of the Foundation establishment realm? Regarding the matter of the ancestors of the Ling family, Ling Yan had actually discussed it with Ling Lai a long time ago, but it is a pity that Ling Lai knew not much more than him. Then everything will naturally fall on Tong Tian Guishan Liu. As long as it is an inheritance, there must be memories, and it must carry a lot of information. When the inheritance is opened and grows up, it will naturally be unable to hide and will gradually reveal itself. Ling Yan has 2 plants in Ling Yan's hand, but they are obviously still in their infancy. Compared with the one owned by the Ling family in Kunlun, they can only be regarded as seedlings. Regarding the normal cultivation speed of a cultivator, Ling Yan, as a person who has reached the transition period, has a clear understanding. Ling Yi in Kunlun, if he only relied on his own aptitude and the xuanhuan mantra, his cultivation speed would definitely not be that fast. He must have obtained an amazing secret from the ghost willow that grew up. 1 Huashan, 2 nascent souls, 3 Jindan peaks. With such terrifying strength, there must be a reason why the Ling family in Kunlun didn't think of a way to break through the restriction and return to Earth. After seeing his mother and the family reunion, it was rare for Ling Yan to relax completely in this small world, because the change caused by sacrificing the ghost willow made him think through a lot of things at once. But he also ignores many things. For example, just now when he mentioned that this place is actually a small world, Yi Xingchen talked eloquently, but he didn't show any understanding of the small world. When Ling Yan was quietly thinking about things, Yi Xingchen's spiritual thoughts were also locked on the ghost willow, his beautiful eyes blinked, and he was also thinking. Yuner, the meal is ready, let's come back to eat with Xingchen. At this moment, Yin Qingshuan's voice rang in the ears of the two, bringing the two who were thinking about something back to reality in an instant. Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen looked at each other and smiled, and immediately replied, "Here we are." The two reached out their hands at the same time, holding each other, and the figures disappeared at the same time. The place to eat is in the valley between the 2 green hills, in the bamboo house, where Yin Qingxian usually lives. It was already midnight, and in the entire small world, apart from the moonlight and stars, only the 3 bamboo buildings in this valley had twinkling lights. Qingwan and Qingfeng pay homage to the young master. As soon as Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen entered their mother's bamboo building, Qingwan and Qingfeng immediately stepped forward, shoulder to shoulder, and bestowed blessings on Ling Yan. Ling Yan was so frightened that he quickly hid to the side, and said with embarrassment, "You 2 young ants, you must not do this, you are all my relatives. Where did you come from, so many masters?" Qingwan and Qingfeng are different from Qingniao. They grew up with Yin Qingxian since they were young. The 3 of them are called master and servant, but they are actually like sisters. Qingwan is gentle and dignified, and Qingfeng is delicate and pretty. Both of them are beauties who are not inferior to Qingniao. They had already seen Ling Yan's photo when Yi Xingchen just came back. After cooking the meal just now, they couldn't wait to see Ling Yan here, but they didn't expect that before they could make a move, there was no one in front of them. They had to look at each other and smile wryly. "Young master, when we meet for the first time, the etiquette cannot be discarded." Qingwan turned her head, looked for Ling Yan's figure, and said anxiously. After Ling Yan's figure disappeared, Qingfeng turned her head to look at Yin Qingshuan's place. As expected, she saw Ling Yan again, beside her. She was stunned immediately. "Oh, the young master's appearance is much more handsome than those in those photos." "Thank you, Aunt Qing, for your compliment." Ling Yan smiled, and waved to Qingwan and Qingfeng as a greeting. "The fish are coming." At this moment, Qingniao came out from the kitchen with the steamed fish, and said with a smile, "The dishes are ready. Don't the 2 sisters want to watch Yuner? Just sit on the table and watch while eating. I promise to give it to you." "See, enough." So 7 people sat down. On a mahogany round table, Yin Qingxian had Ling Xiao on her left, Ling Yun on her right, Yi Xingchen on her right, and Qing Yao sitting opposite Yin Qingxian, with Xuanhuan and Qing Feng on her sides. After everyone sat down, Ling Yun took out a box of old mitai from his Taishi ring, opened 2 bottles and put them on the table. Then he personally filled a glass for his mother and father, and then without any explanation, filled the glasses for the 3 young ants opposite each other one by one. The last one is Night Star. I don't need you, I will do it myself. Seeing that he was done, Yi Xingchen took the bottle with a smile and poured it for himself. The feast begins. Qinghuan and Qingfeng are excellent at cooking. In order to welcome the arrival of Ling Yun and his son, they have been busy since the afternoon when Ling Yun went to Qingshui City to pick up the blue bird. Of course Ling Yun's judgment was not wrong. After Qingyao had fully recovered, he had reconnected with Qinghuan, Qingfeng and the others through Yi Xingchen. So after Ling Yun saw Qingyao and explained his intentions, Qingyao notified them immediately. Together with them, Yin Qingxian slaughtered chickens and sheep, dug bamboo shoots, dug wild vegetables, picked mushrooms and wild fruits, and caught lake fish. They have been busy until now, preparing a table full of dishes. No more, no less, exactly 18 dishes. Its intention is self-evident. These 18 dishes represent the Ling Yun family of 3, the past 18 years. There are hot and cold, with meat and vegetables, all of them are exquisite. The banquet is a reception banquet, but also a reunion banquet. The atmosphere of the whole banquet was extremely warm, especially for Ling Yun, who didn't feel any restraint or pressure. After the whole banquet, he felt extraordinarily comfortable. At the banquet, no one talked about the demon sect, nor did anyone mention the Ling family's desolation in the past and its current strength, and no one asked about Ling Yun's very private cultivation and various battle experiences. Because everyone here understands that at this moment, all the past is not important, what is important is that the family finally sat together. At this time, at the wine table, let's talk about the experience of beating and killing. The humiliation and hatred in the past will only spoil the scenery. Don't talk about the pain of parting, just talk about meeting each other. At the wine table, Yin Qingxian didn't talk much, only when the plate in front of Ling Yun was almost empty, she would smile and refill him with various dishes calmly. Then, watching Ling Yun finish eating with big gulps, she took Ling Yun's plate again with happiness in her eyes, and filled it up for him again. Yi Xingchen was the busiest person at the wine table, she was busy pouring wine for everyone, and also busy drinking. Through this banquet, Ling Yun knew for the first time that his mother loved drinking very much, and she could drink 1,000 glasses without getting drunk. Yin Qingxian didn't eat much by herself. Although she was busy serving Ling Yun's food, she never missed a drink. She drank extremely fast, vigorously, and extremely crisply. Not sloppy, and not at all pretentious. Moreover, Ling Yun discovered that not only Yin Qingxuan's drinking capacity was astonishing, but also Qinghuan Qingfeng's and Yi Xingchen's drinking capacity was astonishing, and their drinking methods were exactly the same as Yin Qingxuan's, and they didn't hide it. This has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation, because here, on this wine table, no one is going to do the work of forcing wine. They are all drinking normally like ordinary people. Therefore, after the 3 bottles of mitai were quickly finished, Ling Yun secretly asked Ling Xiao via voice transmission, did her mother drink like this all the time, or did she start drinking like this after she was imprisoned here? Ling Xiao's answer is, always. So Ling Yun felt relieved, and at the same time glanced sideways at Yi Xingchen, because he didn't know that she could drink so much from the beginning to the end. Yi Xingchen had already drunk half a caddy of wine, her pretty face flushed, and she raised her glass to drink in response to Ling Yun's gaze, not bothering to explain. At this banquet, Ling Yun didn't learn about any important events, all he heard were some insignificant things, as well as some trivial things in daily life on his mother's side. For example, the 2 mountains that formed this valley, one called Feiyun Mountain and the other Xingchen Mountain, were both named after Yin Qingxian. The big lake in the small world is named Shanhai. The continuous palace was originally called Chang'e Palace, but now it is called Chang'an Palace. And these years, Qinghuan and Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to the matter of cultivation. They have always taken care of Yin Qingxuan's daily necessities wholeheartedly, in every possible way, all year round. Although my mother has been confined here for many years, apart from practicing hard, her life is actually not lonely. Yin Qingxian is good at piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, all kinds of ancient books of the three religions, Yin Qingxuan's study has everything that one expects to find. They have carefully raised chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep, and various poultry and livestock. The flowers and plants in this valley, especially the flowers and plants around the several bamboo buildings, were carefully planted and pruned by Qinghuan and Qingfeng. Qinghuan even cultivated a large vegetable field next to Shanhai Lake. If he wanted to grow any melons, fruits, and vegetables, he only had to ask Elder Wen Mo. Catching fish in the lake and fishing are all Qingfeng's special skills. During the banquet, Qinghuan, Qingfeng, and Qingniao were the three who talked the most. They had a tacit understanding and cleverness. Through drinking and chatting, they told Ling Yun and his son about their lives here, so that they could understand thoroughly. After listening to it, even Ling Yun had to admit that, except for the hate incident 18 years ago, the three of them, mother and the others, lived a life in a paradise of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and seeing Nanshan leisurely. But hate is hate, no one has ever forgotten it, but no one is willing to mention it at this moment. During the banquet, Yin Qingxian was the most natural and free-spirited person. Of course, Ling Xiao was the most reserved and dull person. Ling Xiao's performance made Ling Yun think that his father was sitting on this table, as if he was drinking. Regarding his father's unnaturalness, Ling Yun was very clear in his heart, and fully understood why Ling Xiao had been like this from the time he saw his mother until now, and he never returned to normal. First of all, it was because of Ling Xiao's current age and appearance. Ling Xiao had already eaten Ling Yun's Zhuyan pill, and his current appearance was not much bigger than Ling Yun's. Although it was his dream to regain his youthful appearance, it still depends on who he is. Yin Qingxian hasn't eaten Zhuyan pill yet. Although she has reached the peak state of fusion realm and her appearance will not change in decades, the past years have left traces on her after all, making her look 3 years old. Looks like 10 years old. Therefore, only in terms of appearance, Yin Qingxian is already 10 years older than the current Ling Xiao. The two of them are sitting together at this moment, no wonder Ling Xiao is not embarrassed. Secondly, because Ling Xiao was forced by the situation, he was forced to marry Dong Rulan, and had a daughter Ling Shui with her. This was the biggest problem in Ling Xiao's heart. Although Ling Yun had resolved it, when he came here and faced Yin Qingxian, how could he be in the same mood as when they first met? Like a stick in the throat, like sitting on pins and needles. Ling Xiao wanted to say something but couldn't. It was hard to say anything, except sitting there silently drinking. He couldn't say anything, couldn't do anything. The feeling must be unbearable. In the end, there was a difference in the realm between the two. Even though Ling Xiao had already reached the 8th level of qi training, facing Yin Qingxian, who was at the peak of the fusion realm, the gap between the two was too far away. However, this matter is the least psychological burden for Ling Xiao, because when he first met Yin Qingxian, the other party's realm was far superior to his. Yin Qingxian was well aware of all this, but she didn't say a word about it, as if she couldn't see it, and seemed to be enjoying Ling Xiao's embarrassing appearance that she had something to say, but couldn't say it. During the dinner, Yin Qingxian seemed to have forgotten the existence of Ling Xiao beside her, and just kept asking Ling Yun how he was, and brought him some food, for fear that he would not be full. If Yin Qingxian didn't mention it, the others seemed to have an appointment with him, and they never mentioned such topics, which made Ling Zhao's meal full of mixed flavors, and his days felt like years. Fortunately, there is no permanent banquet in the world. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food, and 2 boxes of aged mitai are all drunk. Qingyao got up first, and drunkenly asked Qinghuan and Qingfeng to accompany her to swim the Xianhai Lake. Qinghuan and Qingfeng naturally agreed immediately. The 3 found an excuse, left the bamboo building first, and went directly to Xianhai Lake, by Yukong. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen looked at each other, and immediately understood and reached an agreement. They got up at the same time, and Ling Yun said, "Mother, the night is getting dark, and this is the best time for my child to practice the great expansion gathering star's secret art. If you don't have anything to order, I will go to practice it? It's just an excuse, just find one." Yin Qingxian stood up with a smile, held Ling Yun's hand, and said, "That's fine. Mom does have something to tell your father tonight. As for what I should tell you, I will tell you clearly tomorrow. Did you drink it just now? Drink less, let the stars accompany you, practice if you want to practice, rest if you want to rest, go." "Hey!" Ling Yun immediately agreed, said goodbye to his parents, and left the bamboo building with Yi Xingchen. After he went out, he first smiled, and then moved his divine sense, and directly outside the bamboo building, he set up a real imperial array. In this way, everything in the bamboo building, even Ling Yun himself, can't see the slightest bit. The problems of the parents are ultimately their own problems. Seeing that his mother is so open-minded and free-spirited, Ling Yun knows that no matter how many burdens and thoughts his father has in his heart, his mother must have the means to calmly resolve them. When Ling Yun was still at home, Zhu Yan Baodan and Mei Yan Baodan had already been handed over to Ling Xiao. As for how his father would give them to his mother for her to take, Ling Yun didn't need to worry at all. Mother Yin Qingxuan's talent is too good, her strength is too strong, her pattern is too big, and her mind is too broad. This is all Ling Yun's impression of Yin Qingxian, from the time they met to now. At the same time, Ling Yun also believes that only a peerless person like his mother can teach an outstanding apprentice, like Yi Xingchen. "Are you really going to practice?" The 2 left the bamboo building, and came directly to the top of Xingchen Mountain. Yi Xingchen looked up at the bright starry sky and asked, "That's just an excuse, I don't want to be the light bulb for my parents." Ling Yun chuckled, and then said, casually, "I have a question for you." "What?" "The mountain opposite is called Feiyun Mountain, by my mother. I know what's going on, but why is this mountain called Xingchen Mountain?" Yi Xingchen's delicate body trembled slightly, and she seemed to sigh, before she lowered her head and replied, "Because after Aunt Qingmiao took you away from here 18 years ago, Master picked me up on this mountain top within a few days." Ling Yan's heart shook violently. In the small world, can a baby girl appear out of thin air? With a suspicious face on his face, he stepped forward to hold Yi Xingchen's shoulders, scrutinized Yi Xingchen for a while, and suddenly smiled brightly. "Xingchen, you can't really descend from a fairy, can you?" Yi Xingchen suppressed a smile, and said through his drunkenness, "It might be a witch descending to earth, are you afraid?" Ling Yan tilted his head, frowned and said, "Will the words of a witch turn into a round, weird-shaped thing? Look for a fight." Ling Yan was kicked by Yi Xingchen, and he went thousands of meters away in an instant. Yi Xingchen didn't expect that this guy didn't dodge, and she felt annoyed that she had kicked too hard. She stomped her foot secretly, and was about to fly to chase, but her delicate body froze suddenly. My body was hugged tightly from behind. What's more, the hands that passed through her armpits from behind were extremely dishonest, and they were domineering and chaotic directly on her chest, wandering wantonly. Those hands were cold, without any warmth from a living person, and the body that was close to his back felt the same way, making Yi Xingchen feel as if he was hugged by an iceman. The ghost is courting death. Yi Xingchen's willow eyebrows stood on end, but she remained unruffled in the face of danger. With a chirping sound, her mind moved. The celestial demon belt on her body suddenly shook away, first opening up a space for her body, and then releasing a vortex of stars. Boom! The people who sneaked up Yi Xingchen didn't expect her to react so violently. They were so frightened that they let go of their hands, and wanted to run away incognito. It's a pity that at this time, Yi Xingchen had already released the vortex of stars. The vortex not only had a terrifying suction force, but was also spinning rapidly. Kill! In Yi Xingchen's fury, she immediately sacrificed the heavenly demon double slash. She didn't even bother to look at that disgusting cunt. After trapping him, she would immediately smash him into pieces. Stars stop. It's me. The moment Yi Xingchen sacrificed the heavenly demon double slash, Ling Yun's real body suddenly appeared in her vortex of stars, and merged with her Yin god directly, with a face full of tears and laughter. Yi Xingchen was stunned, tilted his head slightly, and immediately figured out what to do, but in the end he gritted his teeth angrily, and shouted, "You can't do it either." The heavenly demon double slashed, the sun slashed like a wheel, and the moon slashed like a hook, turning into two balls of dazzling white light, and slashed at Ling Yun at the same time, without any hesitation. Ling Yun. He had no choice but to stretch out his hands, one in each hand, to hold the heavenly demon double slash in his hands. Then he smiled wryly and said, "I was just joking with you, there's no need to be so angry." Humph. Of course Yi Xingchen is not Ling Yun's opponent now. Her heavenly demon slash was caught by Ling Yun, and she couldn't push it any more, so she could only give up, but her mouth was still full of anger. "I'm so mad." Ling Yun could only smile apologetically, begging for mercy with a shy face. "Xingchen, can you take away the supernatural powers first? Let's talk after taking away the supernatural powers. It's really true that if you steal chickens, you won't lose everything." Just now, Ling Yun's ancient suffered a serious injury, and it was only a little bit close to being wiped out. However, the moment of ecstasy just now was just as wonderful and unspeakable. The Yin spirit hugged the person, almost equivalent to possessing a body. All the feelings were extremely real, and there was no such thing as covering with clothes. Ancient can manifest and drive away things, so he can do many things that humans can do. The ancient book said that female ghosts seduce students who are rushing to take exams. Cultivate a tattered Yin god, I'll see if you will be stunned. Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth and scolded angrily, rolled his eyes at Ling Yun, but regretted that he had shot too hard just now, so he immediately closed the star vortex, and completely restrained his aura, making himself like an ordinary person, and only then drifted a little farther away, said to Ling Yun, "Release your Yin god, and take a look." Brush. Immediately there was a figure, this time directly walking out of Ling Yun's body, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yun. It was exactly the same as Ling Yun, but his expression was sluggish, his figure was extremely faint, wobbly, and unstable. This is what it looks like when the Yin god is severely injured. Although Yi Xingchen is a woman, she is already at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and she can build a foundation at any time. The yang energy and blood energy in her body are so strong that Ling Yun's Yin spirit hugging her is already an extremely risky move. Not to mention Yi Xingchen's all-out counterattack. Just now, if Ling Yun hadn't flashed directly and merged with his Yin god, then he, the Yin god, would have been smashed into pieces by Yi Xingchen's heavenly demon, and he would have been directly smashed into a ball of Yin qi. The soul will also suffer heavy injuries, and it will be difficult to recover within a month or two. Yi Xingchen didn't look at Ling Yun, but just looked at the Yin god Ling Yun who was playing tricks on him just now. His pretty face was red and white, and his expression was strange, and he couldn't help the urge to rush up to break it up completely. "Don't be impulsive." The two Ling Yun raised their hands in surrender at the same time. "I was wrong, I was really wrong." Yi Xingchen chuckled, but glanced at Ling Yun himself, gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you enjoy yourself just now?" Ling Yun resentfully said, "It's just that the time is short. I think you still want to die." Yi Xingchen raised his eyebrows abruptly, raised his pink arm, waved his fist, and charged forward. Seeing that something was wrong, Ling Yun's Yinshan immediately floated away and became one with Ling Yun again. Then he raised his hand and threw a xuanhuan pill into his mouth to restore his soul with the help of the medicine. This xuanhuan pill is basically useless, and the price is bloody. Appear, drive things away. Yi Xingchen stopped playing around, and said in thought, You're God, how could you cultivate so fast? He was not surprised by this at all, and Yi Xingchen didn't hide the meaning of I understand it very well at all, and asked directly. Talent. Hey, it's pure talent. Ling Yun smiled triumphantly. He has now noticed that when Yi Xingchen is alone with him tonight, he always has some behavior and words that are far beyond usual, knowing that something terrible must have happened to Yi Xingchen, but he is not worried, just happy for her. After all, Ning Lingyu has two souls in one body, and he has seen the soul of a female fairy emperor in his body. No matter how terrible what happened to Yi Xingchen, could it be more terrifying than Ning Lingyu's body with two souls? What's more, Yi Xingchen's performance is quite different from Ning Lingyu's. Ning Lingyu's personality has changed drastically, while Yi Xingchen seems to have understood a lot of things about cultivation at once. No matter what new terms Ling Yun said, she was able to pick up the conversation, and as for her personality, she didn't change much, but she obviously had a calm temperament of observing everything and controlling everything. This is Ling Yun's favorite, because this is the Taoist companion, the real Taoist companion. So he didn't bother to get to the bottom of it at all. Ling Yun knew that according to Yi Xingchen's personality, no matter what she felt should be said, she would definitely explain it to Ling Yun. Slick tongue, annoying. Yi Xingchen said she hated it, but in fact she liked Ling Yun's inconspicuous appearance. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and her delicate chin lifted slightly. Quickly release your God again and show me. Ling Yun rubbed his chin, hesitant. Yi Xingchen chuckled, Don't worry, I won't bully him again. Brush. As soon as the silhouette was separated, Ling Yun Yinshan floated out of him again, and after taking a xuanhuan pill, Yinshan's body was obviously much more compact, and he was down to earth, smiling at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen bit his lower lip. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Ling Yun, the dark spirit, was smiling badly. It's a pity, Yi Xingchen knew in his heart that he really couldn't beat Ling Yun, the Yin God, anymore. God knows how much resources and energy Ling Yun had spent cultivating the Yin God to this level. When did you become a ghost? Well, less than 3 days. Yi Xingchen. She was too surprised. The little annoyance in my heart just now has long since been thrown away. In less than 3 days after cultivating the Yin God, he was able to show his form and drive things away, which is already considered a great accomplishment of the Yin God. Even with Yi Xingchen's current terrifying cognition, he has to be shocked at this speed of cultivation. Not to mention the Yin gods of the cultivators, even the real ghosts in the underworld, it is difficult to manifest and drive them away in just 3 days. It requires excellent opportunities, top talents, and great obsession. There is hope for the perfect combination of the two. Yi Xingchen restrained all his aura, stepped forward slowly, approached Ling Yun Yinshan cautiously, stretched out a slender finger, and lightly poked his shoulder. The tentacles, apart from being colder and colder than before, are no different from Ling Yun's real body. Even the clothes that Yinshan transforms at this moment are the same as Ling Yun's, the only difference is the color. How? Ling Yun asked with a smile. He really wanted to hear Yi Xingchen's opinion. Yi Xingchen thought for a while, and said seriously, Don't mention it now, but before the beating, if you meet the Haisha demon god summoned by Sikong Tu, you should be able to draw. Ling Yun opened his mouth slightly. Because this is an extremely accurate evaluation. It doesn't matter what the evaluation is, it only shows one thing, Yi Xingchen's current vision has far surpassed her realm. Let's be a little weaker, because the body is not compact enough, and there is no weapon at hand, so it is difficult to cause substantial damage to the Haisha demon god. Ling Yun also made his own judgment. After all, he had actually fought that Haisha demon god back then, and knew how powerful that demon god's body was, so his judgment was naturally more accurate. The strength of the Yin god happened to be what Ling Yun said. If his own Yin god faced the current Mo Wudao, it would be just enough for the other party to drink a pot of strength to judge. Because of 49 days of sleep, Mo Wudao, who woke up, and his Yin god, just had the strength to subdue the Haisha demon god. But Ling Yun was not in a hurry. After all, his Yin god had just been cultivated, he hadn't been able to condense into a Dharma body, he couldn't use mana, and he didn't have a magic weapon to take advantage of. After Yi Xingchen poked Ling Yun's body with his fingers as a test, he became very interested and reached out with both hands, first pinching Ling Yun's face indiscriminately, and then sliding down to his shoulders, arms, and scratching for a while. The deity of Ling Yun stood aside, staring blankly, with an extremely unnatural expression on his face, and finally said helplessly, "Eldest sister, eating human tofu should be done in moderation." "Humph. Auntie, this is revenge." Yi Xingchen suppressed a smile, and stretched out his hand to pinch Ling Yun's nose to keep him from panting, "So that you can remember, don't go out to act wild in the future, and always want to plot against other girls." Ling Yun raised his head and looked at the sky. There was nothing he could do but be speechless. "By the way, Yin God, do you have your own method of visualization?" Yi Xingchen kept bullying Ling Yun in front of him, and suddenly asked, casually. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Because the most important way to cultivate Yinshen is to visualize. Especially after condensing into a Dharma body, whatever you visualize, you can change into anything during the battle. At that time, not only will you be able to display part of the ability of the visualized object, but you will also be able to crazily increase the strength of the Yin god in a short period of time. It is similar to the Haisha demon god summoned by Sikong Tu with the technique of summoning the gods. Or the immortal technique performed by Lilong Daoist of the Qing Palace on Longhu Mountain, but that requires no visualization, just invite the immortal to upper body for a short time. Or the transformation of the body into a Buddha by the 10,000 Buddhas, that is the purest method of visualization. No, the Dharma body has not yet been condensed. Don't worry about the method of visualization. What Ling Yun said was very guilty, he said it boldly, his instinct. Yi Xingchen said something. Sure enough, Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped what he was doing, turned his head and glanced at Ling Yun, with a half-smile, obviously in disbelief. "I have one, which may be useful for you to practice Yinshen in the future. There is a kind of empathy, which is knowing that you are lying, but not pointing it out, and you can continue to chat according to your heart and purpose." What method of visualization? Let's talk about it. I don't know the specific name, I just remember the general outline of the method of visualization, which is very easy to learn, but after practice, there are also big shortcomings. That is, it is easy for the person who visualizes to get stuck in it and lose his originality completely. Heart, lost myself. Yi Xingchen's expression was extremely solemn, and there was even a look of struggle and hesitation on her beautiful face, as if she couldn't make up her mind for a while, so she turned to look at Ling Yun, "So you must carefully consider whether you want to listen or not." Seeing Yi Xingchen's solemn appearance, Ling Yun couldn't help being amused, and said disapprovingly, "It's just a general outline, what do you have to worry about? If I don't think it's right after listening, just don't practice." While speaking, Ling Yun gave Yi Xingchen a reassuring look. It is no wonder that Ling Yun took the weight lightly, because in his opinion, the method of visualization, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than two words, observation and thinking. Observation, the difficulty lies in how real the object of observation is. Think, relying on how high your comprehension is. You can observe first and then think, or you can think first and then observe, and you can visualize at the same time, because the essence of the three is the same. Most of the cultivators in this world observe first and then think, or do visualization at the same time. Only a very small number of extremely talented people can think first and then observe. This is because imagining something out of thin air is just an idea in the mind. It is extremely difficult to completely freeze it and let the mind or soul see it. Difficult. What's more, it may be no problem to complete such a visualization, but it is impossible for a person to visualize thoroughly at one time. Then when you want to visualize next time, will the thing imagined in your mind be the same as the last time? Even if the memory of a cultivator is superb, but with the various changes in one's own realm, eyesight, and state of mind, the thoughts in the mind must also change, and the shape and spirit of the visualized objects will naturally change. In this way, the most important truth of visualization is lost. Therefore, in the realm of comprehension, as long as one can think first and then observe, his aptitude and comprehension are definitely the top-notch ones. As long as he does not fall halfway, his final cultivation achievements will definitely shock the world and are simply incalculable. After thinking first, Ling Yun can do it easily, and because he has reached the transition period and has seen too much in the world of cultivation, he also has enough capital to do so, but even so, Ling Yun does not want to live to say, trying to avoid doing so. It's not that he can't figure it out, but because he has reached the transition period, he has already deeply understood how important that truth is. It's like the triple realm of life: the mountain is a mountain, the mountain is not a mountain, and the mountain is still a mountain. True is true, false is false, nothing can be changed. Therefore, even if Ling Yun has seen a real dragon in the world long ago, and has already carved its appearance in his heart, he is not willing to take it out for visualization, and would rather visualize a dead real dragon corpse. Therefore, for Ling Yun now, the method of visualization is actually not that important. The difficulty is that it is difficult for him to find something that is really worthy of his visualization. You can't even look down on it, so what's the point of contemplating? Therefore, Ling Yun was mainly curious about Yi Xingchen's solemn visualization method, and wanted to see what level it was that could make Yi Xingchen keep silent. As for whether to learn it, that's another matter. Since the method of visualization is a method of cultivation, it is naturally of all kinds, and there are many classifications. Just like the cultivation method of a cultivator, it is also divided into high and low grades. For example, Ling Yun's De Yen Gathering Stars Treasure Ju, and the Golden Bell Cover Iron Cloth Shirt, 2 body training methods, the grades are naturally heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, the more indifferent Ling Yun was, the more dignified Yi Xingchen's face became. She slowly shook her head and said, "It's not what you think, the general outline of this visualization method, as long as it comes out of my mouth and into your ears, you will be fine when the time comes. Regret if you don't want to practice, it's hard." Ling Yun raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Is it so domineering? If you want to say that, then I have to listen. Yi Xingchen's silence aroused Ling Yun's greatest interest and fighting spirit. Originally, he wanted Yi Xingchen to explain the mystery of the visualization method first, and then decide whether to listen, but now, Ling Yun just wanted to. Yi Xingchen immediately told him. It is good. Yi Xingchen's heart thumped, he gritted his teeth suddenly, and finally chose to trust Ling Yun. Then I'll tell you, listen carefully. Next, she told Ling Yun the general outline of the domineering visualization method in her heart. It was less than 1,000 words. Her pretty face was pale, and there was a mist above her head. For Ling Yun, he simply gave up his life. On the other side, Ling Yun was already dumbfounded, he was dumbfounded, and completely froze. When Yi Xingchen first narrated, Ling Yun didn't feel anything, but until Yi Xingchen finished speaking the last word, the general outline of the method of visualization was instantly transformed into real words, or runes, firmly imprinted on Ling Yun's soul, densely packed, like a knife carving on it. It doesn't matter if it becomes a talisman, or a formation, it's like a curse, and it can't be shaken off. Whether it is necessary to practice or not, maybe we can talk about it, but if you want to forget it, it is just a dream. Yi Xingchen didn't lie to him, the general outline of this visualization method is really overbearing. However, Ling Yun didn't mean to blame Yi Xingchen at all, on the contrary, while he was shocked, his heart was full of ecstasy. Because this method of visualization is really too heaven-defying. In Ling Yun's view, this is already the strongest visualization method he can imagine, the only one, and any other visualization methods must be placed in the back row. Even, it can no longer be simply described as a method of visualization, but the legendary great summoning technique. Think first and watch later. No matter what he thinks, the dharma of the thing he thinks will immediately appear in the starry sky of his brain. It is both spirit and form, and is extremely real. It can be standing or sitting, or lying down, walking slowly, turning slowly, letting it go. Ling Yun uses the eyes of the sky or the eyes of the mind to visualize in all directions and from all angles. Ling Yun can not only adjust the distance of the other party according to his thoughts, but also whether he wants to see the other party's posture or movement. It is just a matter of one thought. When you think about it, it comes, and when you think about it, it goes away. You can watch whatever you think, and whatever you watch, the Yin God can change into something, try to figure out its true meaning, and evolve its way. There is a paragraph in the general outline that is very clear. Looking at the demon god is the demon god, looking at the Buddha is the Buddha, looking at the sun, moon, and stars, you are the sun, moon, and stars, looking at the jade girl, you can see the jade girl, looking at the bones, you can see the bones, looking at the pagoda. The lotus flower, watching the earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, and lightning, watching the time and space, you can see the time and space, and watching the great road, you can see the great road. The eye see everything, and the God does not change. Only by keeping the true self unchanged, can we obtain eternity. To put it simply, the eyes can see anything, and the Yin God can change everything, but there is a major premise: you must keep your own heart. As long as you don't lose yourself, you can get eternity, that is, eternal life. This kind of visualization method is of course extremely easy to get started, it couldn't be easier. Ling Yun had already realized it, so he stopped thinking about it and turned to look at Yi Xingchen with deep eyes, unable to hide his heartache. Stars. Okay? Yi Xingchen tried his best to keep his tone steady, but his body was already shaking. This exercise is yours, right? Do you still know it now? Of course I will, otherwise how can I read it to you? Yi Xingchen smiled at him. Read it to me? Ling Yun stepped forward, embraced Yi Xingchen's delicate body, and said in a deep voice, "Tell the truth." I was discovered by you. Well, this method of visualization is indeed very weird. After I read it to you, I won't know it. Yi Xingchen was hugged by Ling Yun this time, but he behaved like a cat, showing no sign of struggling. Ling Yun smiled wryly, and gently squeezed Yi Xingchen into his arms with both arms, staring at her beautiful eyes, without saying a word for a long time. The love is so deep, what can the husband ask for? Thought is just a form. In fact, this general outline should have been branded on Yi Xingchen's soul word by word just like Ling Yun's now, and she tore every word from her soul with unfathomable means and great perseverance. And then gave it to Ling Yun. How painful it is to tear the soul apart thousands of times. Thanks to her being able to talk and laugh happily, she read the entire outline as if nothing had happened. Moreover, Ling Yun has also guessed that although this general outline is useful for visualization, it is not a method of visualization, but an extremely heaven-defying order of the great Tao. That's why you can come to whatever you think about, and you can be whatever you observe. If you cultivate Yinshan in this way, then your own deity will have to practice desperately in the future, and may not be able to catch up with the terrifying growth speed of Yinshan. Of course, the premise is still the same: you can't indulge in visualization, lose your original mind, and lose yourself. From this point of view, it has indeed greatly increased the degree of danger in the heartbeat period. But at this moment, Ling Yun didn't have time to think about these things. His thoughts were all on Yi Xingchen. It hurts, right? Ling Yun asked softly. I was able to bear it just now, but now I can't. Yi Xingchen blinked her beautiful eyes, knowing that she couldn't hide it. Her delicate body was trembling, and she couldn't help leaning her head against Ling Yun's chest. How can I help you? Ling Yun was distressed and anxious, but he didn't dare to do anything recklessly, so he could only ask. Fool. Yi Xingchen said coquettishly, I'm just in pain now. You can use the healing talisman, or simply knock me out. Just sleep and I'll feel better. Still knocked out? Ling Yun couldn't bear it. He wished he could suffer this pain for Yi Xingchen, and he cursed in his heart that he just thought Yi Xingchen was provoking him, but he didn't expect that she was also worried that he wouldn't be able to bear the pain of stripping his soul. He used the 9 best healing talismans in one go, first relieved Yi Xingchen's pain, then carried her to the bamboo building where Yi Xingchen lived, put her on the bed, and gently pointed out, watching her fall into a deep sleep. After Yi Xingchen fell asleep, Ling Yun left quietly, went straight to the top of Feiyun Mountain, and drew 300 healing talismans in one go, all of which were top-quality treasure talismans that could directly affect the soul, before returning to Yi Xingchen's bedside. After that, Ling Yun didn't do anything, just stayed by Yi Xingchen's bedside, and used a treasure talisman on her every once in a while, and of course he didn't forget to use it on his wounded soul. In this way, the two lay down and sat down, slept and woke up, and stayed together until dawn. Morning. Yin Qingxian walked out from the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, and stood on the corridor of the bamboo building, leaning on the railing, looking into the distance. She took off the red dress from last night, and changed into a clean white shirt. The bottom 2 buttons were unbuttoned, but the hem was tied into a beautiful bow at random. It doesn't decrease at all, but adds a thrilling dignified beauty, full of fairy spirit. This bamboo building was built on the halfway up Feiyun Mountain, surrounded by green trees, with green bamboos blowing the wind, and the gurgling spring, with a very wide view. All the houses and buildings in the small world are facing south, from the north. From the bamboo building, whether it is the everlasting Regret Palace in the east, the Ninefold House in the west, or the sparkling Shanghai Lake, the whole small world, you can have a panoramic view of most of the scenery inside. At this moment, the dazzling sunlight filled the entire small world, the blue sky was clean, the breeze was blowing, and the spiritual energy in the small world was overflowing, obviously stronger than before. Even in a small world, this is an extremely rare fine weather. A new sun, a new day, and moreover, a new life. The dead would finally reach the sky. Yin Qingshuan's eyes and spiritual thoughts stayed in the 3rd courtyard of the 9 courtyards for a long time, thinking silently in her heart. 18 years ago, Yin Qingxian, who was pregnant with Liu Jia, followed Ling Xiao to Ling's house with apprehension and determination, just wanting to give birth to Ling Yun there and give him a worldly status. It's a pity that the way of heaven is ruthless, and after all, it failed to make people's wishes come true. Both expected and unexpected. As expected, it was Yin Qingxian who knew that what was supposed to come would definitely come, it was just one day sooner or later. This was determined by her identity as the saint of the demon sect at the time, as well as the huge secrets of the Ling family itself, as well as the wrestling of the top forces in China. There were too many involved in it, and it was impossible to break it apart, and Yin Qingxian was powerless. Unexpectedly, it was unexpected, the 2 ways of good and evil came too fast, the night came, and the thunderous means, several parties worked together to forcefully beat the Mandarin ducks, and separated Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. Even though she is a saintess of the demon sect, she is extremely powerful, and even if she has no plans to spare, she is powerless to recover from that kind of thunderbolt method. Kunlun. It is too powerful. The Mazong, under the circumstances at that time, did not allow her to marry and have children at all, and it was not just Sakantu who went mad with jealousy. The Ling family has long been disliked by some people, wishing for the Ling family to perish. In order to protect the fetus in the womb, Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao have their own ties to protect the Ling family, so they can only be humiliated and hated. So what if they are separated? Time flies, and 18 years have passed in the blink of an eye. My son has grown up, and now he is in China. No one dares to bully him. All the enemies back then, the vast majority of them were already dead, and the rest who hadn't had time to come to the door, could only hide in the dark and tremble in fear all day long. Yin Qingxian looked away. She closed her beautiful eyes, stretched her arms towards the sky, and stretched her waist. At the same time, she took a deep breath, and felt that the air around her was refreshing like never before. It feels so good to be yourself. After Yin Qingxian stretched her posture, she quickly opened her eyes, with a smile on her lips, stepped forward, stepped down the steps, and quickly left the bamboo building. After a few steps away from the bamboo building, she suddenly felt something, stopped suddenly, turned her head to feel it carefully, and couldn't help laughing. My son's formation is really against the sky. Yin Qingxian couldn't help admiring. It turned out that Yin Qingxian walked out of the range of Ling Yin's imperial god formation, and suddenly found that the bamboo building behind her had completely disappeared in her divine sense. When she looked back, she found that the bamboo building really existed in her field of vision, but no sound from inside could be heard at all. Yin Qingxian immediately took a few steps back, returned to the formation and stayed for a while, and found that everything in the bamboo building was enveloped by spiritual thoughts again. It seems that this is the little Yushan formation that Xingchen told me about. Yin Qingxian smiled sweetly. Of course she understood Ling Yun's intentions. She didn't think too much about it. She walked away silently, and soon came to the sky above the Shanghai Lake. In the southwest corner of Shanghai Lake, there is actually a super luxurious modern yacht moored. It is white in color, 3 stories high, and more than 20 meters long. Qingniao, Qinghuan, Qingfeng. After the 3 of them left the bamboo building last night, they boarded the yacht, drove the yacht to the farthest point, and slept in the bedroom of the yacht with all their clothes on for the night. As soon as Yin Qingxian arrived, the 3 naturally stood up to greet her, looking at her with strange eyes. I said, "Why don't the 3 of you go back to the bamboo house? It turned out that you hid here and enjoyed it a lot." No matter how arrogant Yin Qingxian was, she was unnaturally stared at by them at this moment, so she preemptively struck. "My sister enjoyed it last night." Due to Qingfeng's personality, she couldn't help it, and spoke first. Her eyes glanced at the valley in the distance intentionally or unintentionally. "That's right, the bridal chamber wedding, how dare we go back and disturb?" Even Qinghuan, who has always been gentle and dignified, rebelled, smiling and teasing. "Sister's complexion is really good, but it's a pity that my big brother Ling, who has practiced qi at the 8th level, is so tired that he can't even get out of bed." Bluebird followed with a smile. "Crit 3 in a row. Negotiable, definitely negotiable." For a moment, Yin Qingxian blushed like blood, regretting from the bottom of her heart why she came here. Didn't this come to her door to tease the 3 younger sisters? Yin Qingxian stomped her feet suddenly, and the shaking yacht trembled violently. She stared and said, "What do you 3 know? If you dare to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will tear your mouths apart." Unexpectedly, Qingfeng was not afraid at all, and said with a half-smile, "Of course we don't have elder sister who understands, we really should slap our lips." Qinghuan was so frightened that she patted her plump breasts, and said heartbroken, "Look, I have already said that after my sister and her husband are reunited, they will no longer want us. My sister was not like this before." Only Qingniao seemed quite dissatisfied with Qinghuan's words, and argued seriously, "Sister Qinghuan, this is your fault. It's a normal thing, don't overthink it." After Yin Qingxian listened, she was completely speechless. 1 against 3, no win. 3 sisters, my sister is wrong, can I ask you for mercy? While talking, Yin Qingxian did not forget to wink with the 3 of them, and at the same time quickly turned her head to look in the direction of the valley. The meaning is very clear, Ling Yan is still there, don't make too much noise. Unexpectedly, this time, the three people on the opposite side shouted in an exceptionally high voice, no. Yin Qingxian turned her head and walked away in an instant. She fled in despair, leaving only one sentence, I'm hungry, cook. The purpose of coming here has long been forgotten. Originally, she came here to wake up the three of them, and then planned to cook for them by herself, making them a breakfast, so as to silence the three of them. Although Yin Qingxian left, her divine sense still enveloped this place. She wanted to see what they would say after she left. Seeing that Qingfeng was very puzzled, she asked the other two doubtfully, would my sister be tired too for that kind of thing? You never complained about being hungry before? Qingyuan pondered and said, I should be tired too, it seems that winning is difficult. Qingyao nodded very seriously, in this case, we have to cook a richer breakfast to nourish my sister's body. Fortunately, I have prepared for it, and there are plenty of fresh ingredients in the space ring. See if I don't kill you three shameless girls. Yin Qingxian couldn't listen anymore, she suddenly appeared, her pretty face was blushing, her figure was like lightning, and she flew towards the three of them. Ah, sister, please forgive me. I was wrong. Sister, there is no big or small after 3 days of wedding. The three laughed and fled quickly in 3 directions, but they were still laughing and begging for mercy. In fact, they all acted like they were not afraid of death. Shocking waves set off on Shanhai Lake. At this time, Ling Yan was standing on the top of Feiyun Mountain, looking at the surface of Shanhai Lake from a distance, watching the whole process of the mother and the four playing just now. From the beginning to the end, he was already so happy that he couldn't help laughing. He also didn't expect that Aunt Qingyao, who usually doesn't talk much, would act like a real girl, so lively and real after she came here. I also know better that when there are no other people, my mother and Qingyuan Qingfeng live in such a state, they are real sisters getting along with each other, and there is no distinction between master and servant. Obviously, the mother didn't care about any of this at all. Mother Yin Qingxian lived a real life and understood it very well. All of this can be seen just by looking at this small world. Although it is full of ancient charm, as long as it is a modern item related to life, it can be seen everywhere in this valley, especially inside and outside the few bamboo buildings. Yuner, your 3 aunts have joined forces to rebel, and you dare to bully my mother, come and help me deal with them. At this time, Yin Qingxuan's voice suddenly reached Ling Yan's ears. Ling Yan, who was watching the fun, froze for a moment. How could he be qualified to participate in such a fight? However, Ling Yan took a step forward and appeared directly above the surface of Shanhai Lake, glanced left and right, and said in embarrassment, Mother, although I really want to help you, but I think what the 3 Aunt Qing said makes sense. Hear this. Yin Qingxian, who was chasing the blue bird on the lake, suddenly stopped, turned to look at Ling Yan, and stared at Ling Yan. What are you talking about, little bastard? Seeing his mother's expression, Ling Yan knew something was going to happen, so he quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, Mother, in fact, the child just woke up, and I didn't hear or see anything that happened here just now. I'll kill you, little bastard. Yin Qingxian flew over and finally found a punching bag. Can't she really beat the 3 of them, and can't she beat her own son? 3 aunts, help me. Ling Yan ran away with his head in his arms. It flew out of Shanhai Lake in an instant. Yin Qingxian chased after her fiercely, and left a sentence from a distance, You 3 hurry up and cook. I will settle the account with you 3 sooner or later, especially Qingfeng. At this time, Qingyuan, Qingfeng, and Qingyao reunited together again. The 3 of them put away their playfulness and looked at the mother and child's distant figure, sincerely happy. Qingyao murmured, My sister is finally back to herself, and the family is finally reunited. It's great. Qingyuan and Qingfeng's eyes were slightly red, and they were all nodding silently. Qingyao turned her head and asked, My sister should have a lot to say today, should I tell Yuner? A lot of. Xuanhuan nodded, and suddenly smiled, let's go, let's cook. Mother, the child knows his mistake. Lingyun begged for mercy while fleeing. I really didn't hear anything just now, and I didn't see anything, the distance is so far. Nonsense. Overhear when you shouldn't be listening, and peek when you shouldn't be seeing, you little bastard, relying on your high level, right? Stop and see if I don't kill you. Qingxian cursed with a smile, chasing after her. The mother and son chased and fled, and they had already reached the sky above the valley. In the bedroom on the second floor of the bamboo building, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the bed, was woken up. He swept away his spiritual sense, and immediately saw the mother and son chasing in the air, and suddenly withdrew his spiritual sense. If Qingxian hits his son, let's hit him, he dare not interfere in this matter. Let's continue to sleep, it's too tired. In the other bamboo building, Yi Xingchen also opened his eyes, also swept his consciousness, and after seeing the situation clearly, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. With Ling Yan's jumpy temperament, it is inevitable to be beaten, now finally someone can deal with him without any scruples, good thing. Yi Xingchen immediately looked inside and found that the severely injured soul had completely recovered, and he didn't know how Ling Yun healed her in such a short time. She smiled sweetly, threw out a formation to block the sound from the outside, then lazily turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. Brush. After making more than a dozen circles over the valley, Ling Yun suddenly landed on the top of Feiyun Mountain and stopped. Qingxian followed Ling Yun like a shadow, and instantly appeared in front of Ling Yun, waving to hit him. Ling Yun didn't dodge or evade, and said with a smile, Mother, the boy just helped you out of trouble, otherwise, my 3 young aunts, I don't know how long they will have trouble with you. Of course I know. Qingxian had already changed her gestures, touched Ling Yun's cheek lovingly, and said with relief, Xingchen is right, my son's ability to escape is really excellent, Mother can rest assured. After chasing just now, Qingxian raised her speed to the limit with the peak of the fusion realm and the unique skills of the holy sect, but she still couldn't catch up with Ling Yun. Come here with my mother. Qingxian grabbed Ling Yun's hand and came to the gazebo on the top of the mountain in a flash. Then she let go of her hand and said with a smile, You can sit whatever you want, Mother has something to tell you. As soon as Ling Yun heard this, his divine sense immediately moved, dozens of spirit stones suddenly floated into the air, and he was about to set up a small imperial formation. Unexpectedly, Qingxian smiled and waved her hands. Yuner, this is in our own home. Your father, Xingchen, and your 3 young aunts are all our closest relatives. What should we be wary of? From now on, we can speak and act more freely. Don't be so careful. Hey, I'm used to it. Ling Yun scratched his head in embarrassment, immediately put away all the spirit stones, and at the same time explained with a smile, Mother, in fact, the child wants to take out the treasures of Senior Yin that I got under the pit that day and show it to you. Look. In fact, since Ling Yun entered this small world, he has been thinking about showing Jioyo's things to his mother, but under the atmosphere last night, he never found a suitable opportunity at all, and he never expected Qingxian to be like this. The atmosphere, for such an important matter, he didn't even ask a question. Oh? Qingxian was contemplating where to start. When she heard this, she suddenly turned her head and said with a smile, All right, then take it out and have a look. Jioyo is not only a descendant of the Shang royal family, but also the ancestor of Qingxian, and is also recognized by the cultivation world as the most powerful demon sect master in the past 1,000 years. At this moment, no matter what topic the mother and son are talking about, the name Jioyo will inevitably be mentioned. Ling Yun nodded, not talking nonsense, it was just a movement of divine thoughts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blood-melting magic knife. White Dragon Excalibur. Golden Dragon Pill, Shuesha Pill, Xianin Pill, and 3 bottles of top-grade treasure pills. And that page of the mysterious golden book. The bright yellow silk imperial decree left by Yin. And that huge bronze coffin. Line up in front of Yin Qingxian, hanging in the air. In the end, Ling Yin wanted to take out the remaining half of Yi Mingzhu, but Yin Qingxian raised her hand. The stars have shown me those beads, so there is no need to take them out. Nowadays, those night pearls that are enough to drive ordinary people crazy, no matter in the eyes of Yin Qingxian or Ling Yin, they are nothing. Even though she had heard Yi Xingqian's talk, she was already fully prepared. Now that she saw so many things from her ancestors, Yin Qingxian couldn't hide her excitement. After calming down a little, Yin Qingxian picked up the sacred decree first, spread her hands lightly, and raised her eyes to sweep it. This imperial decree, in the eyes of others, is left by the ancestor Yin Jiuyo to those who can find his treasures, but to my descendants of the Yin and Shang royal family, it is actually just an ancestor's instruction. She turned her head to look at Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "So, Yunner, you can just read what is said above, don't take it too seriously." Ling Yun shook his head seriously, and said solemnly, "Mother, I understand what you mean, you are worried about my safety. However, no matter what, I am a predestined person who opened the coffin of the senior. Since I have already obtained the inheritance benefits of the senior, then you should do your best to fulfill the wish of the senior, enter Kunlun, find the Jiuding, and avenge the Yin Shang for destroying the country on behalf of the mother's family. Otherwise, the child will feel uneasy." Yin Qingxuan's eyes were doting. She stared at Ling Yun for a while, and seeing his firm eyes, she knew that it was useless to persuade her again, so she could only give up with a sigh. "Since you think so, then mother has no choice but to leave it to you. But you have to remember, as long as you do your best and have a clear conscience, everything must be based on your own safety." Ling Yun nodded immediately. "My child understands, please rest assured, mother. This imperial decree is of no use to you, so you don't need to carry it with you anymore. Mother will keep it for you." Yin Qingxian said, carefully rolled up the silk, put it away carefully, and then said casually, "Mother has finished reading these other things, you can put them away." Ling Yun was slightly stunned. "Just watched it for a while and then finished it? You know, except for the huge bronze coffin, the others are treasures that are hard to find in the world, but I didn't expect that my mother didn't even have the intention to touch it. These treasures belong to my son, why am I so anxious as a mother?" Seeing through Ling Yun's thoughts, Yin Qingxian smiled casually, and suddenly raised her hand, pointing at the blood-transforming sword that was shining with crimson light and full of evil blood. The blood-transforming sword was originally called the Dark Blood Demon Sword, because it sealed the dragon soul of a dark blood demon dragon. Later, in the Longtan of Poyang Lake, the dragon soul of the dark blood demon dragon occupied the body of the red dragon. Now it's called Big Red, right? Ling Yun could only nod his head. Yin Qingxian moved her finger, pointing to the white dragon sword. "This sword, its real name is Dragon Slaying Sword, is one of the common weapons used by ancestor Yin Jiuyo before reaching the state of transforming gods. There is a rare white dragon's dragon soul sealed inside, which can overwhelming all kinds of dragon descendants in the world." She moved her finger again. "Golden Dragon Pill, Shuesha Pill, and Xianin Pill, these 3 kinds of pills are all top-grade treasure pills. Yunner, you are only one step away from the golden pill realm, and the dragon energy in your body is blazing, and the blood energy is amazing, and has cultivated Yinshan. It is the best time to take these 3 elixirs." Finally, Yin Qingxian withdrew her finger and looked at the mysterious golden book page. "Among all these treasures, except for this blood-transforming sword, this golden book should be the most powerful. I didn't find any records in the classics, and the ancestor Yin Jiuyo didn't explain it in detail, so my mother couldn't understand it, and couldn't help you, so I can only rely on you to explore slowly." After finishing speaking, Yin Qingxian turned her hands behind her back, looked at Ling Yun, who was completely stunned with a smile, and blinked her beautiful eyes. Come on. No wonder at the banquet last night, my mother only talked about family affairs, but almost didn't ask about her own affairs. It turned out that she already knew such details. In fact, after a little thought, Xian is the previous saint of the demon sect, so she naturally knows almost all the secrets of the demon sect. In addition, she is a descendant of the Shang royal family, so she naturally knows Jiuyo very well. In addition, Yi Xingchen and Blue Bird with some of the information provided, it's all too easy to understand. At this time, Xian said something amazing again. Son, in fact, 20 years ago, Mother also rushed to the south of the Yangtze River to find these inherited treasures of ancestor Jiuyo, but this opportunity was not on Mother's body, so naturally she found nothing. It was easily obtained by you. But fortunately, after all, there is no one else who is cheap. I see. Ling Yin couldn't help laughing, he couldn't help shaking his head, and asked, Mother, then I will put them all away? Just take it. So with a move of Ling Yan's mind, he put away all the treasures, leaving only the 3 bottles of top-grade treasure pills. Mother, with your current state, you can take these 3 elixirs, see how much you can use, and I will leave it to you. When parting from Mo Wudao, Ling Yin once gave Shuasha pill and Xianin pill to the master and apprentice. There was no reason why they could give it to them, but he didn't know to give it to his own mother. Unexpectedly, Xian shook her head indifferently. Mother doesn't keep any of these pills, you just take them all. Ling Yin suddenly became anxious. Why? Xian said with a smile, although the Golden Dragon pill and Shuasha pill are top-grade treasure pills, they don't match your mother's physique and major exercises. Can't you see that? What about the Xianin pill? You will soon enter the heartbeat period. This Xianin pill is always useful, right? Xian still shook her head and said, actually, I've just reached the peak of the fusion realm, and I'm stabilizing the realm, and it's still early to enter the exciting stage. Xian pointed at the bamboo building halfway up the mountain again, and said to Ling Yun through voice transmission, your father, that idiot, felt so guilty towards me last night because of his low level, and made me so angry. While talking, she couldn't help but rolled her eyes at the sky, looking helpless. Ling Yun clenched his teeth and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Xuanhuan's meaning is very clear. She has no plans to take the elixir at present. One reason is that she has just reached the peak of the fusion state and it really takes time to stabilize the state. There is another more important reason, which is to wait for Ling Zhao's realm to catch up. Mother, please don't worry, within half a year, if it's soon, it will be around the spring festival. My father's realm should almost be able to reach the fusion state. With a movement of Ling Yan's mind, he took out a bottle of the top-grade foundation building pill and the top-grade quenching body pill that he had refined in Longhu Mountain, and sent them to Xian, and told her the respective usages of the 2 pills. My father has already reached the 8th level of Qi training, and this body-tempering pill can be taken at will. After he reaches the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, as long as he only needs this foundation establishment pill, he can at least reach the peak of enlightenment. Ling Yun was full of confidence, but in fact he had already said it very conservatively. Xian knew that Ling Yun could no longer use these 2 kinds of medicinal pills, so she did not refuse, and put it away with a smile. Only then did Ling Yun put away the other 3 medicinal pills, and then asked, casually, Mother, what kind of realm has Senior Jiuyo cultivated to? It should be the void realm. Xian replied with a smile, pondered for a while, and added, at least it's the peak of divine transformation. So strong? Ling Yan was shocked when he heard it. Xian rolled her eyes at her son, what's so surprising? Why do you think the holy sect was called the #1 sect in the world at that time, and why was it targeted by that Buddhist sect? She asked a question first, then raised her hand and waved, Yuner, before dinner last night, the conversation between you and Xingchen was actually heard by my mother. You are right, this space is not a space formation, but a real small world. Its name is Xianhai Dong Tian. This Xianhai Dong Tian was discovered by the ancestor Yin Jiuyo by chance when he reached the Void Realm. After he found it, he was overjoyed, and immediately moved this Dong Tian with his supreme supernatural power, and compared it with the demon sect outside. The main altar space has been connected to the present day. This secret, not even the highest level of the demon sect outside knows about it. The 12 elders of the demon sect who control the demon god's order flag know this secret. Only when Mo, Kong Chui, and Yugu are the only ones who know this secret. Others don't know it at all, they just think this is another large space formation of demon sect. Ancestor Yin Jiuyo, after moving this Xianhai Dong Tian over, directly designated it as a forbidden place for the holy sect, and passed down a strict order that this place belongs to the descendants of the Yin and Shang royal families. Unless the holy sect is faced with the disaster, the people of the holy sect can temporarily hide. In addition to taking refuge here, otherwise, only our descendants of the Yin Shang royal family are eligible to live here. Yin Qingxian raised her hand and pointed to the continuous palace. The Palace of Eternal Regret was built by the ancestor Yin Jiuyo, thousands of years ago. He also changed the name of the palace from Chang'e to Changhen, which means Yin Shang royal family, eternal life. Don't forget the hatred of Yin and Shang for destroying the country. It was after the construction of the Palace of Eternal Regret was completed that the ancestor Yin Jiuyo entered the Southern Dynasty alone to find trouble with Buddhism. One of the purposes was naturally to strengthen the momentum of my holy sect and to prepare for the unification of the Northern and Southern dynasties, and his real purpose was actually it is to find the whereabouts of the Human Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor Book, especially the Earth Emperor Book. Ling Yun was shocked when he heard it, and asked, why? Yin Qingxian smiled slightly, because it is said that as long as there is the Emperor's Book there, you can put the small world into the book at will, and you can take it to any place in the world. Ling Yun. Yin Jiuyo is here to take over the world. In such a big small world, it is more than enough to hold hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, including food and grass. If Yin Jiuyo finds the Emperor Book again, he can take this small world to any place. There are hundreds of thousands of elusive troops, and there is no shortage of food and grass. Isn't the world at your fingertips? At this time even Ling Yun had to admire Yin Jiuyo from the bottom of his heart. What kind of amazing and extraordinary person was he? Moreover, Ling Yun now knows that after Yin Jiuyo entered the Southern Dynasty, he was actually only one step away from the Book of Earth Emperor. The Earth Emperor's Book is at the center of the Yin-Yang Suolong Great Array, and at the same time it was also laid down by the Earth Emperor, where the Chankuan moved Great Array is located. As long as his eyes are opened by him, once the Book of Earth Emperor appears in the world. This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to be stunned. It's a pity that Yin Jiuyo was blocked by the Buddhist monk who had cultivated the Vajra glazed glass body. Although he was only one step away, he was unable to obtain the imperial book. It's really lucky. None of this was successful, and he could only sigh that Yin Shang was indeed exhausted, and there might still be a glimmer of hope for revenge, but if he wanted to restore his country, heaven would not allow it. Do you understand? Yin Qingxuan's face was calm, her eyes were light, and she couldn't see a trace of waves. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded lightly, expressing his understanding. If Yin Jiuyo really got the Earth Emperor Book at the beginning, or even if he doesn't get it, as long as he can return to the holy sect alive, then after the Southern and Northern dynasties, it will not be the Yang family of the Sui dynasty who unified the world. Perhaps this is called exhaustion. No matter how strong the manpower is, it cannot be changed. Yin Qingxian finally laughed at herself and took the initiative to end the topic. Don't talk about these long-term things, it's meaningless, it's just helpless. Next, Mother wants to tell you something about you. Contrary to Ling Yun's expectations, although Yin Qingxian mentioned the Daiwangshu just now, he didn't mention the Human Emperor's Brush and the Daiwangshu, and immediately changed the subject. Ling Yan smiled brightly and said, "Mother, you are right, I will listen." Yin Qingxian took Ling Yan's hand again and instructed seriously, "The most important thing is that you are in the heartbeat stage now. Mother knows that this realm is actually full of dangers, and even I dare not step into it easily. So next, you should try to focus on your cultivation, don't worry about some worldly things, if it's not necessary, try not to fight and kill, lest your parents worry about you. From now on, you don't need to care about things that your parents don't care about." After Ling Yan heard this, he naturally agreed, because it was from his mother's concern. The second one is about the stars. The origin of the stars is indeed mysterious, and even Mother finds it unbelievable. After your Aunt Bluebird took you out of here, on the night of the 9th day, the small world suddenly shook violently. After the shaking, Mother heard the cry of the baby. Yin Qingxian raised her hand and pointed to the opposite Xingchen mountain, "That's where my mother picked her up." It's strange to say that when my mother reached the top of the mountain, as soon as I picked her up, she stopped crying immediately, and her two dark eyes blinked, like the brightest stars in the sky, so my mother named her Yi Xingchen. That was the 9th day after you left here. Mother misses you and thinks like crazy. After seeing her, I can't think about it too much. Over the years, when you say that you are a master and apprentice, you are actually treating her as a biological daughter. If you don't have her to fill your vacancy, it will be difficult for your mother to survive these 18 years. There are huge mysteries in Xingchen. Over the years, my mother has also made various guesses, but she has never come to a conclusion, so she is too lazy to guess. As long as you know this matter in your heart, anyway, with your skills, as long as it's a secret, there will be a day when it will be revealed. I mean, you understand? Ling Yan nodded to show his understanding, and suddenly asked, "Mother, when did Xingchen pass through the 4 or 9 small tribulations?" I knew you would ask. Yin Qingshuan's lips pursed lightly. On the 3rd night after I told her to come back from Tianshan, the calamity on the top of Xingchen mountain was very moving, and the calamity took a long time, which made me and your aunts worry bad. Well, who knows what will happen in the end. In the process of transcending the calamity, is there any special vision? If there is a vision, there are many more. Yin Qingshuan's expression gradually became solemn, the lightning of the stars is black. In the end, when we thought that the star tribulation was about to succeed, a black hole seemed to appear on the top of the mountain. It suddenly appeared from the void, and then the figure of the stars disappeared for a long time. When we see her again, she has successfully survived the calamity. Of course Yin Qingxian would not hide it from Ling Yan, and told him everything she had seen. Black lightning. If Ling Yan realized something, he smiled casually and said to Yin Qingxian, "Mother, I understand, you don't have to worry, I will ask Xingchen about the other specific circumstances of the tribulation." All right. When it comes to the matter of Yi Xingchen, the mother and son have a very tacit understanding, and they both use voice transmission to talk. One last thing. It's the demon sect. Yin Qingxian finally talked about the demon sect. Up to now, it doesn't matter whether we are called the demon sect or the holy sect, whether I am called a witch or a saint, my mother doesn't care. This is Yin Qingshuan's current attitude. In fact, Ling Yan had already heard it, because when her mother mentioned Mazong just now, she sometimes used Xingzong, and sometimes she used Mazong. But Yuner, since you have obtained the blood-turning sword and the inheritance of the ancestor Yin Jiuyo, you can only be the holy master of the demon sect. When Mo, Kong Chui, Yu Gu, the 3 great elders, none of them are bad people, you can trust them, especially when Mo. Speaking of which, over the years, it's my mother who has embarrassed the 3 of them, so when you meet them after you go out, don't embarrass them anymore. But if you want to become the holy master of the demon sect, you still need to pass the final assessment. The assessment is a big formation, and it is very difficult, but mother depends on your current realm strength, plus your understanding of the battle method, plus blood transformation. The divine sword will definitely be able to pass the level easily. Lingyun hurriedly asked, Mother, I don't know the name of that great formation, what's so great about it? Qingxian pondered for a while and asked, Yuner, after you came to the main altar of the demon sect, did you notice that each of the 12 elders had a flag in their hands? Noticed. The 12 elders headed by Mo, holding the 12 command flags, will form a great formation of the 12 gods and gods. At that time, as long as you can break out of the formation, you will be the real holy master of the demon sect. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Dragon Emperor Wuxian. At the same moment when Qingxian and Lingyun mother and son were talking for a long time. The main altar of the demon sect outside the small world of Shanhai Dongtian. On the side of the huge high platform in the middle of the ancient capital, stood an inconspicuous temple. It is inconspicuous because the area of this temple is actually not large, which is equivalent to the size of 3 or 5 ordinary houses, and because it is not high enough, it is blocked by the huge high platform next to it. It is difficult to see it from the front. The whole picture. However, this temple is entirely made of bronze. There are statues of demon gods on both sides of the door. They are tall and lifelike, especially the eyes of the 2 demon gods. Better than the eyes of the living. The eyes of the 2 demon gods did not look into the distance, but lowered their heads slightly, looking down at a certain part of the passage outside the temple gate, which happened to meet at a distance of 9 feet outside the temple gate, closely watching everyone who wanted to enter. The people in the palace are terrified and trembling unconsciously. Outside the temple, except for the bluestone passage leading to the main entrance of the temple, the 2 sides of the road were too large to appear empty, and there were no buildings on the square. Of course, except for the huge human-shaped sculpture cast in white marble farther away. The sculpture is 5 feet high, far exceeding the 2 demon gods at the entrance of the temple. He is slender and looks like he is wearing a snow-white linen robe. Drifting, his eyes are sometimes firm, as if he is walking in the sky, and it seems that he will go away at any time. The person who was sculpted is known to all men, women, and children of the demon sect. Naturally, it is the former holy master of the demon sect, Ingyoyo, who has left this place and disappeared for thousands of years. And this statue of Ingyoyo, after it was determined that he was missing for 100 years, the great elder of the demon sect who had followed him, went out in person before his own death, and returned after quarrying boulders and swiping it away. The bronze temple, behind Ingyoyo, is one of the most important buildings in the demon sect. Elder Council. For thousands of years, almost all major events that determine the future and destiny of the demon sect have been discussed and decided by the 12 elders and the sanctus of the demon sect at that time. As long as the decision is made, there will be no change. At this moment, the door of the elders' discussion hall was wide open, and on the chair on the left side of the innermost part of the hall. The great elder of Mazongwen Mo, dressed in a white robe, sat still for a long time, but turned his head slightly. His old eyes passed through the main entrance of the temple, and stared at the statue of Ingyoyo on the square in the distance. His eyes were complicated, and his face changed. Sometimes we admire, sometimes we grieve, sometimes we are excited, sometimes we sigh in decadence. The first elder Mo, after sending the 3 of Lingyun to the forbidden area of the demon sect last night, said goodbye to Qingxian, and after waiting for the door of the small world to be completely closed, he came directly here and sat on his own elder chair, almost no more moved, but never closed his eyes. Suddenly, when Mo withdrew his gaze, first laughed at himself, then shook his head and sighed, "It seems that I am really old and useless." It has been 2 years since when Mo took over his Golden Elder's order and served as the elder of the demon sect. Unfortunately, so far, his realm has been stuck at the peak of the heartbeat period, and it has been a long time, and it is no longer difficult to take a step forward. After sighing, When Mo quickly showed a look of relief, and his face became excited, and said excitedly, "But I didn't expect that Qingxian girl's cultivation would be so fast, and now she has reached the peak of the fusion realm. The cultivation of the new Holy Master is even more. What's more, when Mo hurriedly glanced at it last night and couldn't see it at all. But just because Ling Yin made a random shot last night, he completely restrained the three most powerful elders of the demon sect at the same time, and he couldn't even move. To be able to do this, what kind of strength Ling Yin possesses, the elder Wen Mo can still roughly estimate. A real Jindan realm can never escape, right? The new Holy Master already possesses such strength at such a young age. What else should I worry about in the future of the Holy Sect? When Mo was relieved again, laughed at himself again, and then loosened his slightly tense shoulders, as if he had lifted a heavy burden all at once. It's a pity, I didn't expect that Qingxian girl would be so decisive last night. She told me on the spot that she will leave the Holy Sect in the future and have nothing to do with the Holy Sect. When Elder Wen Mo thought of this, his expression darkened. He agreed at the time, and he could only agree. After so many years, it is indeed difficult for that girl. The white-robed great elder Wen Mo sighed and said, "This is his true heart." After a while, he raised his head again, looked towards the doorway of the demon sect Forbidden Land, stared for a long time, sincerely smiled, and said with a smile, "At this moment, the Qingxian family should get together and have breakfast, right?" "I don't know that. Did the girl cook by herself?" When Mo stared there again for a long time, his eyes seemed to penetrate the portal of the great formation, and he had already seen a warm scene of a happy, loving mother and a son. Just thinking that Qingxian would cook in person, the old man Wen Mo swallowed a mouthful of saliva uncontrollably. Hungry. After all, Elder Wen Mo has not eaten any meal cooked by Qingxian himself for 19 years. At this moment, the elder Wen Mo was really looking forward to the sudden opening of the door to that small world, and Qingxuan's figure could fly out and land in front of him. He conjured up a food box in front of him like a conjuring trick, with a few delicate side dishes and a pot of old wine in it, and then slapped his hand away, smiling and handing him a pair of chopsticks. He holds a chopstick dish in his right hand, takes a mouth-to-mouth sip of old wine in his left hand, and then glances at Qingxian girl's smile when he jokes about his craving for food. That feeling, let alone Jin Dan, don't change it for a nascent soul realm. Hey, how is it possible now? The old man thought for a while, then smiled embarrassingly, raised his sleeves, and wiped his saliva, his face slumped. Who can be blamed? It's all my fault. I was so cruel to that girl back then. Even if she didn't remember her hatred, the old man couldn't help but slap his two big mouths every time he thought about it, of course, when others couldn't see it. Even if it is for the future destiny of Xingzong. Even if it was to control the situation where the holy sect almost fell apart. Just like last night. Thinking of this, great elder Wen Mo's face suddenly sank, his slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes were bright. The next moment, the old man sat upright, his aura rose steadily, and his face was already decisive. Swipe. The two figures entered the hall, from far away, in no particular order. It was the other two elders who accompanied him last night and greeted Ling Yun. Kong Chui, the great elder, wearing a colorful robe. Tall and mighty, the great elder in a jet-black robe, Yu Gu. How is it? After the two stood still, when Mo raised his eyes and glanced at them, and asked in a deep voice. Uncle Wen has no last resort, and if the Holy Master arrives, they will flee. Kong Chui grinned, habitually tossed his long hair, and said indifferently, I killed 17 and caught 35. After speaking, he turned his head and asked Yu Gu beside him, how about you, Lao Yu? Kill 40, catch 3. Yu Gu didn't talk nonsense, he directly reported a number and pulled it down. When Mo. A little more people were killed. However, since those people dared to take the initiative to jump out and want to betray and escape from the main altar of the demon sect, then it would be a death sentence. It was just a matter of killing sooner rather than later, and no mercy was needed. Do you really think that the demon sect is Kaishantang, come when you want, and leave when you want? And if you don't leave early, don't leave late, the new Holy Master has just arrived at the main altar, and he has not come out to officially take the position of the Holy Master, and you all ran away? Then where do I put the face of the Great Elder? Where's the person who was caught? Mo asked in a deep voice, expressionless. I'm busy catching people. After I catch them, I will throw them back to the main altar and don't care. Let us all escort them to the demon prison, right? Kong Chui rolled his eyes and said casually. I sent it by myself. Anyway, there are only 3 of them. After passing through my hands, they are all half dead. Yugu scratched his head. He never likes to trouble others, of course, he will not trouble himself. Well. You 2 sit down first. The elder Mo nodded and motioned for the 2 to sit down and talk. Kong Chui laughed, and in a flash, he sat on the elder chair that belonged to him, opposite Mo. He said he was sitting, but he was actually lying down. However, Yugu first clasped his fists at Mo, indicating that he was in agreement, then slowly turned around and sat down beside Kong Chui, not smiling. Hey, Uncle Wen, we can't do this all the time. We are called demon sect outsiders, but I haven't made a move for 20 years, and my muscles and bones are rusted, almost fell apart. After Kong Chui sat down, he changed to a more comfortable position and complained while pouting. Yugu first smiled when he heard it, but then turned his head and taught him a lesson. Shut up, you dare to say old in front of Uncle Wen, believe it or not, I'll beat you? Mo just smiled lightly, didn't care about the bickering between the 2, and asked, what about the other elders? Elder Deng and Elder Jiang should have also arrested a lot of people, but they obviously showed mercy and didn't kill a few. It was naturally Kong Chui who answered the question. He paused and added, the other elders mainly pressed and appeased other people from the holy sect, and did not chase them out. Mo nodded lightly. In fact, he knew that due to the sudden appearance of the new Holy Master Ling Yun, this civil strife in the demon sect was doomed. He had already made arrangements and did not take it seriously. Last night, there were 3 main types of people who were determined to defect from the demon sect. Haisha demon sect, the remnant of Sekantu, knew that Ling Yun was coming, and would definitely flee. For so many years, they have secretly communicated with Sekantu's side, and they have been very close, and even those who have long hated the elders of the demon sect will definitely flee. The last one is naturally 18 years ago, when dealing with the case of Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao, those who took the lead in coaxing and persecuting the elders, demanding that Ling Xiao must be killed, the Ling family must be destroyed, and even tortured by the demon sect. Thinking of the person who executed Yin Qingxian. With the arrival of the new Holy Master Ling Yun, these people know that they will die, so why can't they escape? The elder Mo has endured these people for many years, and at this time a major cleanup is being carried out, which saves Ling Yun a lot of trouble. Mo smiled and asked, how many people were arrested last night? At least more than 300. Kong Chui replied lazily, he didn't care at all, but how to deal with them is still up to you, Uncle Wen. What am I to decide? Mo's eyes widened, and he said sternly, since the new Holy Master came to our main altar last night, we have all done things for the Holy Master, and all major matters are decided by the Holy Master. What the elder said is. Hearing Mo mentioning the new Holy Master, Kong Chui and Yugu did not dare to neglect, they stood up at the same time and bowed to say yes. Mo also stood up with a smile and waved to the 2 of them, come on, you 2 come with me to see who are defectors, we will classify them in advance, lest the Holy Master will deal with it after he comes out. Upset. Who knows what Qing Xian's girl will say to the new Holy Master, just hear Ling Yun's temper that Mo understands. If he comes out of the forbidden area and sees this situation, he just picks him and leaves, then who will he go to? So, after a day and a night, under when most thunderous means, the demon sect's civil strife has long since subsided. After this civil strife, the number of people in the main altar of the demon sect decreased by nearly 20%. Another morning, around 5 o'clock, when Mo took the lead, and the 12 elders were full of seats. They were discussing how to welcome the new Holy Master, arranging how Ling Yun would be assessed, and when he was officially inaugurated as the new Holy Master, and other important matters. Suddenly, the great array of guardians of the demon sect's main altar suddenly vibrated violently, as if the sky was torn apart. When Mo also shook violently, and at the same moment, he let go of his spiritual sense to investigate. The next moment, he was horrified. In his spiritual thoughts, the next door to the main altar of the demon sect, the forbidden place where Qingxian had been imprisoned for 18 years, and he had just sent Ling Yun and his son into the forbidden area of the demon sect for only 2 days. The small world of Xianhai Dongtian is gone. The latest chapter address of Dragon Emperor Wuxian. The full text of Dragon Emperor Wuxian read address. Dragon Emperor Wuxian TXT download address. Dragon Emperor Wuxian mobile phone reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1848, Demon Sect Civil Unrest, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Dragon Emperor Wuxian, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Ouch. Caught off guard, Kong Chui's tall and slender figure was shaken to a high altitude, and his forehead was firmly knocked on the bronze beams of the main hall, letting out a scream. Of course the pain is not real pain, and being shaken to a high altitude also has elements of deliberate performance, but he has such a personality, otherwise. I feel uncomfortable all over. Kong Chui's real age is nearly 100 years old, and his realm is close to the peak of his heart, but he has always maintained the character and appearance of his 20s, including dressing. In his own words, it is innocence is infinitely good. It's a pity that the Mazong suddenly underwent a major change at this time. The sky and the earth shook violently, and the bronze hall was still shaking violently. No one appreciated his performance at all, and there was no one in the hall for a long time. Hey, wait for me. What if the old house collapses again and kills me? Kong Chui in the air covered his head with one hand, turned around casually, muttered something first, and then spread his arms, like a bird spreading its wings, and slowly flew towards the gate of the palace. If you perform for nothing, none of you know how to act. After flying out of the palace gate, Kong Chui blinked, twisted his long neck, glanced at the high platform next to him, and said, "It can be said that the forbidden area where Qingxian was imprisoned for 19 years suddenly disappeared, and the person who cared the least in his heart was Kong Chui. Without him, it's just distressing." Qingxian. Elder Wen Mo watched her grow up, but Kong Chui also watched her grow up. In the past 19 years, it can be said that Kong Chui has always been on Qingxuan's side in handling the case of Ling Xiao and Qingxian from the beginning to the end. My own child, who was brought up from a young age, is magnificent and well-behaved. What could be wrong? What can be wrong if the male college should be married and the female college should be married? Even if there is a mistake, it is the fault of others. In short, Qingxian must not be blamed. Own children. Being bullied by others outside, not only ignore it at home, but also punish it? What kind of logic is this shit? When did Mazong become so cowardly? These words were said back then, when discussing how to deal with Qingxian in this elders' council hall. Kong Chui heard it angrily in front of 10 other great elders, 9 guardians, and dozens of deacons, etc. Mo's original words. If it wasn't because he couldn't beat him, Kong Chui would have rolled up his sleeves and fought Wen Mo for 3 days and 3 nights. So in the past 10 years, how Kong Shui looked at the forbidden area of the demon sect, why he didn't like it, and went to the portal of the Shanghai Dong Tian small world when he had nothing to do, thinking about how to dig a big hole in the portal and letting Qingxian come out. It is precisely because of this that Kong Shui has been at odds with Wen Mo for 18 years since Yin Qingxian was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the demon sect, expressing his dissatisfaction in various ways. Wen Mo is actually more guilty. What else can he do? He can only let him make trouble, let him vent his dissatisfaction. Until this year, Ling Yan's strong rise was the confirmation of the identity of Yin Qingxuan's son, and he had become the master of the dark blood demon knife. When the news was sent back to the demon sect, Kong Shui was overjoyed when he heard it, and his mood gradually improved, and he spoke again, "Call Uncle Wen Mo Wen." Therefore, in his spiritual thoughts, when he found that the Shanghai cave had disappeared, Kong Shui was not surprised, but delighted. He didn't say he deserved it, he just gave Wen Mo some face. "Here, what's going on here? How can that be?" Kong Shui maintained his posture, gently moved his arms, his sleeves were fluttering, like a colorful peacock. When he slowly floated to the high platform, he saw another 11 elders, standing in the air, hovering over the huge platform, staring at the direction of the gate of the forbidden area, all stunned and muttering to themselves. Behind and around them, there are scattered and floating the only remaining 5 guardians of the demon sect, a dozen or so deacons, and a group of masters, each barely maintaining their figure, resisting the big shock, with terrified eyes, completely unaware of what happened. What's up? Yes, after the big purge the night before, 4 of the 9 protectors went, and only 5 remained for the time being. Whoosh whoosh. In all directions, more foundation-building monks of the demon sect continued to fly in, all panicking, thinking that the demon sect had encountered an enemy attack. The great elder Wen Mo stood at the highest place, at the very front, his eyes were shining brightly, and he watched closely the portal of the formation in the forbidden area of the demon sect, his expression constantly changing. Ha 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 ha. Kong Shui laughed and floated to Wen Mo's side, then pretended to be sad, shook his head and sighed. "Hey, it's really not good that there is such a big hole today for no reason in a good guardian formation. Fix it." He was telling the truth, but no matter how he heard it, there was a taste of gloating. Wen Mo was concentrating on thinking at this time, and didn't even bother to pay attention to Kong Shui. "Hey, I miss my holy sect, the Millennium Retreat is gone, everyone in my holy sect, the last means of saving lives has disappeared." Seeing that Mo didn't respond, Kong Shui continued to provoke him, also, and the new holy master, who just arrived 2 days ago, also didn't escape from the forbidden area, not to mention, and even caught up with 2 generations of saintesses. "Uncle Wen, what do you mean by this? If it gets out, won't our holy sect be laughed out of the mouth by those orthodox sects?" Kong Shui turned his head seriously, and seriously asked Wen Mo's thoughts. "Shut up." Wen Mo was really tired of hearing this, so he suddenly raised his hand to hold Kong Shui's head, and pressed down hard, lowering Kong Shui's figure by a foot. "Heaven, earth, who can do such a good thing, dare to destroy my holy sect like this?" Kong Shui was restrained, his arms and legs thrashed violently in the air, but he couldn't break free from Wen Mo's big hand, so he could only beat his chest and groan. "Uncle Wen, what should we do now?" At this time, Yu Gu, who was standing on the other side of Wen Mo, suddenly asked. "Go and have a look first." Wen Mo replied in a deep voice, and swung the big hand holding Kong Shui's head back violently, throwing Kong Shui far away. "You are responsible for appeasing everyone." Wen Mo first sent a voice transmission to Kong Shui, gave an order, and then shouted loudly, "Everyone in the holy sect, listen up, it's not an enemy attack, and it's nothing serious. Everyone go back to their houses to practice, don't follow." The voice first resounded through the high platform, and soon spread throughout the entire Mazong main altar. "Yu Gu, follow me." When Mo greeted Yu Gu, and his figure disappeared above the high platform. After when Mo and Yugu left, Kong Chui's slender figure, who had exited the range of the high platform, suddenly rose to the highest point, looking down at all the congregants below, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Did you hear that? Uncle Wen has spoken. No matter who it is, who dares to speculate wildly, talk wildly, or spread the word, I will screw his head off with my own hands." Just this sentence. Follow the teachings of the Great Elder. Down below, including the other 9 elders, all the Mazong monks nodded in obedience. Although there are 12 elders in the demon sect discussing matters, and they are all called Great Elders, but these Great Elders are also distinguished by their superiority and inferiority. Elder Wen Mo is naturally the only one. Then there are Kong Chui and Yugu. Apart from Wen Mo, these two have the highest realm and the strongest strength. After that came the other 9 elders, each with their own strengths, and their strengths were indistinguishable. And all the demon sect members know that in the demon sect general altar, it is better to mess with Wen Mo than Kong Chui. Because you can't afford it unless you think it's too long. Then, after Kong Chui spoke, whoosh, 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 whoosh. There was another series of piercing sounds, and everyone on the high platform was going back and forth, and there was no one in an instant. Okay. Seeing this, Kong Chui was very satisfied, nodded seriously, and muttered, "It seems that Uncle Wen's method is still somewhat useful. If you don't take action, it will be thunderous, and this wave of cleansing is very useful." Brush. The next moment, Kong Chui's figure had also disappeared over the high platform. Haha, this hole is really big enough. In an instant, Kong Chui had come to Wen Mo's side. When he saw the 100-meter large hole appearing out of thin air on the wall of the formation, he almost bent over laughing and exaggeratedly shouted. In fact, the protective formation of the demon sect general altar is the same as most of the mountain protection formations of the cultivation sections. It is like a large bowl turned upside down on the ground. Although the shape and function have different emphasis, the essence is the same. Of course, the formation method has edges, and the edges are the walls of the formation. Now, there is a 100-meter hole in the wall of the original intact formation, which is equivalent to a large part of the formation being damaged. And just now, the earth-shattering vibration in the main altar of the demon sect was caused by this. Wen Mo, Kong Chui, and Yugu all knew that the big damaged hole in front of them was the connection hub and passageway that once connected the Guardian formation and the small world of the demon sect's forbidden area. At this moment, at the edge of the big hole, black demonic energy was billowing and slowly spreading inward. It was obvious that the Guardian array had played a role and was repairing the damaged parts. It's just that, as Kong Chui said, the hole is really too big, and it will take a month or so to completely repair it, which is simply impossible. Seeing Kong Chui's schadenfreude, Yugu was quite impatient, and said angrily, "I said Peacock, can you say a few words less? Shut up and die?" Peacock is precisely Kong Chui's nickname. Looking at the Mazong general altar at this moment, only the 2 people in front of him dare to call him that casually. "I'm happy, you stupid big man can control it?" Kong Chui glanced at Yugu with provocative eyes, and also called Yugu's nickname, and then, after waiting for a long time, I finally waited until today, and after a long dream, I finally realized my dream. He sang directly. "Young lady." Yugu was furious, the veins on his head were bulging, and he started to roll up his sleeves. "Shut up both of you." When Mo suddenly raised his hand, he had come a moment earlier. He had already stopped paying attention to the damage of the formation, but was staring at the huge white mist outside the formation. Now that such a big gap has been broken in the formation, the small world of Shanghai has disappeared without a trace, and the main altar of the demon sect has actually been connected to the outside world. Therefore, what is going on outside the cave, not to mention the 3 people's strong spiritual sense, even ordinary people can see it with the naked eye. Of course, the premise is that it is done during the day. Elder Wen Mo sensed with his divine sense that the mass of white mist outside had a radius of 1 mile, and it condensed for a long time without dispersing. The border of the white mist was close to the border of the protective formation, which happened to block the huge damage, but did not invade the formation. A trace. This group of white mist is obviously a formation. After staring at the white mist for a while, the tense muscles on Wen Mo's face gradually relaxed, his worried expression disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wen Mo said with a smile, "This is a formation." Kong Chui finally got serious. There is no doubt about the legendary muddy sky maze. Yu Gu. Confused, he couldn't understand what the two of them were saying. Wen Mo clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Holy Master is really a master of the sky." Kong Chui stretched out his arms, raised his fists flat, stretched out 2 thumbs at the same time, and then slowly raised them above his head, the clothes in capital letters. Wen Mo had already stepped forward, straight into the white mist in front of him, and waved, Go in and have a look." "Elder, be careful." Yu Gu turned pale with shock. Kong Chui was full of helplessness, gave Yu Gu a pitiful look, shook his head and said, "Silly big man, he lives up to his name." Brush. The next moment, Kong Chui's figure disappeared in place and flew indirectly. Seeing that both of them had disappeared into the white mist, Yu Gu had no choice but to scratch his head, and followed indecisively, stepping into the white mist. The white mist disappeared before his eyes, the sky and the earth were clear, and he immediately relaxed his mind. But when he saw the backs of Wen Mo and Kong Chui in front of him, his heart tightened again. In front of him, Elder Wen Mo's shoulders trembled, and he seemed to be unable to stand still. He reached out and pressed Kong Chui's shoulder, wearing a white robe. Kong Chui stood tall like a javelin, clenched his fists, and remained motionless except for his teeth gnashing. "Not good. Are you poisoned?" Seeing that the two were behaving abnormally, without hesitation, Yu Gu immediately used his body skills, blocked in front of the two in an instant, and opened his arms suddenly to protect the two, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Then he froze. There are no enemies around, in front of him is nothing but a stone table and 3 stone benches. On the stone table, there are 4 cold 4 hot 8 delicate dishes. 3 pairs of long chopsticks. 3 jars of old wine. The 4 hot dishes were obviously out of the pot not long ago, and they were still steaming hot, obviously just out of the pot. The 3 jars of old wine were also hot, just right. As far as the mind can see, there are still a few words engraved on the stone table. "Qing Xian is gone, so farewell. 3 uncles, please enjoy. Uncle Peacock, don't grab the wine." Yu Gu's heart suddenly became hot. He didn't even need to look back to know that Wen Mo behind him was already in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Kong Chui, on the other hand, laughed. It's just that the tears in the corners of his eyes can't be stopped no matter how much he wipes. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 1849 Qing Xian is gone, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. The sadness didn't take too long, just a moment. After all, the 3 great elders are all characters who are only 1 step away from the Golden Core realm, and they have controlled the demon sect for many years. How has there ever been such a scene of crying at the same time? The most recent time, that is, the last time, 19 years ago, after an agreement was made on how to deal with Qing Xian in the Elders' Hall. Disposal belongs to disposal, distress belongs to distress. 2 different things. Kong Chui was the first to regain his composure. After he wiped away his tears, he tossed his long hair indiscriminately, and comforted Wen Mo. "Uncle Wen, don't be too sad. Anyway, Qingshuan's family is reunited, and now they are out of this cage. This is a great thing. You have been looking forward to this day in your heart, haven't you?" "That's right, this is also Elder Wen Mo wiped his tears with his sleeves, and nodded in agreement. I heard Kong Shui say again, furthermore, before Qingxian left, she did not forget to make this table of food for us, which has already shown her intentions. That girl may have resented you in her heart, but she has never blamed you. That's right, that's right. That girl Qingxian is naturally knowledgeable. Wen Mo continued to nod in agreement, without noticing that what Kong Shui said was you, not us. Regardless of whether Yin Qingxian was right or wrong, Kong Shui was always on Yin Qingshuan's side, and of course he would not include himself in it. Hi. Elder Wen Mo stomped his feet suddenly. Back then, I really had no other choice, but if Qingxian hadn't promised to be imprisoned here, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Yu Gu squatted on the ground, with red eye circles, nodded, and said, Uncle Wen is right. Kong Shui, it's been so many years, but I know that you have always opposed my actions back then. It's rare that you can comfort me so much today, old man. Wen Mo's words suddenly stopped, and the next moment, he was furious, his eyes were tearing apart, he stared at Kong Shui and shouted, You dare, kid. At this time, there was another figure in the field, with the same figure, appearance, and attire as Kong Shui. Kong Shui's god. Turn out to be. Taking advantage of Elder Wen Mo's endless feelings and unsteady mind, Kong Shui, who kept comforting him, secretly separated his own spirit, and without anyone noticing, put the 2 jars of old wine on the stone table into his sleeves. In the middle, he was still holding another altar tightly in his arms, and he was fleeing towards the outside of the formation without touching the ground. Grab a drink. Wen Mo didn't care about his image as a great elder at this time, he roared, and with lightning speed, he chased after the fleeing Kong Shui Yinshen. At the same time, there was an identical Elder Wen Mo on the same spot. This was his god. He took a step forward, waved his hand, and brought the stone table in front of him and the dishes on the table into his protection range. Kong Shui is shameless, but Wen Mo knew it when he was a child, he knew it very well. If for the sake of grabbing wine, let him misfortune the table of dishes that Qingxian made by himself, Wen Mo will lose his wife and lose his army, and he won't be able to get anything. Can Wen Mo not be in a hurry, that is Qingshuan's hundreds of flowers collected in the small world of Shanhai Cave, and brewed with the water of Shanhai himself? Of course this is not important, what is important is that girl Qingxian brewed the wine herself, cooked the dishes herself, dedicated to honoring him. Maybe, after passing this village, there will be no such shop anymore. The old man was eagerly looking forward to this mouthful. To this day, how many years? It can be said that I don't avenge the murder of my father, I don't care about the hatred of taking my wife, and there is no way to steal my food and drink. Hey you two, this is. Yu Gu, who was squatting on the ground, stood up abruptly, quite confused, and scratched his head. Why did the two of them fight so suddenly? Where should I help? Only then did he notice that Kong Shui's spirit actually snatched the 3 jars of old wine, while Wen Mo's spirit protected the table of food. Yeah. Yu Gu was anxious. It turned out that he hadn't caught anything, but when he looked closely, there were 3 stone benches on the ground. He grinned, and with a big move, he grabbed those 3 stone benches into his arms. Seeing this, Kong Shui himself standing next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes. The food and drink are gone, what's the use of grabbing 3 stone stools? Xiao Shui, stop. If you dare to snatch these 3 jars of wine, believe it or not, I will destroy your true self. Wen Mo chased after him fiercely, and shouted violently. I don't want this deity anymore, just waste it. Kong Shui sneered sinisterly, and rushed out holding the wine tightly, with no intention of stopping at all. The two chased and fled. Kong Shui Yinshen returned the same way, and was about to rush out of this cloudy sky maze, but found that the front was filled with white fog. The way is broken. Startled in his heart, he made a sudden turn and changed direction, avoiding the big hand grabbed by Wen Mo behind him, and continued to teleport and dodge. Ha 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 ha. Wen Mo followed closely, and naturally realized this, he couldn't help laughing, and said vigorously, "Boy, you can't get out, this time I'll see where you escape." "Yugu, what are you doing holding those 3 stone stools, you idiot? He's robbing you of your wine, stop him for me." When Mo was not in a hurry, turned his head, saw Yugu's appearance, and immediately shouted helplessly, "Stop, stop." In the blink of an eye, Kong Shui went to 7 or 8 directions one after another, and found that the edge of the formation was filled with white mist, and even his own divine sense could not penetrate it. He did not dare to trespass, so he had to give up. Brush. With a flicker, Kong Shui returned to his real body in an instant, took out 2 jars of wine decisively, and sent them back to the stone table with magic power. When Mafe returned, regardless of Kong Shui, directly took a jar of wine into his hands, firmly grasped the mouth of the jar, lowered his head and took a deep sniff. It still smells the same. Now that the wine has been scalded, it has already gone to seal the mud and opened the mouth of the jar. Kong Shui's spirit had already returned to his body, so he didn't even bother to sit down at this time. He raised the jar and took a big sip of wine, and then said angrily, "Old man, I didn't blame you. If it wasn't for your wrong decision back then, I would." "Can you wait so many years to drink the wine made by Qingxian girl? Hey, are you finally willing to tell the truth, kid?" When Mo glared at Kong Shui, still full of anger, "You just comforted me just now, just to take advantage of my unpreparedness, and snatch the 3 jars of wine." Yugu hugged 3 stone stools, took a step forward, and asked, "You two don't fight anymore? Uncle Wen, are you still beating him?" You put down the stool. When Mo frowned, turned his head and said, "What are you still fighting for? Wait for a while, and the hot wine and hot dishes won't taste the same. Hurry up and sit down and drink with me." As a result, the wine and dishes, the stone tables and stone benches returned to their original positions, and the storm of grabbing wine subsided in an instant. "Old man, I'm actually doing it for your own good. Think about how old you are. Drinking early in the morning is not good for your health." After Kong Shui took his seat, he said to Wen Mo with no embarrassment, "You fart." Wen Mo simply yelled, "If you grab a drink, you will grab it, and you still say such a stupid reason to prevaricate me. Do you really think I'm a fool?" As soon as these words came out, even Yugu was happy. After the 3 laughed, Wen Mo turned to look at Kong Shui. "How many years?" Kong Shui was taken aback. "How many years? Didn't you just say that you haven't had the wine made by Qingxian after waiting for many years?" Wen Mo narrowed his eyes, expressively. Kong Shui suddenly blushed, feeling a little guilty. 19. Okay. 12. Humph. 7 years? Is it 3 years? Well, just 1 year, believe it or not." Yugu next to him looked at Kong Shui on the opposite side. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he was already dazed. "Yin Yang, when did you drink the wine brewed by Qingxian?" "I do not know how." Who knows that when Mo is still not satisfied, and said in a deep voice, "Tell the truth." Isn't this bad? Drinking and drinking." Kong Shui raised the jar, trying to use this to prevaricate the problem. "How long?" Hey 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 hey." Kong Shui knew he couldn't hide it, so he could only whisper, 3 nights ago." "Well, I don't pretend anymore, let's showdown." "Yeah." Yugu stood up abruptly and rolled up his sleeves. "It turns out that your mother has always had wine to drink. You don't want to give it to the old man, but you don't even know how to secretly give me some? Co-authored for so many years, you are a happy little wine drunk every day, thanks to my brother who treats you as a brother." At this moment, Yugu was heartbroken. When Mo staggered and almost fell to the ground. He gave Yugu a hard look. "What do you mean it's okay if you don't give it to me?" Then he sighed deeply, helpless. In fact, he had known for a long time that Kong Shui could always drink Qingxian girl's 100-flower wine, which Xuanhuan and Qingfeng specially took out every once in a while and kept them in a secret place. Qingxian could not blame Wen Mo for the matter of self-imprisonment, but Xuanhuan and Qingfeng were not so magnanimous. They felt that at the critical moment, they could ignore it and treat their young lady well, so they were entitled to drink this 100-flower brew. That's naturally Kongzi. Even Wen Mo had been to the place where the wine was stored, and he could have easily taken the Baihuan Yang without any effort, but he didn't do that. Are you hungry? So hungry. Drink? I really dare not drink it. Without that face, let alone that heart, Kong Chui can drink, but he can't. If you really drink it, it will only increase your sadness and guilt. Uncle Wen. Kong Chui suddenly became serious. Actually, over the years, Qinghuan Qingfeng and the two girls brought out wine from there, and you also had a share. It was specially instructed by Qingxian. Sometimes I deliberately don't take all of them away, but keep them for you. It's just that when I went down again, the wine was still there. When speaking, Kong Chui stared at Wen Mo's face. Of course he knew that these words hurt his heart, but they were all true. I always know that you always know that I have wine to drink, but if you dare not drink it, then there is nothing you can do. Anyway, I will never send it to you. Hey. Wen Mo covered his face with his hands, choking again speechless. Young lady. Yu Gu beat his chest and stamped his feet again. If he had known this, he should have firmly stood on Peacock's side back then. What is the situation of the demon sect? What is the future of the holy sect? What is the righteous sect of cultivation? Kunlun. Kunlun's words seemed to have to be weighed. Soon this time, when Mo regained his calm expression, as usual, but his eyes were bright, obviously he had made a certain decision. Kong Chui, I know that these two girls, Qinghuan and Qingfeng, have favored you and complained about me over the years. So over the years, no matter what needs you have in Shanghai small world, I will arrange for you to solve them alone. Even back then, when the girl Qingyao escaped from the forbidden area with Ling Yun in her arms, it was you who secretly contributed. Of course, Wen Mo would not say these two sentences, and he is better at pretending to be stupid than anyone else. Wen Mo smiled calmly and said, what is the wine from previous years, compared to the 3 jars of wine in front of you? Come, drink hard today. If you don't get drunk, you won't return. Boom. 3 wine jars wrapped in manna collided above the stone table. In this situation, it is best to drink hard. Doesn't matter if it's midnight or early morning. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 1850, today's drinking, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. So the 3 drank happily. After drinking for 3 rounds, the jar almost bottomed out, and the 8 dishes were wiped out by the wind before the wine was half drunk. The main food eater is naturally Yu Gu. He was so ruthless that he spared no effort to fight with Kong Chui with chopsticks. Kong Chui also robbed at the beginning, but he was no match for 2 fists and 4 hands. He couldn't fight the cooperation of the 2 of them, so he could only give up in resentment. Of course, he is not that greedy, because in the past few years, he has eaten the small cooking stove sent by Qinghuan and Qingfeng, not to mention that Yi Xingchen was the closest to him when he was in the main altar of the Mazong, and occasionally he would order it himself. Cook, make some side dishes for him and send them over. It was handed down by Yin Qingxian, and the taste is not too bad. A jug of wine weighed 6 caddies, and of course, the 3 elders would not use manna to force the wine. After drinking all of it, their faces were flushed with drunkenness written all over their faces. This time drinking, the topics of the 3 of them are naturally related to Yin Qingxian, almost all of which are about her childhood and her cultivation and growth. Speaking of this, the great elder Wen Mo talked happily, and Kong Chui and Yu Gu could only listen to it, and they couldn't help it. Boom. In the end, the great elder Wen Mo slammed the stone table, leaving 5 clear palm prints. He looked up and shouted, "It's my fault. It's all my fault. I'm so stupid. I let Qingshan girl suffer 19 years. Years of suffering. I'm sorry for her. I shouldn't." Gu remained silent. Kong Chui was also silent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Wen, although I did object to what you did back then, even today I am still firmly opposed to it, but—" Paused, however, "now it seems that your original intention was correct. The result at this moment is even better. These are very important." "Yes?" When Mo's eyes were clouded, he glanced at the two of them left and right, and muttered, "But now, the princess has withdrawn from the holy sect, Qingshan, she is gone. He didn't even say hello to me, and left. Qingshan should have left long ago. How long do you want her to stay in that forbidden place, that prison?" "Humph, she just left today, I think it's too late." Kong Chui sneered, he had nothing to say now, he drank too much anyway. "And that cage?" Kong Chui suddenly raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the main altar of the demon sect, and shouted violently, "I have already stayed there enough, I will leave the altar after drinking with you today." When Mo suddenly turned his head. Gu widened his eyes. "What did you say? You want to leave the demon sect too?" they asked simultaneously. Kong Chui shook his head. "It's not about leaving the demon sect, it's about leaving the hellish place of the main altar. Just be quiet and want to move." Because she was worried, Qingshan was imprisoned for 19 years, and the great elder Kong Chui stayed in the main altar of the Mazong for 19 years, and never left for half a step. Now that girl Qingshan has reunited with her family and went to pursue her own happiness, his mind is over, and he has no more worries, so why would he stay in this ghostly place for one more day? "Are you really going?" After when Mo was slightly shocked, he immediately calmed down. He obviously knew what Kong Chui was thinking, so he nodded, "That's fine, but after you leave here, where do you plan to go next?" Kong Chui laughed and said, "I heard that China has changed a lot in the past 20 years. With such a great river and mountain, I naturally want to go around." "Where can I go?" It's the truth, and it's nonsense, he just wants to go to the capital. When Mo just regarded Kong Chui as farting, and didn't listen to his nonsense at all. He squinted his eyes and twisted his beard, pondering for a while. Suddenly said, "I know you have your plan, I will not stop it, you have no problem if you want to go out, but after you go out, you can't just focus on having fun, there are 2 things you have to take care of." Kong Chui didn't expect Wen Mo to agree so happily, he suddenly burst into laughter, and he nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "Uncle Wen, you say, but you have orders, and you will obey them. You preside over it yourself, mobilize all the light and dark forces of our holy sect outside, and find 2 people. All forces?" Kong Chui started to be shocked, and cautiously asked, "Including foreign ones?" Wen Mo said calmly, "Naturally." "Uncle Wen, tell me, who are you looking for?" In fact, Kong Chui had already guessed 7 or 8 points in his heart, but he still had to ask clearly. "That son of Sikong too, Sikong is Ruthless." Wen Mo said calmly. Kong Chui grinned and nodded, he must be there. 2 days ago, the demon sect had a civil strife, and took the opportunity to carry out a thorough cleansing, mainly targeting the remnants of Sikong too. Of course Sikong Wuqing was the biggest fish that slipped through the net. Even until now, Sikong Wuqing is still using various means to remotely control the remnants of the Black Sha demon sect. This is easy to handle. According to the information provided by those arrested in the Devil's Prison, Sikong Wuqing should have taken refuge in the East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, and even established a line with the people from the East Ocean. The wolf is ambitious first, and he took refuge in a foreign country later. If I hadn't killed him myself, my surname would not be Kong. What about the other one? The last head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen. When Mo's face was extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, 18 years ago, on the night when the Ling family was bloodbathed, the only traitor was Ling Zhen, and now he has escaped from the Ling family and disappeared without a trace. Now that the sky is in full swing, with Ling Zhen's three-legged cat ability, there is no way to threaten the safety of the Ling family, but we can't do nothing, so as to save him from causing any trouble, and adding trouble to the Lord and Qing Xian. Come on. After hearing this, Kong Chui slapped his thigh and said excitedly, understood. He was not only excited because he got these two tasks, he also heard the voice of the old man from Wenmo's voice. The demon sect, which has kept a low profile in China and has been dormant for decades, is about to make a big splash, and it will cause a storm in China. He guessed right. Because at this time, Wenmo had already turned his head, and said to the big stupid Yugu who was already blushing next to him, don't worry, you also have your work to do. Yugu had been waiting anxiously for a long time. He stood up suddenly, Uncle Wen, tell me. Hee. Wenmo waved his hand, beckoning Yugu to sit down, and said with a smile, why are you in a hurry? Hold your breath. Anyway, it's been 18 years. Girl Qingshuan's visit to Ling's house this time is completely different from what happened 18 years ago. This time, those of us who are elders must be serious and prepare a dowry for her, so that Qing Xian won't make the Ling family feel that our holy sect doesn't understand etiquette when Qing Xian goes there. When Kong Chui and Yugu heard this, they naturally nodded violently. Yugu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his mighty body shook suddenly. Could it be? Good. Wenmo said with a smile, I have a list, which is a list of all the sects and people who participated in the planning and even directly attacked the Ling family. It is really not easy to get. Kong Chui grinned grimly again, hee, this time I really have work to do. Settle accounts after autumn. Wenmo is going to follow the so-called famous families in the world, and settle the account. Of course, many sects and characters on this big list are dead by now, but there are still many who slipped through the net. These fishes and shrimps have been hiding now, so it's not easy to find, but they are all Qing Xian girl and the Holy Master's enemies, so we don't want to waste the Holy Master's time and energy anymore. We want the Holy Master to recognize our holy sect. We have to take the initiative to share his worries. Boom. Yugu slammed his casserole-sized fist against the stone table and shouted, kill them all. He's the best at this kind of thing. Wenmo shook his head, it's not okay to kill them all, it will bring new troubles to the Holy Master and the Ling family. But fortunately, I have been preparing for 18 years. There are detailed notes on the big list. Kill those who should be killed, and those who should be abolished. Just bring back justice, and don't follow the truth. Yugu, I will give you this list later, may you follow suit? Hey, since Uncle Wen said that, I will definitely not discount it. Don't worry, I will definitely not cause trouble for the Holy Master. Very good. Wenmo knew that Yugu wasn't really stupid, could he be able to cultivate to such a level? In this way, several important matters have been decided with just a few words between Wenmo talking and laughing. Kong Chui suddenly asked, the two of us have gone out, so what about you, Uncle Wen? Do you want to continue to sit in the main altar? This. Wenmo suddenly pondered. Pretending to be seen by two people. The civil strife in the Mazong has been settled, and the overall situation has been settled. What the hell is he still sitting here? The new Holy Master did not show up for the assessment as scheduled, how could he sit still? What kind of person is Wenmo? Ling Yin didn't even show his face, just left like this, and didn't give a single word of order. That can only explain one thing. I just came to pick up my mother home, Holy Lord of the Demon Sect. Sorry, no mood, no time, too lazy to be. If you want me to take the assessment, I will take the assessment. You want me to be the Holy Master, so I will be the Holy Master? Then how shameless am I? Have you eaten your rice? It can be said that when Mo's guess is infinitely close to Ling Yun's original intention. He still has a lot of things to do. How can he have the time to take over as the chief lord of Laoshitzi? Therefore, when Mo's plan is, I have to ask. Put on this old face to beg Ling Yun, otherwise what else can I do? Kong Chui blinked, tilted his head in thought, and said with a smile, could it be? Uncle Wen wants to go to Ling's house in person? Having been guessed by Kong Chui, when Mo blushed, suddenly. This is so fucking embarrassing. I had to change the subject. The three of us all know that our forbidden area of the demon sect is actually a mysterious sea cave, a real small world. He raised his head and turned his head, looked up, down, left, and right, and said solemnly, the former holy master In Joyo, with the legendary cultivation of the god-turning realm, discovered this small world by virtue of the supreme opportunity, and then used the means of heaven reaching to separate it from the devil. Zongzongton is connected together. The three of us, the position we are sitting at the moment, is the center of the hub. The other two naturally nodded at the same time. According to the secret code of the demon sect, the former holy master once said that this connecting hub, unless the power of the hollow void realm makes a full-scale attack, it is impossible to destroy it, or even shake it in the slightest, right? Right. Kong Chui's face changed, and he gradually understood what Wen Mo meant. But Xianhai Dong Tian is now under our noses just now, and it disappeared in an instant. What do you think it means? Yu Gu's eyes lit up immediately, and he took the initiative to answer. It means that a great power of the void realm came just now, and directly took away the small world of Xianhai. As soon as these words came out, Wen Mo and Kong Chui couldn't help but look at each other, and at the same time raised their hands to caress their foreheads, so helpless. Stupid, if you can't speak, just hold back. For a long time, Kong Chui couldn't bear it anymore. Wen Mo explained with a smile, it means that our new holy master, with his current means, or all his comprehensive strength combined, at least in terms of formation skills alone, he is no longer inferior to the power of the void realm. Good. Kong Chui clapped his hands and laughed, then grabbed the jar to pour wine, but forgot that the jar had already bottomed out, so there was no wine left. Wen Mo frowned immediately, it's just how our holy master did it, I still haven't figured it out. Where is it that I didn't figure it out? I just didn't have a clue at all, it's unbelievable. Puzzled. You know, that is not a formation, but a real small world. You may be able to disconnect this connection hub with brute force, but can you take a small world away with brute force? That requires a realm, a whole realm. Because there is no realm of emptiness, there is no such space attainment, and it is impossible to move an inch by brute force. Hey, after all, Uncle Wen couldn't sit still, because he saw the strength of the Holy Master? Good. This time, Wen Mo admitted it frankly, without any entanglement or avoidance. Holy Master has such a high level of cultivation, so there is no need for any assessment. I am afraid that even if our holy sect wants to enter Kunlun, that portal will not be able to stop us now. This is what Wen Mo has been thinking about for hundreds of years. It is related to the will of the former holy master In Joyo and the future of the holy sect. So next, I have to prepare a generous gift and go to the Ling family in person, and I have to do it as soon as possible. The old man finally expressed his plan. You old fox. After hearing this, Kong Chui curled his lips and muttered something, then suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed, but, we've finished drinking now, and we've settled the matter, how can we get out? In fact, before coming in, Kong Chui made a good judgment. This is indeed the cloudy sky maze set up by Ling Yun. The purpose is very simple, to block the huge hole in the demon sect's guardian formation, so as not to shock the world. But what level is Ling Yun now? The functions can be described as ever-changing and infinitely useful. When the three of them entered the formation, all the white mist disappeared without a trace, without blocking the vision. Looking outside, the stars in the sky, distant towns, villages, trees, and the big hole can all be seen, just like being in the wilderness. Moreover, there is no way to enter below the foundation building level of this formation, and the white mist can block it, or in other words, walk a few steps into the white mist, and then go out directly. Therefore, it will not trap ordinary people who have strayed into the maze at all. However, after the monks above the foundation establishment realm actually stepped into this formation, it would be very difficult for them to leave without reaching the golden core realm. Because the edge is surrounded by thick white mist, which can block the spiritual thoughts of the monks under the golden core state, if they force their way in, they have to return to the formation. Just now when Kong Shui ran away with the wine, he immediately retreated when he encountered the white mist on the edge, that's why. But now, they really wanted to go out, and they were all worried. It would be a big joke if the 3 great elders of the Mazong were all trapped here. Yeah, how do you get out now? When Mo was also dumbfounded, and the drunkenness dissipated in an instant. Look! Just as the 3 of them stared wide-eyed, they saw strands of white mist continuously drifting from all around them, gradually condensing into a white line, pointing in one direction. This is okay too? Yugu was dumbfounded. Take everything here, erase all traces, and go. With a big wave of Wenmo's hand, he lifted the stone table in front of him together with the wine jar, plates, and chopsticks with manna, and flew away first. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 1851, the demon sect will come out, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Ah! Above the cloudy sky maze, at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Ling Yun, who was sitting on a huge luxurious sofa, first stretched his arms, and stretched his waist, and then opened his eyes. Have you finished watching the good show? Still wrapped in black gauze, the slender Yi Xingchen was lying lazily on the sofa, with his head resting on Ling Yun's thigh, his black hair falling down like a waterfall, drowsy, sleepy, long, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he asked. Yi Xingchen, ever since he gave Ling Yun that top-notch visualization method, although Ling Yun's meticulous treatment has cured his torn soul, but for some reason, he has fallen into this habit of falling asleep, and his eyelids can't move at all. Those who fight with each other and yawn all the time are about to become Sleeping Beauty. It is simply inexplicable. Ling Yun was very worried about this. How could it be possible? A cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training can ensure that he is full of energy without sleeping for more than 10 days. How could Yi Xingchen suddenly become like this? Moreover, at what level Ling Yun is now, he is absolutely confident in his medical skills. He believes that he has not made any mistakes in the process of treating Yi Xingchen's soul, and he has repeatedly checked with his own divine sense. Yi Xingchen's soul must be healing. Well, and more concise than before. Then how did she get this trouble of falling asleep at every turn? Sequelae? Absolutely impossible. He was very worried, and blamed himself even more, because he had repeatedly confirmed that Yi Xingchen had never experienced this kind of situation before giving him the method of visualization, so it was obvious that Yi Xingchen had the problem of being drowsy at every turn. Must have something to do with the visualization method that was given to him. The method of visualization is really against the sky. Even Ling Yun had never heard of it when he was cultivating in the big world. It will help him in his future cultivation, which is incalculable. But if it is because of this, Yi Xingchen will become like this. He would rather not. Absolutely, the loss outweighs the gain. Can a loss-making business be done? That's not Ling Yun's style. It's just that Yi Xingchen didn't take it seriously at all, and only said that her state might be related to her foundation building at any time, so that Ling Yun, Yin Qingxian, and others don't have to worry. Ling Yun racked his brains. Thinking hard, she suddenly remembered something, and asked her whether this situation was related to the 108 stars that the human emperor's pen weapon spirit penetrated into her eyebrows, or it was related to the matter of covering up the heavenly secret for her back then. Unexpectedly, Xingchen just waved his hands lazily, and just said, "Don't think too much, it has nothing to do with those." Then, Ling Yun was stunned, completely at a loss. However, according to his close observation in the past 2 days, Xingchen really didn't have any other problems except that he fell into a deep sleep every now and then. Only then did I feel a little relieved. Come on, Sleeping Beauty can be Sleeping Beauty, anyway, no matter what Xingchen becomes, he can definitely support him, and he will be responsible to the end. I only hope that after Xingchen breaks through the Foundation establishment realm, the situation will improve, otherwise, he really won't be able to sit still. Well, after reading it, they all went back. Ling Yun gently fiddled with the other party's long hair, and replied casually. How about the result of the assessment? Hey. It's exactly as my mother said, these 3 people are indeed 3 old foxes, each of them is better at acting than the other. If you take anyone out to make a movie, you can easily win the best actor. Pooh. Xingchen couldn't help laughing, her fragrant shoulders trembled a few times, then opened her beautiful eyes forcefully, turned over and sat up, flicked her long hair lightly, found the most comfortable position, and snuggled up very lazily on Ling Yun's shoulders. All the movements and postures just now are all beautiful. Ling Yun embraced her naturally, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and asked, Sleeping Beauty isn't sleeping anymore? Don't sleep anymore, take a break, chat with you for a while. Also. Ling Yun smiled, hiding the worry in his eyes, and replied gently. It's thanks to you that you can figure out how to get such a big sofa in the sky. Comfortable, very important. Ling Yun was eloquent, and his tone could not be refuted. I don't care, but you want to sleep. According to my idea, I just moved the bed out, and you tried my best to stop it. This is Ling Yun's philosophy. Since he has the ability to do it, he can do whatever is comfortable, whether it is in the sky, in the water, or underground. Xingchen didn't bother to refute him, she just sneered coquettishly, her delicate body trembling endlessly. The 3 of them, the 3 great elders, did they really not notice us at all? Of course I can't find it. Ling Yun said confidently, the harmonious light and dust art, plus the real god array, plus the Hunyuan Qi shield, triple protection, let alone them, even the peak of the golden core realm has come, and there is no way to detect it with the extreme spiritual sense. Aware. There is no stealth at all, and there is absolutely no need for it. Even without triple protection at all, Ling Yun now only needs to use the harmony light and dust art to completely hide everything around him, and can completely avoid the detection of the 3 great elders' divine sense. What's more, adding a real Yushin formation, it is no longer a small Yushin formation. If the word small is removed, it is a qualitative difference, and it is not a level of formation at all. Since the 3 great elders can't find us, then you still say they are acting? It can't be said that they are really acting for me, not acting for the sake of acting. Ling Yun explained with a smile, everything they said and did just now was absolutely from the heart, but... Just what? Their sincerity is based on the fact that they have already guessed that I am watching them secretly. It is true to steal wine, it is true to drink, and the words said during the drinking process are even more sincere. Talk. How can you be sure that they guessed that you hadn't left yet, so they were watching them nearby? That's my guess, but I can't be wrong. Dragon Emperor's sword cut off the connecting hub with a sword, leaving such a big hole in their mountain protection formation, and it was not an enemy attack, and then the small world of Xianhai Dongtian disappeared. As long as you are not a fool, you can definitely guess it as I did it. And as long as it is guessed that I did it, then the probability of me going or not going is 50% each. If you were asked to guess or gamble, would you bet that I left or not? After hearing this, Xingchen turned his head, blinked his eyes, glanced at Ling Yun and said, then I'll definitely bet that you didn't leave, and even if you did, I'll take it as if you were still here. Ling Yun gave her an appreciative look, then spread his hands together, so. Then after you've watched the whole scene, what conclusion do you have about them? The results of their assessment? SOSO, let's barely pass. First gave an overall evaluation, and then Ling Yun made some comments. The Great Elder, when MO, is mature and prudent, and his plan is as deep as the sea. He makes all plans before acting, but when he strikes, he can strike like a thunderbolt, preemptively striking. Kong Chui is eccentric and tricky, but extremely smart. He doesn't care about any superficial skills at all, but he always sticks to his heart, kills decisively, and is extremely ruthless. The most interesting thing is that Yugu, Ma De, really hides his secrets. He can pretend to be a real fool, like a real fool, but in fact he doesn't suffer at all. It's really special. What about? Ling Yun cursed viciously, and almost blurted it out, "Fuck me, follow me," and then swallowed it back abruptly when he thought it was wrong. Come with you? Yi Xingchen almost couldn't stop laughing, so he didn't hide it, and just finished talking for him. Moreover, the three of them have a very tacit understanding. They don't even need to communicate with each other, let alone communicate with their spiritual thoughts. Tell me everything you did. It's really three old foxes. Of course, the three great elders have been together for 100 years, and Kong Chui and Yugu are both Wen Mo's half-disciples, and they are also in charge of the three major formation eyes of the 12 capitals gods and demons formation. If they don't have a tacit understanding, then there will be no such word as a tacit understanding in this world. Ling Yun nodded in approval. It makes sense. That is to say, you passed the assessment of the three of them? After all, she has the identity of the demon sect saintess, so Yi Xingchen is more concerned about this, so she double-checked. When they stepped into the cloudy sky maze without hesitation, they had already passed the level. As for the others behind, they are not important. Ling Yan's assessment is to test his heart, not the strength, realm and subsequent planning of the three great elders. Those are really not important to Ling Yun now. If he really wants to succeed the Holy Master and take charge of the Holy Sect, what does he want to do? Isn't that all a matter of one sentence? When Yi Xingchen heard Ling Yun say that the three of them had passed the examination, he immediately twisted his tender body, and stood opposite Ling Yun, twisted his tender body, swayed his waist and limbs, and said tenderly, "The saint of the demon sect, I pay my respects to the Holy Lord." Ling Yun. I was dumbfounded. It turns out that the real actress is you. So Ling Yun sat upright first, accepting Yi Xingchen's obeisance calmly, then stood up solemnly, bowed his hands to Yi Xingchen, and said seriously, "Holy Master of the demon sect, pay homage to the Holy Master's wife." Who the hell can't do a full set of acting? Yi Xingchen laughed unscrupulously, his starry eyes were intoxicated, and the flowers and branches trembled wildly. Husband and wife worship and send to the bridal chamber. While Yi Xingchen was laughing so hard, Ling Yun suddenly said this, and then copied it with his big hand, taking advantage of the situation. He gave Yi Xingchen a princess hug. Get out. Yi Xingchen struggled desperately. What the hell are you going to do, Holy Master and Holy Master's wife? Sex is the real business now. The saint is not sleepy now. But the Holy Master is sleepy. After a long while, Yi Xingchen finally escaped Ling Yun's clutches, gave Ling Yun a hard look, and asked, "What time is it?" About 7 o'clock. Ling Yun glanced at the sun in the eastern sky, and practiced the Diyan Ju Xing Ju every morning. Just looking at the sky, he can now be accurate to within 10 seconds. It's been almost an hour. At this time, Master and Uncle Ling, should they return to Ling's house? Ling Yun thought about it for a while, and said with a smirk, "It's probably enough. My father is rarely romantic, and he insists on taking my mother back on the way back home. On that journey, we can't love each other, feel sad. What's so good about the infinite sunset of?" Yi Xingchen's pretty face flushed when she heard it. "Go to your sunset." For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 1852, The Holy Lord and the Holy Lord's Wife, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. 2 days ago. It was the second day Ling Yun and the others entered Xianhai Dongtian. After the mother and son had a conversation on the top of the mountain, they went down to eat. Then for the next whole day, except for the meal time, Yin Qingxian simply put Ling Xiao aside, and took Ling Yun alone, and walked around every corner of Xuanhuan. It's not flying, but walking, step by step, and measuring with footsteps. During this period, Yin Qingxian would stop wherever he went, and take the initiative to tell him the ins and outs of this place, without any details or reservations. Ling Yun is naturally the same. As the conversation between mother and son deepens, she keeps telling her past experiences, hardly hiding anything. Finally, Yin Qingxian focused on 2 places for Ling Yun. One is the Xianhai Lake. The origin of Xianhai Dongtian is because of this Xianhai Lake. This piece of water is the water of spiritual energy. Although I dare not say that it is all transformed by spiritual energy, it is also rich enough. All the spiritual energy in the entire Xianhai Dongtian comes from Xianhai Lake. Moreover, as time goes on, this Xianhai Lake is also growing at a very slow, imperceptible speed, growing, just like the Xianhai Cave. The creatures in Xianhai Lake are naturally all kinds of fish and shrimp, and no one has raised them, but they have always existed. Speaking of which, they are the earliest owners of this Xianhai Cave. The fish and shrimps in Xianhai form their own ecology, they are all heterogeneous, and they are born with spirituality. Because they live in this spiritual water all the year round, they are naturally more spiritual. Ordinary people who eat it can prevent all diseases and prolong their lives. Practitioners perennial eating it can keep the Ling Tai clear and refreshed, which is of great benefit to the speed of cultivation. Of course, Ling Yun had already discovered this last point when he was eating fish, so he was not surprised. The other one is the Star Mountain. Regarding Xingchen Mountain, Yin Qingxian was vague. After all, Yi Xingchen suddenly appeared on the top of Xingchen Mountain. Even she herself could not explain it. She only said that this mountain is very strange, so Ling Yun should pay more attention, because this mountain must be similar to Yi Xingchen's. The real origin has a great connection. Most of the flowers, plants, and trees in the Xianhai Cave were transplanted from the earth, except for those that were extremely demanding on the growth environment and could not be transplanted. Especially those flowers and plants in the valley. They are all exotic flowers and herbs, almost all of which can be used as medicine, and can also be used to make alchemy. The effect is not inferior to that of spirit grass, and the effect is even more extraordinary. There is no need for Yin Qingxian to elaborate on this point, because as far as Ling Yun's divine mind reaches, it can completely cover all corners of the mysterious sea cave. Villa number 1, as well as the elixir herbs, planted in the Ling family's ancestral house, have many more varieties. To sum up, in short, this mysterious sea cave is a huge treasury of spiritual energy. In the end, Yin Qingxian was doting on her face, looked at Ling Yun with a smile, and said softly, "Yuner, the reason why mother told you so much and in such detail is because from now on, this small world of Xuanhuan is yours." Ling Yun. Does it fit? It's not appropriate, is it? Ling Yun didn't speak, the above words were all expressed with eyes and facial expressions. Yin Qingxian smiled and nodded, confirming. So, Ling Yun didn't hesitate for a moment, didn't even say a polite word, just accepted it. Mother and son, who is not the same, why hypocritical? I also heard Yin Qingxian say, this small world was brought here by the ancestor Yin Jiuyo with the supreme supernatural power of the cave, and connected it with the mountain guard formation outside the main altar of the demon sect. It may have been useful back then. But now that it's here, it's lost its meaning. If you have the ability to move it away, then you can use your means to move it away at any time. If you can't, then keep it as it is, and then take it away when you have enough strength in the future. After finishing speaking, Yin Qingxian looked at Ling Yun with a smile, and there was a hint of expectation and encouragement in her beautiful eyes. That means Ling Yun understands very well. If you can move now, then move. For his mother's proposal, Ling Yun really wanted to move, but he hesitated because he was not absolutely sure. With a flash of thought in his mind, Ling Yun scratched his head and said, "Mother, it is true that the Emperor's pen and the Emperor's book are on me, but if we want to move this small world away, we still need to solve two problems." He admitted it decisively. After all, many people outside had already confirmed that the Renhuang pen and Dihuang book were obtained by Ling Yun, but they were limited to his current strength, and no one dared to publicize them. So far, except for soul travel, Ling Yun has no more secrets from Yin Qingxian. Yin Qingxian pursed her lips and smiled, and didn't say a word about Ling Yun's blurting out of Renhuang's pen and Dihuang's book, and refused to comment. As if this is what should be done to avoid embarrassment for the child. Which two problems? First, how to move it away. If you can't move it, even if you can disconnect the connection hub, it's meaningless. It's better not to move. However, a few days ago, when I broke through the Yellow Emperor Spring, the two great weapon spirits, the Human Emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor's book, exerted great energy and consumed too much, and now they have fallen into a complete deep sleep. At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Ling Yun's heart. "Master, don't worry, as long as you can disconnect the hub, I can take it away." Ling Yun was overjoyed immediately, and he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the ghost willow. "You really have a way, what way?" Ling Yun immediately asked with his divine sense, but he still didn't quite believe it. "I am the three realms. Heaven-reaching ghosts and God's willow. It is not easy for the master to train me. Since I have taken root in this small world, as long as it can be disconnected from the big formation outside, I can naturally hang it on my body and let it go anywhere." "You can go." The situation. Guishan Lu seemed to be choosing his words carefully, and tried to speak in a language that Ling Yun could understand. "It's like, I have a fruit on my body? So simple?" Ling Yun was shocked. It was amazing. A tree obviously exists in a small world, but it can take this small world away. Is the small world hanging on the tree, or is the tree in the small world? Mysterious and mysterious. Based on this alone, Ling Yun knew that his ghost willow, in terms of spatial attainment, or in other words, instinct, ability, had already far surpassed the power of the void realm. He is a great expert, not because he really doesn't understand, but because he thinks that the ghost willow is too young to grow up, so it is impossible to do this. Turns out, he was wrong. "What's wrong, Yuner?" Yin Qingxian asked immediately when she saw Ling Yun's face suddenly beaming with joy. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to Ghost God Willow. "Mother, now, the first problem is solved. Our tree can take away this small world, and it can go anywhere." Sharp. Yin Qingxian was amazed, but she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The inheritance of the Ling family is really powerful, and how accurate was the news that Ma Zheng got back then? Then there is only one last problem left, and that is how to disconnect the connection hub. With the current strength of the child, it is impossible to dismantle it with the formation technique, so we can only use weapons to break it with brute force. Ling Yun thought about it. It seemed that he did have several weapons on his body, which could disconnect that hub. Renhuang's pen is the most advanced in the world, but it is a pity that it has fallen into a deep sleep. That page of the Golden Book can block the dragon-slaying sword. It is powerful enough. If you use it as a big blade and cooperate with Ling Yun's brute force, you might be able to split it. The problem is, I'm afraid they won't cooperate. The blood-transforming magic knife is hard chopping, and the worry is that there is too much movement. If it can't split with a single knife, if it cuts dozens of knives, it might happen that he, the Holy Master, was killed by the devil before he took office. Zheng and his subordinates regarded him as a formidable enemy, and attacked him in groups. Just when Ling Yun was pondering, he saw a blazing golden light flying out from the center of Ling Yun's eyebrows, which suddenly became bigger and turned into a 1-foot-tall golden light figure. The golden light is shining, fat and bare, and there is a little sparrow below. It is so cute and cute. The immortal sword baby of the Dragon Emperor sword. When Ling Yun saw that the little guy jumped out without any disguise, his face turned dark immediately. Oh, this is a golden doll that popped out of nowhere, so cute. When Yin Qingxian saw Jianying, she immediately narrowed her beautiful eyes with a smile, and the brilliance of motherhood could not be suppressed immediately. Raise your hand and hug. Ling Yun turned pale with shock, and hastily ordered, quickly restrain the sword energy. Unexpectedly, it was already too late. Yin Qingxuan's hands had already hugged Jianying's plump body, and she couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear. Fine? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and then frightened for a while. The Dragon Emperor's sword is already a fairy sword, so sharp, even if it is only its weapon spirit that pops out at this moment, it is not something Yin Qingxian can get close to. If the sword chi hurts his mother, he will not be redeemed for 100 crimes. Yeah, At this moment, Yin Qingxian lifted the little guy up to her eyes, and held her in her arms again. It struggled hard, but didn't dare to use any real force, so it could only submit obediently in the end. This is spirituality. Ling Yun is its master, and the one holding it is the master's mother. Before it appeared, it had restrained all its sword energy. Yuner, what is this? Yin Qingxian asked with beaming eyebrows as she held Jianying tightly and did not let go. Oh, this is the baby sword of my Dragon Emperor sword, a top-grade fairy sword, which will evolve into xuanhuan sword in the future. Once he didn't do it, he kept on going, and sold xuanhuanjian after changing hands. Wow, so that's the case, then, is it sure? Yin Qingxian gently pinched Jianying's little face, very carefully, as if she was afraid of hurting him, and asked, casually. Seeing this, Ling Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing his mother's appearance, maybe he regarded this sword baby as himself when he was a child? He deliberately hesitated and said, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Brush. Upon hearing this, Xianjian Jianying broke free from Yin Qingxuan's embrace in an instant, flew to the middle of the two, put one hand on his hip, raised the other chubby arm, pointed at Ling Yun with great air, and said, what do you mean it's not a big problem? One sword thing. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart. Okay, I know, the baby is still amazing, let's go, I will take you to play. What do you want to eat? As a result, Yin Qingxian, who was full of maternal brilliance, was completely uninterested in the next thing, left her son directly, hugged the fairy sword baby, and left. Ling Yun. That's okay too? I want to eat xuanhuan. Oh, we don't have this at home yet, do you want to eat something else? Then, what else is there to eat? The voice gradually faded away. Ling Yun could only raise his hand to caress his forehead. Mom, your son is here, it's just a weapon spirit, just a weapon spirit. It was only at this moment that Ling Yun finally realized how his father Ling Xiao, who had been neglected by his mother for a day, felt. Now, it was his turn again. In fact, Ling Xiao certainly didn't care. The family has been reunited, and there will be more time in the future. What is there to argue with his son? On this day, besides the meal time, Ling Xiao was busy all the time. In the morning, I took out the toolbox from the space ring, with hammers and nails, and repaired the bamboo building clangingly. His figure was everywhere, inside and out, and he was busy all morning. In the afternoon, he took the initiative to come to the copied ancestral house of the Ling family, and went straight to his own courtyard. Sweep the garden yourself. Furnish the room yourself. tables, chairs, benches, bed cabinets, sofas, bookcases, and wardrobes, etc., etc. There is an endless stream, everything that one expects to find, taken out of his space ring, placed and arranged properly. No fake hands, all by yourself. As a man, as a husband, as a father. In this way, after a busy afternoon, the Ling family's ancestral house, the courtyard belonging to Ling Xiao, has been decorated by him in a completely new look. That night, after dinner, Ling Xiao took Yin Qingxian, the couple, and left the valley straight to the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. Stopping, the two looked at each other and smiled. Go home? Go home. That night, Ling Yan noticed Yi Xingchen's special situation, and he was very anxious. But he didn't bother his parents. He just asked Qinghuan and Qingfeng to take care of Yi Xingchen, while he took Qingmiao to help. It has to be said that inside the Xianhai cave, due to the abundance of aura, whether it is alchemy or talisman making, the effect is better than that of the outside, even better than Ling Yan's special alchemy formation in Longhu Mountain. The ones made are all top-grade treasure pills and top-grade treasure charms. That night, as long as the materials were sufficient, Ling Yan made all the pills and talismans he could think of that would be useful for Yi Xingchen, and tried to use them for Yi Xingchen respectively. It's a pity that it didn't have any effect on Yi Xingchen's lethargic state, but his realm had improved significantly. In just one night, it seemed that he could not hold back and was about to break through. Ling Yan had no choice but to give up. The next day, when Yin Qingxian was informed of the situation, Yin Qingxian was at a loss. There was nothing she could do, but Yi Xingchen repeatedly said that she was fine, so everyone was relieved. At noon that day, Ling Yan made a decision, clearly stating that he would not participate in the assessment of the Holy Lord of the Demon sect in the near future. Because through his mother's narration, he already knew that the 12 Capitals Gods and Demons formation, although it was one of the top 4 killing formations in ancient times, was actually just a great summoning technique. The 12 elders of the demon sect used the demon god command flag in their hands to first release the incarnations of the 12 ancestral witches, and then through the formation method, borrowed the power of the incarnations of the 12 ancestral witches to condense a phantom of Pangu. This Pangu phantom is Ling Yan's final opponent. However, in the legend, the real 12 Capitals Gods and Demons formation was formed by the ancient 12 ancestral witches personally, using their own Pangu's blood essence to directly summon Pangu's incarnation to fight. The Big Formation, and the Zhuxian Sword formation of the Master Tong Tian. Comparing the two in this way, the 12 Capitals Heavenly God Demon formation created by the 12 Great Elders of the Demon sect using the Demon God command flag is almost a weakened version of the weakened version compared to the original version. It is estimated that it is difficult to reach 1/10,000th of the original version. And the fact is indeed the case. Yin Qingxian informed that with the current cultivation base of the 12 Great Elders, the power created by the mobilization of the formation is barely against a nascent soul realm master. This strength is actually against the sky, but who should tell? For Ling Yan, not to mention that it is very difficult for the 12 Great Elders to create a phantom of Pangu. Even if they did, Ling Yan would shatter it with one punch, which is meaningless. Moreover, Yi Xingchen suddenly had such a strange illness right now. Ling Yan's whole heart was on Yi Xingchen. How could he still be in that mood? Therefore, for the time being, Ling Yan really has no intention of participating in the assessment of the Holy Lord. Yin Qingxian didn't care about this at all, and she said to Ling Yan in the original words, "It depends on your mood. The Mazong has already recognized you as the Holy Master, and you also said that you will be the Holy Master, so in essence, you are now the Holy Master. It is their new Holy Master. As for whether the assessment is not assessed, it is just a formality, and it is not important at all. It's like me and your father. You recognize in your heart that I am your wife, and I recognize in your heart that you are my husband. The two of you are together again, and your own son is right in front of you. Does that marriage certificate matter?" Everyone was happy, and no one mentioned this matter again. But immediately afterwards, Ling Yun proposed that before he left, he would conduct an assessment of the 3 elders of the demon sect, mainly to see their current attitudes and thoughts. Naturally, everyone has no objection to this point. Then, everyone agreed on a time to leave, and naturally it would be tomorrow morning. Qing Yao and Qinghuan Qingfeng don't go to Ling's house together, this has been decided long ago. After leaving the Xianhai cave, the 3 of them went together. The first stop was Qingshui, and then Miaojiang. Ling Xiao, Yin Qingxian and his wife retook the path they had taken to return to the Ling family. As for Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, after Ling Yun split the connecting hub and took away the Xianhai Dong Tian, he would see the reaction of the demon sect, and then decide everything by himself. The 7 people are busy, one afternoon, plus one night, after everything is ready. Just after 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Ling Yin came out of the Xianhai cave incognito, holding the Dragon Emperor magic sword, aimed at the eye of the pivot formation, and cut it down with a single blow. An extremely magnificent, golden sword light flashed like a horse training, and the connecting hub of the formation was broken in response, and the small world of Xianhai immediately separated from the large formation of the demon sect's mountain guard. Clean and crisp. At the same time, under Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts, the small world of Xianhai shrank to the size of a longan in an instant, and it really hung on its branch just as the ghost willow said. Ling Yun was not worried about the sudden change in the small world of Xianhai. He had experienced too much in this situation, and he knew that the size of the small world did not change at all. Naisumi is nothing more than mustard seeds. The connection hub was cut off, and there was a huge hole in the protective formation of the demon sect's main altar, as if the sky was falling apart. Ling Yin first swept with his divine sense to confirm that the sword just now did not destroy the foundation of the demon sect's mountain protection formation, so he immediately received the ghost and god willows, waved a cloudy sky maze, and then flew into the air invisibly. Consecutively cast the harmony light and dust art, the imperial god formation, and the Hunyuan One Qi shield. Immediately sacrificed the willow of ghosts and gods, and suddenly enlarged, the door of the small world on the branch opened wide, and Ling Xiao, Yin Qingxian, Yi Xingchen and others all flew out. According to the plan, apart from Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, Yin Qingxian took action in person and led the other 4 people to escape directly from the sky. After watching the 5 people leave, Ling Yun slowly took out the sofa and accompanied Yi Xingchen, practicing and watching a play. It wasn't until the 3 elders finished drinking and discussing matters that Ling Yun was quite satisfied with what he heard. Then when they exclaimed one after another how to get out of the battle, he used his spiritual thoughts to drive the formation and pointed out the way for them to get out of the battle. Otherwise, with Ling Yun's current level of cultivation, no matter how powerful the formation is, it is impossible for him to be as spiritual as to be able to take the initiative to guide others. Unless Ling Yun's realm is higher, and the formation method can have the spirit of the formation, then it's a different matter. Even Ling Yun, the Grand Master of the formation, has to wait until the stage of transformation to achieve this. After we leave, what will you do with this formation? At this time, Yi Xingchen was a little sleepy again, barely raised his eyelids, and asked, with vigor. It's okay, judging by the repair speed of this big hole, it will take about a month, and the spirit stones in the array can last for a month, and the cloudy sky maze will disappear automatically. Ling Yun smiled lightly and explained. Then he embraced Yi Xingchen's fragrant shoulders who were already sleepy, and said softly, Xingchen, shall I take you back to Ling's house now? Wherever you go, I will go. Heh. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he fell asleep. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1853, The Power of the Willow, The Power of the Immortal Sword, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. After Yin Qingxian came out of the Xianhai cave, she directly increased the speed of Yukon to the limit, flew with all her strength, and went straight to the southeast. She escorted Qingyao, Qinghuan, and Qingfeng all the way to the border of Jiangnan province, before stopping. Qingyao made a little identification of the direction, and raised her finger to point to the brightly lit city below. Sister, just a little further, is Qingshui City, where Yuner grew up. Do you really plan to go down and have a look? Yin Qingxian looked down at the bustling city, a little moved, but quickly shook her head. No, this time, I will send you here. Sister, why? Qingfeng was surprised and said, it's not bright yet, and it won't take long to go down. At your speed, it won't even take a quarter of an hour to go from Qingshui City to the capital. Yin Qingxian just smiled and shook her head. Qingfeng wanted to persuade her again, but was held back by Qinghuan beside her. She explained in a low voice, you girl is so stupid, that is the place where the young master grew up. If my sister goes down, how can I be willing to leave? Ling Xiao was also looking at Qingshui City, below. He didn't speak, but raised his hand slightly, rapping Yin Qingxuan's shoulder. Go down while the sky is still dark. Remember to hide your body and don't disturb ordinary people. Yin Qingxian waved her hand, and said, also, Qinghuan Qingfeng, you have also seen this journey. In the past 20 years, the outside world has changed a lot, so you too should listen to Qingyao more during this trip. Don't make decisions on your own. Sister, don't worry. So, the three sisters bid farewell to Ling Xiao, Yin Qingxian and his wife, and then flew towards Qingshui City with their swords. Yin Qingxian is not worried about the safety of the three of them. Not to mention that they all have the strength to face the Foundation establishment realm now. Everyone has a space ring made by Ling Yun himself, with a huge space inside, which is even better than the one that Ling Yun gave to Qi Yunzi, a sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm. And everyone has at least one flying sword of the highest grade spiritual weapon. Talismans of various grades, used for self-defense and killing the enemy. There are also all kinds of elixirs that are enough for them to practice all the way to break through the Foundation establishment. In a word, it is to pretend to go out with all your heart. But these are not important. Behind the three of them, there is Ma Zong, and even more. The Ling family. Ling Yun. Qingxian, we really don't want to go down and take a look? We just need to go back to Ling's house today, don't worry. After the three figures of Qingyao completely disappeared from the field of vision, Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. Yin Qingxian shook her head again. Qinghuan was only half right just now. Of course I want to go on, I wish I could go to every place where Yuner lived. She turned her head and said to Ling Xiao, but before that, the two of us have one more thing to do. Ling Xiao understood immediately, you mean Yuner's adoptive mother? That's right, it's Qin Qiuyue, Sister Qin. In the past 6 months, whether it's the news brought back by Xingchen, or the information from the demon sect, and of course the most important thing is Yuner's narration these days, I have confirmed one thing. Sister Qin, treat us Yuner better than treating her own daughter. It's one thing for us, Yuner, to go back to the Ling family to recognize our ancestors, but now that we are reunited, if we don't even say anything to Sister Qin, then it's our fault. In the past 2 days, what Yuner told me the most was actually before his rise, especially those things when he was a child. Almost none of those things can be separated from Sister Qin, which shows the relationship between their mother and son over the years. Sister Qin just suffered a catastrophe this year. Not only did Ning Tianya die, but their daughter Ning Lingyu also suffered a big change. Although the matter was finally resolved by Yuner, her current mood is not good. One can imagine. After she was rescued by Yuner from Tianshan Mountain, she stayed in Qin's house behind closed doors, and never went back to Qingshui City. It can be seen that in her heart, the son she raised so hard is to be returned to us. It can be seen from this, that Sister Qin is the most sensible person in the world. How can we, before we see her, before she returns to Qingshui City, Ma'am is right. Ling Xiao nodded again and again, you are still thoughtful. How can Ling Xiao not understand what Yin Qingxian said? It's very simple. Qingshui City is Ling Yan's hometown, and Qin Qiuyue is not at home at the moment, so it's inappropriate for the couple to steal here. It's not a big deal, but it's not polite. Then Qingxian, what is your plan? After we return to Ling's house and settle everything, the first thing we need to do is to prepare a generous gift and go to the Qin's house in Guqin village in person to invite Sister Qin to Ling's house. In Yinner's face, let's talk about this matter, and then I will come to Qingshui City with Sister Qin again. Just do what Ma'am says. Ling Xiao is definitely a husband and wife now. Then where are we going next? Yin Qingxian blushed slightly, glared at Ling Xiao and asked, don't you remember where we first met? This, of course I remember. Where? Wudong Mountain, Golden Summit. It counts as you have a heart. So, the couple went away in the air again, turned back to the northwest, and went straight to Wudong Mountain. A moment later, Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian appeared on the halfway up the Tianzhu peak of Wudong Mountain at the same time, walked out of a dense forest side by side, and then slowly climbed up the steps like ordinary tourists. Wudong Mountain, the sacred place of Taoism in China, is the dojo of the legendary Emperor Zhengwu, and because Sanfeng Zhenren established the Wudong school here, it is famous all over the world. Therefore, it is impossible for Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian to fly directly to the Golden Summit. Qingxian. Ling Xiao raised his chin, looked at the distant peak above and asked with a smile, if I'm not wrong, it shouldn't be there when we first met, right? Because during those 2 days, I always felt that someone was following me secretly. Me, is that you? When Yin Qingxian heard it suddenly, she blushed like blood. Are you looking for a fight? Hey. The couple retraced the road of the past, and now they are on the scene, with infinite memories and a lot of emotion. Even though it is late autumn at this moment, they feel that there are beautiful scenery along the way, which is very refreshing. Suddenly, a person appeared at the golden summit of Wudong, wearing a Taoist robe, holding a dust whisk in his hand, and with a light flick, he bowed down the mountain. Wuliang Tianzuan. No wonder Pindao has been on a whim recently, and some seniors in the family have passed down the decree, saying that there will be distinguished guests coming to the door in the near future, but it turns out that it is the virtuous couple who are visiting Wudong. It is none other than Wudong Chongshu Daoist. The visit of the virtuous couple to Wudong really makes my Wudong flourish. Please don't be too formal, just come up directly. Daoist Chongshu's voice was loud and clear, but it only reached the ears of Ling Xiao and his wife. Pie noodles, this is called pie noodles. Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian looked at each other, showing helplessness at the same time, and suddenly looked at each other with a smile, and the two slender figures disappeared instantly on the spot. The Taoist priest is very polite. Ling Xiao and his wife took the liberty to come here and disturb you. The next moment, Ling Xiao and his wife appeared directly in front of Daoist Chongshu, clasped their fists, and said, Where? Daoist Chongshu smiled, bowed again, and then said, Wudong Chongshu congratulates the virtuous couple for getting out of the cage. The lovers will finally get married. Hearing this sentence, Ling Xiao blushed a little, and for a moment didn't know how to answer. Yin Qingxian spoke calmly, Longmen Mountain in Qingshui City, Dragon Tiger Mountain Demon Conference, Wudong Mountain refused to take action against my son twice, Yin Qingxian thanked me here. The corners of Daoist Chongshu's eyes twitched when he heard it, and he thought of various words in his mind for a moment, and finally he said bravely, the saint's words are serious, your son is a genius, invincible in this world. I still have a little self-knowledge in Chongshu, no dare to humiliate yourself. Yin Qingxian just smiled. After some courtesies, Chongshu hurriedly asked, I don't know if the virtuous couple are here today, what's the important thing? The poor Taoist has already prepared some tea, please go into the back hall, to talk about it. This? Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He just came here to be romantic. How could he know that Chongxu would show up suddenly? You are too polite, the Taoist priest. My husband and I are just here, to burn the incense sticks and then leave. The tea will be free. Yin Qingxian directly declined. Since the two of you still have something important to do, then I don't dare to delay the two of you, please come with me. So, Taoist Chongxu personally led the way, and accompanied Ling Xiao and his wife, to finish offering incense. Other than that, well, dare not ask anything, dare not say anything. Then, he personally sent Ling Xiao and his wife out of the hall, and watched them leave in the sky. It's okay, luckily I just came here to offer incense. After the figures of the two disappeared, Taoist Chongxu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, shook his head, and sighed, it's different now. Yin Qingxian left the main altar of the demon sect and went to the Ling family in a fair and honest manner. It seems that I, Wudong, have to prepare a generous gift quickly, and I have to come to the door to congratulate. After talking to himself, Taoist Chongxu immediately returned to the hall. Pfft. After leaving the Golden Summit, Ling Xiao and his wife quickly came to the top of a dangerous peak in the distance, and they were the first to burst out laughing. It seems that Yunner's lingering prestige at the Fumo conference is still there. We just want to play quietly now, but we can't do it anymore. Ling Xiao also laughed. Naturally, the scenery of Wudong Mountain is nothing to say. Yin Qingxian stood on the top of the peak, looking at the endless mountains around her. She only felt open-minded, and all the sullenness for many years was swept away, and she suddenly stretched out her hand to Ling Xiao. Bring it. Ling Xiao was taken aback. What? Yin Qingxian gave Ling Xiao a blank look, and said angrily, what else can it be, elixir? Huh? Oh. Ling Xiao was overjoyed immediately, and immediately took out the 2 treasure pills that he had prepared earlier, and handed them to Yin Qingxian. Zhuyandan, beauty pill. These are the 2 highest grade pills specially refined by Ling Yun in Xianhai Dongtian just now. Yin Qingxian directly raised her hand to subdue. After a while, when he turned to face Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. The beauty of the world is not as good as a person in front of you. Peerless. Satisfied? Hey. Next, the couple left Wudong, and within an hour, starting from Mount Hua, they visited the 5 sacred mountains, and even Taihang and Wangu. For the last stop, Ling Yu and Yin Qingxian came to Dongyue, Mount Tai, and climbed to the top of Yuhuang. This road is exactly the same as the route they traveled together after they met at the Wudong Golden Summit. It was only 18 years ago that the two of them traveled for nearly a year. This time it took just over an hour. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian arrived in the capital, above the Ling family's ancestral house. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen appeared. Then 4 figures suddenly appeared at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the plaque on the door. Qingxian, Yunner, let's go home. This morning. Ling Xiao, Yin Qingxian. Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen. Father and son, with 2 successive saints of the demon sect. Return to the Ling family in an open and honest manner. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 1854. Today is different from the past, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. There is a lot of traffic outside. But at this moment, inside the Ling family ancestor's house, it is quiet and peaceful. Because at this time, there were not many people in the Ling family. Originally, Ling Lai had prepared a grand ceremony to welcome Yin Qingxian back to the Ling family. The old man already felt guilty about Yin Qingshuan's matter, so he wanted to try his best to make up for it. No matter what, at least when Yin Qingxian entered the house, he should let her feel the enthusiasm of the Ling family and do his best to save face first. Coupled with Ling Lai's fiery temper, when he encountered a big happy event, he wanted to make it as big as possible, so that the whole welcome ceremony was more solemn and lively, the better. Therefore, after Ling Yun left the Ling family and went to the main altar of the demon sect, he called Elder Chui over that night. Let them inform everyone that Ling Yun's mother is about to return home. Of course, it is limited to the Ling family, or those forces and important figures who are absolutely controlled by the Ling family. It is impossible for people with foreign surnames to be notified, even the Chow family, Li family, etc., who have the closest relationship with the Ling family in the capital. No matter how confused Ling Lai was, no matter how good-looking he was, it was impossible for someone with a foreign surname to come to the Ling family to welcome his daughter-in-law. There is no such reason at all. It's not a wedding. Besides, with the current status of the Ling family, once this news gets out, people from all over China will probably crowd the Ling family's ancestral house so tightly that there is not even a place to stay. Those who know the inside story know that your family is there as a happy event. I don't know. I thought your family was going to a big fair. If it spreads out, not only will you lose face, but you will be laughed out of your teeth and become a laughing stock. Ling Lai was full of confidence and made great fanfare. Just as his work on the welcome ceremony was in full swing, he received a call from Ling Yu. Just 5 words, do it like this, no. At that time, Ling Yu was still in Miaojiang, and he was drinking tea with Master Shui, Miao Fenghuang, and his wife to discuss the details of the cooperation. After receiving the news, he couldn't laugh or cry. Lao, Ling Yi, Ling Qi, and others issued a strict order. All action ceases immediately. The welcome ceremony must not be done like that. There is no other reason, it is too big and wrong. Ling Yu's mind is very clear, he knows better than anyone else that the Ling family doesn't need these fancy superficial things at all, and his younger sibling Yin Qingxian will definitely not like such a welcome ceremony. By doing this, the old man welcomes Yin Qingxian, or is he showing the strength of the Ling family to others? After first ordering to control the situation, Ling Yu called the old man again, explained the reason, stated his interests, and finally did Ling Lai's job well, making him give up his original plan. Then Ling Yu immediately bid farewell to Miracle Dr. Shui and his wife, and he didn't hide it from them. He told them that Ling Yun had gone to the main altar of the demon sect to save his mother. After returning home, Ling Yu immediately took over all affairs of the Ling family and kept the welcome ceremony within a very small range. Only those who were in the Ling family's ancestral house at that time. This is one of the reasons why the Ling family is small. Another reason is, Ling Yun. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen arrived at Ling's house half an hour earlier than Ling Xiao and his wife, but he didn't go directly into the house, and just stayed in the sky above the Ling family's ancestral house, invisible. This time, he will wait for his parents to arrive and go home together. But Ling Yun's invisibility doesn't mean he doesn't do anything. Too many people. Mother will not like it. This was the first reaction after Ling Yun's spiritual thoughts enveloped the Ling family. Then he had a brief communication with Ling Lai and Ling Yu, and directly ordered that all the Wugan people leave the Ling family's ancestral house and go to the auction to help. Because today is already the 19th, the Ling family's cultivation auction has officially opened yesterday, and it is going on like a raging fire, and the scene is very hot. The so-called innocent people included Ling Yun's servant of the 5 blood clans, Wang Chongxiao, and Li Piaoyang, who came after hearing the news. After all, they are not surnamed Ling. What are you messing with? So when the 4 of Ling Yun entered the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house and stood in the first courtyard to greet them, there were only a handful of people. Ling Yu, Li Xingmei and his wife, together with Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li, are a family of 5. Ling Yong. Ling Shui. Also, Chui Lao Chui Zhongwu. Just these 8 people. Of course Ling Lai was also in the house at the moment, but he was in the last courtyard, his own small courtyard, dressed in full dress, sitting upright, and did not come out. It's not that the old man doesn't want to come out. This was when the three of them communicated just now. Ling Yu and Ling Yun unanimously decided that he is an elder, and he can stay in the backyard with peace of mind, waiting for his son and daughter-in-law to return home, and just go to see him. There is no reason to show up to greet him in person. Ling Lai didn't care about that. He resolutely expressed his opposition, but the objection was invalid and was suppressed by Ling Yu and Ling Yun. Seeing Ling Xiao and his wife entering the door side by side, Ling Yu and his wife immediately greeted them first. Siblings are back, good. Ling Yu went forward to meet him, and didn't say much, just this one sentence. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Yin Qingxian met the second brother and the second sister-in-law. Yin Qingxian prostrated profusely and greeted Ling Yu and his wife without any shyness or restraint, just like back then. Oh, my brother and sister have come home. For so many years, my sister-in-law has been thinking so hard. Li Xinmei didn't care about the man's etiquette. She just nodded to Ling Xiao as a greeting, and then grabbed Yin Qingxian. Her eyes were red before she finished speaking. Ling Shui, Ling Yong, Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, Ling Li, your aunts are back. Why don't you hurry up and see them? Li Xinmei was the first to call Ling Shui. Then Ling Yong. Finally, there are 3 children of his own. Here, there are particularities. Ling Shui, that is Ling Zhao's daughter and Ling Yan's younger sister. Regardless of other things, if you want to meet Yin Qingxian, she must be the first one. Although Ling Yong is alone now, he represents De Feng's branch. Li Xinmei has been married into the Ling family for more than 20 years, so she naturally understands these rules better than anyone else. Auntie. Sure enough, Ling Shui ran over first, called Yin Qingxian auntie, and then made a gesture to kowtow without any hesitation. Yin Qingxian hugged Ling Shui in her arms with 5 points of kindness and 5 points of pampering, and said with a light smile, "Good boy, it's wrong for you to call me aunt first." Ling Shui blushed all of a sudden, and quickly changed her words, "Aunt." Hey! Only then did Yin Qingxian agree, and then let go of her hands, holding Ling Shui's shoulders with both hands, looked left and right, and said with a smile, "Shuer is so handsome, much more handsome than your brother." How can? Ling Xiuqiao blushed even more, and said shyly. Behind him, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yan laughed at the same time. Nephew Ling Yong, visit my aunt. Ling Yong was already on his knees, kowtowing to Yin Qingxian. Yin Qingxian flew forward directly, helped him up, and said seriously, "Younger is serious, we will not mention the past today, and we will never mention it again in the future. What happened back then was forced by the general trend, and it cannot be caused by one person alone, do you understand?" Younger, understood. That's right, hurry up and talk to Yuner for a while. Patting Ling Yong on the shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to say more, Yin Qingxian took another step forward and supported Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li who were behind them one by one. They're all good boys, there's no need to be polite, get up quickly. Old slave Cui Zhongwu pays respects to the mistress and congratulates the mistress on her return home. After all the juniors of the Ling family had met Yin Qingxian, Cui Zhongwu stepped forward to meet Yin Qingxian. Without saying a word, he would kneel down and salute Yin Qingxian. Yin Qingxian didn't wait for him to kneel down, she directly raised her hand, and gave him a support from the void. "Mr. Cui, you don't need to be polite, Yuner was the one who went to Qingshui and took him to recognize his ancestors. You are my couple's great benefactor, Yin Qingxian, thank you before it's too late, how can I be worshipped by you?" Cui Lao knelt down 3 times in a row, but found that the front of him was blocked by an invisible force, and he couldn't kneel down at all, so he had to give up. After everyone and Yin Qingxian greeted each other, it was Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen's turn to meet everyone one by one. "Since everyone has seen it, let's not gather around here." Ling Yu said, "Second brother, father is already waiting in the backyard in a hurry, you and your younger siblings go there first, and we will chat after you have seen father." Then he winked at Ling Yun again, and said via voice transmission, Yuner, you don't have to go there, go and settle down with Miss Xingchen first. Hey, thank you, Uncle Heir. Ling Yun was naturally so happy. Anyway, his mother has already returned home, and when he went to visit his grandfather next, Ling Lai couldn't help but mention a few words about the past, and it was inevitable that he would be sad. His presence will only make the atmosphere more heavy, it is better not to go. You juniors, stay obediently in the front yard today, don't bother your third uncle and aunt, and don't go to Yuner to make trouble for him. I know, really, I have to take care of everything. Ling Xiu really wanted to go to the backyard with Ling Yun, but was directly rejected by his father, and suddenly pouted helplessly. So, after the hustle and bustle in the Ling family's front yard, it quickly calmed down again, and everything was as usual. Ling Xiao and Yin Qing Xian went straight to the backyard to meet Ling Lai. Ling Yun took Yi Xingchen directly back to his yard, and returned to the bedroom to help Yi Xingchen lie down. Yi Xingchen has been drowsy all the time, just now he tried to cheer up to meet everyone, but now he is too sleepy. This was Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan's room. But Yi Xingchen didn't care at all, and never acted pretentiously. Of course Ling Yun didn't care much. So far, with Yin Qing Xian coming to the Ling family is finally reunited. At noon that day, the Ling family set up a large table with a grand banquet. 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren gathered together, and there were endless laughter during the banquet. After dinner, Ling Yan took Yi Xingchen and all members of the younger generation of the Ling family, left the Ling family's ancestral house, and drove to the Lingyun Hotel outside the North 6th Ring Road. It is now the Ling family Guwu auction house. Oh, brother Lingyun, you are here. Your auction house has opened these few days, but I am so busy. At the main entrance of the hotel, as soon as Lingyun got out of the car, he was hugged by Yi Tianshui, who suddenly appeared. Brother Lingyun, take a quick look, and see if I've lost more than a dozen caddies? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 1855 welcome, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Also. Lingyun felt a chill, and his whole body was about to get goosebumps. He was not polite, and an invisible energy came out through his body. Oops. Yi Tianshui, who was holding him, felt that all the places where he was in contact with Ling Yun received a strong force, and his body was directly bounced to a distance of 1 meter before he managed to stand still. Yi Tianshui was wronged infinitely, and immediately cast a resentful look at Ling Yun. It's been more than a month since I saw him, and you are so rejecting people thousands of miles away? You speak as you speak, what do you look like hugging in public? You are also the head of the Yi family now, don't you know how to pay attention to your identity? Ling Yun raised his hands, straightened his suit, frowned, and said, I've crushed my suit to pieces. Tonight, Ling Yun returned to his urban attire, specially changed into a black suit, and matched his slender and perfect figure, just one word, handsome. When Yi Tianshui heard Ling Yun's reason, he felt even more aggrieved immediately. I, the patriarch of the Yi family, has been rushing all over the place to work on your auction for several days, and I'm also particular about my identity as a PI. Isn't it just a suit? I can pay you dozens of sets. First, tell me, have I lost weight? Ling Yan raised his hand and stroked his forehead. I've lost weight, I've lost dozens of caddies, okay, are you satisfied? Haha, it's good to be thin. Yi Tianshui laughed aloud, he was completely shameless, and then his eyes lit up. Ling Shou got out of the car. Fatty, the auction is about to start. If you don't stay inside, what are you doing? Ling Yin remained calm, watching with cold eyes. He noticed that although the elder sister Ling Xiu was still impatient with Yi Tianshui, her attitude was obviously different from a month ago. In the past, it was ignored, and it was like losing money if you said a word. A good girl is afraid of being pestered by a man? Wrong. From Ling Yan's point of view, Yi Tianshui's body change should have played a considerable role. It's difficult to calm down after practicing. Yi Tianshui's realm has been firmly established at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, and he no longer needs to rely on his fat body to hold his ubiquitous sword energy. Wearing a crisp navy blue suit, he is also a handsome guy. Yen value. Beauty is justice. Ahem, didn't I come here to greet you guys? Tonight's auction hasn't started yet. I'll go in right away, right away. When Yi Tianshui saw Ling Xiu, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He immediately changed his expression, nodded, and smiled. While talking, Yi Xingchen also got out of the car, stood beside Ling Yun, and gave Yi Tianshui a slight nod, as if he had greeted him. Yi Tianshui was obviously stunned for a moment. Because tonight, Yi Xingchen also changed his clothes very rarely. The iconic black gauze body wrap is gone. She is wearing a red floor-length dress and a pair of eye-catching red high-heeled shoes. Coupled with her slightly lazy eyes, who don't pay attention to everything, anyone who looks at her can't help being stunned. Ahem. Seeing Yi Tianshui's expression, Ling Xiu immediately became angry. What are you looking at? These are my younger siblings. Eh? 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 I don't have it? I don't. Don't get me wrong. Yi Tianshui trembled in fright, and immediately came back to his senses, hurriedly explaining, you don't know, I haven't seen my brother and sister for a long time since the demon subduing conference. I didn't expect my brother and sister to appear here suddenly, so. While Yi Tianshui was busy explaining, he winked at Ling Yun and pleaded. Ling Yun laughed, and immediately changed the topic, and asked casually, Yi Tianshui, you said that you are such a big patriarch, and you just took office, you are not busy with your own auction house, why come to our Ling's auction? He asked knowingly. In the day since Ling Yun arrived home, he had already learned about the affairs of the family and the important situation in the capital. The Chao family is fine, and the whole family is cultivating desperately. The Li family is still the same as before, but Li Junhua is more attentive to the matters of the Ling family, as if he has become Ling Yu's subordinate, obeying his advice. In this way, the relationship between the two families has become closer, and the bundle of interests has been completely completed. Naturally, the Ling family is the leader and the Li family is the assistant. In the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng completely retreated behind the scenes, entrusted Yi Tianshui to take charge of all the family affairs, made it clear that he would not interfere, and let him make troubles. Yi Tiandu, following Yi Qingxin to Shushan, it is said that he is only a short step away from stepping into the late stage of Qi training. This trip to Shushan should be for a breakthrough. Ever since the Long family suffered a big loss at Ling Zhao's birthday banquet, they have become extremely low-key. Long Howren entrusted the family affairs to Long Tianxing to take care of them, but he himself disappeared and hadn't shown up for more than a month. For more than a month, the most important event in the capital was the opening of the Ling family's Guwu auction. The Ling family declared to the outside world that it had always been the Guwu auction, but those with a little bit of status knew that the Ling family's auction was actually the Cultivation auction. Because Ling Yun made a very high-profile broadcast at his father's birthday party a month ago, after a month of preparation, coupled with the deliberate guidance of the Ling family, the Chao family, the Qing family, and the Li family contributed to the flames. Until yesterday, the Ling family on the opening day of the auction, the entire Lingyun Hotel was already overcrowded. With that posture, those people didn't come to bid for things at all, they came here to grab things. Originally, Ling Yu planned to ask Ling Yun to preside over the opening of the Ling family's auction in person after Ling Yun brought his mother home, in order to build momentum, but he saw the scene. Good guy. Not at all. 3 days before the opening of the Ling family's ancient martial arts auction, the Lingyun Hotel was already overcrowded. By yesterday, even in the hotels and guesthouses near the Lingyun Hotel, and even in major hotels in the urban area of Beijing, you could see it everywhere. People in the cultivation world. So many people are looking forward to it. If the Ling family's ancient martial arts auction is not opened on time, it will easily cause negative effects. Therefore, Ling Yu simply waved his hand and opened the business without waiting for Ling Yun to come back. Anyway, the Ling family has enough manpower now, and they are absolutely strong. They don't need Ling Yun to show up, and they can completely control the situation. The fact is true, the whole auction last night, although there were a lot of people, there were all kinds of outstanding people, but they were all honest, and no one dared to make trouble. The auction scene can only be described as hot. In just one night, the auction revenue exceeded the total revenue of the three major auctions of the Yi family, the Long family, and the Tian group in the past year. Made a lot of money. Without him, there are too many treasures in the auction of the Ling family, weapons, pills, talismans, most of them are not available in the other three auctions. This is the only one, there is no semicolon. The auction, the form, the scene, etc., are not important at all. Its essence is nothing more than 4 words. The highest price wins. The fundamental reason for the auction to be held is another one. The auction items are scarce, preferably unique treasures, and everyone urgently needs them. A healing talisman that can heal any trauma, do you want it? Do you want Zhuyan pill, beauty pill, which can make people return to their youth, and even revive their lives? Also, do you want the legendary space ring? Buy it at other auctions, isn't there? Sorry, there are no other places except Ling's auction. Enough. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun had already left enough things before going to the main altar of the demon sect in order to make the Ling family auction a golden signboard, but no one expected that so many people would come. What opening prize, what finale treasure, no matter what it is, everyone is crazy to bid for it. There are too many monks and too little porridge. Because Ling Yun told Ling Yu a long time ago that although there are many treasures in his family, he must control the number of those put in the auction. Otherwise, it would be a brain twitch, which would be equivalent to lowering the price by yourself, and losing the meaning of the auction. Whoever loves is in a hurry, anyway, the Ling family is not in a hurry. Therefore, after an auction last night, those bidders who came from afar who hadn't snatched anything became impatient and strongly urged to continue today. So, the Ling family auction opened successfully yesterday, but it turned into an appetizer, and the second one will be held today. This is unprecedented. In order to satisfy customers who came from afar, we tried our best not to let everyone return empty-handed, so after careful consideration, the Ling family immediately held the second auction. However, the strength of the Ling family is limited. Even if they do everything they can, the items prepared in advance are only enough for this auction. The next auction may have to wait for a long time. So tonight, the scene was even hotter than last night. Many people felt that they didn't bring enough money and couldn't compete with others. They simply started scalpers and sold their auction tickets, but they were robbed. Heads, they are all sold at sky-high prices. These people made a fortune, but they didn't know that they would regret it soon, because tonight, Ling Yun appeared. Closed. Hearing Ling Yun's question, Yi Tianxue said lightly as if nothing had happened. Closed? What's closed? Ling Yun was very surprised. Fuck, you're asking the question knowingly, right? What else could it be? Our Yi family's auction house is closed. It will be closed forever and will never open again. Yi Tianxue rolled his eyes angrily. Is there anyone like you? Isn't this deliberately throwing salt on people's wounds? Ling Yun. Our Ling's auction house just opened, and your Yi's closed? How boring is this? There is no sense of accomplishment at all. Just when Ling Yun was secretly laughing, Yi Tianxue said again, not only our Yi family, but also the Long family's auction house has announced that it will close down. Now there is only Tianzu that has not been announced, but according to the information I received, Elder Zhou has already started discussing this matter with other elders, and it is estimated that it is short of an announcement. Ling Yun. Why is it closed? Ling Yun asked with a look of regret. Why do you say? Why else? Yi Tianshui was angry, and pouted towards the inside of the hotel. Customers of our Yi family and the customers of the Long family, no matter how big or small, are sitting in your auction house right now. Are you satisfied with this answer? It's SOSO. It's still, just enough. Ling Yun only felt comfortable all over his body. With a smile all over his face, he patted Yi Tianshui's shoulder lightly. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Yun. Yi Tianshui suddenly became serious. How? If I can beat you, believe it or not. Yi Tianshui gritted his teeth, wanting to say something cruel. Yi Xingchen squinted. Can you try? Hey. Brother and sister, don't make trouble. What relationship do I have with Ling Yun? It's just a joke, just a joke. Yi Tianshui was sweating frequently, and said with a sarcastic smile. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 1856, 1 opened, 3 closed, reading records, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Today's Ling Yun has no interest in money at all, and he no longer needs money. At least in China. In Ling Yun's impression, he hasn't spent money for a long time, and he can't use it at all, and even if he spends money occasionally, he can't experience the joy of spending money. Until now, there are hundreds of millions of cash piled up in Ling Yun's Taishu ring, all of which are Gagos new notes. There is a huge pile of them, but they have never been used. In addition to cash, there are also a lot of gold bricks, gold bars, gold ingots, etc., piled up randomly, and they have never been moved after they were put in. It can be said that in Ling Yun's Taishu ring, money is the least valuable. Therefore, he had no interest at all in the Ling family's auction, how much he earned last night, and how much he made. However, having no interest in money and having no need does not mean that you have no interest in making money. Because, he doesn't need it anymore, but the Ling family needs it, very much. If the Ling family wants to develop and be strong, everyone needs to practice and improve their realm. They need a huge amount of resources to pile up, and that huge amount of resources needs an astronomical amount of money to support them. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Undoubtedly, the cultivation auction house is definitely the fastest and most effective way to concentrate resources. In today's Ling family, there are so many people who are cultivating, and they all need to improve their realm. We can't let them go all over the world to find spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and go to those barren mountains to find secret places, right? Or relying on Ling Yun alone, looking for resources all over the world, and coming back to support the consumption of the entire Ling family? That is definitely the most stupid way, not to mention the modern world, even the big world of comprehension in the past, and it is not said that the best way is not used, but to use the most stupid way to find resources, that is called stupid. Only those casual cultivators whose pockets are cleaner than their faces, and have no resources to maintain their cultivation have to bite the bullet and go to those dangerous and murderous secret realms, risking their lives to do that worthless business. This point can be seen only from Qi Yunzi, the sword repairer who came out of Kunlun. But he can only earn a training resource by accepting quests. That poor one made Ling Yun feel pitiful. One must know that Qi Yunzi is not a casual cultivator. His identity is still a genius sword cultivator that the Kunlun sword sect places high hopes on. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yun was very sober. He would definitely not think that the current Ling family has reached the top of China, and the family has a big business, a strong army, and money is coming in like a tsunami, and floods, so that they can sit back and relax from now on. Because Ling Yun understands one thing. As long as you are a human being, once you set foot on the road of cultivation and taste the benefits of cultivation, you will never be able to stop. There are all kinds of reasons, and the ultimate reason is just 2 words, longevity. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. This is an eternal law in the cultivation world. Therefore, Ling Yun actually attaches great importance to the Ling family's cultivation auction house, and he wants to create a golden signboard to ensure the supply of Ling family's resources. This is Ling Yun's real purpose. It doesn't really matter how much you sell. What matters is that a top-level auction house will eventually become a top-level cultivation resource distribution center. Combine the power of the world to meet the needs of the Ling family. In this way, as long as the Ling family auction house operates stably, even if Ling Yun enters Kunlun or even leaves Earth in the future, the Ling family can continue to grow and develop. Ling Yun and his group went straight to the 5th floor of the hotel, which is the main venue of the auction. It was already close to 9 o'clock in the evening, and the auction would start soon. The layout, facilities, etc. of the entire auction venue are exactly the same as those of the Yi family's auction, almost copied over. This is naturally due to the current Yi family patriarch, Yi Tianshui's credit. Anyway, the Yi family's auction house is out of business. Yi Tianshui even came to the Ling family to have a sincere talk with Ling Yu in person, and simply resold the Yi family's auction house to the Ling family at an astonishingly low price, which was equivalent to half selling and half giving away. It's a pity that Ling Yu declined his kindness with a smile, because the Ling's auction house, hotel, facilities, personnel, etc. have already been prepared and are just waiting for the opening. Another more important reason is that the current Ling family doesn't need to rely on other people's gifts to hold their own auction. There was no other way. Yi Tianshui had no choice but to brazenly choose the next best thing, and asked to help the Ling family, as long as Ling Yu nodded. Ling Yu really didn't want to refute Yi Tianshui's face, so he had to let him go. Yi Tianshui's ability is recognized, otherwise, the members of the Yi family are not stupid. How could they leave the stronger Yi Tian alone and give him the position of patriarch instead? Moreover, Ling Yu knew exactly what Yi Tianshui wanted. My daughter, Ling Xiu. Ling Yan's space ring, and Ling Yan's heartfelt approval. And based on this, the relationship between the Yi family and the Ling family was re-established. Yi Tianshui needed a platform and was full of sincerity, so Ling Yu gave him this platform. This is something everyone is happy about, why not do it? However, Ling Yu also said the ugly words to his face, and the opportunity was given to him. As for what he would do, it could only depend on himself. This is the real reason why Ling Yun can meet Yi Tianshui here. The 4th and 5th floors of the hotel are completely connected, and the Ling family has done it more thoroughly. They don't even need the load-bearing columns in the middle, in order to make full use of the space of the venue, and to prevent those big columns from obstructing the bidder's sight, and strive to give the best experience for guests. As for the safety issue, Ling Yun said that as long as he can ensure that the hotel will not collapse before he goes, he will solve it. Well, the xuanhuan to Huang Kungfu, which has been cultivated to great success, is dedicated to this job. What's more, Ling Yun will use formations to reinforce the entire hotel. The super-large screen in the venue, the holographic projection in the VIP room, and the computer equipment used for bidding in front of every guest are all of the highest grade and most advanced. As for the bidding system installed in the computer, it belonged to the Yi family, and Yi Tianshui gave it away without reservation. The only difference between Ling's auction house and Ye's auction house is the size of the venue. One word, big. The area of the main venue of the Ling's auction house is fully 3 times that of the Ye's, enough to accommodate 3,000 people. Another difference is that the Ling family's auction house does not have a warehouse for storing treasures. It's all in the host space ring. When Ling Yun and his party entered the venue, the entire venue was already packed with people, but there was no sound. The computers in front of all the bidders had already been turned on, and everyone was staring nervously at the screen, looking for their own bidding targets, while at the same time estimating the transaction price in their hearts, and worried that they did not have enough funds to grab others. There are 3 hosts for this auction, namely, Mr. Cui, Wang Chongxiao, and Li Piaoyong. At this moment, the three of them are already standing on the stage in the middle of the venue. Ling Yan's spiritual thoughts had already enveloped the entire venue. He noticed that at tonight's auction, at least 70% of the guests who came were cultivators, and among the 2,000 people, nearly 20% of them were in the realm of cultivation, are above the divine ability realm. There are many familiar faces, at least half of them were seen at Father Ling Zhao's birthday party, and a small part were seen at Ye's auction earlier. Ling Yun is here. Oh my god, Ling Yun. Oh, the one next to him is the Saintess of the Demon Sect. Sister, is that Ling Yun? He is really handsome. Yeah, I thought Ling Yun wouldn't show up, but I didn't expect him to come tonight. The ticket is worth it. More than 20% of the female cultivators seem to come here specially for Ling Yun. After realizing Ling Yun's arrival, they stood up at the same time, their eyes lit up, and they all looked towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, look here. Many young and bold female cultivators stood up, puffed out their chests, and waved their hands at Ling Yun desperately, for fear that he would not see them. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen pursed his lips and squinted at Ling Yun. Ling Yun could only smile wryly. This was really unexpected, but he just shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "That's why I brought you here." Nice. Yi Tianxue next to him expressed his admiration beyond words, thinking that he could pass this test. Pooh. Yi Xingchen laughed coquettishly first, and then Ling Xiao and Ling Shui also laughed coquettishly. Beautiful. You wait here. With all eyes on, Ling Yun took Yi Xingchen's hand, the two looked at each other and smiled, then flew down and arrived at the center of the venue in an instant. Everyone please sit down. After standing still, Ling Yun raised his arms and gave a virtual press, motioning everyone to sit down. After the venue became quiet, he cast Shenlong Xiao. I am Ling Yun. The Ling family auction house opened yesterday, and Ling Yun would like to express his gratitude to everyone for coming to support us. Everyone here is the most honored guest of my Ling family. I came here specially tonight. Apart from expressing my thanks to you all, I have a few words to say to you all. Ling Yun clasped his hands together, and after saying the opening remarks, he stopped talking nonsense. Because the auctions of the Yi family, the Long family, and the Tian group are in front, our Ling family's auction is in exactly the same format as theirs. Presumably, everyone has already understood this point last night, so I won't say more. What I want to say is that there are a few differences. Guests in the VIP room upstairs, no matter whether they can bid for the treasure they want, can automatically obtain the Diamond VIP card of my Ling family auction. All items to be auctioned in the future, after the normal discounts are removed, will be sold according to the final settlement price. Another 10% off. The guests who can enter the VIP room of the Ling family are all big customers of the Ling family, so of course the Ling family has to express something. Except for them, all the guests sitting in the main hall of the main venue tonight can automatically get the Platinum VIP card for my Ling's auction, and all the items to be auctioned tonight can also enjoy the ultimate. There is a 10% discount on the price, but please note that it is only for this time tonight, and there will be no more in the future. However, you don't have to regret it, all Platinum VIPs, from now on, as long as you bid for items, as long as you ask, my Ling family will provide escort service. As long as you name a location, my Ling family will definitely make sure you can return there safely. Before then, whether it is you or the things you bid for, as long as there is any problem, my Ling family will be responsible. Of course, there is a small premise in this, that is, the people sent by my Ling family to escort you, and the round-trip travel expenses need to be borne by you. Ling Yun said half-jokingly and half-seriously that the Ling family will provide bodyguard services, but you have to pay for the travel expenses. No problem, it's a small matter. After everyone listened, there was a burst of laughter all around. People in the Jianghu, who has few enemies, leave with heavy treasures. If they are targeted by the enemies, they will probably end up dead, with no money and no money. The Ling family provides escort services, which are almost 100% security is guaranteed, so the travel expenses count as PI. So no one cares. Secondly, because the auction last night was too hot, the inventory of the Ling family is actually almost consumed, but in order to meet everyone's needs, I have been busy all day today, rushing to make a batch of high-level pills, and high-level I think it should be able to meet the needs of most customers. So, in tonight's lot, apart from the ones you can see in the computer data, there are also 10 pairs of xuanhuan pills and beauty pills, all of which are of the highest level of panacea, which can restore at least 30 years of youth. 100 high-level healing talismans. The effect. I dare not call it the living dead, but it is absolutely flesh and bones. It is definitely a life-saving thing. I think everyone has seen it last night. I won't waste time demonstrating it. Finally, tonight's grand finale is the 3 interspatial rings that I personally rushed to make. Each of them has a space of about 10 meters in length, width and height, and the one with the highest price will get it. Hiss. After hearing Ling Yun finished speaking, all the guests in the venue gasped. Then, the whole venue completely boiled. You know, the Ling family auction opened last night, and the best treasures sold were nothing more than a pair of xuanhuan pill and beauty pill. And tonight, there are 10 pairs. Nearly 400 female cultivators in the venue were almost going crazy. 30 years of youth. What's more, there are 100 healing talismans, for life-saving, which are flesh and bones. Of course, the most precious treasures tonight are those 3 space rings. Everyone be quiet, be quiet. Ling Yun once again used his dragon roar, suppressing the noise in the arena abruptly, and then said with a smile, tonight's auction is the theme, and I'll just talk about things related to the auction, so as not to delay everyone's rush to buy treasures its time. However, I still want to take this opportunity to say one thing to all my comrades present. He took Yi Xingchen's hand, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, the saint of the demon sect, Yi Xingchen. From this moment on, if anyone is hostile to her, or even wants to eliminate demons and defend the way, I don't care who he is or which side he is, and he will kill without mercy. These words, Ling Yun said lightly, but anyone who knows Ling Yun, knows how serious Ling Yun's words are. Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, will no longer need to hide, and will walk in the world openly and aboveboard, and no one will dare to regard her as an enemy anymore. Of course, except for those who are not afraid of death. Swipe. Suddenly, the light in front of Ling Yun was bright. 10 pairs of top-quality panacea, shining brightly. 100 healing talismans. 3 space rings. Appeared in front of Ling Yun without warning, suspended for a moment, and drifted towards Elder Cui after everyone saw clearly. Boss Cui waved his hand and put them away directly. I still have important things to do tonight, so I won't be here to accompany you all. I wish you all the treasures you want to shoot tonight. Farewell. Ling Yun clasped his fists again, and before he could finish speaking, his and Yi Xingchen's figures disappeared in place. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1857 Killing Unforgiven, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. A moment later, Ling Yun appeared in a dense forest outside the hotel. With a thought, he sacrificed the ghost willow. The Xuanhuan above the ghost willow silently opened a portal, which can just accommodate 2 people to pass through. Ling Yun supported Yi Xingchen and flew through the portal into the small world. Shrouded by spiritual thoughts, everything in Shanghai Dongtian was as usual, but it was too quiet. To say that the only change is that the space in the small world has quietly become a little bigger. It's hard to feel it, but after Ling Yun confirmed that this Xuanhuan is a small world that can grow, he deliberately made some obvious marks on the borders of the small world. It only took 1 day. Those marks outside, there was an extra space of nearly 1 meter. Ling Yun was shocked. The growth rate of the small world is actually amazing. Because the shape of Xianhai Dong Tian is an irregular, circular sky, each boundary expands outward by 1 meter, and the internal space is actually expanding at a geometric speed. At this rate, it won't take long for this mysterious sea cave to double in size. As for the reason, Ling Yan also repeatedly discussed with Yin Qingxian and others, and they got the same result. It was because of the ghost willow that he accidentally put in the courtyard of the replica Ling's ancestral house. This is really true, unintentional. It may be the huge spiritual energy released by the ghost willow, which broke the long-standing balance of Xianhai Dong Tian. It is more likely that after the ghost willow took root in Xuanhuan Dongshan, it is using its own space ability to make this small world grow. Now, under Ling Yan's behest, this ghost willow has completely taken over, or in other words, controlled this small world. Therefore, the opening and closing of the small world's portal is all within Ling Yan's thought. But at this time, after Ling Yan entered the small world, he found that the huge ghost willow was indeed in the small world, in the third courtyard of the replica Ling's ancestral house. So far, Ling Yan completely confirmed it. The ghost willow and the small world of Xianhai Dong Tian have been integrated into one without distinction between the inside and the outside. The art of space is really mysterious and mysterious. In an instant, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen came to the valley, and to the bamboo house where Yi Xingchen lived. "You're here alone, okay?" Holding Yi Xingchen to sit by the bed, Ling Yan asked softly. He was very worried. This day, Yi Xingchen fell asleep at other times except for lunch and dinner. It can be said that she slept for a whole day, but even so, not long after dinner, she became extremely sleepy again. Therefore, Ling Yan did not let her stay in Ling's house, but always took her by his side and took care of her personally, in case of accidents. However, with Ling Yan's current level of cultivation, no matter how he probed, Yi Xingchen was in normal condition except for falling asleep at every turn, and there was nothing wrong with his body. On the contrary, her realm cultivation is advancing rapidly, and she may break through the foundation establishment realm at any time. Yi Xingchen pulled himself together and chuckled. "I grew up here since I was a child, so of course there is no problem. Also, Ling Yan, you really don't have to worry about my body, just go about your business." Ling Yan frowned slightly. "To be honest, is there really no problem?" "It's really no problem, don't worry." Feeling Ling Yan's worry, Yi Xingchen smiled and confirmed to him. "Are you about to break through the foundation establishment realm?" Ling Yan suddenly asked, and at the same time, his spiritual thoughts suddenly focused on the top of Xingchen Mountain next to him, and carefully inspected every corner of the mountain top, just like examining with a magnifying glass. However, nothing unusual was found. Yi Xingchen tilted his head, his long jet black hair poured down like a waterfall, his beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Yan's profile, and he blinked. "It should be these few days. I'm not in a hurry, just let nature take its course. Then you have a good rest here. If you wake up and want to go out, just say hello to Ghost Willow and let it open the door." Ling Yan faded away his worry, smiled, and told Yi Xingchen, turned his head at the same time, and asked, "Is there any problem?" This sentence naturally asked the tree spirit of Ghost God Willow. "Master, please rest assured. Ghost God Willow has grown a lot, and the tree spirit can communicate with Ling Yun normally. I will come in to accompany you every once in a while. If you want to break through the realm, you must tell Ghost God Lu that I will come in to protect you. Know it?" Ling Yan nodded, and couldn't help saying that he took care of Yi Xingchen to lie down, and then carefully covered her with a thin quilt, and waited for her to fall asleep before flying out of the bamboo building. Brush. Apparate. The next moment, Ling Yan had arrived at the top of Xingchen Mountain. Here in the world. Cross the catastrophe here. Black tribulation thunder. Black hole, the figure disappears. Ling Yan muttered to himself, his thoughts flashed, and he was meditating. All these things about Yi Xingchen were told by his mother Yin Qingxian. This is actually unbelievable. When Ling Yan just heard it, although he pretended to be understated, it doesn't mean that he didn't have any thoughts or guesses in his heart. Xiao Lu, you have controlled this small world now. Tell me, is the place where I am standing now, or this mysterious sea cave, connected to another space? After thinking for a long time, Ling Yin didn't bother to guess, and asked directly. After all, the real master of space at this moment is not him, but his Ghost Willow. Ghost Willow was silent. Say it. Ling Yin was a little annoyed. Master, the space wall around your position is indeed a bit abnormal, very weak, and the connection outside the space wall is not the Earth. Where is it? Don't hide it, just say it directly. The space channel, but it has been closed at this moment. Okay. Only then did Ling Yin nod in satisfaction, because the answer of Ghost God Willow was in line with his guess, which is not surprising. He asked again, it is said that your real body is xuanhuan Ghost God Willow. Right? Master is right, but I am still just a seedling, and that day is still far away. Where did the Ling family come from, and what is the Dragon Emperor Palace, and where is it? This question has nothing to do with Yi Xingchen's matter. Ling Yin asked it out of the blue, just to break the casserole and ask the bottom line. I only remember the depths of the distant starry sky, or, another realm, Master, I'm just a seedling, too many things, I really can't remember. Is it Kunlun? Absolutely not. Ling Yin. He stopped asking this question. The Ghost Willow will definitely not lie to him, at least compared to the huge Ghost Willow in Kunlun. The two plants in his hand are indeed seedlings. Just like a baby just out of the mother's womb. Everything it knows, says, and does now is nothing but instinct. Then can you now extend the root system into that space channel and investigate it? Ling Yin immediately put forward new requirements. Master, I'm just a seedling. Don't you dare? Ling Yin was excited. Master, I have already tried it, but my root system is still too weak to penetrate at all. Okay. Ling Yin had no choice but to nod, and then asked a very serious question. Then with your current strength, can you protect Xingchen well? Well, not only her safety, but also, to prevent her from disappearing? Master, I will do my best. It's not asking you to do your best, it's necessary, sure and sure. Master, I'm just a seedling. Again. Just when Ling Yun was very annoyed, and was about to fly over and cut down a few branches of the Ghost Willow for firewood, he heard it say in a panic, but Master, don't worry, that space passage is very dangerous, and you can't enter it if you are not above the cave. Mishi, before she reached the realm of the void, she shouldn't disappear out of thin air as you said, right? Humph, I hope so. Ling Yin got a fairly satisfactory answer, with a hint of threat in his words. Xiao Lu, let's talk about the ugly first. If the stars disappear without a sound, I will immediately turn you into a pile of firewood. Threat, Chiguoguo's threat. In the distance, inside the replica Ling family ancestral house. All the willow branches of Ghost God Willow stand upright, and thousands of willow shoots stand upright into the night sky, like a crown bursting with anger. In the small world, the aura surged in an instant, and the life energy was surging. Ling Yin sneered, what? Still losing your temper? Boom. Thousands of willow branches drooped again, and they returned to normal in an instant. Just like a deflated ball. The ghostly willow was wronged and said, Master, I am really just a seedling. Brush. Ling Yan's figure disappeared on the top of the mountain, and he came to Ghost God Willow in an instant, and sat on the largest branch of it. He raised his hand and patted the branch. Don't get excited, I was joking with you just now. Just do your best. I will let you grow up as soon as possible, go. After finishing speaking, Ling Yunfei walked away and left the Shanghai cave. After Ling Yun left. Brush. From the thick trunk of the ghost willow, a little man squeezed out, only 1 foot tall, white and fat, with a miniature ghost willow sapling more than 1 inch high on his head. It is the tree spirit condensed from ghost god willow. He first swept left and right furtively, and then shuttled around the big tree with lightning. The speed was astonishingly fast, and the range of shuttle became wider and wider until his figure covered the entire mysterious sea cave. Very cheerful. In the end, the flying speed of the little tree spirit slowed down. With his hands behind his back, he paced slowly over Shanghai Lake, as if he was patrolling his own territory. King. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 1858 I'm just a seedling, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. After leaving the Shanghai cave, Ling Yun went back to the hotel, invisibly, and stood in the courtyard. He really needs to address the security concerns at the hotel. After all, there are more than 3,000 people, all concentrated on one floor of the hotel. Even if one person only weighs 100 caddies, that would still weigh more than 300,000 caddies. What's more, there are the same number of desks, chairs, computers, etc., kind of equipment. In fact, for buildings, this weight is nothing. After all, nowadays, there are dozens of stories, hundreds of stories in high-rise buildings. But the problem is that the people here are too dense, and the density is too great. Maybe there will be no problems in the short term, but it will last forever. In the days to come, if one day the floor on the 4th floor cannot bear it and collapses again, that would be a big joke. Regardless of whether he was still on Earth at that time, Ling Yun would never allow this to happen. Therefore, Ling Yun used his divine sense and at the same time used his celestial eyes to observe the construction of the entire hotel carefully, and then he made a move. For Ling Yun now, it is not very difficult to use means to strengthen a building. It is nothing more than a little effort, and to say more, it is just a little bit of spiritual energy. Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Gong. The first step is naturally to strengthen the foundation of the entire hotel. Ling Yun let go of his tyrannical divine thoughts, enveloped the area of 100 miles around the hotel, and did whatever he could to turn the soil and petrified water from the distant wilderness into water, continuously carrying it, and piled it up layer by layer under the hotel. Then, with the power of strong will, the foundation of the hotel was completely solidified. This method can be called a world-changing change. After Ling Yun's transformation, the foundation of the entire hotel is far stronger than the rocks, and it is as solid as gold. Even if there is a magnitude 10 earthquake, it will be difficult to shake it. The most rare thing is that all of this happened without a sound. The people in the hotel and the auction venue, no matter how high or low their level, didn't notice it at all. This modification took Ling Yun more than an hour, and even consumed 30% of his divine essence. After laying a solid foundation for the hotel, Ling Yun began to renovate the physical building of the hotel. From the 1st floor to the 5th floor, Huangquanta Wengong is still used, and every load-bearing place of the hotel is reinforced layer by layer. If Ling Yun didn't do it, he would not stop, and simply built the entire hotel building into a hole, as if it grew on the foundation below. This floor renovation work is naturally easier than just tamping the foundation, but it is more troublesome. It took Ling Yun 2 hours to complete it. In the last step, Ling Yun started to renovate the floor on the 4th floor. After all, this is the place that directly bears the weight of everyone. This time, Ling Yun didn't use Huangquan to Wengong. He directly let go of the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex and directly invaded the floor of the 4th floor. Thousands of Yin-Yang Gang Qi swords carved runes on the densely packed vertical and horizontal steel bars in the floor at the same time. No need for anything else, just one kind, the Vajra talisman. This is the most important step, and it is a meticulous job. It took Ling Yun more than 2 hours to complete it. Done. It took more than 5 hours before and after, consuming 70% of Ling Yun's spiritual energy. With the same divine energy consumption, even 1,000 hotels like this will be demolished. After finishing it, Ling Yun admired his masterpiece and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. This is the difference between building and destroying. Even Ling Yun, who has already reached the heartbeat stage, consumed 70% of his divine energy to renovate such a building, and it took nearly 6 hours, but if it is destroyed, it's just a matter of a sword, or in other words, a matter of a thought. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day, and the Ling family's auction had ended more than an hour ago. Most of the guests who participated in the auction had already left, and only 1,000 or so people stayed on the spot. This place used to be a resort. Apart from the main building of the hotel, the auction venue, there are 2 buildings next to it, which are specially used for guest accommodation. There are many rooms, and there is no problem for 1,000 or 2,000 people to live there. After the auction ended, more than 2,000 people came and went, either satisfied or regretful, talking happily, but none of them could find Ling Yun, who was invisible. It's not their fault, after all. If Ling Yun doesn't want to be discovered, even the peak Jindan will not be able to perceive his existence. Ling Yun recovered slightly, and after thinking about it for a while, he sacrificed a large number of spirit stones, drove them into the ground around the hotel, and personally built a large formation for the Ling family's auction house. Yes, this is a real mountain protection formation, which integrates offense and defense, and is far more powerful than the Kunlun Sword School mountain protection formation controlled by Qi Yunzi himself. Such a large formation protecting the mountain, even if the formation eyes are only controlled by monks at the Foundation Establishment realm, can kill enemies at the Golden Core realm, and even resist attacks from experts at the Nascent Soul realm. Before breaking, retreat calmly. The lion fights the rabbit, still competing with all its strength. This is Ling Yun's principle. Either don't do it or do it, and you have to make plans for the next 10 years, or even 100 years. After all, this is the Ling family's comprehension auction house. This is the only one, there is no semicolon. After all, this place will become the distribution center of China's comprehension resources, and in the future, it will be the place where China's most important figures, the strong, will gather here every once in a while. In case, one day in the future, this place is attacked by a strong enemy without strong enough defense means, the consequences. Unbelievable. At that time, Ling Yun will become a sinner of the Ling family, and even more so, a sinner of Huaxia. Prevent problems before they happen. The only fly in the ointment is the lack of a formation spirit. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled. But there is no way. If you want to make the spirit of the formation appear, it can operate on its own without human control, and exert the strongest power. It needs the cultivation base of the transformation of the gods to do it. After checking for any omissions, Ling Yun quietly left, found a secret place at random, and entered the small world of Xianhai Dongtian again. He first used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that Yi Xingchen was sleeping soundly, so he didn't bother him, but went directly to the willow tree of ghosts and gods, holding a Bodhi seed in his hand, meditating quietly to restore his spiritual energy. Time passed quickly, and after an hour, Ling Yun's divine essence had recovered to 70%. He got up, left Xianhai Dongtian again, and went straight to the next place. Ling Family Martial Arts School. At this time, none of Ling Yun's 72 disciples was resting, and they were all meditating cross-legged and practicing. Ling Yun made a little observation and found that all these disciples entered the state very quickly, especially the 6 with the best aptitude. All of them have now broken through the innate state. There are famous teachers to guide, there is a large formation of gathering spirits, there are powerful exercises, and there is a continuous supply of pills. Today's 72 disciples have tasted the benefits of cultivation, and they are all cultivating desperately. Everyone's strength is no less than that of the 36 dead men of the Ling family. They have become a new force in the Ling family. They are loyal to Ling Yun, and they will also be loyal to the Ling family. Regarding this point, Ling Yun is absolutely sure. After all, it was Ling Xiao, Cui Lao, and Ling Yong who came to give advice and drill them every day. Ling Yun came here this time and didn't disturb them. He also came in stealth, and he did the same. Taking the Ling family martial arts school as the center, they did not hesitate to consume spirit stones to create the same mountain protection formation. At this time, the sky was already twilight, and Ling Yun didn't delay any longer. He soared up to a height of 20,000 meters, and began to concentrate on practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju as usual. It is impossible to stop body training, even if Ling Yun has already reached the fourth great state of the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure, the state of Vetra glazed glass. Today, the effect of Ling Yun's practice is negligible, even if he practiced for a day and a night, absorbing the essence of the sun, the moon, and the power of the stars. Even if he absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon at a speed far faster than before, after a day, he couldn't feel any obvious progress in his body, but he still persisted. The tyrannical physical body, strong defense and strength are the means for Ling Yun to cross the realm, to kill the enemy and defeat the immortals retrogradely. They are his greatest reliance, and there is no reason to relax. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun returned to the Ling family's ancestral house. He directly appeared in the fifth courtyard, casually shot a blazing ball of pure sunlight, and threw it into the sky. Quack! The golden-threaded crow rushed out of the bushes like lightning, flapped its huge wings, grabbed the white light ball in one bite, and flew back to the bushes immediately, feasting on it. I'm telling you, if you don't dare to bark any more when you have nothing to do, I will kill you to eat meat. Ling Yun frowned when he heard this, and threatened fiercely. There's no way, this bird's miraculous is miraculous, and that's the sound, it's just too ugly. Quack. You call again? Nothing happened. Yunner is back? Come and have breakfast. At this time, Yin Qingxuan's voice came from Ling Yun's ear. So, Ling Yunfei came to his father's yard and had breakfast with his parents, and of course Ling Shui. After breakfast, Yin Qingxian took Ling Yun's hand and sat on the sofa. Yunner, your father and I will go out later to pick up your Aunt Dong home. Do you want to go there together? In divine thoughts. Ling Zhao's face was flushed. Ling Shui's face was full of emotion. Mom, I won't go this time. You and my dad can just take Shuer. With Shuer helping to talk, Aunt Dong should come back. Ling Yin replied with a smile, and couldn't help thinking of the scene yesterday morning. Probably around this time, Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian went to visit Ling Lai. Ling Lai was naturally relieved when his daughter-in-law finally returned home, but he couldn't help but shed tears when he brought up the past. Only then did it calm down. Just when the two were about to say goodbye and leave, the old man suddenly took out something and handed it to Ling Xiao in front of Yin Qingxian. It was a divorce agreement. Dong Rulan drew it up by herself, to the effect that she has occupied the magpie's nest for many years. Now that Sister Qingxian has returned home, she is willing to take the initiative to break off the engagement with Ling Xiao and leave the house, so that Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian can be the real husband and wife. Ling Yun naturally scanned the divorce agreement with his divine sense. He could see that Dong Rulan didn't have any intention of playing tricks. Between the lines, she was sincere and willing to give up her position. Moreover, Dong Rulan had already signed on it, and as long as Ling Xiao also signed, the agreement would take effect immediately. Rulan has returned to her mother's house now. She is willing to do this, and Ling Shui has no objection. Her grandfather thinks it should be so. So, I can't decide, it's up to you two. Ling Lai sighed, and said with some embarrassment. Then, with a smile, Yin Qingxian snatched the divorce agreement from Ling Zhao's hand, and with just a slight shock, the agreement turned into powder. Father, don't worry, we'll pick up Sister Rulan and go home tomorrow. This is Yin Qingxuan's attitude. Mom is really generous. Thinking of this, Ling Yun chuckled. He had already made up his mind that he would definitely not go. Now, Mother has come home and is by my side. The Ling family's ancient martial arts auction house has also really opened. Everything in the Ling family is running smoothly, and the whole family is thriving in all aspects. Ling Yan's thoughts are clear, his mind is peaceful, and there are no obstacles in his heartbeat period. Both parents are magnanimous and sensible people. Ling Yun doesn't need to intervene in their affairs, just leave it to them to solve it themselves. As for Ling Yun, he has his own business to do, and more important things to do. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1859, Preventing Trouble Before It Happens, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. There is a well-known and cliched saying in the cultivation world. Only those who have entered the golden core realm are our generation. Conversely, yes. If you don't enter the golden core realm, you are not my generation. Only when a cultivator has cultivated the golden elixir and set foot on the golden elixir road can he complete a qualitative leap in life and truly get rid of the mortal body. From then on, it is possible to face all monks under the golden core state and say one thing calmly: we are different from each other. Of course not a real fairy, but definitely no longer immortal. Especially in the eyes of mortals, monks above the golden core realm, their abilities are no different from immortals. This is because, after forming a golden elixir, one will obtain the Tao, and will be recognized by the Tao of heaven ever since. Just say the most obvious. A cultivator who has reached the golden core realm, even if his cultivation has no further progress, as long as he does not suffer an accidental death and can die, he will have at least 500 years of lifespan. Ordinary people, with the longest life expectancy, can live to be 120 years old, which is already very remarkable. Moreover, those ages after the age of 80 are just, that's it. It is just alive. It is difficult to exert much light and heat, radiate the brilliance of life, and shine on the world. Of course, what is said here is the majority of people, except for a very small number of the best cases among human beings. Under the golden core realm, a monk who has reached the peak of the fusion realm can normally have a lifespan of more than 200 years, and the limit is 300 years old. Of course, like ordinary people, there are also old monsters who have lived past 300 years old. But that's just like ordinary people who have passed 100 years of age, and they are just cooking oil every day. The lifespan of monks in the heartbeat period is not much different from that of the peak monks in the fusion state. There is no obvious improvement, and they can't form golden pills. Don't mention anything. The only difference is that the monks in the heartbeat period will die after reaching the limit, and the Yin spirit will still be there, and they can even survive for a long time, but because they lost their bodies. His Yin god has no source of support, let alone a place to hide. In this young world, it is like walking naked in the desert, without protection, and it is difficult to move an inch. The soul of the Yin god is no different from a real ghost. It is being consumed by the young world all the time, just like a pot of boiling water being continuously roasted by a raging fire, and the water is constantly evaporating. For the Yin god, without a physical body, the young world is a real prison with nowhere to hide. What's more, purgatory, thunder, earth, fire, water, wind, etc. are all enemies to wear down the Yin god, as if they are subjected to 10 tortures all the time, but there is nothing they can do. Therefore, monks who have reached the heartbeat stage are undoubtedly the happiest, but if they cannot obtain the golden core and the Tao, it is also the most painful and the most fearful. Refining essence, to transform gas, refining gas, to transform spirit. When the heart moves, the spirit will emerge. The emergence of the Yin god is actually the last stage of refining qi and transforming the god, and the great achievement of the Yin god is the peak of the heartbeat stage, and it is also the ultimate stage of refining qi and transforming the god. The golden core state is the end point of refining qi to transform into a god, and it is also the starting point of refining a god to return to the void. It is said that the monks in the heartbeat period are the coolest. It is because the Yin god is imaginary and does not belong to this world, so it can best feel the reality of this world, the world's variegated colors, human emotions, and the Yin god can feel the extreme. It is unrestricted and can float around, which is equivalent to having great freedom, and it has a body, a natural nest that can walk in the yang world, and can return to the nest to recuperate at any time. Therefore, the Yin god with a physical body is the one who can enjoy this world the most. Whether it is eating, drinking, having fun, or having sex with a man and a woman, he can get the purest and most extreme feelings. But also because of this, it is the easiest to be confused, be bewitched, become obsessed with something, get stuck in it, and cannot extricate yourself. In short, create demons. Therefore, for the monks in the heartbeat stage, the world is actually full of temptations and traps, which lead to the emergence of demonic thoughts and cannot restrain themselves. In this way, it is naturally difficult to realize the Tao, let alone talk about attaining the Tao. It's like you want to cross a river, and now you come to the bridge, you suddenly find that the bridge is full of traps and mines. If you take a wrong step, you will fall into the pit, or even disappear, and it is impossible to go back. How do you survive? Cultivator. To build a foundation is to have a road foundation, a road foundation. To consecrate is to begin to know the Tao. Merging means starting to cultivate the Tao, that is, little harmony. Heartbeat is enlightenment. Jin Dan is the right way. If you understand clearly, you will be able to gain the Tao, and you can cross the bridge in one step. Otherwise, you just stay on the bridge, and no one can help you. Because if you understand it, you understand it. In fact, you have already reached the other side of the bridge. The traps, mines, and all kinds of temptations you saw on the bridge are all false. At that time, the golden elixir will be self-contained. So there is another way of saying that for monks who have formed a golden core, the difficulty of the heartbeat period is actually the last time, with a mortal body, to enjoy the happy stage of ordinary people in this world. Because after cultivating the golden elixir, the sensuality of ordinary people, the enjoyment of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, can't be compared with the great joy in the heart, the great freedom, and the freedom to travel between the world. It's like a firefly competing with a bright sun. That's why there is a saying that immortals do not eat fireworks in the world. Of course, if you don't eat the fireworks in the world, you don't bother to eat them. It doesn't mean you lose the ability to enjoy the fireworks in the world. The two are not the same thing at all. Today's Ling Yan has reached the heartbeat stage and has come to this bridge. One step further, it is the golden core realm. Frankly speaking, this step is not difficult for Ling Yun, who has reached the transition period. As long as the Yin God is great, he can form a golden core and get the Tao casually with just one thought. Now, Ling Yan's Yin God can manifest and drive things away, and even has a fighting power that is not inferior to that of the Foundation Establishment realm, which is actually very powerful. Next, he only needs to condense the Yin God into a Dharma body through the technique of visualization, and with mana, he can use the divine channel method like the deity, and he can cultivate the Yin God to great success. Ling Yun had no shortage of visualization techniques, and what Yi Xingchen gave him was a heaven-defying visualization technique that even he had never heard of. As for the Yin God's battle method, Ling Yun also has no shortage of it. His Qiankuan Wuji holy method is actually the battle method used by the Yin God. After all, the Yin God is just a soul body, which can change in ever-changing ways. All of this is just waiting for the Yin God to condense into the Dharma body. It takes time. Therefore, Ling Yan's plan at the moment is that next, he will go to retreat for a period of time. But this kind of retreat is definitely not the kind of ordinary monks who live alone in a secret room, sitting cross-legged in meditation day and night, but only let the mind retreat. Ling Yan's daily practice and daily activities will not be affected, even if he fights once or twice occasionally, it doesn't matter, but he won't do anything deliberately. He wants to enjoy life and let everything take its course. Of course Ling Yun has the qualifications and strength to choose this method of retreat. Ling Yun made a decision in his heart and started a brand new way of cultivation. So, on this day, after sending her parents and Ling Shui out, it was very rare for Ling Yun not to go out. He spent a whole day doing many things for the Ling family. He led a group of Ling family juniors, and destroyed all the formations arranged for the Ling family, especially those big iron balls, shot balls, etc., which were all collected by Ling Yun into the Taishu ring. Then he rebuilt the formation for the Ling family. First, use high-grade spirit stones to rebuild a large spirit-gathering formation for the Ling family. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, just like last night, they built an impregnable mountain protection formation for the Ling family. This time, Ling Yun didn't do it overnight. The process of building the mountain protection formation was also the process of Ling Yun's explanation. He explained the function, principle, and various changes of the formation to the brothers without reservation. Sisters. As for how much they can understand and grasp, Ling Yun doesn't insist. After all, everyone's aptitude and understanding are different, who is suitable for what and what is not suitable. Ling Yun still needs time to observe slowly. For example, Ling Yong and Ling Feng were confused when they heard Ling Yun's narration. But Ling Xiu and Ling Li, especially Ling Li, can be thoughtful and ask their own questions from time to time. It is obvious that he has a great interest in the formation. It was already like this at the beginning. Ling Yun was already very satisfied. Our Ling family's current mountain protection formation was built in a hurry, and it can be regarded as a simplified version, but don't worry, even if the enemy at the peak of the nascent soul realm comes, it will not be easy to please. After the formation was completed, Ling Yun said to everyone with a smile. One sentence stunned Ling Li, who had been following him all the time. Brother, such a complicated formation, you still call it a simple version? Of course, a cultivation sect, a real mountain protecting formation, requires the unremitting efforts of several generations to transform and carve, and then it can unleash its powerful power and provide protection for the sect. It was done in a day. Ling Yun explained with a smile, this is the truth. He was able to create a formation to resist monks in the nascent soul realm, not because he was a formation master, but because of his current strength. Now that he can bombard the nascent soul realm, he can naturally arrange a formation to resist the nascent soul realm monks. Otherwise, what is the use of this formation? As for the careful carving, that is Ling Yun's excuse. These are the mountain guard formations of the top sects in the cultivation world, and they are already very mature, so there is no need for Ling Yun to deliberately modify them. Still the same sentence, the only thing missing is the formation spirit. Afterwards, Ling Yun worked tirelessly, sacrificed spirit stones, used divine thoughts, and arranged a small imperial array for every yard of the Ling family's ancestral house, including some important rooms, bathrooms, and bedrooms. This is because, nowadays, the realm of the Ling family, even Ling Li, has entered the late innate stage. It can be said that everyone has divine consciousness. In the entire Ling family's ancestral house, even the sound of mosquitoes and flies flapping their wings can be heard. Can see. Under such circumstances, the awkwardness and embarrassment of such a big family living together can be imagined. In other words, everyone has no privacy anymore. How about that? So Ling Yun used the usual method of comprehension in the big world. By arranging these imperial arrays, he turned the Ling family's ancestral house into a residence for ordinary people. This is called array isolation. Wuha is to protect everyone's privacy so that everyone can get along with each other in peace. What? This. Sure enough, after the completion of the small Yushan formation, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others showed doubts, bewilderment, and confusion on their faces at the same time. Ling Yun looked at them with a smirk on his face, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Can't you hear the sounds in other courtyards? Spiritual consciousness can't detect anything?" Several other people were stunned at the same time, then suddenly realized, and at the same time showed strange faces. Ling Xiao suddenly blushed. "Ling Yun, you brat, my father has already spoken about this matter. We are not allowed to spy on other people's rooms at will, eavesdropping on other people's conversations and so on. What you do is simply unnecessary." Having said that, in Ling Xiao's heart, she is really grateful to her younger brother. Because he was too thoughtful. Relying on people's self-conscious compliance, how can we be 100% sure that others can't do it at all, so that people feel at ease and at ease? Ling Yun did this. There is no doubt that everyone in the Ling family will feel that it will be more convenient in the future. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 1860 Practice in the Cultivation World, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. That night, Ling Yun still had dinner with his parents. There were 5 people at the dinner table, Ling Xiao and his wife, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and Ling Shui. Dong Rulan did not return to the Ling family's ancestral house. However, Ling Yun had already learned from Ling Shui that after her mother and Dong Rulan met, the two got along very well, and they even cooked lunch together. After a day of getting along, Dong Rulan had already given up her plan to divorce. She didn't go back to Ling's house immediately today because she wanted to give Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian more time to be alone. At least 1 month, at the latest, is the spring festival at the end of the year, and she will come back by then. This is undoubtedly the best result. Therefore, during dinner, Ling Yun didn't mention a word about his parents, and he still said that this is a matter between his parents, and he didn't want to interfere with it by pointing fingers. After dinner, Ling Yun told his parents what he thought, and he wanted to take advantage of the calm weather and stay at home for a while. The main purpose, of course, is to live a good life with parents for a period of time to make up for the pain of not being able to reunite the family of 3 in the past few years. The other is that Ling Yun wants to use this period of time to do something for the Ling family, plan for the future of the Ling family, and pave the way for the Ling family. After all, Ling Yun is the head of the Ling family, and this is his responsibility. Ling Xiao and his wife naturally understood Ling Yun's intentions, and they naturally agreed with Ling Yun's idea. After hearing this, Ling Shui jumped up happily. "Brother, will you teach me martial arts yourself?" "Of course, not only you, but everyone in our Ling family, I will teach." "Then, what about alchemy?" "It depends on aptitude, it's hard to learn, are you afraid?" "Of course I'm not afraid. As long as my brother knows it, I will learn it." Okay, as long as you like to learn, brother is willing to teach without reservation." "That. What about making talismans? What about formation? And, what about the refiner?" "Little girl, you have to eat food 1 bite at a time, and you have to learn skills little by little. Be careful not to chew too much. In the end, you can only learn the surface of everything." Ling Yun pinched Ling Shui's face dotingly, and taught with a smile. However, Ling Yun has indeed made a plan. In the next period of time, he will not only personally teach the Ling family's practice, but also write down all he has learned, compile it into a book, and build a treasure house for the Ling family, and put these exercise secrets in it, for those who are suitable. People read, study, and practice. Suitable people are not only the direct descendants of the Ling family, but also those dead men of the Ling family, Ling Yun's 72 disciples, but these people need certain qualifications to enter the Zongbao Pavilion to select the secret books of exercises. First of all, it is natural to get the absolute approval of the Ling family. Secondly, you have to make certain achievements and contributions to the Ling family. It is absolutely impossible to give it for free, because if it is too easy, no one will care. The things in the treasure pavilion are the secrets of martial arts against the sky, magic treasures, pills, talismans, magical weapons. It's not the Chinese cabbage on the roadside. Point system. According to each person's contribution to the Ling family, the Ling family will reward them with certain points. As long as they have accumulated enough points, they can go to the Ling family's treasure pavilion to exchange the points for treasures of the same value. This is the most reasonable distribution scheme. However, Ling Yun has not announced this plan yet. He needs to discuss it with several important people in his family. It was nothing more than those few people, his parents, Ling Lai, Ling Yu. Parents are definitely supportive, so Ling Yun only needs to discuss with his second uncle and perfect the details of the plan. As for Ling Lai's side, it's all right to tell the old man in the end. So, after coming out of his parents' courtyard, Ling Yun went directly to the gate of Ling Yu's courtyard and knocked on the door. The courtyard door opened in response. "Why don't you just fly in and ask me to come over and open the door for you?" "Second uncle, this isn't my own home, how can I fly around all day, it's not suitable for etiquette." Ling Yun smiled and said, "There must be rules. Besides, I don't have any urgent matters. The tea has been prepared for you a long time ago, come in and talk." Ling Yu signaled Ling Yun to come in, then gently closed the courtyard door, and sat down in the courtyard. "Where's Auntie?" "I went to the outer house." Ling Yu said with a smile, "You know, your aunt is a laid-back person, she likes modern life, has no interest in cultivation, and never meddles in family affairs." Ling Yun nodded with a smile. Of course he already knew this, but at this time Ling Yu suddenly said this to him, obviously implying something. Sure enough, Ling Yu said again, "Now your mother is finally back, and your father has completely returned to his former appearance." The second uncle is really happy from the bottom of his heart after seeing it. At the same time, this heavy burden on my shoulders can finally be relieved and relaxed. Ling Yu expressed his heart lightly, that he wanted to take the initiative, to give up power and position. Ling Yun chuckled. "Second uncle, I understand what you mean, but..." Ling Yun poured tea for Ling Yu, then said after a pause, "I don't think so." "How?" Ling Yu glared, "You kid has taken over as the head of the family for so long, and you don't want to say that you are the big shopkeeper. It's exhausting me. Now you want your parents to ignore everything? I don't agree." Ling Yun laughed when he heard this. "Second uncle is serious. As the saying goes, there is only one person in charge of all kinds of family business." Ling Yun said seriously, "My parents are not the kind of people who like to manage these complicated and trivial affairs, and they don't even like those people who come and go. Besides, although my parents are reunited now, they still have a lot of things to deal with right now, especially the people and things related to the public case back then." I think the second uncle is very clear about this. Ling Yu nodded to express his approval. It was the first big thing for Ling Xiao and his wife to pick up Dong Ruolin today. Moreover, Ling Yu had already guessed that the next thing Ling Yun's parents had to do was to rush to the Qin family to pay special respects to Qin Qiuyue. Only to hear Ling Yun say again, "Now our Ling family can be regarded as a big family and a big business. There are many and complicated affairs outside the family. Apart from the second uncle, I really can't think of anyone else who can take over. So you really can't take off the burden of the Ling family." Ling Yu frowned and said, "Boy, I think you want to exhaust your second uncle to death." But of course he knew what Ling Yun was telling the truth, and he was not hypocritical, and said directly, "I can bear the burden of the Ling family for you, but you can't let your parents ignore everything, you have to ask them to help me share some." "Second uncle, don't worry, I'll tell them this, and you can discuss it with them alone later." Ling Yun agreed. "That's about the same." A smile appeared on Ling Yu's face, and he took a sip of tea. "Yuner, you have done a great thing for our Ling family today. It's been a few months, and I can finally sit down in my small courtyard. Drink your tea and think about something. Naturally, what he was talking about was Ling Yun's arrangement of a small god formation for the Ling family during the day, and the use of formations to isolate the audience. I see that you kid is really free now. Tell me, come here to find me, what's the matter? Let's get to the point. Therefore, Ling Yun told Ling Yu about his current situation and future plans in detail. Good boy, Treasure Pavilion. Point system. Our father and I want to go together again this time. After hearing this, Ling Yu slapped his thigh. The point system is not difficult. Isn't it the point system that the Tianzu is doing now? There is also the Yi family and the Long family. The method they use is actually the same. It's just that our Ling family was too poor in the past. We didn't have anything we wanted at home. It's just a weapon shop. We don't need this at all. You don't have to worry about this matter, I can handle it for you, you just need to classify those treasures and set a reasonable point value for them. Ling Yun smiled, and he knew that communicating with the second uncle was the most worry-free. However, Yuner, if you build the treasure pavilion, you will have to work hard in the next period of time. Don't delay your cultivation because of this. Ling Yu urged again. Don't worry, second uncle, there will be no delay. Today, magic weapons and magical weapons are already made. Various grades of pills, talismans, and Ling Yun's Taishu ring have everything that one expects to find. There are many spare ones refined in the past, which he has long since no longer needed, and they are just used to pile up the treasure house. The only thing he needs to do is to sort out the huge amount of exercise secrets in his memory and compile them into a book for suitable people to practice. Of course, in addition to those exercise cheats, he also has to compile Alchemy outline, complete talisman making, general outline of refining equipment, elementary formation theory, intermediate formation theory, advanced formation theory, etc., etc. After talking with Ling Yu, Ling Yun left the Ling family and came to the Ling family martial arts school again. This time Ling Yun showed up directly, explained a few words to Cui Lao, and then Cui Lao gave an order. As a result, all parties of the Ling family scattered around the capital gathered together in an unprecedented gathering. The dead of the Ling family. Ling Yun's 72 disciples. The servants of the 5 blood clans, as well as Wang Chongxiao and Li Piaoyang. Even the younger generations of the Ling family left the Ling family and came here after hearing the news. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone was in place on the huge square of the Ling family martial arts school. Everyone looked at Ling Yun with admiration and anticipation in their eyes, waiting for him to speak. Our Ling family started to build the treasure pavilion and started the point system. I won't go into the details, and I will let Elder Cui tell you the details later. From now on, for a long time to come, I will come here every day and personally teach everyone how to practice. During this period, no matter if you encounter any difficulties in cultivation or do not understand anything, you can directly ask me. Also, the biggest classroom in this martial arts school will also be used from tomorrow. I will give intensive lectures. As for how much you can learn, it all depends on your own interests, aptitude, and understanding. That's all for now, I'm done talking, let's all start to practice on our own. On the huge square of the Ling family martial arts school, there was a crowd of cheers, and the momentum shook the sky. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1861 Treasure Pavilion, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Being poor cares themselves, being wealthy cares the world. Although the current Ling Yun does not dare to say that he can benefit the whole world, he can still feed back the Ling family with ease. Ling Yun in the past was actually very stingy. No matter who it is, he only imparts the exercises, not the FA. Especially alchemy refining, talisman array, these 4 skills of suppressing the bottom of the box are also his biggest trump card to stand out from the crowd, and they will not be passed on to the outside world. This is because Ling Yun is a newcomer and does not have a full understanding of this world. He does not know whether the aura in this world is enough for him alone. Even though it took Ling Yun less than a year to reach his current state, in fact, this speed of cultivation, in the big world of cultivation, is comparable to the cultivation geniuses of the top sex. After all, in the big world of comprehension, those geniuses of comprehension, from the beginning of cultivation, almost all start from the Qi training state, and they can easily build a foundation. Of course, another very important reason is that from the beginning of cultivation, what Ling Yun wants is the strongest state, and strives to create an absolutely solid state in each state. Therefore, even if it is reincarnation and recultivation, Ling Yun's cultivation speed is not fast compared with those top geniuses in the cultivation world. Just fast is not important. Strong is important. The current Ling Yun can kill the nascent soul realm with his bare hands. Even in the big world of cultivation, there are not many people in the same realm who can achieve this level of combat power. Ancient can manifest and drive things away. Ling Yun's current real state is only the peak in the early stage of heartbeat. No one knows better than Ling Yun that after reaching the golden core realm, it takes a terrifying aura to pile up every time one goes up to another realm. Because that is not a question of multiples at all, it is the growth of geometric progression. To use an analogy, the aura needed to go from the golden elixir state to the formation of the nascent soul is more than the sum of all the aura needed by a cultivator from the beginning of cultivation to breaking through the golden elixir. In the same way, a monk in the nascent soul realm, from the birth of the nascent soul to the completion of the nascent soul. It's just that the aura needed to cultivate the nascent soul is much more than the total aura needed to reach the nascent soul realm. What's more, there are still God transformation realm, hollow void realm, until the tribulation stage. Even in the place full of aura in the great world of cultivation, Ling Yun used his heaven-defying physique for more than 10 years to plunder all the way, and when he reached the tribulation transcending stage, he also spent the same 10 years preparing for the tribulation transcending stage. Only then dare to rest assured to cross the catastrophe. This is still the case in the big world of cultivation, so what about on this earth, where spiritual energy is exhausted? So Ling Yun didn't dare to bet. It's okay to say that he is selfish, he admits it 100% frankly. Tao is ruthless. Everyone works hand in hand to make progress together. That is not cultivation, it is elementary school students, crossing the road. Therefore, Ling Yun must ensure that he crushes the present generation, and strives for one to come first, and then talk about the others. Otherwise, if the spiritual energy of the earth is not enough in the end, he will not even be able to overcome the tribulation. Who will he cry to when the time comes? What's more, how difficult it is for Ling Yun to reach this heartbeat period, and how much spiritual energy he has absorbed along the way, only he knows. If it weren't for the horrible gifts of the catastrophe. If there is no battle with the South China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. Without the support of the aura of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. If he didn't get Ning Lingyu's fairy spirit energy. If there is no Yellow Emperor Spring and Yellow Emperor Mausoleum. Without the selfless help of Human Emperor's pen and Earth Emperor's book. At the beginning of the heartbeat? What an idiot. Therefore, the former Ling Yun was actually poor and must be stingy. But now, it's different. He owns 2 ghost willows, with mysterious origins. He also has a small world in which to grow. Wait. In fact, none of the above is very important. The most important thing is that he confirmed the existence of Kunlun, and he saw Qi Yunzi, the sword cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm, who came out of Kunlun. Kunlun is boundless, with infinite aura, it is a place that is not inferior to the big world of cultivation. And now Ling Yun already has the qualifications to enter, and the strength. So Ling Yun resolutely decided to repay the Ling family, to let the members of the Ling family grow up as soon as possible at all costs. He no longer keeps it, and there is no need to keep it. As for his sudden display of such strength, whether people around him will realize that he is a time traveler, Ling Yun no longer cares. Nascent soul seizes the house. In the big world of cultivation, for monks in the nascent soul realm, it is really a common thing. It can be said to happen every day. The nascent soul realm is powerful. As long as you survive the disaster and can escape from the nascent soul, you will definitely find a way to seize it. There is no reason at all. Different from the Yin god, the nascent soul de Zheng is the Yang god, who can fly to the sky and escape from the ground to change infinitely, and does not need the lair of the physical body at all. However, it is really different whether there is a physical body or not. Moreover, Ling Yun had now vaguely guessed that whether it was Qin Qiuyue, Ling Xiaoying Qing Xin, or even those people who had been with him for a long time, they no longer believed his nonsense about suddenly meeting an old man with a white beard. It's just that until today, no one has asked him face to face. Everyone seems to have accepted this fact silently. Each other, tacit understanding, nothing more. Does it matter? It does not matter. It's like a person's head has been severely injured and turned into a vegetative person. He can only lie there forever, relying on nutrient solution to maintain his life until the day he dies. Is he still him? His physical body is still him, just a living dead. And so on, amnesia, madness, temperament has changed, is he still the same? The lover will say yes. But Ling Yun will definitely say no, unless he can be cured, and everything will return to normal, just like when he treated the mad patient in Qingshui City. On the other hand, the reason is the same. When people encounter misfortune, they did not become vegetative, did not lose their memory, did not go crazy, but became capable and able to rise against the sky. Just like he is now. Be it Qin Qiuyue or Ling Xiaoying Qing Xin, why wouldn't they do it? Ling Yun is sure that if he can figure this out, then these three people who are most important to him must also be able to figure it out. There might be a little tangle, but certainly not too much. These can only be seen from Qin Qiuyue and the attitude of his parents towards him. Ling Yun felt that Qin Qiuyue was the first to discover his abnormal situation and confirm his real situation, but she always treated herself the same. From the depths of the starry sky, the Dragon Emperor's palace, the Zhang clan, the xuanhuan mantra, the mysterious and powerful inheritance of ghosts and gods and willows. This is why Ling Yun decided to feed back the Ling family. Such a Ling family, Ling Yun took them to the top of Huaxia. It was just a small and insignificant goal, and now it has been achieved. Next, he will take the Ling family to the summit of Kunlun. Now, every time he thinks of the Ling family in Kunlun, Ling Yi occupying the coast of the Eastern Desolation Sea, occupying a sphere of influence of 20,000 miles, and independently resisting those 1,000-year-old sects in Kunlun, Ling Yun will inevitably be fascinated. In addition, those big monsters in Kunlun inevitably moved Ling Yun's heart, because plundering big monsters was his old profession to make a fortune. So he started teaching the Dharma. The days that followed were uneventful. Whether it is the capital or China. Early the next morning, Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian rushed to Guqin village with heavy gifts to thank Qin Qiuyue. Because Ling Yun had just returned from Guqin village for a few days, he didn't go with him, and just waited at home for his parents to invite Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun thus began his peaceful and busy life. Cultivate and comprehend in the Ling family's ancestral house, or in the mysterious sea cave. Go to the Ling family martial arts school on time every day, teach and preach to everyone, and carefully guide everyone's cultivation. In the next 10 days, there was an endless stream of people who came to the Ling family, almost breaking the threshold of the Ling family. Because the news that the 2 generations of demon sect saintesses, Yin Qingxian and Yi Xingchen, had returned to the Ling family had spread throughout China after 2 days of fermentation. It is different from that year. Those who did not come to provoke, all came to congratulate with heavy gifts. The Huaxia group is headed by Zhou Wenyi. Dragon group, Zhao Xingwu. Yi family, Chao family, Li family, and other major families in the capital. In Qingshui City, Ling Yun's immediate family members, all those who had dealt with Ling Yun and thought they had a little friendship, all came to the door one after another. Ling Yun Sword Sect. The major sects of Kunlun Mountain. China's ancient martial arts world, Hermit family, ancient martial arts sect. What's more, those top figures in the secular world also came here after hearing the news. This is the best opportunity to make friends with the Ling family. How could they miss it? The vast majority of people left after sending congratulatory gifts. But there are also a very small number of people who, after coming to Ling's house, refuse to leave. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1862 feedback, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. For example, the Great Elder of the Demon Sect, Kong Chui. He came with Elder Wen Mo, and after seeing Ling Yun and everyone in the Ling family, Wen Mo gave him a great gift, and left on the same day, but Kong Chui did not follow. Old man, let me tell you, what's the point of staying at home every day? With your current state, it's time to go out for a walk and visit the great rivers and mountains of China. After Kong Chui arrived at Ling's house, he entangled Ling Lai like a dog's skin plaster. He stayed in Ling Lai's small courtyard every day and drank continuously. Every day, his face was flushed red, and he couldn't listen to what he said. Old man, let me tell you, back then, when I traveled the world, the realm was far worse than you are now. I have encountered several secret realms. How should I put it? Although there are not many good things in it, there are auras in it. Absolutely, really, not much worse than the current Ling family. How about it, I still remember those places, do you want to go shopping together? Kong Chui was overjoyed, and immediately took everything in his hand, his chest clapped loudly. Don't worry, old man, with your current strength, there will be absolutely no danger in going in. Besides, even if the two of us are in any danger, we the holy master of the family will not just watch us have trouble, will he? Ling Yun rolled his eyes when he heard that. My grandpa is only in his 70s, you are over 100 years old, you call my grandpa one by one, what do you think in this life? How can you call it out? Old man, don't drink Matai all the time, drink mine. Kong Chui blinked at Ling Lai, and took out a jar of wine in a thief-like manner. Do you know what kind of wine I am? What wine? Ling Lai asked, with sleepy eyes. Authentic Baihua brew. Kong Chui said proudly, old man, I'm afraid you don't know it, but girl Qingxian brewed it herself, specially for us to drink. After so many years, I haven't saved a few bottles here, come on, let me drink it while I'm happy. Ling Yun. He really wanted to go directly to the Xianhai cave, go to the side of his mother's bamboo building, take a vat of Baihua brew, and hit Kong Chui on the head. This great elder is really good at bragging. But there is no way. Ling Lai refused to let him go. Kong Chui, an old fox, has a vicious gaze, and he has already sensed Ling Lai's pulse. He has two big killers. One is to drink with Ling Lai. The other is to compete with Ling Lai every day. Kong Chui fights with Ling Lai every day, and what he kills is indistinguishable. If Ling Lai is stronger, he is also stronger. He will definitely let Ling Lai enjoy the fight to the fullest, but in the end, there will be no winner. Drinking and playing chess, meeting opponents, fighting like equals, making Ling Lai so happy. Ling Lai refused to let him go, and Ling Yun did the same. Not only couldn't drive him away, Ling Lai also gave up his old face and begged Ling Yun for a space ring. Ling Yun had no choice but to make a space ring with a radius of 1 zhang with a dark face, and asked him to give it to Ling Yun. Kong Chui. Thank you, old man, for your love, and thank you, holy master, for your reward. Kong Shui is not too small, and he is so happy that he bleeds and admits the master, enough wine. You can stay here if you want, just pay for the food yourself. Ling Yun hated the sound transmission. Thank you, Holy Master, don't worry, Holy Master, we are great elders anyway, I will pay the food expenses for 3 years first. Kong Shui replied with a smile as if nothing had happened. Ling Yun had no choice but to retreat and let him go. Anyway, there is no shortage of space at home. Another dogskin plaster who clings to it is Yi Tianshui. He is different from Kong Shui. Yi Tianshui came every day and left after dinner time, and rarely ate at Ling's house. The purpose of his coming was to see Ling Xiu, but after he came, he was pestering Ling Yun. Wow, the tree in your family seems to have grown taller again, TSK, the inheritance of the Ling family is really amazing. Ling Yun, what is so magical about this tree? How can it provide so much aura? Just tell me, don't worry, I understand the rules, and I swear, I will never spread them. Hey, Ling Yun, tell me what state you are in now, you have already reached the legendary golden core state, right? What kind of state is that? One slap can kill you, do you want to try? Ling Yun was very annoyed. Forget it then, aren't you a bully? We brothers have no feelings, we can't do that. By the way, Ling Yun, I have something to discuss with you. Isn't our auction house closed, but there are still some goods left, and the family won't be able to use them for a while. Do you want to transfer them all to you? The price, you drive, you just need to say the number. Ling Yun, you can think about it. Ling Yun was quite moved by Yi Tianshui's request. Big brother, look at my interspatial ring, when will you give it to me? I'm looking forward to it. When my eldest sister agrees to you, this is my dowry to my sister. It is impossible to give it to you in advance. What if my eldest sister marries someone else? Yi Tianshui, I at #UN%. This is the daily life after the two meet every day. Every time when Ling Yun was too annoyed, he would disappear right in front of Yi Tianshui's eyes, and then enter the Xianhai cave to take care of Yi Xingchen, and when he came out again, Yi Tianshui would also leave. But Yi Tianshui didn't care about this at all, he was used to Ling Yun's elusive presence. Of course, these two big dog skin plasters are not enough to affect Ling Yun's life rhythm. It's just to add some fun to Ling Yun's peaceful life. In these 10 days, he should practice and teach the law, and occasionally make some pills and talismans, which are not of high grade. To all brothers and sisters. As for how much they can learn and how fast they learn, Ling Yun doesn't care, and doesn't urge them, it all depends on their personal interests. Alchemy, talisman formation, these are the most talented, just like mathematics and science, you are the material, you can see it at a glance. You are not the material, I'm sorry, even if the teacher is crazy, you can't learn. It only took a few days for Ling Yun to compare. Among the juniors of the Ling family, Ling Shui deserved to be number 1 in talent in this area. Ling Li is second, but his interest is more focused on talismans and formations. Ling Xiu is similar to Ling Li, her interests tend to be alchemy and weapon refining. As for Ling Yong and Ling Feng. Hey, I watched Ling Yan's demonstration once, but I never saw their figures again, let alone mention it. Of these two people, one is obsessed with boxing and saber techniques, and the other is obsessed with swordsmanship. As for the others, the two have already told Ling Yunming and given up. Time is like running water, passing by in a hurry. 7 days later, at night, Ling Yun, his parents, and Kong Shui left the Ling family's ancestral house, went straight to the East China Sea thousands of miles away, and then entered the Xianhai cave together. Standing on the top of Feiyuan Mountain, looking at Xingchen Mountain, the 4 of them all looked solemn. Yi Xingchen, after falling into a deep sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, she successfully broke through. Foundation building, consecration, fusion. The pinnacle of fusion. Like Ling Yun, he broke through 3 realms in a row, then Jieyun arrived. No sign. She is about to cross the catastrophe. At this time, on the top of Xingchen Mountain, there was an upside-down mountain peak as dark as ink, which was formed by Jieyun. The lightning inside, like a swimming dragon, is indeed pure black. What kind of catastrophe is this? Kong Chui put away his hippie smile, was a little worried, and asked wonderingly. It is impossible for him not to ask, since he has practiced so far. He is close to the peak of the heartbeat period, and he has only survived a small catastrophe. The next heavenly tribulation will be the Golden Core tribulation. But he knew that Yi Xingchen's 49th minor catastrophe had passed here not long ago. Do not know. Yin Qingxian was very worried, because she could see that the Jieyun this time was much more terrifying than the last one, and it was not an order of magnitude at all. Ling Yin remained calm, looking at the mountain peak formed by the black robbery clouds. His eyes flickered, thoughtful. This kind of inexplicable catastrophe that does not conform to the normal path of a cultivator, Ling Yin has experienced it several times now. It is not considered a big world of comprehension. Fishing for the 9-color robbery cloud on Turtle Island. The golden thunder of the number 1 villa in Qingshui City illuminates Qingshui overnight. I have to say it one more time, it is Ningling Yu's 49 little heavenly tribulation, that gift from heaven. Now Ling Yin knows that the 2 cataclysms he encountered, even the dozens of times in the big world of cultivation, were all manipulated by the soul of the female fairy emperor in Ningling Yu's body, and he really wanted to kill him. However, they were all blocked by Ling Yun. The only time that failed was the catastrophe of Ling Yun's crossing catastrophe period, and then Ling Yun's soul was immortal and came to the earth. It really looks like. Ling Yun murmured. Like what? Yin Qingxian asked immediately. Crack. A bolt of black lightning suddenly fell, hitting Yi Xingchen's body, drowning her peerless figure. Master, Ling Yun, don't worry, I will be fine. On the top of Xingchen Mountain, Yi Xingchen was bathed in black thunder and lightning, and did not forget to send voices from afar, so they don't have to worry. The catastrophe begins. Yin Qingxian immediately put her heart on Yi Xingchen, who was crossing the catastrophe, and did not pursue Ling Yun any further. However, Ling Yun no longer worried about Yi Xingchen's safety. He used Tianyun Tong and Yin Yang Xinyan to the limit at the same time, and was observing the inside of Jieyun. Then he saw. Inside the huge mountain formed by the black robbery cloud. There are dragons, phoenixes, all kinds of unrivaled beasts, ferocious demon gods, lotus flowers, vases, divine chariot canopies, and great suns. Faintly, emerge and endlessly, emerge one by one. It's just that, without exception, all of them are black, pure black, black to the extreme, black to transparent. Seeing these, 2 large characters clearly emerged from Ling Yun's mind. Demon race. It's the demons. Ah, look at this fairy sword and kill them. At the same moment, Ling Yun's eyebrows vibrated wildly, and Xianjian Jianying was about to rush out. Be quiet. Without hesitation, Ling Yun forcibly suppressed Jianying, otherwise something serious would happen. Just suppress the sword, baby. Brush. Ling Yun's blood-transforming sword flew out directly. We are about to rush towards Jieyun. So troublesome. Ling Yun naturally grabbed the blood-transforming magic knife immediately. This can't be snatched. Press down the gourd and pick up the ladle. Really, there is no one to worry about. It turns out that Xingchen is really the boss of the demon clan. Ling Yun tightly held the trembling blood-transforming magic knife, and secretly sighed in his heart, quite helpless. He could see that the looming things within the robbery cloud were not the real body, but the manifestation of the Tao. They did not appear to increase the power of the robbery cloud, but more like worship. Worship. Still kind of cautious. There are 6 waves of tribulation thunder in total. After Jieyun dispersed, Yi Xingchen appeared almost unscathed, and she teleported to Ling Yun, with beautiful eyes and a smile. No more sleepiness. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 1863. Xingchen is really a demon boss, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Kong Chui stared straight at the sky above Xingchen Mountain, where the black robbery cloud disappeared. His face turned slightly pale, but he still had lingering fears. Until now, he was still calculating the power of the 6 waves of catastrophe just now, silently calculating, in such a terrifying catastrophe, how many waves could he survive? But no matter how he compares, he can only shake his head dejectedly in the end. He can't handle the 3rd wave. In the 1st wave, the Yin God will be split. In the 2nd wave, the physical body will be severely injured, and there is no longer any resistance. In the 3rd wave, the body was split into coke, and it was time to smile. In particular, in the mountain peak formed by the black calamity cloud, he also vaguely saw some of what Ling Yun saw. What a vigilant person Kong Chui is, such an unreasonable catastrophe, any unexpected situation may happen. In case what he said is wrong, the great Tao demon gods in Jieyun will be unhappy with him. As long as he sticks out a finger, he can crush him to death. Don't dare to speak loudly, for fear of frightening the heavenly beings. Therefore, it was not until Yi Xingchen came in front of him and spoke that Kong Chui finally came back to his senses. Oh, it's amazing. It's against the sky. Xingchen really deserves to be the #1 saintess in the 1,000 years of our demon sect. The voice just fell. Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, Yin Qingxian, Ling Xiao, the 4 of them looked over at the same time. Kong Chui was stunned on the spot. Hasty! He was only flattering, completely forgetting that there was not only one demon sect saintess in front of him, but another one. The other one is Yi Xingchen's master, and also the Holy Master's own mother. Kong Chui slapped his forehead and said nonchalantly, can you give me a chance to reorganize the language? Yin Qingxian just smiled lightly, turned to Yi Xingchen and said, it's good that Xingchen is safe and sound. Brother Xiao, the night view of the East China Sea is pretty good. We haven't been here for a long time, why don't we go out and enjoy it? It's time to go out and have a look. Yun'er, your father and I will go to the sea for a stroll, you take care of the stars. After finishing speaking, Yin Qingxian and Ling Xiao left Xianhai Dongtian hand in hand without waiting for the 2 to answer. Huh? Girl Qingxian, wait for me, I haven't been here in Donghai for a long time, so don't get lost. Kong Chui yelled loudly, thought of a reason at random, and ran away directly. The portal of the small world opened in an instant, and then closed quickly. The world is peaceful. On the top of Feiyun Mountain, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen met each other's eyes, staring at each other for a long time, neither spoke. Gradually, Yi Xingchen's face became tense, and he turned his head slightly, avoiding Ling Yun's gaze. Have you seen it all? She asked, cautiously. See what? Ling Yun looked composed. I just crossed the tribulation. Yi Xingchen became even more embarrassed. Oh, you are talking about crossing robbery? Ling Yun suddenly said, I didn't pay much attention to the situation of your crossing the catastrophe, anyway, I know you will definitely be able to cross it. You should be very tired now, right? Come and sit down, I'll squeeze your shoulders, beat your legs, and relax. While talking, Ling Yun grabbed Yi Xingchen and went straight to the nearby gazebo, asked her to sit on the bamboo chair, came behind her, and really rubbed her shoulders. Be courteous. This is a real thigh, but don't let it go. Regardless of whether he is a demon or not, Ling Yun only knows that this is his wife, and Bai Xianer is still a demon. Yi Xingchen was leaning on the bamboo chair, her snow-white and crystal-clear slender neck was slightly raised, her jet-black long hair fell freely, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, enjoying Ling Yun's massage, both her body and mind quickly relaxed. Ling Yan's massage techniques are naturally exquisite. After I successfully crossed the tribulation last time, I awakened some memories and knew my true identity. Yi Xingchen spoke suddenly. Then you won't tell me? You even made indirect remarks and asked me why I've never heard of the demon race. Yi Xingchen suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, and said in surprise, "You already guessed it then?" "I made a good guess." Ling Yan said casually, "The next day, my mother told me about your life experience, and also about your Sijio Shaotian tribulation, and I basically knew everything about it." "You really don't mind?" "Do you mind?" "What do I care about?" Ling Yan said with a smile, "Xiener's real body is still a nine-tailed sky fox. Have you ever seen me mind? Speaking of Xiener, she should be cultivating 5 tails soon, right?" Yi Xingchen already knew that Ling Yun really wouldn't mind these things, so he simply changed the subject. Ling Yun thought about it seriously. "I guess it will take a little time, but it will take 2 or 3 months at most. Anyway, the fire aura of the Huayan mountain is enough for her." "That's good. The human body is a natural Taoist body. As long as the monster race is successfully transformed, and then cultivated with suitable skills, it will indeed enter the realm very quickly." Suddenly, Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes widened again. "You miss her, don't you?" "No." Ling Yan shook his head immediately, and said decisively, "Don't accuse good people for nothing." Yi Xingchen was teased by Ling Yun and laughed. She raised her hand and pointed to the top of Xingchen Mountain opposite. "There is a space passage there, and the other end of the passage is connected to the demon realm. That channel is the channel through which I came into this world." Yi Xingchen had nothing to hide from Ling Yun. "It's not easy to get through that passage, right?" Ling Yun looked serious. "It's a little troublesome," Yi Xingchen said casually, "but the real trouble is not to open up that passage, but to cover up the secrets, so that the soul deity in Ming Lingyu's body cannot be counted." Ling Yun. At this moment, he suddenly confirmed one thing: the thigh he was hugging now was much thicker than he imagined. To be able to cover up the secrets of the sky and blind the eyes of the female fairy emperor herself, what kind of means do you need? Without waiting for Ling Yun to think too much, sure enough, Yi Xingchen said again, "You don't have to worry about her, I will deal with her from now on." Yi Xingchen suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "When there was a rebellion in my demon world, and I had to suppress it myself, she took the opportunity to put me on the line. I must repay this hatred 100-fold. Ling Yun immediately raised his hand, "Count me in." I have long seen that female fairy emperor as displeasing to the eyes. Now hearing what Yi Xingchen said, it is definitely adding hatred to hatred, and it is not a gentleman not to take revenge. Yi Xingchen turned around suddenly, stared at Ling Yun for a long time with a pair of wonderful eyes, and suddenly smiled. "Okay. Fool, my hatred is because of you. It's just that due to the limitation of Dao, she still can't tell Ling Yun the whole story, otherwise it will be detrimental to Ling Yun, so she had to give up." "Anything else you want to know?" What is your current state?" "At the peak of the fusion state, you can enter the heartbeat period at any time, but don't worry, wait for a while." "What about strength?" Yi Xingchen blinked. "It's about the same as you." Ling Yan laughed it off. He was careless, he shouldn't have asked. After thinking for a while, Ling Yan asked the last question, "Xingchen, your sleepiness is completely cured?" Yi Xingchen smiled. "Of course, do you think I'm a little sleepy now? By the way, have you started practicing the method of visualization I gave you?" "Not yet, these days I just take care of you, how dare I get distracted and visualize?" Ling Yun is telling the truth. Once you start to visualize this kind of thing, you will completely forget the time. After entering the visualization state, unless you are disturbed by the outside world, or your physical condition reaches a certain limit, it will be difficult to voluntarily quit. What's more, the visualization method that Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yun was too heaven-defying, and Ling Yun didn't dare to try it lightly until he came up with a perfect solution. It will be fine in the future, tell me when you start to visualize, and I will protect the law for you. Clear. Ling Yun was naturally overjoyed, but soon he said again, however, I have a method that allows God to condense the Dharma body without visualization. I want to condense the Dharma body first, and then visualize. What do you think? Ling Yun wanted to practice the small ones first, and then the big ones. He was afraid that the two would conflict. Hug if you have thighs, ask if you don't understand. In front of Yi Xingchen, Ling Yun didn't need to be polite. Why buy an insurance policy? Why hide things that you can clearly ask about? You are afraid of conflicts, right? Yi Xingchen is indeed a great expert, she understood immediately after hearing it, and said with a smile, don't worry, the visualization technique I gave you will not conflict with any method. Let Ling Yun rest assured first, then he was surprised again, what kind of method can make you miss it so much? The 5 elements God slaughtering technique can allow the Yin God to condense a Dharma body that also has the aura of the 5 elements. Ling Yun replied directly, now that my 5 elements slaughtering God technique has been cultivated to great success, it would be a pity if I don't use it to condense the Dharma body. In fact, there is a bigger purpose. Ling Yun wants to condense the 5 elements Dharma body, so that when he forms the golden core, he will let himself have another way. 5 Elements Avenue. The avenue of time and space, the avenue of reincarnation, and the avenue of the 5 elements. With these 3 kinds of avenues close by, Ling Yun will feel much more at ease when he crosses the tribulation period. To this, Yi Xingchen's reply was only 3 words. Practice quickly. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1864 5 Elements Dharma Body, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Ling Yun stayed with Yi Xingchen in the small world for nearly an hour. Not only for communication, but mainly for worrying, observing Yi Xingchen's overall state after successfully crossing the catastrophe. After knowing Yi Xingchen's true identity, Ling Yun was actually very excited. Of course it wasn't because I suddenly found that the thigh around me was thick enough. It's because up to this moment, Ling Yun finally has a true comprehension companion. The current Yi Xingchen's realm is similar to Ling Yun's, and his strength doesn't seem to be much worse. Besides, the two people's understanding of the way of cultivation is incomparably compatible. What Ling Yun understands, Yi Xingchen understands, and even what Ling Yun doesn't understand and who is undecided, Yi Xingchen can give him reasonable advice. But she is very considerate, she won't say too much, and she won't say too little, she just happens to be able to help Ling Yun, but she won't step in and make decisions for Ling Yun. Of course, this is a true comprehension partner, which is rare in the world. As for the identity of the demon clan, Ling Yun doesn't care at all, although he has never been to the demon world, but in the big world of cultivation, he has seen too many monsters of all kinds. Ling Yun knew that almost all the monsters could transform into human forms after they cultivated to a certain level, and they could maintain it for a long time. In order to conform to the Tao, they practiced faster. But the demon race is extremely difficult. He knows that in the demon world, there are all kinds of demons, all kinds of strange demon creatures, only you can't think of them, and there is nothing they can't grow. Otherwise, they would not be called demons. Unlike the monster race, it is almost impossible for the demon race creatures to transform into human forms without cultivating to a certain level. At best, they can transform into human beings for the convenience of movement, but that is just a blindfold. However, among the demon creatures, there are natural humans who are born with the appearance of human beings. Regardless of men and women, they are all extremely handsome, with extremely fast cultivation speed and powerful strength, and they are directly at the top of the demon biological chain. That situation, just like human beings on the earth, is a truth. There is no doubt that Yi Xingchen is a human race in the demon realm, and there is no need to have any doubts. just because Ling Yun understands these situations. So he didn't bother to ask at all, because once he asked, he really cared. Ling Yun knew that the heavenly tribulation just now was actually the same as Ning Lingyu's heaven's gift. He even boldly guessed that this heavenly tribulation was specially prepared by Yi Xingchen himself. But he definitely won't ask, and he won't pretend to be smart and say it out. Many things are good if you understand them in your heart, and it's boring to say them out. Hand in hand, advance together, gallop the world, and seek the way together. Isn't it fragrant? An hour later, Ling Yun found that Yi Xingchen was always in good spirits, and the sleep problem had indeed completely disappeared, so he finally felt relieved. After coming out of Shanghai Dongtian, Ling Yun found his parents, briefly talked about Yi Xingchen's situation, reassured them, and then returned to Ling's house together. Kong Chui, the great elder of the demon sect, left long ago, and left a message for Ling Yun, saying that he came here with great difficulty, and that he would wander around the East China Sea for 2 days. Ling Yun knew that Kong Chui had his own plans, so he didn't ask any more questions, and let him go. As for worrying about the safety of the other party, it doesn't exist. Kong Chui is at least one of the 3 elders of the demon sect. He is close to the peak of the heart-pounding period and has lived 100 years. How could he not have the means to protect himself? Ling Yun actually knew that in the past month or so, the phenomenon of the East China Sea had occurred frequently, which shocked the entire East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, including China's Tianzhu, Long family, Yi family, and other major forces, and they were all paying close attention. In addition, there is a more important force, the island country in the Pacific Ocean, Dongyang. Now, the demon sect, who has been keeping a low profile in China for many years and has not been born for a long time, is also involved. The undercurrent has begun to surge. It is conceivable how lively the sky over the East China Sea will be in the next period of time. But Ling Yun has no intention of making a move at this moment, because he hasn't seen any benefits yet, and doesn't want to intervene prematurely. Just wait and see what happens. Anyway, the waters of the East China Sea are really going to undergo major changes. If Ling Yun wants to come, it will only take a few breaths of time. In addition, it's not that Ling Yun has no plans for the East China Sea. Shaohe is in the East China Sea. Dahong is also in the East China Sea. I have 2 dragons thrown in the East China Sea to raise. No matter how many visions there are in the East China Sea, if I can hide it from others, how can I hide it from my own 2 dragons? After returning to the Ling family's ancestral house, Ling Xiao and his wife went directly to rest. Yi Xingchen, on the other hand, entered the small world of Xianhai Cave and Sky, realized it on his own, and stabilized his realm. In any case, Yi Xingchen came to the earth as a baby by means of the sky-reaching means. In essence, it is another kind of reincarnation and reconstruction. She broke the self-seal and recovered a certain amount of memory, but it does not mean that she immediately has the sky-reaching earth. Of cultivation. This is not the devil world, but the earth. She has to practice as she should. Like the soul of the female fairy emperor in Ning Lingyu's body, if they want to practice, they have to rely on the aura of the earth. As for giving themselves the gift from heaven by means of heavenly calamity, it is just theirs. The tyrannical real body used heaven-defying means to trick himself to make himself cultivate faster. Ling Yun understands these truths, and he doesn't need anyone to explain them to him. It was already around 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were several rooms in the Ling family ancestor's house, but the lights were still on. Ling Xiu was in her room, picking and choosing some medicinal materials, carefully distinguishing them, familiar with their medicinal properties, obviously studying the method of alchemy. Ling Li was sitting in front of his desk, holding a brush, facing a piece of talisman paper in front of him, holding his breath and concentrating on it, as if he was facing an enemy. He is drawing symbols. In the trash basket next to the desk, the waste talisman papers had already been filled up, and they fell all over the place, but Ling Li didn't notice it. Ling Shui was also in her room. There was a pile of stones the size of ping-pong balls piled up on the ground in front of her. She also held a handful of them. She threw them casually, shook her head, and raised her hand to take them back. Throw it again, then show your face and laugh, and jump 3 feet high. Ling Xiao concocted alchemy, Ling Li drew talismans, and Ling Shui set up formations. While practicing, they have already begun to find a new direction of cultivation based on their hobbies. For them, this is a brand new field, as Ling Yun said, it does not delay their cultivation, but can assist their cultivation. The 3 of them are already enjoying it, and they can't stop. Whether it is alchemy or talisman formation, it seems extremely mysterious to say it, but it is true in fact, but as long as you can concentrate on learning it, it is not too difficult. What is really difficult is just getting started, which requires someone to lead the way, lead them to get started, and tell them the method, and the rest is just boring repetition. The ghost willow in the Ling family's ancestral house has actually grown up, and it can continuously provide the Ling family with spiritual energy, which is more than enough for everyone in the Ling family to practice in the ancestral house. Therefore, after this period of hard work, even Ling Li has reached the innate peak, and can break through the realm of qi training at any time. Ling Shou, Ling Xue and others have already entered the qi refining period, opened up the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, and possessed the divine essence. At this time, they started to learn alchemy, talisman formation, and so on. The timing was neither too early nor too late, so it was the right time. Just like Ling Yun, once you have condensed your divine essence, you will naturally have real spiritual consciousness. Your own memory, comprehension, and other aspects of quality are far superior to ordinary people. Combined with their respective talents, it is time to learn these things. So Ling Yun didn't dare to procrastinate any longer, and adopted this method of retreat, to be their guide, and lead the family to grow up as soon as possible. The Ling family has no mediocrity, and the effect is obvious. In today's Ling family, the person with the lowest realm and the weakest strength is Ling Yu, who is busy with various affairs. At this moment, Ling Yun came to the 5th courtyard of the Ling family, ghosts and gods, Liuxia. As usual, Ling Yun shot a white ball of pure sunlight first, feeding the gluttonous golden thread crow. Then he sat cross-legged. Suddenly, Ling Yun's figure split into 2 and became 2, both sitting cross-legged, with their hearts facing the sky, in exactly the same posture. Now Ling Yun no longer has to worry about Yi Xingchen, he can concentrate on condensing the Dharma body. Ghost God Lu is in Ling's house, and Ling Yun condenses the 5 elements Dharma body, and the first one to practice is of course the Wood Spirit Dharma body. Supreme Qing Emperor Art. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 1865. The Ling family has no mediocrity, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Supreme Qingdi Ju, Red Emperor Huofeng Transformation, Huangquan to Huanggong, Jindi Crazy Dragon / Wan Chuixian Ju. The way of wood, the way of fire, the way of earth, the way of metal, and the way of water. Every skill corresponds to a Tao. No matter which cultivator, as long as he can cultivate any kind of kung fu to the extreme, it means that he has cultivated a kind of Tao. It can cross the catastrophe and become a fairy. Of course, you can also live forever. The 5 avenues represent the 5 elements between the heaven and the earth, and the 5 elements generate and restrain each other. When practiced together, it is the 5 elements slaughtering God art. Since it is possible to slaughter gods, of course it is also possible to refine gods. The refining of gods here is not simply refining qi to transform into gods, but to cultivating gods, and even after crossing the golden core realm in the future, they will form nascent souls and become young gods. The Yin God is the ultimate soul, and the Yang God is the ultimate soul. The combination of the Yin God and the Yang God means that the soul is reunited to become the primordial spirit. After a cultivator cultivates the primordial spirit, it means that there is another self in the world. It doesn't need to go through reincarnation, and it doesn't need to be conceived by the mother's body. It means that the cultivator has to refine himself through step-by-step cultivation. Although the essence is different, the principle is the same. The heartbeat is out of the body, and the spirit is out of the body. In the vernacular, it is actually the soul out of the body. There is no difference between Jin Dan conceiving a baby, cultivating Yangshan, savoring it carefully, and a fertilized egg develops into an embryo, and then conceives and gives birth in October, and comes to this world. But here, there is still a fundamental difference. A cultivator's yin and spirit leave the body, but the human being is still alive. After the soul is out of the body, he did not walk the way of hell, did not drink Mingpa soup, and did not go through reincarnation. After the golden elixir is conceived, after cultivating into the young god, although the young god is exactly the same as himself, he no longer needs to be restricted by the young world like the yin god, and can travel around the world, ever-changing, and possesses the power to destroy the world, but the young god does not. Flesh and blood, no body. Certainly. The young god has no body, and the nature of the yin god without a body is different. It's a pity that the yin god has no physical body, because without a lair, he is no different from a ghost, and is restricted by the rules of the young world everywhere. The young god is proud of not having a body, because he is no different from a living person, and does not need a body to walk in the world. Instead, the body is regarded as a prison, which is dispensable. The unity of yin and yang, after achieving the primordial spirit, has actually jumped out of the three realms, and is no longer in the five elements, so why care about a fleshy body? At that time, for Yuanshan, the body skin was the shell of cicadas and the cocoons of silkworms. After they could fly high, they would not even look back at the shackles they had been in. But Lingyan cared. Very concerned. Because from the beginning of his cultivation, he made up his mind to sanctify his body. He firmly believes that the physical body is useful. At the very least, he has a physical body, which is immortal, isn't it good? After cultivating the primordial spirit, there will be another self in the world, isn't he fragrant? Taking a step back, is he not efficient in doing anything? Fighting is always 2 against 1, doesn't he make money? That's why he cultivated his body like crazy. No matter how far he cultivated, he never failed in physical cultivation, and he even promised to go 1 step faster. The fact is obvious, the current Ling Yun is in the initial state of heartbeat. Without using any magic weapon, he can kill the nascent soul with 1 punch. The effect is good, but the path of physical sanctification is extremely difficult. It's not just as simple as double paying, it needs 100 times, 1,000 times of paying. Like, now. Ling Yun was detached from his body, and sat side by side with him under the willow of ghosts and gods. Facing the ghost willow, Ling Yun's body is naturally nothing, but as Yinshan has an instinctive fear of the ghost and willow in front of him, he just wants to escape from here far away, or get back into Ling Yun's body. The reason is very simple, this fear comes from the heaven-defying instinct of ghost god willow, and the natural suppression of divine consciousness, spiritual thoughts, spiritual bodies, and Yinshan and other mental bodies. For this point, one only needs to think about the magic whip made by Lingyun from the 3 branches of the ghost willow, and the fairy binding rope made from its wicker. Lingyun's Yin god is also a Yin god, how can he not be afraid of the ghost god Lu, who has grown a lot? However, fortunately, ghost god Willow is the inheritance of the Ling family after all, and Lingyun is the master of ghost god Willow, and Lingyun's body is sitting next to him, so he can forcibly suppress the Yin god's instinctive fear of ghost god Willow. Otherwise, as long as Lingyun leaves, Yin god will leave immediately, and it is impossible to stay alone for a second. It's just that this feeling. It's really weird. Lingyun secretly laughed at himself, communicated with the ghost and god Lu with his spiritual thoughts, and told him his purpose, so that he could restrain his instinctive pressure as much as possible and release more wood spirit energy. Boom! The yin and yang Zhenqi vortex and the colorful flames are released at the same time, enveloping Lingyun's main body, Lingyun's yin god, and the ghost willow. After being enveloped by the vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi and colorful flames, Lingyun's yin spirit immediately felt as if he had returned to Lingyun's body. Yinshen and Yinling are different. In addition to instinct, they also have their own will, which is a qualitative difference. Then Lingyun himself, and the yin god who had an extra bodhi seed in his hand, closed their eyes and concentrated on it, and at the same time began to practice the supreme Qingdiju. Yinshen has no flesh and blood, no meridians and dantian, and no real energy running in his body. He practiced exercises. In fact, he was just reciting formulas silently. Frankly speaking, this is a completely out of thin air process. This is actually another way of thinking. Newman on cultivation, because there is a physical body, it is easy to say, as long as the true energy circulates in the body for a long time, it will improve more or less. It is a process of accumulation, and it is a matter of time. But Yinshen, to put it bluntly, is not even a cloud of air. The wind blows like billions of steel needles, piercing through the body, and the rain feels like being in a world of ice and snow. It feels very real, but after the wind blows and rains, there is no trace. Leave a little. Aura is naturally the same. From the beginning of Lingyun's cultivation, Guishan Lu released a terrifying wood spiritual energy, which was so thick that it couldn't be melted away, making him feel as if he was soaking in spiritual water. The rich wood spirit flowed slowly along with the vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi, constantly washing over Lingyun's body and yin god. After such an hour, Lingyun felt full of state. But his yin spirit, apart from gradually adapting to the coercion of the ghost willow, has not changed in any way. It's too slow. If this is the case, it's better to take the yin god back into the body and visualize directly. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Lingyun practiced like this. In fact, he wanted to let a trace of spiritual energy stop in Yinshen through such continuous operation of exercises, and become that one. Creating something out of nothing is the most difficult thing. The one here is actually the same as the state before the Big Bang. It is the first aura in the universe. With that oneness, heaven and earth are self-contained. But without that one, it is nothing, not even quantitative change, no change. How can the aura remain in Yinshen's body? The deity Lingyun resolutely stopped his cultivation, opened his eyes, looked at the Yinshen who was still reciting formulas silently with closed eyes, doing useless exercises, and began to meditate. If this problem cannot be solved, Lingyun can only give up and find another way. Of course there are other ways, but it is slow. It takes at least 3 months to condense a Dharma body, and it takes 15 months to practice all 5 elements Dharma body. Of course, if you change someone casually, it takes 15 years to condense the Dharmakaya, which is extremely fast. But Lingyun was not someone else, he was reincarnated and recultivated, he didn't want to wait so long. After pondering for a while, Lingyun began to look inside himself. Then, he saw clusters of white blazing light in his body. That light existed in every acupoint of his body, forming vortices one after another, flowing rapidly like a galaxy. This is the power of faith. Today, these powers of belief no longer exist individually in Lingyun's body. They have formed their own unique circulation system, flowing slowly and growing continuously. Lingyun pondered for a while, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up instantly. Try. If you don't have acupoints, you can make your own acupoints. If you don't have meridians, you can make your own meridians. If you don't have dantians, you can make your own dantians. Brush. Lingyun directly took the yin god back into his body. Silently comprehending, after trying for a while, Lingyun Yinshen left the body again. But this time Yinshan changed a lot. There were clusters of white light vortices in his body, and their positions were the same as those in Lingyun's body, covering all the acupuncture points in Yinshan's body. What is God? It was originally a wood carving and clay sculpture, and then through human beings' devout worship again and again, they continuously condensed incense, collected the power of faith, and achieved golden bodies. The power of faith, so far, has not helped Lingyun's physical body much, but it is a natural fit for Yin God. That's why Lingyun's Yin God can bring out the power of faith in his body. Lingyun dared to try this, because he remembered the situation when he was severely injured by the golden thunder when Iya was shining on the clear water. After waking up, his body was like a big colander, and he couldn't hold any spiritual energy. At that time, he had no choice but to endure day after day. In the end, he relied on the power of faith in his acupoints to retain his aura and recover his cultivation. Supreme Azure Emperor Art. The vortex of yin-yang true qi circulated slowly, and the rich wood spiritual qi moved along with the vortex, washing away Lingyun's Yin God again. Then, Lingyun was delighted to see that when the wood spiritual energy passed through the body of the Yin God, it began to inject into those blazing white light vortexes, and no longer passed through the body. Keep it. Lingyun is overjoyed. The power of faith is really infinite. Lingyun admired it, and then without hesitation, he began to practice like before, crazily cultivating. The night passed quickly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lingyun's ancient body finally no longer had nothing. The blazing wood aura filled the major acupoints of his body, formed a perfect circulation, and finally condensed towards the liver. The 5 internal organs correspond to the 5 elements. Liver belongs to wood. As a result, there was an extra liver in Lingyun Ancient's body, which was purely condensed from wood spirit energy, which was the beginning of condensing the Dharma body. But these are not the most important to Lingyun. What Lingyun is really happy about is that he now has an additional method to quickly condense the Dharma body. The power of faith takes root in the location of the ancient orifice point, fixes the aura, then forms a cycle, then slowly condenses, and finally turns the aura into spiritual power, and finally spreads all over the body. In this way, the Dharmakaya is self-contained. At this moment, when Lingyun Yinshan was running the Supreme Qingdi Ju, he was able to mobilize a bit of mana, which was no different from using the Ju on his own body, but faster. After the liver formed by the condensed wood spirit energy was completely formed, Lingyun Yinshan stopped his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Yinshan's eyes finally showed a trace of life. This is because the eye is the official of the liver, and the liver opens to the eye. The 5 elements, the 5 internal organs, the 5 sense organs, the 5 flavors, the 5 colors, the 5 emotions, are closely related and inseparable. So, after stopping his cultivation, Lingyun faced his own Yin God 2 by 2, and fell into deep thought again. With the help of the power of faith, it is only a matter of time before Lingyun's Yin God cultivates the 5-element Dharma body, and the speed is very fast. According to his estimation, 9 days is enough time for the wood spirit Dharma body to be completed. It will take about 45 days to complete the 5 elements Dharma body, not more than 2 months. But at this moment, Lingyun was thinking deeply because he thought of another possibility. The liver has been formed, and the eyes have been opened. In this way, after one's 5-element Dharma body has been cultivated to perfection, how much difference will there be between the Yin God and the future primordial spirit? Hey. Thinking of this, Lingyun and his ancient grinned at the same time, laughing unkindly. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1866 The Magical Use of the Power of Faith, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Dragon Emperor Wushan. When Lingyun does things, he always does one thing and another. Ancient cultivation has already begun, and he will not stop. At least, taking advantage of the peaceful days in Huaxia, the capital, and the Ling family, he must first cultivate his wood spirit Dharma body. In the days that followed, everyone in the Ling family found that there was one more Ling Yun in the Ling family's ancestral house. One of them, Ling Yun, meditated cross-legged under the willows of ghosts and gods in the fifth courtyard all day long. The other Ling Yun, as usual, flew to the sky at 4 or 5 o'clock every morning to practice the Dian gathering star treasures, returned to the Ling family's ancestral house around 7:30, accompany his parents for dinner, and then went to the Ling family martial arts school. Classes and sermons on time, carefully instructing everyone to cultivate, answering their questions, and being extremely patient. In the evening, Ling Yun went back to Ling's house to have dinner with his parents and family. After dinner, he would watch TV with his parents, or go to the backyard to chat with Ling Lai, or go to Lingyu to discuss some of the Ling family's family affairs. Later, after everyone starts to practice or rest, Ling Yun will call Ling Shui, Ling Xiu, Ling Li, and others together, bring them together to make alchemy, make amulets, or show them how to set up arrays, and explain various changes in the formation, and so on. As it approached midnight, Ling Yun would tell everyone to disperse, and then he would go under the willow tree of ghosts and gods, sit next to his Yin and Yin, and feel and practice together. 2 Ling Yun, one extremely quiet and one extremely moving. After experiencing the initial surprise and curiosity, the people in the Ling family's ancestral house gradually understood what was going on through Ling Yun's explanation, and soon became accustomed to the existence of 2 Ling Yun. The very quiet one is Ling Yun's Yin god, who is using the wood spiritual energy provided by ghosts and God's willow to condense the Dharma body against time. The one who is extremely active is Ling Yun's deity. He is active every day, doing whatever he needs to do, and his life is very regular. The Ling family was not too surprised about the existence of 2 Ling Yun. Now, every one of them has fully understood the cultivation, and also knew all the changes in the process of cultivation, from the period of qi refining to the period of transcending the calamity. They had already passed the stunned stage when they were shocked by Ling Yun's performance against the sky at every turn. Because of understanding, so indifferent. Living in the ancestral home of the Ling family, Ling Yun, who lived a very regular life, was absolutely huge in helping the Ling family, and the effect was simply immeasurable. With Ling Yun's deliberate help, Cui Lao Cui, who was completely rejuvenated by eating the best Yen Baodan, quickly reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi training, and his realm was stable, just waiting to break through the calamity. The younger generations of the Ling family have accumulated a lot of money, and their breakthrough is like a broken bamboo. All of them have entered the qi refining period. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, and others have easily entered the 3rd level of qi training. Ling Yun is definitely the best teacher to help others to improve their cultivation realm. He will neither pull the seedlings to help them, nor let them rest on their laurels. The medicine pill should be eaten, and the realm should be broken. After all, he personally protects the Tao, so there is no need to worry about it. What is the problem? Among the 36 dead men of the Ling family, the lowest realm has reached the late stage of the innate, and more than half of them have reached the peak of the innate. Among them, Ling Yi, Ling Qi, Ling Jiao, and others, with good qualifications took a step faster and entered the qi training period first. Ling Yun's 72 disciples have now all broken through the innate, especially Lu Wenlong, Luo Yuqing, Ma Qianjun, and other 6 disciples, who have come to the 3rd layer realm of the innate. The above people are the basics for the Ling family to maintain their peak status and to ensure that the family will always be strong. Ling Yun will naturally give them careful guidance, so that they can take the lead and ensure that their cultivation will always be one step ahead. This is the background of the Ling family in the future. Ling Yun is very clear that in order to ensure the strength of the Ling family, it is not enough to rely only on the top members of the Ling family, such as Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and his wife. A major crisis, when faced with a life or death decision, As for ordinary affairs, we have to let these juniors, the dead soldiers of the Ling family, and the 72 disciples of Ling Yun go out to deal with it. How can they grow without experience? Especially the younger generations of the Ling family, like Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, and the others, if you don't train them to have the likes of Yi Tiandu, Yi Tianxue, Long Tianxing, and Long Tianfeng. Strength. How can Ling Yun enter Kunlun with confidence? In terms of qualifications, how are the brothers and sisters of the Ling family inferior to the geniuses of the Yi family and the Long family? They weren't bad, but it was just because the Ling family's inheritance started too late, and the Ling family didn't have any fighting skills other than xuanhuan Zhengjing, which caused them to start a little late. But now, the Ling family has both of them. A lot of spirit is. There are many exercises. Coupled with the careful guidance of Ling Yun, a heaven-defying existence, there is no reason why he can't catch up with those people. In this cycle, the 9 days passed quickly. This evening, at midnight, Ling Yun Yinshan, who had been sitting cross-legged under the willow tree of ghosts and gods, suddenly opened his eyes and floated up like a real person. Sure enough, 9 days are enough, the Mu Ling Dharma body is a great success. At this moment, Ling Yun Yinshan was wearing a blue robe that was transformed from wood spiritual energy. His eyes were bright, and there was no sense of illusoriness in his body. He floated over to the Ling's medicine garden, and with a slight movement of his spiritual sense, he raised his hand and waved lightly. Long. He saw that a dense mass of wood spiritual energy spread out like an explosion in his hands, instantly covering the herbs in the entire spirit medicine garden. As a result, all kinds of elixir immediately began to grow wildly. The Supreme Qing Emperor art, a thought blooms. At this moment, this Yin God is a pure wood spirit Dharma body. The whole body is condensed with the spiritual power of wood aura. You can use the wood aura with every move, and it's all in one thought. Now, I can easily kill the Kaiguang realm with only this Dharma body and the Supreme Azure Emperor art. In this regard, Ling Yun is very confident that the first Dharma body of the Yin God has been practiced, which is extremely useful, and can kill monks in the Enlightenment realm alone. It's not that anymore, it's just a Yin God who only has some pitiful means to scare people by appearance and kill by exorcism. However, just relying on this wood spirit Dharma body, the means of going out to fight are still too simple, and it is not enough to watch. You still have to condense a Dharma body and come out. If you go out alone, you can rest assured. Among the powers of the 5 elements, the ones Ling Yun liked to fight the most were actually gold and fire. Wood, water, earth, these 3 kinds of mana, Ling Yun generally only used for auxiliary purposes. Continue. Condense fire spirit Dharma body. For Ling Yun, it took only 9 days to cultivate a perfect Dharma body, and there was nothing to show off. He just let the Yin God return to his body, and after a little adaptation, he immediately floated out again. Or hold the Bodhi seed in hand and sit cross-legged. Following the faint sound of Feng Ming, a fire spirit phoenix, the size of a chicken cub, with a red body and shining flames, rushed out of Ling Yun's body, and penetrated into Ling Yun Yinshan's body like lightning. Ling Yun's Yin God groaned, his face showing pain, and his cyan body immediately became pale. It is true that the 5 elements produce each other, and it is true that wood makes fire, but fire also burns wood. Ling Yun was really desperate when he cultivated, and he was too cruel to himself. No matter how powerful the Yin God is, as long as it is in Ling Yun's body, it is just a soul, and it exists in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness. But as long as it leaves Ling Yun's body, it is actually a separate individual. Even if Ling Yun is by his side, he can't help it. The Yin God is naturally afraid of fire, not to mention the terrifying fire spirit phoenix released by Ling Yun, who transformed the Chidi fire phoenix into a master of cultivation. But even so, Ling Yun's Yin spirit just groaned, and there was a hint of pain on his face. There is no way to condense the fire spirit Dharma body, we must cultivate the Red Emperor Fire Phoenix transformation, and we need the Fire Spirit Phoenix to provide the Fire Spiritual Qi. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Yun to stand aside and stare at this time. He released colorful flames, covering the whole body of the Yin god, and at the same time protecting the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the Yin god, just like the deity. This is the hiding place of the Yin god's consciousness, the place. The Yin spirit can be ever-changing, as small as mustard seeds, as large as mountains. The body is the body, and the consciousness is the consciousness. Next, Ling Yun started a new practice in the same way as he cultivated the wood spirit Dharma body, but this time, his Yin spirit, before condensing the fire spirit Dharma body, had to endure the burning pain of more and more powerful spirit fires. So, soon another 9 days passed. During these 9 days, Ling Yun released a total of 49 fire phoenixes, each larger than the other, continuously providing the Yin god with the fire aura that condenses the Dharma body. The fire aura in the deity's body was not enough, so Ling Yun mobilized the fire attribute aura of the 5 elements tribulation thunder stored in the thunder pond opened in his dantian. Lei Qi storage. This is Ling Yun's biggest reliance on cultivating the 5 elements Dharma body like this. If the thunder pond had not been opened up, Ling Yun would have to fly all over the world to find a place with sufficient fire and spiritual energy to cultivate. It is impossible to be so calm. In this way, after 9 days, the fire spirit Dharma body was successfully condensed. Wood spirit Dharma body, fire spirit Dharma body, Yin Shin can mobilize 2 kinds of mana at the same time, and now they can kill the peak of fusion realm. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun did the same, condensing the earth spirit Dharma body. But this time, Ling Yun took only 7 days to get it done easily. This is because the Yin spirits are naturally compatible with the earth. After all, most of the Yin spirits are basically wandering in the ground before their spiritual wisdom is activated. Another reason is that Ling Yun has cultivated into 2 kinds of Dharmakayas in succession. He already has experience, so he will naturally get faster and faster. So, for 25 consecutive days, Ling Yun successfully condensed the 3 kinds of Dharma bodies of wood, fire, and earth. Now, his Yin god's strength, conservatively speaking, can already compete with the peak of the Golden Core realm. At this point, Ling Yun also temporarily stopped his frantic cultivation. Because now, the time has come to December 24th, and Christmas is here. The latest chapter address of Dragon Emperor Wuxian. Read the full text of Dragon Emperor Wuxian at Dragon Emperor Wuxian TXT download address. Dragon Emperor Wuxian mobile phone reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 1867 Crazy Cultivation, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Dragon Emperor Wuxian, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Dragon Emperor Wuxian. Ling Yun actually never cared about any festival, unless the festival was very special. This day would be of great help to his cultivation. For example, the Dragon Boat Festival and Chongyang are the most yang days of the year. Another example is the Zhongyuan Festival, which is the most overcast day of the year. Of course, there is also the Qingming Festival, the first day of the 10th lunar month, which is extremely overcast. In addition, there are Mid-Autumn Festival, Lantern Festival, these full moon nights, and every 15th night of the lunar calendar. Chinese people give these traditional festivals a strong traditional meaning, so they call them festivals as commemoration. However, Ling Yun attaches great importance to these traditional festivals, but it is because of the changes in the sun, moon and stars, the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and on this planet that lacks spiritual energy, these special days can make his cultivation more effective. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ling Yun's practice on weekdays is compared to vegetarianism, then the above days are open meat for Ling Yun, and they are all big fish and big meat. As for Ling Yun's way of celebrating the festival, it is also simple. that is, crazy training. Even if he had to go out to fight on this day, he would have to fight again after he had finished his practice, for example, the demon-conquering conference on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. This is Ling Yun's attitude towards these traditional festivals in China. As for foreign festivals abroad, such as New Year's Day, Valentine's Day, April Fool's Day, and Father's Day and Mother's Day, he doesn't care at all. Can a festival that is not helpful for cultivation be considered a festival? Not counting. Although Christmas is the New Year in the West, in Ling Yun's eyes, it is just like that, and he almost ignores the past. But there were a few things that reminded him. The first is Ling Yun's 5 blood clan slaves. Edward and Paul found him and said that they have been in China for half a year and have not gone back, but they still have some business to deal with in the United States, and they want to go back in time for Christmas. Trip. Just miss home? Facing the sincere and expectant eyes of the 2 blood races, Ling Yun grinned and made a small joke, then nodded happily and agreed. Who doesn't eat dumplings during Chinese New Year? As for whether they will take the opportunity to escape, Ling Yun was not worried, not to mention that their life and death were all in Ling Yun's mind. Even if there was no such master-servant relationship, they would never have fled and never returned. The Book of the Earth Emperor, the spiritual qi of the xuanhuan immortal released by the ghosts and God's willow, the xuanhuan Zheng of the Ling family, and most importantly, the blood of Ling Yun, these are really important to the current 5 blood clans. Well, the 5 of you will go back together and take care of each other, so as not to be caught by your blood clan boss like you were in Qingshui last time, then you will have to trouble me. So, on the night of the 23rd, the slaves of the 5 major blood clans who served as freed big sandbags for more than a month at the Lingjia Martial Arts School left collectively and went straight to the East China Sea. The East China Sea is the Pacific Ocean. The 5 blood races are now strong enough. They decided not to fly, but to fly directly over the Pacific Ocean. After they talked about their plan to return to China, Ling Yun actually became more interested and wanted to take them across the ocean in person, but he quickly dismissed the idea. There's nothing wrong with going, and they have to cross the ocean to come back immediately after sending them off. It's a waste of time and a waste of spiritual energy. Therefore, the 5 blood clans were approved to leave China and return to the United States, which let Ling Yun know that Christmas was coming. Another thing was the overwhelming number of text messages on Ling Yun's phone, as well as various messages in the VX moments. Christmas is coming, it's really lonely in Shimizu City alone. This is Shui Mining's circle of friends, obviously there is something in her words. There are a lot of people who like it below, and there are a lot of similar replies. Meow Xiao Meow, Christmas is coming, it's really lonely to be alone in the mountains. Morong Feishue, Christmas is coming, it's really lonely on Hong Kong Island. Chao Shanshan, in the Flame Mountain alone. Ling Yun glanced at 10 lines, and scanned his circle of friends as quickly as possible, as well as various mobile phone text messages, and picked up some important replies. Then he simply threw the phone back into the Taishu ring. So, the whole world is clean. I was in a cold sweat, but I didn't dare to take it out. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 24th, Ling Yun finished his training from high altitude and appeared on the main square of Ling's martial arts school in one step. At this moment, on the large square in front of Ling Yun, there were over 100 people in darkness, all of them sitting cross-legged and cultivating hard. Among the more than 100 people, the most are naturally the 72 disciples of Ling Yun and the 36 dead men of the Ling family, as well as Lao Chui, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Wang Chongxiao, Li Piaoyong, and so on. As for Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, and Ling Li, the 3 of them hadn't been here for 7 or 8 days, because the things Ling Yun talked about in school didn't help them much. Ling Yong and Ling Feng's realm was not inferior to Ling Xiu's, of course it was the same, but they had stayed in this martial arts school almost all the time this month, and seldom went home to rest. There are many reasons. First of all, these two guys are not interested in Ling Yun's 4 unique skills, alchemy refining, and talisman formation. The second is that they prefer the atmosphere of training in the martial arts school, compared to cultivating in the Ling family. There are people who break through here every day, and you chase after me. The most important thing is that they have found characters who are also teachers and friends here. This period of time has greatly helped the two of them to cultivate. Ling Yong found Wang Chongxiao. Ling Feng found Li Piaoyang. As his name suggests, Wang Chongxiao is full of arrogance and arrogance. He walks the road of being brave and domineering. Li Piaoyang was a former kendo genius, and now the chief protector of Lingyun Jianzong. Since Ling Feng is obsessed with kendo, the two naturally hit it off. In fact, after more than a month of intensive lectures, Ling Yun now has not much to talk about. After all, whether it is ancient martial arts or cultivation, it is the master leads the door, and the cultivation is personal. That is Ling Yun, because he has actually reached the realm of the transitional calamity, and he has enough knowledge about self-cultivation, including various theories and exercises, and with his knowledge, he can talk about it. Come on, talk in simple terms for so long, so complete. If it were someone else, it would take a few days to clean up the little bit of my cultivation experience. Moreover, at the beginning of the lecture, Ling Yun had already instructed Mr. Cui to make a complete video, which could be viewed by the Ling family at any time. The Ling family here naturally refers to Ling Lai, Ling Xiao and his wife, Ling Yu and others. Because of their self-confidence, it is impossible for them to come to Ling's martial arts school to attend classes, and at home, it is impossible for Ling Yun to give special lectures to these elders every day, so Ling Yun used such a compromise. Since the world has such good technological means, why not use it? Everyone, stop, don't practice yet. After Ling Yun appeared, he spoke out and woke everyone up from their cultivation state. I'll tell you something. After more than a month, what I should tell you, and what I should point out to you, I've finished speaking, and I'm almost done pointing out. This kind of thing, just this time, in the future. I think it shouldn't be possible. After all, cultivating oneself, after getting started, there is a practice method that suits you, and it depends on the individual to which stage you will grow. Ling Yun announced that this month's intensive sermons and pointers were over, and he didn't say much else, and then directly changed the topic. I heard that today is Christmas Eve, tomorrow is Christmas, and it will be New Year's Day in a few days. So I'm going to take this opportunity to give everyone a vacation. The total is, well, just 7 days. You can move freely and go anywhere you want, but you're not allowed to stay in this martial arts school. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he looked at everyone's reactions. What? Leave? Isn't it just a broken Christmas? What's there to put aside? I'm so close to breaking through the middle stage of the innate. Yeah, it's still the most enjoyable practice to break through the realm. It's a sudden holiday, and I'm stunned. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. But the master said that we shouldn't stay in this big formation. Those who responded the most were naturally Ling Yun's 72 disciples. They had made great progress this month. They had already tasted the beauty of cultivation, and they were not willing to leave this state of cultivation that was improving all the time. Stop. Ling Yun used Shenlong Xiao, which disrupted everyone's discussion. Then he smiled and cleared his throat. I'm going to Qingshui City now, have you come back with me? What? Is the master going back to Shimizu City? Then I understand, I must go back together, haha, I just feel homesick. If that's the case, let's go. Ling Yun listened to haha and laughed, first winked at old Cui and the others, secretly sounded a message, and then waved his hand. First, a strong force lifted up all the 72 disciples, and Ling Yun took them to a height of 500 meters. Let's take you to experience it first, this is Royal Air Flight. Ling Yun looked at his group of disciples. It would take at most 1 year before they could enter the Qi training period. At that time, he had already entered Kunlun, so he simply took them to experience it first. Whether it is flying with the sword or flying in the sky, whether or not one can fly will always be the biggest sign that a cultivator can distinguish mortals from. Ling Yun pointed Jiangshan along the way, chatted and laughed with everyone, and tried to slow down the flight speed, but it took only 10 minutes to reach the sky over Qingshui City. This, so fast? When they saw the familiar bustling city below, Lu Wenlong, Luo Yuqing and the others were completely dumbfounded. More than 1,000 kilometers, 3,000 miles, it takes more than an hour for the plane, and it only counts the flight time in the air. In the end, Ling Yun took them with them, and it took only 10 minutes to arrive? It's the slowest. Ling Yun replied with a smile, thinking that the time just now was enough for him to cross the Pacific Ocean, and it was more than enough for him to go back and forth to the United States. Of course you have to run at full speed. He landed at a random shelter in the suburbs, and then exhorted, now you all know the rules, unless you encounter an enemy of similar strength to you, you can use what you have learned. Otherwise, you have to behave like ordinary people. Same. Everyone nodded solemnly. This is the big rule of the Ling family, and there is no need for Ling Yun to specifically ask. Then everyone should be scattered here, go home and have a good rest and accompany your parents. After 7 days, you can return to the capital by yourself. Ling Yun waved and let them disperse on their own and go home. Boom. Then Ling Yun suddenly let go of his spiritual sense. Within 100 kilometers, the entire Qingshui city was like an exquisite sand table, and it was clearly visible in Ling Yun's mind. All useless information, things you don't want to see, are directly filtered out. Next moment. Clear Lake. Villa number 1 in Qingxi District. Clearwater Bay Villa number 9. Clearwater 1. Ling Yun Group. Ordinary Clinic. Linjiang Road, Jiangbei New Town. Zhuang Meifeng, Shui Mining, Yao Rou, Liang Fingyi. Or eating breakfast, or reading in the morning, or practicing, or sleeping. All of them, with their faces and smiling faces, were all reflected in Ling Yun's heart in an instant, and they looked very real. Ling Yun paid attention for a moment, then looked up at the sky and thought for a while. A figure walked out of Ling Yun, left, and went to Qingshui Yizhang. Then another one, going to Yao Rou's villa. The third one went to Ling Yun's private hospital. No way, the time is tight and the task is heavy. After his 3 Yin and Dharma bodies left, Ling Yun's deity smiled and came to Ling Yun Group in a flash. The latest chapter address of Dragon Emperor Wuxian. Read the full text of Dragon Emperor Wuxian at Dragon Emperor Wuxian TXT download address. Dragon Emperor Wuxian mobile phone reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 1868, Dharmakaya is really not in vain, reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Dragon Emperor Wuxian, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Dragon Emperor Wuxian. Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Class 3 of Senior 3. The monitor, Shui Mining, held an English textbook in both hands and placed it on the desk. It's just that God knows where her mind is flying now. The little demon girl didn't have a good rest last night, and today, she is even more restless. Everything stems from the circle of friends that was sent out yesterday. Christmas is coming, it's really lonely in Shimizu City alone. Her original plan was to set this message to be visible only to Ling Yun, and then she could wait for Ling Yun's reply beautifully. But who knows, after editing, my mind wandered inexplicably, my hand slipped, and it was sent out directly. When she came back to her senses, she was shocked, and when she wanted to delete and repost it, it was too late. Since there are more than 100 likes, there are already dozens of replies below. The ones with the most likes and the fastest replies were actually not those related to Villa number 1, or those related to Ling Yun, but her classmates. Yo, will our super school belle be lonely too? I don't believe it. The squad leader is too much. The love letters you receive every day can be sold by pound. You actually told me that you were lonely? Hee, squad leader, I know who you're thinking about. Can I think about him for a while? Do you dare to come out when I ask you out? Bah. Go to hell upstairs. And many more. There were a lot of replies, one after another, and each classmate made crazy complaints or ridicules according to the distance between him and xuanhuan on weekdays. Even the little demon girl, who was known for her sturdiness on weekdays, didn't dare to be stubborn when she saw these overwhelming messages. Her face turned red. But this was just the beginning, because then, Miao Xiaomiao appeared and gave a reply. Christmas is coming soon. It's really lonely to be alone in the mountains. Oops, go to hell. After xuanhuan watched it, her face flushed like fire, and she threw the phone out, then covered her head and wrapped the quilt, pretending that nothing happened. After 5 or 6 minutes like this, she gritted her teeth and got out of the quilt, tiptoed out of bed, and when she picked up the phone again, she almost fainted. Christmas is coming, it's really lonely in a certain place. Swipe up. Yeah. It's completely over. This time, xuanhuan threw the phone further away and didn't look at it at all. After another half an hour, the little demon reluctantly regained her composure, got out of bed again, and picked up the phone, full of anticipation and anxiety. I took another look at my circle of friends, the full screen of likes. It is estimated that it has already passed 500, and the following replies are even more than 200, and I struggled for a long time to find the bottom. At a glance, 10 lines, a fierce search. Then xuanhuan was disappointed. She liked and replied all over the screen, but she didn't find Ling Yun. The little witch grimaced. People who shouldn't have seen it, people who shouldn't have responded have seen it, and the person who should have seen it the most and wanted him to respond the most, didn't have any response. Fanquan slammed the pillow, gritted his teeth, and was cruel. He wanted to delete this popular circle of friends, but he was not reconciled. Isn't that white hair? Humph, just keep it. If you don't believe me, you've been cultivating, you haven't looked at your phone or moments, and you've been throwing your phone in the space ring that hates people. Shut down to sleep. Xuanhuan directly ignored the text messages and the private chat messages, decisively turned off her phone, and fell asleep again with her head covered. But where can I sleep? Don't sleep, let's practice. Xuanhuan jumped up directly from the quilt, put on clothes indiscriminately, and a slender figure jumped out of the window, swept a dozen feet, and landed in the elixir garden of Villa number 1. First silently recite the secret art of clearing the heart, wait until the state of mind is clear and there is no more distractions, then begin to practice the supreme Qing Emperor art. In the past 6 months, xuanhuan's cultivation progress has been extremely fast. She has now reached the peak of the innate, and she can step into the Qi realm at any time. Moreover, this is the result of her putting part of her mind on school learning. No way, xuanhuan's cultivation resources are just too rich. The Gathering of Spirits in Villa number 1. The Elixir Assistant of the Elixir Garden. The various medicinal herbs Ling Yun reserved for her, the talisman. Naturally, there is also the genius Dr. Shui. The full support of Miao Fenghuang and his wife is Miao Xiaomiao. After learning to fly with the sword every other week, she will fly to Qingshui City to accompany her to practice for a day or 2. More importantly, in recent months, Jade Bird has been living in Qingshui City, living in Ling Yun's Villa number 1, giving xuanhuan careful guidance. Such resources, in fact, have already far exceeded all the needs of a person to cultivate to the realm of Qi training, and the rest only depends on talent. What's more, xuanhuan's cultivation talent is not inferior to Miao Xiaomiao, she is just too lazy to practice. There is no heart to compare with others. With the improvement of her realm, xuanhuan's appearance, figure, and temperament are far better than before. It can be said that compared with the original super school flower Ninglingyu, it is not inferior. Destiny is really hard to say. It seems that it is very difficult for others to have things that xuanhuan has always had at their fingertips. Another thing that supports xuanhuan's status as a super school flower is her grades. Just like Lingyun in the past, he has a state of mind, an extraordinary memory, and is very helpful to learning. All the textbook exercises are unforgettable. Therefore, over the past 6 months, xuanhuan's academic performance has been unrivaled, firmly occupying the first place in the grade, and has not changed. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a high popularity in the school. After all, it is high school, and only heroes are judged by their grades. Brother Lingyun will lie and tell me to study hard in school, get admitted to university, but don't go to class for a day. My sister has nothing to do with school now, but let me endure here, mad. At this moment, xuanhuan endured the constant gazes from all around her, thinking about the burst of laughter from her classmates that was enough to overturn the roof when she first entered the classroom. The more she thought about it, the more she became angrier. There is an urge to flee the classroom immediately, to escape the school. On the English textbook held in both hands, the dense letters seemed to float off the page, regrouped in the air, and turned into Lingyun's appearance, grinning at her. It's all hallucinations. Xuanhuan looked at the illusory but incomparably clear smiling face, and shook her head gently, but she couldn't help pursing her lips. What, Brother Lingyun doesn't even return to the circle of friends, he definitely didn't see it, how could he come back to spend Christmas with me? Facing the smiling face she imagined in front of her eyes, after laughing, she immediately woke up, gave up her fantasy, and decided to spend the day with study and cultivation. Ninger. Suddenly, a very longing, and very familiar voice, clearly entered the eardrum. Xuanhuan's heart tightened suddenly, and then her heart was beating wildly. She turned her head sharply, her beautiful eyes looked at the door of the classroom, but saw nothing, and then swept across the classroom window. Got nothing. Why are you still hallucinating? Xuanhuan was puzzled for a while, a little unbelievable, and felt that she missed Lingyun too much. Ninger, you heard right, I'm at the door, but it's not convenient to show up, you. Lingyun stood at the door of the classroom and did not need to be invisible. As long as his Yin spirit did not appear, no one would be able to see him. Not finished. Yeah. My stomach hurts so much, please help me take a day off. Xuanhuan jumped 3 feet high with a bright smile, and then rushed towards the door of the classroom like an arrow from the string. The classmates in the 3rd class of high school didn't react at all, and the class leader had already lost their presence. Everyone immediately looked at each other, dumbfounded. Can you run so fast with a stomachache? Still so happy? Rush out of the classroom, out of the teaching building, out of the school gate, accelerated and accelerated again. Xuanhuan ignored it, leaving behind afterimages. Lingyun followed all the way, not in a hurry, let her shock the world. Brother Lingyun, you can come out. After Xuanhuan rushed out of the school gate, she quickly found a secluded corner, stopped, and shouted in surprise. Lingyun immediately appeared, opposite Xuanhuan, with an infinitely gentle smile. Ah! Xuanhuan screamed and threw herself into Lingyun's arms. This surprise came too fast, too big. Come back with you for 2 days, where would Ninger want to play? Tell me, I'll take you there. Really? Don't lie? Relax, really. Then I have to think about it. Go to the sky, go to the sea, go to the 100,000 mountains, go. I want to see all the places you have been to in the past 6 months. Lingyun. The little demon girl asked a little too much, but these heartfelt words couldn't beat Lingyun, even if it was just Lingyun's avatar. Walk. Haha, happy. When Ling Yun arrived at Yao Rou's residence, Yao Rou was practicing in the courtyard. She was not meditating cross-legged, but walking in the courtyard. Wherever she passed, the earth and rocks under her feet swelled like waves of the sea. The scene was truly amazing. Yao Rou has stepped into the realm of qi training, xuanhuan Earth Emperor Gong, and the technique of controlling soil is superb. She was very calm and leisurely. As she walked, the waves of soil and rocks under her feet gradually rose, gradually condensing into a human shape, with a slender and straight body, and the outline of her face became clearer and clearer. In the end, the human figure condensed from the soil turned into Ling Yun's appearance, with a realistic outline on his face and a vivid expression. He was walking with her, but his movements were a little stiff. Ling Yun. The avatar that Ling Yun came over was naturally the avatar of the Earth Spirit. He pondered for a while, then leaned over the Earth Man, and then suddenly stretched out his hand and hugged Yao Rou. What? Yao Rou paled in shock, but soon noticed something, smiled sweetly, and let the clay figurine hug her. The earth and rocks in the courtyard stopped suddenly, as if the waves of the sea were frozen in an instant. You're back? After a few breaths, Yao Rou asked quietly. It can't scare you, it's really courageous, and in a good mood. Ling Yun exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The Yin god broke away from the clay figurine, appeared and spread his arms towards her. Yao Rou did not surrender. She stared at Ling Yun for a moment, then shook her head. This is not you. Ling Yun. He exclaimed in his heart, not knowing how Yao Rou saw it. What else can I do? I can only admit it frankly. Then he explained it in the easiest way for Yao Rou to understand, saying, No, anyway, nothing will be delayed. Yao Rou was non-committal about Ling Yun's statement. She bit her lower lip, and said with a chuckle, I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, try it? Just try it. So the two began to fight head to head. At the same time, Liang Fingyi, who was sleeping, suddenly felt that there was one more person in the room, so she immediately opened her eyes. After she saw who the guy who broke into her boudoir and disturbed everyone's dreams, she suddenly became impatient. There were too many patients yesterday. I rested very late and was exhausted. Would you like a massage? Guaranteed to relieve fatigue, and it's free. Liang Fingyi rolled over lazily, smirked, her beauty mole trembled slightly, and then pondered a little. Can. Exhale like blue. The gate of Ling Yun Group. After Zhuang Meifeng had breakfast, he drove over and saw the slender figure in the distance. She immediately stepped on the accelerator, accelerated, rushed to Ling Yun's side, braked, and made an emergency stop. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Boarding. Ling Yun immediately got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. I don't even know how to say hello in advance when I come back. Zhuang Meifeng turned her head and glared at Ling Yun, reprimanded him, then started the car and turned around. Go home for dinner. The latest chapter address of Dragon Emperor Wuxian. The full text of Dragon Emperor Wuxian read address. Dragon Emperor Wuxian TXT download address. Dragon Emperor Wuxian mobile phone reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 1869 superb, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Dragon Emperor Wuxian, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. The engine roared, and Zhuang Meifeng almost stepped on the accelerator all the way, racing like crazy, as if she was competing with someone. Who else can compete with, just sit next to the cruel thief. After the car started, she bit her lips lightly and remained silent, as if she was concentrating on driving, but Ling Yun peeked at her and saw that her eyes were red and her beautiful eyes were like mist. The speed of her turning was at least twice as fast as when Zhuang Meifeng came alone. It didn't take long for Ling Yun to see that familiar street and that familiar courtyard. This is the courtyard that Ling Yan rented with Tang Meng when he first started practicing, and he has already bought it now. After the Mid-Autumn Demon Conference, Zhuang Meifeng returned to Qingshui, and lived here naturally, and also renovated it, but it was restored as before. The furniture and things that Ling Yan personally bought at the beginning have not been moved, and even the location has not changed. Pass. The car stopped at the entrance of the courtyard, and the two got out of the car. Zhuang Meifeng took out the key to open the door, and opened the door first. She didn't deliberately greet Ling Yan, because Ling Yan is not a guest, but the owner of this place. He is returning to his home. What is the greeting? It was this scene, like an ordinary couple returning home, that made Ling Yan feel warmer. With a smile on his face, he followed Zhuang Meifeng step by step into the hospital, and was about to turn around and close the door habitually. What kind of door do you close in broad daylight? You don't need to close it. Zhuang Meifeng's voice was mixed with a trace of reproach. Ling Yan. Well, get used to it. Ling Yan stopped closing the door, raised his hand and touched his nose to hide his embarrassment, but found it a little funny. With Ling Yan's current strength and Ling Yan Group's current influence in Qingshui City, it really doesn't make any difference whether the gate of this courtyard is closed or not. Go back to the house and stay. Zhuang Meifeng left behind a word, went straight to the kitchen, washed her hands, and made soup. She seldom speaks, her words are simple, and her tone is very natural. Obviously, she and Ling Yan are reunited after a long absence, but they act like a husband and wife who have lived together for a long time. So Ling Yan didn't say much. He went directly into the room, sat on the sofa carelessly, quietly let go of a trace of consciousness, covered the kitchen, and peeked at the busy and slim figure dressed like a butterfly. He didn't wait too long, and soon Zhuang Meifeng brought 4 exquisite side dishes and a bowl of hot soup to the table, and also brought steaming rice. 3 days after farewell, you should look at him with admiration. Meifeng, you have great cooking skills. How Ling Yan perceives it now, he doesn't need to taste it, but just sense it with his divine sense, and he knows that the food is delicious, and he can't help but praise it. Zhuang Meifeng chuckled when she heard this, and gave Ling Yan a blank look. It's just breakfast, what's there to brag about? Really? Let's eat quickly. She stuffed the tableware she brought into Ling Yan's hand, urged Ling Yan to eat, then sat down beside him, watching him eat. In fact, I was very proud of myself. After all, in the past few months, apart from the crazy training and the daily management of Ling Yan Group, Zhuang Meifeng spent the only free time she had on cooking. Not for anything else, just for the day when he returns, he can eat a meal cooked by her own hands. Ling Yan didn't say much, and immediately started to eat, especially the soup. He drank as much as Zhuang Meifeng made, and he drank 3 bowls in a row before stopping. In fact, he is not hungry. At the current state, even if he does not eat for several months, his body does not feel much hunger. But in the same way, as long as Ling Yan wants to eat, he can eat whatever he wants, just like ordinary people, and he can eat a lot without feeling any resistance from his body. He was very quiet and thought about moving. Why did he come back to Qingshui City? What you taste is the smoke and fire in the world. Why did you come back suddenly? After Ling Yan was full. Zhuang Meifeng put away the bowls and chopsticks contentedly, and asked, intentionally or not. I miss you, come back and have a look. Ling Yan replied casually. Pooh. Zhuang Meifeng didn't believe it at all, and thought that adding "we" after "you" might be similar. Of course it's impossible to really say it. With Ling Yan's current level of strength and status, she is very content to be able to take the time to come back and eat the meal she cooked. Just then Ling Yan said with a smile, Miss Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, general manager of Ling Yan Group, now lives in such a shabby and dilapidated small courtyard, who will believe it? Zhuang Meifeng glared at him, are you in charge? Yes. Ling Yan laughed and stopped teasing. At this moment, the eyes of the two met, and they looked at each other, each understanding. Why Zhuang Meifeng wants to live here, needless to say, we both know each other, because the two have the most stories here. Bull. Since she was concerned about Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng naturally paid close attention to Ling Yun's whereabouts in the past few months. She dared not disclose the details, but she knew Ling Yun's general whereabouts and every battle. Ling Yun couldn't be contacted, but there was Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and even Ling Yu, who had been to Qingshui City some time ago. Especially Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu knew everything about her. Nonsense, Tai Xiaohu personally experienced. In order to save Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yun beat Jing Xinan to pieces at the Demon Fu conference. Ling Yun could leave his mobile phone and communicator in the Taishu ring forever, but Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu would not dare to beat him to death. Is there anything I need to do when I come back this time? Zhuang Meifeng asked very seriously. She really hoped to help Ling Yun, because she knew in her heart that the chances of helping Ling Yun in the future would become less and less. I don't have anything specific, I just want to come back and have a look. Anyway, Qingshui City is my route. Ling Yun shook his head, answered the question first, took advantage of the conversation, and directly opened the chatter box, briefly describing his experience in the past period, and proactively informed the other party of some details. When Ling Yun was in his infancy, before he rose up, he and Zhuang Meifeng got acquainted, and the several battles were all for her, so in Ling Yun's heart, she was still different after all. So when I came back this trip, I really just came back to take a look and deal with some chores by the way. After listening to Ling Yun's narration, Zhuang Meifeng was thrilled, but also inevitably had regrets that could not be concealed. She tried her best to calm down, bit her lower lip and said, Ling Yun's cultivation entered the realm too fast, and his current strength is too strong. He gallops across China in an invincible posture, roaring across the Kyushu. And she has cultivated so hard, but she is still getting further and further away from Ling Yun, which makes her feel helpless. Of course, it's not just herself, many people she knows, many girls around Ling Yun are the same, no one can keep up with Ling Yun's cultivation speed. Except for that night star. At the Demon Subduing conference, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen came side by side and smashed half of China's ancient martial arts world together. This is Zhuang Meifeng's personal experience. That night, the peerless demeanor and terrifying strength displayed by Yi Xingchen, the saintess of the demon sect, was really despairing. It's not just Zhuang Meifeng, it is estimated that as long as it is a girl who has a crush on Ling Yun, anyone who sees Yi Xingchen will feel a sense of despair. That kind of despair is a despair that makes it difficult for people to even feel jealous, or in other words, can't help but voluntarily dispel it. Sure enough, when Ling Yun came back from this trip, he almost didn't talk about all the worldly affairs, and he almost didn't have this concept in his mind. She works overtime every day, takes it seriously, and wants to relieve Ling Yun's worries as much as possible. In his eyes, it is already an insignificant trivial matter, a chore. Zhuang Meifeng's heart turned back and forth, and the hope in her beautiful eyes naturally dimmed. Tian Xingzhan, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. People have to compare themselves with themselves. Ling Yun felt Zhuang Meifeng's emotions, he said intentionally or unintentionally, but his expression became serious. It's a big deal now, and I finally have some leisure, so I come back to accompany you for a few days. Nothing else is important, the main thing is to guide your cultivation. Then, go to the East China Sea and get back the lid of Shenongding before New Year's Day. Before New Year's Day, getting back the lid of Shenongding was not Ling Yun's temporary idea, but a decision he had made in his heart long ago. If it wasn't for the imminent major events after the Mid-Autumn Festival, forcing him to fight again and again, with almost no time to rest and breathe, he would have gone to Dongyang long ago and brought back the lid of the Shenongding. Only because the Shenongding is the tripod used by the Shenong family to refine medicine and alchemy in ancient times. It originally had a tripod cover and was integrated into one body. The combination of the two is the complete Shenongding. Note that what Ling Yun said was taking, not stealing, robbing, or taking. It was originally my Chinese treasure, which belonged to the inheritance of Chinese civilization. Why was it occupied by those Orientals for so many years? That's all in the past, but now the Lingyun realm has reached the peak of the heartbeat period. If he hadn't strived for perfection, he had to focus on creating a realm with the strongest state, and actively slowed down the pace of improving the realm. Dan set foot on the golden elixir road. In fact, at this moment, Ling Yun is really not in a hurry to improve his realm. Now he can easily blow up the practitioners in the nascent soul realm with only the strength of his physical body. Coupled with the heaven-defying magic weapons and various trump cards on him, Ling Yun can be said to be full of confidence. He is confident and invincible. No matter what kind of danger you face, you can calmly deal with it, which can be said to be full of confidence. The shining strength is displayed here, and he has long been in no hurry to deliberately pursue that imaginary realm. What's more, Ling Yun is not fighting alone now. He already has a powerful force, and even more powerful helpers. Therefore, when he said the words to take back the lid of the Shenongding, Ling Yun's eyes were burning, and he was determined to win. There may be twists and turns, but I think it's just a matter of finding something. Of course, getting back Shenongding is just a small goal for Ling Yun, or it is just a pretext, and he has another purpose. Ling Yun still has the identity of the Great Elder of the Huaxia group. He wants to use this secret but very important identity to wrestle with those cultivators in Dongyang. He is too lazy to care about other aspects, but at least on the level of cultivation. This time Ling Yun will rely on his own power to conquer Dongyang. In return, Huaxia's revenge. That is the blood feud of tens of millions of compatriots. It is a world feud. As long as you are a normal Chinese person, you will remember it in your heart. Never dare to forget. Ling Yun also remembered that history cannot be learned in vain. It's time to bring it back. Beat them hard and beat them to pieces. Zhuang Meifeng supported Ling Yun's decision without hesitation. After all, Zhuang Meifeng is the eldest lady of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. She has been influenced by her identity and has been aware of it since she was a child. For so many years, Huaxia's traditional Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese medicine have been suppressed by Dongyang. It's just that you still have to be careful, don't underestimate the enemy, and don't be careless. Zhuang Meifeng wasn't worried about Ling Yun's strength at all, but she still didn't forget her gentle instructions. Rest assured. Ling Yun gave her an appreciative look, and didn't say anything more. On this day, for the first time, Zhuang Meifeng did not go to the headquarters of Ling Yun Group to go to work, but took out her laptop and mobile phone to work at home online. Seeing Zhuang Meifeng's serious face, ready to go to work, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing. Let's stop making trouble, big sister. I finally came back with some free time, and I didn't come to watch you perform and work. With a swipe of Ling Yun's palm, Zhuang Meifeng closed the laptop that had just been opened with a snap. Chairman, you should stop making trouble. This is your Ling Yun Group. You are the boss, and I am working for you. Zhuang Meifeng felt helpless and responded angrily. Hey, remember that I'm your boss? That's fine. Let's do business. I've made a decision now. You won't be allowed to go to work for the next week. Honestly, stay at home. Zhuang Meifeng, is the money still earned? No more money. You don't make any money, what are you doing? You'll know soon. Ling Yun smiled, leaned forward, and put his arms around her waist. Hey, I'm full, what do you think I want to do? Well. Zhuang Meifeng looked shy. Before she could struggle, her mouth was already blocked by Ling Yun. Full of warmth and thinking about that. What else can I do? Serve the chairman. On this day, Ling Yun's wood spirit dharma body accompanied Shui Mining, earth spirit dharma body accompanied Yao Rou, fire spirit dharma body accompanied Liang Fengyi. The three Yin gods, accompanying the three beauties, according to their respective hobbies, eat, drink and have fun in some interesting places in Qingshui City and the surrounding areas, enjoying themselves and feeling uncomfortable. Today's Ling Yun doesn't need to hide anything from them. He tells them frankly that what accompanies them is the Yin God Dharma body, cultivated by himself, and let them not be afraid of the title Yin God, telling them that this is the only way to practice. There are only 3 for the time being, and 2 more will be practiced in the future, the 5 elements slaughtering God art, and the water spirit Dharma body and the golden spirit Dharma body have not been practiced yet. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that he was actually worrying too much. Because these 3 beauties are really bigger than the other, fiercer than the other, they are not afraid, let alone care. Xuanhuan, wow, ancient Dharma body, so cool, much more handsome than this deity. Ah. Brother Ling Yun, your whole body exudes the purest wood aura. She thought it was more fun this way. Yao Ro, it doesn't matter what your law body is or not, as long as it's you. This one doesn't care. Liang Fingy, I don't understand, it's just, the avatar technique? A puppet? I said I always felt something was wrong, and I looked at you so stupidly. But, it's so hot. Well, in the end, it was Ling Yun who doubted his life, and he almost couldn't help but want to play a prank and scare them once by turning into a vicious one. But he didn't do that in the end, the reputation would be ruined, but the image points couldn't be lost. One thing has to be said, Ling Yun's ancient Dharma body actually has a certain degree of self-awareness, at least possesses the normal intelligence of ordinary people, and when acting alone, it does not affect normal cognition and judgment, as well as various behaviors. This point, first of all, must be due to the fact that the Yin God has a spirit, otherwise, after the body dies and disappears, it will not be able to survive for so long in the world until it is burned clean by the furnace of heaven and earth and completely dissipates. Yin gods have spirits, which are their own attributes. Another reason is that Ling Yun is currently at the peak of his heartbeat stage, and his divine sense is so powerful that he can easily place a divine sense on each Dharma body for remote control. Not to mention that there are only 3 Yin God Dharma bodies now. Even if there are 2 more in the future, it will still not affect his deity in the slightest. Of course, since the remote control is done by betting on spiritual thoughts, it is inevitable that the range of activities of each Dharma body cannot leave the range covered by his spiritual thoughts. In this sense, Ling Yun's ancient Dharma body can already be used as a clone of himself, there is no need to hide it, it is the truth. In this way, Ling Yun himself, together with the 3 Yin gods, played with the 4 beauties for a full day and night, and spent Christmas Eve with them until the next morning. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun's 3 Yin gods said goodbye to the 3 beauties, and returned to Ling Yun's small courtyard and his body one by one from all directions in Qingshui City. Because Ling Yun still needs to practice, this is unshakable. After all the Yin God clones returned, Ling Yun withdrew the Yin God, stretched out his arms to wrap around Shuang Meifeng's slender waist, disappeared directly, and soared to a height of 20,000 meters. Cultivate 1 Qi Yinyang Ju. Ling Yun stayed in Qingshui City for another 3 days. During these 3 days, apart from not delaying his normal cultivation, he spent most of his time accompanying Shuang Meifeng, Xuanhuan, Yao Ro, and the others, carefully instructing them on their cultivation techniques, and personally explaining the Tao of cultivation to them. In fact, Ling Yun didn't favor one person over another. In his eyes, the Ling family in the capital city and Qingshui City accompanied him to grow up, and he treated these core figures who came over as equals. You know, for the past month or so, while Ling Yun was practicing ancient Dharma body in the Ling family's ancestral house, the deity had to go to the Ling family martial arts school every day to give lectures on cultivation. All the lectures during the period were fully videotaped. These videos are the top secret of the Ling family, but under Ling Yun's instruction, the videos of those lectures will be sent to Shuang Meifeng, Xuanhuan, and Yao Ro as soon as the lectures are over. Even Miao, Xiaomiao, Morong Feishua, Chao Shanshan and others. This is called completing one's work in one battle. Ling Yun has no reason to tell such an important cultivation method to the Ling family dead men and to his 72 disciples, but only ignores these women who stayed in Qingshui city. Although the teachings are not to be taught lightly, and the Dharma is not to be passed on to 6 ears, since Ling Yun has taught these basic cultivation methods as courses, and he has taught them so seriously and in detail, in order to save time and effort, he simply arranged it like this. The effect is actually excellent. This kind of coquettish operation did save Ling Yun a lot of trouble, and his feeling was very obvious when he returned to Qingshui this time. Now that Ling Yun is with her, when pointing out the beauties around her who are embarking on the journey of cultivation, there is no need to explain those long-winded truths, and there is no need to go to great lengths to make them understand and accept cultivation. For example, when Ling Yun is accompanying Xue mining now, he only needs to clarify the doubts and difficulties in the process of Xue mining's cultivation of the Supreme Qing Emperor art, and teach her some cultivation tips, so that when doing things by himself, it will naturally save time and effort. Get twice the result with half the effort. It is naturally the same for Zhuang Meifeng, Yao Rou, and others. Being a person can't be too rigid. In modern society, you have to use modern gameplay, and you have to use boldly what you should use. This is called advancing with the times. He even has enough time to spare now, to open a small stove for each of the beauties around him individually, and teach them some exercises and tricks that suit their physique and the exercises they practice. Of course, since the first day back in Qingshui city, they were accompanied by the Yin God body, and the beauties did not show any discomfort. Ancient Dharma body continued to move around, enjoying it forever. In Ling Yun's words, this is called the joy of having multiple Yin gods, you don't understand. However, Ling Yun did this not just to save time and effort. His main purpose was to travel around the world of mortals, to deeply understand the relationship between the deity and the 3 Yin gods, and to enhance his understanding and cultivation during the heartbeat period. During this period, of course, the busiest one was Ling Yun's true self. He appeared and disappeared every day. With his terrifying speed, he appeared and disappeared in the entire Jiangnan province, with Qingshui city as the center. He specially visited some seniors and old friends who had helped him. For example, Long Wu's father, Long Kuan, Tang Meng's father Tang Tianlong, Zhuang Meifeng's father Zhuang Tianda, Xue Mining's parents, and Morong Feishua's grandfather, Morong Wenshi, Yuanya Yuxingjin. Every time you meet someone, you will have an appropriate gift to give, the value doesn't matter, it's just a courtesy and a heart. The reason is simple, isn't it coming to New Year's Day soon? Someone said it well, the arena is not about fighting and killing, but about the ways of the world. In addition, Ling Yun is still doing the same thing as in the Ling family in the capital. Villa No. 1 and the Tung Mountain Protection Arrays of Villa No. 9 in Qingxi District were rebuilt in order to prevent powerful enemies from attacking and hurting those in Qingshui City when he was away. People. At that time, he will be beyond his reach, even if he goes to slaughter those enemies, these people will not be able to save them, which will only increase regret. This is what Ling Yun said to Zhuang Meifeng, some chores to do when he came back this trip. In this way, everything in Qingshui City has been properly arranged, and Ling Yun is determined. Time flies, and 3 days pass quickly. At around 5 o'clock in the morning on the 28th day, under his remote control, Ling Yun's 3 Yin God Dharma bodies returned to the small courtyard where he was, and returned to the body of the deity. After these few days of activities in the world of mortals, Ling Yun can clearly perceive that the 3 great Yin gods have undergone considerable changes, becoming more agile, and their bodies have also become more solid, especially when they return to his body and become one with the deity afterwards. Ling Yun could clearly feel that his cultivation base in the heartbeat period had made considerable progress. Gone. The affairs of Qingshui City are all up to you. Resting his mind and concentration, after Ling Yun realized something, he bid farewell to Zhuang Meifeng beside him without further delay. Be careful. After 4 days of rubbing each other's ears, together day and night, the two of them had already finished what they should have said, and there was only this one sentence in 1,000 words. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, gave the other party a reassuring look, and then disappeared in a flash. Next, he went to Hong Kong Island first, met Morong Feishue, and stayed with her all morning. Then he went straight to Miaojiang Xuanhuan Dashan to meet Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang, and of course Miao Xiaomiao was the main one. It is worth mentioning that Qingwan Qingfeng and Aunt Qingmiao, who have just separated, are all in Miaojiang at this moment, and Ling Yun and everyone are gathering here again. Ling Yun arrived suddenly, and Divine Dr. Shui was overjoyed. Regardless of the time, he immediately set up a big banquet and entertained him warmly. Dr. Shui, Miao Fenghuang, Qingwan Qingfeng Qingmiao, plus Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao, there are 3 generations of old, middle-aged and young people, but looking around at the banquet, there are no old people or middle-aged people at all, they are all young and clear-face. Ling Yun stayed in Miaojiang for a whole afternoon, and he focused on 3 things. First of all, of course, is Miao Xiaomiao's cultivation base. This Ling Yun doesn't need to ask at all, he can tell at a glance, there is no doubt that he has entered the realm at a rapid rate, and he is already approaching the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Another important event, which no one could think of, was that Ling Yun went to the tea mountain in person, not to watch the growth of spirit tea, but to observe the changes of the 5-color soil there. He observed very carefully, and he did not forget to ask Miao Xiaomiao some details after he left, and asked her to pay attention in the future. Although Miao Xiaomiao was a little puzzled, seeing Ling Yun's serious face, she naturally agreed. Judging from Ling Yun's expression and movements, she was sure of one thing, Ling Yun was very concerned about the 5-color soil. The most important thing in the end, Ling Yun flew high into the sky, maximizing his spiritual sense, and using his celestial eye to the limit, trying his best to overlook and sense the surrounding Miao villages, big and small. Those, big and small Qiyu temples. The seal is not loose, and it seems that it will be stable for a while. Ling Yun didn't find anything abnormal, he nodded, and then he was very cautious, telling Miao Xiaomiao to pay attention to this matter, and if he felt anything unusual, he should be notified immediately. After doing all this, Ling Yun bid farewell to Divine Dr. Shui, Qingmiao, and others, and stated his whereabouts. Leaving Miaojiang, Ling Yun went straight to the northwest and Huanshan without stopping. With his powerful perception, he quickly locked on the positions of Bai Xianer and Chao Shanshan and found them. Both of you don't retreat for the time being, follow me. After seeing the two, Ling Yun asked them to pack up as quickly as possible without saying a word. He waved his hand to erase the traces of their lives here, and took them away. Speeding at full speed across China, the 3 went straight to the capital. On the 28th day, Ling Yun was like drawing a big circle around China. It is no exaggeration to say that the country is the village, and it is easy to handle. At around 10 o'clock that night, Ling Yun, Wang Chongxiao, and Bai Xianer arrived at the vast expanse of blue East China Sea. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest update. No ads. Go to Divided by Xiao? Xuanhuan to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mail sign go to Divided by Xiao? Xuanhuan, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ling Xiao stood in the sky, he was high above, the mountain wind blew his black night clothes flutteringly, and at the same time, his long clean hair was blown away, although his temples were white, he was indescribably handsome and elegant, that kind of natural and unrestrained temperament seems to have returned to his youth. Love go small say net W Chu. He was talking to Sikong too, but his eyes, which had experienced many vicissitudes, were staring at his son Ling Yun below, his eyes undisguisedly radiated boundless pride. At this moment, Ling Zhao's mood was extremely turbulent, and there was only one sentence in his mind: Qing Xian, our child has grown up. Father and son are united. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness covers a radius of 100 meters. Of course he felt Ling Zhao's excitement and pride. He smiled slightly, raised his head and shouted, "Father! This is the blood connection." After Yiming's past life merged with this life, no matter how Ling Yan reminded himself, it was still useless. The feeling of blood connection told him that he was the descendant of the Ling family and the son of Ling Xiao. Even if he has the soul of the transcending tribulation period, he can't resist this. Only in the hands of Ling Yun, Willow, the inheritance god of the Ling family, can be stimulated to sprout and grow leaves. The only exercise of the Ling family, xuanhuan Jing, Ling Yun just practiced it casually, and he achieved great success, directly surpassing everyone in the Ling family who had practiced for many years. Like this phenomenon, Ling Yan has discovered many. Ling Yan can't explain it, can't refuse it, and don't even want to refuse it. No matter how strong a person is, it is really good to have a family and the feeling of relatives. Sikong too failed to gain advantage from Ling Yan in the fight, and lost his momentum first. Just now he wanted to get back a little psychological advantage by ridiculing Ling Xiao, but was slapped back in the face by Ling Xiao with a single sentence, and he was immediately furious, sad to want to vomit blood. Of course, Ling Xiao was fighting back against Sikong Tuesday. He was also an outstanding and peerless talent back then. Now that Ling Yan's invincible aura has aroused his lofty arrogance back then, it is impossible for him to be overwhelmed by a word from Sikong too. Relying on women back then. Now rely on his son, Ling Xiao. Don't you feel yourself blushing? Seeing Ling Xiao's suave manner, Sikong too was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and sneered again. Ling Xiao smiled again. My woman is very powerful, at least stronger than you. My son is very good. At least one of your sons was arrested. I am very relieved. Why did you blush? Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, chatting and laughing happily. Soldiers came to block him, and water came to the soil. Because of Ling Yan's relationship. Ling Zhao's current state of mind has completely changed. He is also a first-class figure in the world. He has already realized that his son recognizes his ancestors and returns to the clan. With Ling Yan and the Ling family, many things will become possible instead of impossible. Ha, father said it well, a few words can stop a million soldiers, I think. I don't even need to take action, Sikong too will be pissed to death by you. Ling Yan noticed the change in Ling Zhao's mood. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly, adding fuel to the fire. He didn't pay attention to Sikong too, father and son at all. The master's tricks, attacking the mind, is the best. Ling Yan won the momentum first, and his father Ling Xiao helped him win the victory in terms of words. Sikong too's momentum and mood were unstable, and there would definitely be flaws. Through Sikong Wuqing and Sikong Wuji's approach and movement, Ling Yan has already seen it. Neither of these two people was born below the peak of the 8th level. It seems that Sikong Wuhan has the lowest realm, but at least he is half-step ahead. In this battle, Ling Yan only depends on himself. It's not easy to fight, and it doesn't necessarily kill the opponent if you win, because they can escape. At this time, Ling Yan and his son sang together, killing Sikong. It's like one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, just about to go crazy. Father, that kid has taken over our lair, what are you talking about with them? Go straight up to the fuck, I'll take the lead. Sikong Wuhan was very angry. Ling Yan slaughtered his power all by himself. He felt pain in his heart when he thought about it. He couldn't hold back for a long time, clamoring to come forward and lead the battle. Sikong too was wrapped in a cloud of black mist. No one could see his appearance. His thoughts flashed, and he felt that it would be good to let Sikong Wuhan test Ling Yan's strength, at least consume Ling Yan's strength first besides. Okay, but you have to be very careful. the strength of that evil species is no less than yours. Xuanhuan glared, isn't your strength weaker than me? Ha, how is it possible? Watch me crush him to death with my fist. Xuanhuan was tall and big, as strong as a wild bear. He was born with divine power, and he cultivated the power of a wild bear. He didn't believe that Ling Yun's strength was stronger than his. Ah! With a groan, Xuanhuan twisted his majestic figure, opened his arms, and rushed towards Ling Yun. Bear pounce. Really stronger? Ling Yun sneered, seeing Xuanhuan's approach. He did not dodge or dodge. When he rushed in front of him, Ling Yun stomped on the ground with one foot. Boom! The rocky ground under his feet was instantly torn apart, and then Ling Yun suddenly threw out a punch, and punched Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, he aimed at Ling Yun's fist, and he also punched him. Boom! 2 fists. This was a showdown without fancy. The fierce fists of the two formed 2 tyrannical air currents, which exploded in all directions, blowing away the gravel on the ground and splashing everywhere. After the blow, Ling Yun didn't take half a step back, his body didn't move, but Xuanhuan's bear-like body took half a step back before he stood still. Fuck, how is this possible? Xuanhuan's arm was numb from the shock of Ling Yun's Tiangang Fumo fist. He couldn't help shaking his arm, and the way he looked at Ling Yun changed. This guy was born with supernatural power. He has been infinitely powerful since he was a child, and he has cultivated the power of a savage bear. Now that he has barely reached the 9th level of the innate, he can have a strength of 8,000 kilograms with a single arm. Comparing strength, you can't do it. You father and son can't do it either. Ling Yun looked at Xuanhuan's astonished expression, smiled lightly, and continued to attack. Xuanhuan was aroused by Ling Yun to become ferocious. He shouted angrily, took a breath suddenly, his huge body swelled up in an instant, his whole body was like an inflated balloon, his eyes, face and body were emitting huge the evil spirit of the bear. Then, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his arms, and rushed towards Ling Yun in front of him. The power of a wild bear, bear hugs. Xuanhuan once used this trick to hug to death an ancient martial arts master who was born at the peak of the 8th level. Even a copper pillar. He can do that too. I see you are not afraid of death. Ling Yun chuckled, still neither dodging nor dodging. He poured energy into his feet, and his waist and horse became one. Both feet stomped on the ground at the same time. Dian Juxing Baojua's body protection is still Tiangang Fumo fist. Bang bang. Ling Yun's fists were thrust out shoulder to shoulder, directly hitting Xuanhuan's bulging chest like a dragon. Ling Yun has a strength of more than 10,000 kilograms in one arm, but what about his arms? Xuanhuan was beaten by Ling Yun's 2 punches like a kite with a string broken, and flew upside down. Hudong. Crack. Xuanhuan's huge figure squatted on the ground. It shattered and splashed the rock sitting under him, smashing out a big hole. Ling Yun took 2 steps back, his body flickered and he immediately stood firm, his face still not red and he was not out of breath. Then he spread his hands lightly, and said with a hey smile, "Look, I told you that you can't do it, right?" Roar. Xuanhuan's physique is extraordinary. He was not injured after being hit by Ling Yun's 2 punches, he flew into a rage. Up in the air. The Zhengqi in Xuanhuan's body suddenly left the body, but it condensed outside the body without dispersing, and soon condensed into a savage giant bear with a height of 3 meters and a width of more than 1 meter. The giant bear transformed by true energy can be seen with the naked eye. Its appearance is vivid, its teeth and claws are open, its pair of bear eyes are shining fiercely, and it is staring at Ling Yun in front of it. Supernatural powers. This is the supernatural power practiced by Xuanhuan. The wild bear is violent. Roar. Xuanhuan roared angrily, the 3-meter giant bear transformed by true energy. He even rushed towards Ling Yunfei. Ling Yun won both moves and successfully forced xuanhuan to display his magical powers. Yuner, be careful. Ling Xiao could see clearly in the air. He felt anxious and reminded Ling Yun to be careful. Father, don't worry. These are leftovers from children's play. Ling Yun laughed, and suddenly there was a dark blood demon knife in his left hand, and he swung a black knife directly at the giant Xinqi bear that was rushing towards him. Cut the world with a knife. The black sword slashed past and slashed fiercely on the left shoulder of the giant bear, Zheng. There was a sound of gold and iron clanging. Yi Xingchen is right. It seems that this is a supernatural power. Ling Yun tried a knife, and he knew it immediately. The supernatural power of the 9-level innate master is the separation of true qi, which is controlled by the caster to transform everything, and use the natural ability of the transformed object to enhance one's own combat power. Some people like to use knives, so they turn their Xinqi into knives. Some people are good at using swords, so they turn their Xinqi into swords. Xuanhuan lived with bears since he was a child, so he used his Xinqi to transform into a giant bear. Being able to separate the true energy from the body and manipulate the true energy to transform everything, this is the realm of a martial arts master. With supernatural powers, the biggest advantage is being able to fight in the air. The effect of controlling the flying sword with Ling Yun's mind is actually the same, but controlling the flying sword with mind is the method of a cultivator. Compared with the two, the flying sword is of course stronger. The giant Xinqi bear was slashed by Ling Yun, and Xuanhuan's own Xinqi was naturally damaged. He let out a muffled grunt, but continued to urge his Xinqi, making the giant bear continue to pounce towards Ling Yun. Well done! Ling Yun had the sharp and unparalleled dark blood demon knife in his hand, so he was not afraid of this stupid bear, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward to meet the giant bear. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Slashing the world with anger, cutting the universe with a sword, rolling the triple waves with a sword, sweeping away thousands of armies. Clang, 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 clang. A series of metal and iron cries sounded, and the giant bear was thrown forward and backward by Ling Yun, and its huge figure kept retreating. Although it was roaring and screaming, it couldn't break through Ling Yun's fierce knife. Xuanhuan naturally retreated again, and finally his body directly hit the courtyard wall. With the help of the stone wall, he managed to stabilize his figure. At this moment, Xuanhuan was struggling to control his violent Xinqi, and the corner of his mouth was already bleeding. Go to hell. Ling Yun felt that it was almost done. He suddenly poured the cold air in his body into the blade, raised the blade with both hands, and aimed at the giant bear's head, from top to bottom, with a single stroke. This knife, with the icy cold blade wrapped in it, directly split the giant Xinqi bear in half. Puff. Boom. The giant bear split, his true energy dissipated, and Xuanhuan spewed blood, his body smashed through the stone wall behind him, and he fell to the ground. Mystical powers are nothing more than that. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, and slashed out a knife like lightning at Xuanhuan, who was seriously injured. To be continued. Ling Yun roughly estimated that the sea area occupied by the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance for a long time has an area of at least 200 kilometers, and the straight-line distance from the coastline of the mainland is more than 1,000 miles away. At this moment, he is using his divine sense to investigate the situation of the entire East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. At the same time, he has used his celestial eye to the limit, looking far away, the northeast direction of this sea area. The northeast direction of this sea area is naturally also a vast sea, but that sea area is extremely empty, except for a few scattered islands and reefs protruding from the sea. There are only rough sea water. According to Ling Yun's visual inspection, this piece of open sea area is about 200 kilometers in radius, but only 200 kilometers away, he saw the coastline. There was a sneer at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He saw the goal of this trip. He asked directly, Old Wang, the coastline in the distance should be Dongyang, right? Naturally, Wang Chongxiao knew the purpose of Ling Yan's trip. Due to the limitations of his realm and eyesight, he naturally couldn't see the coastline Ling Yan mentioned, but he still nodded seriously. Yes, young master, from the northernmost end of the sea area below, go to 240 kilometers to the northeast is the southernmost point of the 4 islands of the main island of Toyo, and that place is called Killing Island. Although Wang Chongxiao was so familiar with the situation around the sea area that he couldn't be more familiar with it, but since Ling Yan asked, he still looked at the position of his communicator and answered seriously. Kill Kashima? Then start killing from here, Ling Yunxin said, otherwise, I will be sorry for the name of this island. Huh? No, what is that? Just when Ling Yan slowly retracted his gaze from the coastline of Killing Deer Island, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Just now he was only focused on searching for the mainland of the East Ocean, but Ling Yan's gaze was directly across the open sea in the distance, and he didn't pay attention to the situation on the sea there. Young master, the distance is too far, I can't see anything, what's wrong? Wang Chongxiao was very embarrassed. It was late at night. With his current eyesight, it would be good to be able to clearly see the situation in the area of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance below. Farther away, there was only pitch-black night. I saw more than a dozen warships from the east, Behind these warships is a complete aircraft carrier formation. It seems that the aircraft carrier should be the chicken of the United States. The dozen or so eastern warships are all moving, and their driving direction is the sea area below. Ling Yan frowned, his expression was already cold, and he said decisively, Siener, Lao Wang, you go to the sea and wait for me first, I will go and have a look. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the two of them to answer, Ling Yan directly entered the invisible state, and then used Tianzutong to fly towards the dozens of ships. Ling Yan was galloping at full speed, and that speed was not fast. In just a few breaths, he had covered a distance of more than 300 kilometers and came directly above those ships. It turned out to be Dongyang Sea Guard. When Ling Yan came close, he only had to scan down with his divine sense, and he had a general understanding, but what he didn't know was, what were they going to do with all the sea power at once in the middle of the night? Are you engaging in military exercises? This was naturally his casual teasing, but at the same time, his eyes were fixed on the entire aircraft carrier formation not far away. It's really a chicken number. It's just that the formation of the aircraft carrier, chicken, is still on the sea, only a few frigates around are slowly cruising and escorting. Maid, we meet again, what an eyesore. Ling Yan's heart became angry when he saw it, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart. However, after learning about the situation, Ling Yan did not do anything. He was at a high altitude, followed Dongyang's ships secretly for a while, and confirmed their direction of travel. Returned. Brush. Ling Yan landed on the surface of the sea and directly escaped from the invisible state. Young master, you are back. Old Wang, something is wrong. A dozen or so warships from the East Ocean are all rushing to this sea area. Behind them is the aircraft carrier Chick from the United States, a whole formation of aircraft carriers. Wang Chongxiao was dumbfounded. Young master, what do you mean, these Eastern warships came here with such fanfare, to harm the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance? At least it's for deterrence. Ling Yan nodded, and expressed his own judgment. We may have happened by coincidence. If there is no accident, there will be a big change in the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance tonight. Wang Chongxiao. Boss, what should we do now? He was really anxious now. After all, he has lived here for decades, and it is equivalent to his hometown. It is impossible to be without feelings. With a dozen Oriental warships and a whole aircraft carrier formation, this battle is actually quite big. Don't worry, our top priority now is to find out what happened inside the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. Ling Yun was calm, and he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, he once took away 3 warships from the United States under the nose of Uncle Sam. If Ling Yun was really going to be angered, he didn't mind taking out the Dragon Emperor's sword, and directly smashed those eastern ships into pieces one by one. The Dragon Emperor's magic sword seems to be a bit overkill, and the blood-transforming sword is also fine. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun directly sacrificed the ghost willow, let it open the portal of Xianhai Dong Tian, and said to Bai Xian'er, you don't need to do anything now, you go to play in the small world of Xianhai first, your sister Xingchen is here inside, let's go. This time, Ling Yun specially brought the 9-tailed sky fox Bai Xian'er, so it would be useful for her, but the timing didn't come, and he didn't bother to talk about it. Oh well. Bai Xian'er was very obedient. When she heard that Yi Xingchen was in the small world, her beautiful eyes lit up, her beautiful body flashed, and she rushed in to play with Yi Xingchen. After Xian'er entered and the door was closed, Ling Yun immediately put away the ghost willow. Those oriental ships are still more than 100 kilometers away from this sea area, and they are not traveling fast. In terms of time, we still have time. Ling Yun estimated that, based on the speed of those ships, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to reach the vicinity of this sea area, and for him to find out the internal situation of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance in this 2 hours, it was completely impossible. Enough. Old Wang, you follow me, you don't need to worry about anything else, just tell me the general situation of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun's figure flashed, and he rushed into a thick white mist in the distance. Wang Chongxiao didn't have time to react, he felt surrounded by an invisible force, and followed Ling Yun into the white mist. Within the white mist, there really is a hole in the sky. As far as the eye can see, there are islands, large and small, dotted all over, located on the sea with a radius of more than 200 kilometers. Swipe, swipe, swipe. After Ling Yun came in, he didn't bother to waste time at all. He directly released 4 Yin God's Dharma bodies, and as soon as those Yin God's Dharma bodies came out, they immediately ran in 4 different directions. Naturally, I went to investigate the news. On the contrary, Ling Yun himself did not move, and asked Wang Chongxiao with a smile, Old Wang, tell me, what is the distribution of the internal forces of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance? This large sea area is actually the base camp of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. Apart from this sea area, it cannot be said that there are no other forces hanging on the sea, but it is too scattered, and they are basically independent of the world. Fight. Here, there are about 30,000 people living here for a long time, of which there are 20,000 people, they are ordinary people, and the real cultivators are at most 10,000 people. The cultivators I am talking about here are those who have reached the first level of Gu Wu Ho Tian are counted. Ling Yun. He had already probed half of this sea area with his divine sense just now, and knew that what Wang Chongxiao said was true, and he didn't exaggerate at all. Among the 10,000 cultivators, only the ancient martial arts cultivators in the acquired realm have reached more than 80%, more than 8,000 people. Among the remaining less than 2,000 people, more than half are stuck in the innate early stage realm. The Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance has less than 1,000 members who have reached the mid-innate realm or above. The mid-innate realm is actually the standard for dividing the realm of ancient martial arts, which is equivalent to the mid-stage of Qi training for a cultivator. The equivalent here refers to the fighting power of fighting alone. Whether it is true cultivation or not depends on the cultivation method, whether it is true cultivation method or not. Ling Yun has to admit that in the sea area with a radius of 200 kilometers, there are more than 100 large and small islands, and there are 1,000 cultivators above the mid-innate stage living all year round. Not small. This is the overall situation of the Donghai Casual Cultivator Alliance. In fact, after hearing this, Ling Yun doesn't even need to listen to Wang Chongxiao's introduction. He can estimate the strength comparison of the 1,000 people with the highest realm and the proportion of people in each realm. No matter where it is determined by comprehensive factors such as cultivation resources, human cultivation talent, and cultivation techniques, and the ratio is similar. Sure enough, I heard Wang Chongxiao say, in the end, whether these 1,000 or 800 people are actually ancient warriors or cultivators, the boundary is very vague and not clear, but most of the realms are below the foundation building stage. There are less than 10 people in the foundation establishment realm. Speaking of this, Wang Chongxiao felt a little ashamed, and was too embarrassed to continue. Ling Yan understood in his heart that most of the real cultivators choose to keep a low profile, and few people are willing to publicize their true realm with great fanfare, especially in places like the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. Therefore, no matter which realm you are in, it is difficult to truly understand the situation of practitioners whose realm is higher than yours, even if it is one realm higher than you, because the hierarchy is strict. Unless it's been played, it's all hearsay. So he nodded. I see, let's talk about the main point, the distribution of power. There are 3 most powerful families. All 3 are families. The Zhu family, Zhu Huanming, the current head of the family, has been in this sea area for hundreds of years. Their family is sure to have masters above the foundation establishment level. The other is the Yuan family. The current head of the family, Yuan Wuxin, has a history of 200 to 300 years. The real ancient martial arts family has produced many masters. Young master, the Zhu family and the Yuan family, these 2 families can be regarded as deadly rivals. For many years, they seem to have nothing on the surface, but they have been fighting openly and secretly. Wang Chongxiao deliberately emphasized it. Ling Yan smiled and said nothing, nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The last one is the Su family. Now the head of the family, Su Zuyin, is recognized as a true cultivator family. It has been passed down here for a longer time, and its origin can no longer be verified, but everyone here guesses that his family is the descendant of Su Fu. Among the 1,000 people just mentioned, these 3 families accounted for at least 60%. As for the other Bailey family, the Sidu family, and the Peng family, Xie family, Li family, Wu family, etc., it can only be regarded as a second-rate force at most, and it is attached to each of the 3 major families. Good. Ling Yan smiled, but said, the Bailey family have dealt with me in the suburbs of Beijing. If Wang Chongxiao hadn't appeared, if Ling Yan had come to the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, the first ones to find him would definitely be the Bailey family. Based on that day's battle, Ling Yan knew about the combat power of the Bailey family, and after a little comparison, he had a much clearer picture of the situation here. He asked again, this is a family situation, what about the sect? Young master, this is the Loose Cultivator Alliance. They are all rogue cultivators who have wandered here. They have been selected by nature, and they have spread their branches and leaves until now. How can anyone dare to gain a foothold here as a sect? Ling Yan laughed casually. Yes, what you said makes a lot of sense. Wang Chongxiao thought about it carefully, and said seriously, there must be a lot of people from various sects here in the mainland, but they all hide their real origins and identities, and even use fake names. Learn. I have a rough idea of the situation here. In just a few minutes, Ling Yan had almost grasped the situation of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, and he didn't bother to ask any more, he had just stopped by to take a look. If it wasn't for the accidents that happened at sea, it is estimated that Shinong Dingai has been brought back now. Suddenly, Ling Yan had a thought, and said directly, I found it, come with me. At this moment, on the largest island in the northeast corner of this sea area, in a huge quaint mansion, representatives of various forces of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance gathered together, arguing fiercely over a certain matter. Ling Yan's 4 gods of wood, water, fire, and earth, after searching in various directions, finally came here, and they have merged into one, completely invisible, watching with cold eyes, watching the minds of various forces, clearly divided into opposing positions. The two parties, each insisting on their own opinions, are arguing fiercely. Shut up, all of you. At the time when everyone was arguing most intensely, the leader, a middle-aged man in his 50s, first took a sip of tea, then suddenly spoke. The voice was not high, but it overwhelmed all the quarrels, and sent it clearly everyone's ears. The whole house fell silent immediately. Zhu Huanming, let me make a statement here first. As Zhu Huanming spoke, he gently put down his teacup. His eyes were like lightning, and he slowly scanned the entire narrative hall, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and stared at a middle-aged martial artist directly opposite. Yuan Wuxin, I just don't agree to your Yuan family's proposal. What can you do? My Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance has a total of 127 islands, big and small. He dared to ask for 20 islands as soon as he opened his mouth. It's really whimsical. Don't talk about 20 islands, even if I don't give a single one. As he spoke, Zhu Huanming raised his finger and pointed to his nose. See clearly, my surname is Zhu, and it is the surname of the Ming dynasty. I came here to hunt down Japanese pirates when I was fighting against the Japanese in the Ming dynasty, and stayed here. Those who stay here, you know? My son of the Ming dynasty guards the gate of the country, and the king dies in the country. If you don't make peace with your relatives, you won't pay tribute. If you don't cede land, you won't be a minister. I know that your Yuan family has been ambitious for a long time. You have been secretly cooperating with Dongyang for so many years. In fact, you have become the slaves of Dongyang people. These old men are clear in their hearts, but they have been too lazy to talk to you. Hearing this, Ling Yan's heart was already agitated, and he couldn't help but show up, cheering loudly. By this time, Zhu Huanming had stood up abruptly, stretched his arms, pointed at Yuan Wuxin's nose and cursed, Yuan Wuxin, the Yuan family, a bunch of shameless traitors and lackeys. Don't think I don't know, Tokugawa Jiro, the core figure of Toyo's Tokugawa family, is now hiding in your house with a bunch of people. He has been plotting with you for a long time. See you tonight, right? Yuan Wuxin, signal them now to come. You don't need to send a message. I, Zhu Huanming, represent the entire Zhu family. I will tell him Tokugawa Jiro face to face. His proposal, 20 islands, has no door. If you want to fight, you can fight. See if my Zhu family is afraid of death. Which one will take a step back? Zhu Huanming's voice became louder and louder, and spread farther and farther. In the end, it covered the whole island. Iron-boned. The entire courtyard was silent for a moment, and a needle could be heard. Zhu Huanming expressed his position very clearly. He spoke fiercely, and his voice was even more deafening. Now everyone in this big mansion, and even everyone on the entire island, can really hear it. Even Ling Yan, who had just arrived, confirmed at this moment that Zhu Huanming's words made it clear that he did not leave any retreat for himself, or even the entire Zhu family. Reckless is a little reckless, but he is not cowardly at all, Ling Yan nodded secretly, appreciative in his heart. At the beginning, Zhu Huanming was just expressing his attitude, and then he pointed at Yuan Wuxin's nose and cursed loudly. In the end, he even bypassed Yuan Wuxin, let go of his cultivation and used the technique of sound transmission for thousands of miles, and challenged Tokugawa Jiro from the air. Too strong. Moreover, at the end, Zhu Huanming did not hide his level of cultivation at all. His imposing manner was so strong that he felt a strong sense of oppression, forcing those people in the courtyard who were of a lower level to resist silently. Above the foundation building, the peak cultivation base of the consecration realm. Ling Yan knew it at a glance. At the same time, Ling Yan also noticed that there were several people in the courtyard who were calm and unaffected by Zhu Huanming's powerful and oppressive aura. For example, Yuan Wuxin, who always sat opposite him and let him scold him from beginning to end. TCH. Yuan Wuxin still sat still, and first sneered. A traitor running dog? What a big hat. The surname of the Ming dynasty? The Ming dynasty has been dead for more than 300 years, so don't even look at what era it is now. Zhu Huanming, hurry up and put away your loyal minister and good general. Others will eat your tricks, but I, Yuan Wuxin, will not. At this point, since the matter has been clarified, and you have made your position clear, it's just shameless? Then I don't bother to talk nonsense with you. Hit if you want, right? Do you really think that your Zhu family is particularly good at fighting? Humph. At this point, Yuan Wuxin sneered, and he also took a sip of tea, but instead of putting the teacup back on the table, he flipped his wrist and let go. Snapped. The teacup fell to the ground and smashed into powder, and the fragments of the teacup splashed out at an incredible speed. Obviously, when Yuan Wuxin threw the cup with his hands, he used dark energy in his hand, and used the teacup fragments as hidden weapons. The speed of these teacup fragments was like lightning, and the target was none other than Zhu Huanming. Humph. Despicable means. Zhu Huanming just snorted angrily, and raised his hand to brush it lightly, as if dusting off his body. Those fragments that were regarded as hidden weapons, under the obvious huge force of the two, silently and directly turned into powder. The blow of the two can be regarded as evenly divided, evenly matched. Hee, Zhu Huanming, no wonder you dare to be so strong, your cultivation level is really good. Yuan Wuxin was just probing. He missed a single blow and didn't love to fight. He flew backwards and stopped when he reached the gate of the courtyard in an instant. My Yuan family and his Zhu family are in the same situation tonight, and only one family can survive. Everyone here is a loose cultivator family, so choose your own path. Everyone who stands at my Yuan's house, come to my place. After Yuan Wuxin deliberately opened a distance and stood still, he didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly asked the people present to stand on the side, but judging from his calm attitude, it was obvious that he had already made up his mind. It turned out to be a sign of throwing a cup, but it's straightforward. Ling Yan was hidden by the side, watching with relish, not in a hurry to make a move, and had already made plans in his heart. After all, Ling Yan himself hadn't come yet. Whoosh whoosh. Before Yuan Wuxin finished speaking, I saw figures flickering in the courtyard, and dozens of people, like the tide, retreated in unison towards the entrance of the courtyard. Standing in line was completed in an instant, and when Ling Yan looked at it again, he couldn't help laughing. The difference is clear. Ling Yan couldn't tell who was who, but he could see clearly when comparing the numbers on both sides, because the gap between the two sides was too great. In the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance, representatives of various forces, large and small, together with cronies, a total of 50 to 60 people, at this moment, almost all of them gathered beside Yuan Wuxin, without saying a word, but they all respected him obviously. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan could not help but sneer in his heart. However, he didn't bother to remember the faces of those people, they were all dead people, so why should he remember them? What Ling Yan was concerned about at the moment was those who did not obey Yuan Wuxin's orders and stand with him. Although few and pitiful, but there are still. There are two forces, but there are only 3 people in total. 2 of them, Ling Yan knew, were 2 brothers from the Bailey family, Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu. The last person was the one who was qualified to sit at the same table with Zhu Huanming and Yuan Wuxin for tea. He was an old man with white beard and hair and a childlike face. At this moment, the 2 brothers Bailey were looking at each other. They seemed to be a little embarrassed, and even a little bit embarrassed. Finally, they seemed to have achieved something through their eyes. After gritting their teeth, they stomped their feet at the same time. We just came back from China mainland not long ago. This time, we are standing at Zhu's house. While talking, the two walked towards Zhu Huanming, who was obviously alone. Yuan Wuxin looked at this scene coldly, his eyes were fierce, but he didn't speak. He was not in a hurry. Then, he turned his gaze and landed on the old man with white hair and youthful face who had been sitting still. All eyes fell on this person. The Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance, one of the three top powers, is said to be the descendant of Su Fu, the true cultivator, Su Zuin. Mr. Su, I know that you are an expert outside the world, and you have never only asked about the world, but tonight, I, Yuan Wuxin, dared to be bold. No matter what, you have to make a statement. This was the only time Yuan Wuxin was polite tonight, but it was only polite in words. What's your statement? Under the gaze of everyone, Su Zuin drank his tea calmly, and asked, calmly, is it a matter of giving to the 20 islands in the east, or is it a matter of standing at Zhu's house or your Yuan's house at this moment? Yuan Wuxin almost choked to death, so she suppressed her temper and said, isn't this the same thing? No. Su Zuin replied with a smile, and then said, I have seen the situation tonight clearly. I will not stand on either side of you two. As for the 20 islands, it has nothing to do with me. The Su family doesn't want to get involved. He didn't look at Zhu Huanming, but just stared at Yuan Wuxin. Patriarch Yuan, is this a statement? Yuan Wuxin, forget it. Good. Su Zuin nodded, glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the hiding place of Ling Yuaninshan, and immediately moved away. He smiled and asked, can I leave then? Yuan Wuxin pondered for a while, then nodded slowly, yes. Everyone, please do yourselves. After Su Zuin finished speaking, he stood up slowly. His figure was unexpectedly tall, nearly 2 meters. Quack. But at this moment, he heard wild laughter coming from a distance. The voice was like a night owl. The good show hasn't started yet, why is Mr. Su leaving in such a hurry? Hearing this voice, Yuan Wuxin's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Toyo Tokugawa family, the real core figure, Tokugawa Jiro, has arrived. Recommend this book. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of clothes ripping through the wind was endless, and the speed of the people coming was so fast that it was shocking. Tokugawa Jiro's voice was still wafting in the courtyard, and a dozen figures had suddenly appeared in the mansion. Among them, the first person appeared directly in the middle of the compound, with a big fanfare and unscrupulous, aggressive arrogance without concealing it. Of course, this person is the key figure who secretly planned and led all this, the core figure of the Toyo Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Jiro. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Tokugawa Jiro, nearly 60 years old, is short in stature, extremely thin, but has a straight back. A standard Oriental samurai is dressed, but the outer robe is obviously deliberately made wider, creating a leisurely and amiable posture for the outside world. It's a pity that even though he couldn't help being elated at this moment, his eyes flashed fiercely, like a wolf eyeing its prey, or like a poisonous snake that chooses someone to bite, spitting out its core. Tokugawa Jiro hung a short knife on his waist, holding a strange long knife with one hand. He said it was weird because it was only the scabbard of this long knife, which radiated red light in the middle of the night, and it seemed that he deliberately controlled and suppressed it. The result of. After Tokugawa Jiro appeared, Ling Yun only glanced at him, and didn't bother to pay attention. Again, he really didn't bother to pay attention to a person who must die. However, the long knife in the other party's hand attracted Ling Yun's attention, because the red light emitted by the knife made him very uncomfortable, and the surface of the Yin god's body seemed to have a layer of goosebumps. It felt like he couldn't help running his skills to fight against it. This is definitely a monster knife. The blade is full of fierce killing aura. The bloody aura is amazing, and it can even threaten me. Ling Yan's ancient Dharma body muttered secretly, should it be a weapon that surpasses the treasure weapon, the level of a Taoist weapon? It's indeed a monster sword, but it's okay, it's a little worse than the blood-transforming sword. I don't know when, Ling Yan's deity appeared without a sound, right next to Ling Yan's ancient, with only a slight movement of his divine sense. He completely protected his ancient, completely invisible, and no one here could perceive it anymore. Not to them. However, Ling Yan still wanted to watch the excitement for a while longer and listen to what Tokugawa Jiro had to say, so he didn't bring Wang Chongxiao over and let him hide his whereabouts and act cheaply. Swipe, swipe, swipe. At this moment, the entire island seemed to be in motion. Countless figures jumped up from the hidden house, the dense forest, and among the rocks, and gathered in the direction of the compound from all directions. They ran and shuttled rapidly, almost at the speed of the wind, and in a vague way, the troops of the two sides had handed over hand in hand, swords, lights, and swords suddenly cut through the night sky, blood was sprinkled in the sky, and the sound of fighting and shouting was getting closer. Obviously, the whole island has turned into a battlefield. The people from the Zhu family and the Yuan family have already started fighting on a small scale on the way here. In the compound, Zhu Huanming listened to the sounds of fighting that were getting closer and closer in all directions, but his expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank suddenly. As one of the three top families of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, Zhu Huanming is also the current patriarch. He is absolutely clear about the number of real masters in the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance and the comparison of the strengths of all parties. If the enemy is just the Yuan family, the Zhu family will surely win. But if counting the fact that the representatives of the major forces on both sides stood in line just now, and the families that stood in Yuan Wuxin's side also sent people to fight, the Zhu family would lose badly, but they fought to the death, and at least they could bite Yuan Wuxin's flesh. But Tokugawa Jiro led someone into the courtyard. Zhu Huanming sensed it a little, and knew that the Zhu family was over. He couldn't see through Tokugawa Jiro's cultivation base at all. Proving that the strength of the opponent must be above him, this is one of them. The other is the long knife in Tokugawa Jiro's hand. Ling Yan didn't recognize it, but Zhu Huanming could vaguely guess it. It seems to be the legendary demon sword Muramasa. If it's really that demon sword, there's no need to fight, all the blood of the Zhu family will be drained, it's not enough for that sword. At the same time, Zhu Huanming had a clear understanding in his heart, and he knew why the second and third-rate forces in the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance did not say a word, and almost all fell to the Yuan family and Yuan Wuxin's side. Tokugawa Jiro and Yuan Wuxin had already confessed in secret long ago, they were connected together, and they had even shown their strength in secret, so they couldn't help but bow their heads. Moreover, Zhu Huanming also wanted to understand that the so-called 20 islands were simply a reason to do it. Tokugawa Jiro personally led the team, armed with demon swords, and led dozens of shadow ninjas, with great fanfare. The goal is definitely not 20 islands, but the surrender of the entire East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, and the 127 islands they occupy. Tonight, all their Zhu family members, including Zhu Huanming himself, are nothing more than rats, played by Tokugawa Jiro, and sacrifices to the flag. People are knives, and I am fish. Now, it is useless to surrender. Every Zhu family member, even those who are attached to the Zhu family, will die. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhu Huanming's mouth twitched, his hands in the sleeves of his robe clenched into fists, his knuckles turned white, and he secretly transmitted a voice, "Mr. Together, you take advantage of the chaos and leave." Hearing this, Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu looked at each other and smiled again, as if they had lifted a heavy burden. They didn't speak, but shook their heads slightly, and they became more determined. It wasn't that they didn't have the opportunity to choose just now. The two of them are not stupid, so they can naturally see that Yuan Wuxin has already colluded with Tokugawa Jiro tonight, and has already controlled the overall situation. However, as the two said, they had just returned from China. They participated in the battle between the Sun Chen alliance and the Ling family, witnessed the re-emergence of a powerful family in China, and were deeply impressed by that powerful and domineering young man against the sky. That young man's name is Ling Yun. Although the two sides were hostile at the time, no matter what, it was a family dispute in Huaxia, an internal battle, and it was a fair fight, with 3 victories in 5 rounds. That young man named Ling Yun is really handsome and quick to win, making it difficult to find out. And even though he was merciless and ruthless, he spared the lives of the entire Bailey family. After the collapse of the Sun Chen alliance, the Bailey family naturally returned to the East China Sea, but Ling Yun's performance against the sky that night gave the Bailey family an absolute shock. Therefore, after that, the Bailey family has been paying attention to the development of the Huaxia mainland. Movement, inquiring about Ling Yun's news. Whether it is the ancient martial arts world or the cultivation world in China, there is one more Ling Yun, which is completely different from before. That Ling Yun is a killing god who doesn't care. The Bailey family has seen with their own eyes how Ling Yun treated the Dongyang ninja, and how he killed the Yamada no Orochi. The two old Bailey knew Ling Yun's attitude towards Dongyang. So, tonight, instead of saying that the Bailey family is on the side of the Zhu family, it is better to say that they are standing on the side of Huaxia and Ling Yun. Standing in line this time has nothing to do with whether Ling Yun is here or not, because once the Donghai Casual Cultivation Alliance changes, and what happened tonight is reported to the mainland, Ling Yun will definitely come to settle the score. On this point, the two old men firmly believed that they were masters who refused to suffer. Standing on Huaxia's side tonight, they may die, and the Bailey family may also be destroyed, but they would rather die like this than choose to stand on the side of Yuan Wuxin and Dongyang. Those people are just a group of people who must die, poor thing. That group of people died a few days later than them, but they will definitely die a miserable death. This is the state of mind of the two old people at the moment. Now that they have embraced the will to die, of course they are no longer afraid. At this moment, there are already swords and lights outside the courtyard, shouting again and again, and the sound of shouting and killing is shaking the sky. In the courtyard, it was unusually quiet. Suzuin, who was about to leave at first, saw Tokugawa Jiro appear, especially him who came up to greet him, obviously intending to force him to stay. Suzuin simply sat down again, poured himself a cup of tea, and held it up. Drink the tea lightly and slowly. He asked leisurely, why, Tokugawa Jiro, what you mean, tonight's matter, my Su family can't do it if I don't participate tonight. Quack quack quack. Tokugawa Jiro listened to the sound of shouting and killing outside, as if he heard a gorgeous movement. His expression was quite intoxicated, and suddenly he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Mr. Su is serious. He was still suppressing the arrogance and domineering that he couldn't hide at all, and pretended to be humble and polite. For so many years, my Tokugawa shogunate, including some other larger cultivating families, have always treated you Donghai loose cultivators. The alliance, with great respect, has always maintained restraint, and neither side has committed any crimes. Surely Mr. Su knows it? Suzuin nodded. Of course I know. However, I'm really sorry. From now on, this situation is no longer possible. Everyone is a smart person, so I will open the skylight and tell you the truth. You Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance must completely surrender to Dongyang. Suzuin was very happy when he heard it, and didn't bother to say anything. Go on. You can rant as much as you want, anyway, the more you talk, the faster you die. So, Mr. Su, you understand the situation tonight. You can't stay out of it this time. You have to express your opinion. Oh? Kid Tokugawa, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. Suzuin was obviously impatient, and changed the name of Tokugawa Jiro. Baga, rude. Tokugawa Jiro never expected that he had already taken control of the overall situation, and Suzuin called him that, and suddenly showed his fierceness. Mr. Su, on behalf of our Tokugawa shogunate, I only have one condition for you. As long as you agree, I promise tonight that no one will harm the Su family. What's the condition? Let's talk about it. Suzuin smiled half a smile, taking time off. The old god was there. Tokugawa Jiro grinned and said, outsiders don't know, but my Tokugawa family knows Mr. Su's details very well. You are actually a powerful formation master, and you know how to refine weapons. So, when I come here in person, I have a very important task, that is, I must ask my husband to come with me to help us complete one thing. Of course, Mr. Su has long been aware of what it is. Ling Yun. Suzuin turned out to be a formation master, and also proficient in the method of refining weapons? Fellow, Ling Yun couldn't help but look at Suzuin more. I saw Suzuin smiled. Yes, I do know something. He was drinking tea leisurely, when suddenly his expression changed. His eyes were like lights. But, don't worry about it, I still say the same thing, I will never agree. Idiot. Tokugawa Jiro was rejected by Suzuin's stern words, and he was so angry that he was crazy, and he cursed directly. Suzuin, I think you are toasting and not eating fine wine, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone listen to the order and kill me. Recommend this book.